Hello, dear friends. Today we will take a look at the memoirs of Waffen SS Major General Kurt Meyer. This general commanded the elite soldiers of the Third Reich. These memoirs are interesting because they give us a glimpse into the career path of the Waffen SS general. He commanded a motorcycle company, a reconnaissance battalion, a Grenadier regiment, and an SS tank division. The combat units of Armored Meyer, as he was nicknamed in the army, took part in fierce battles. The invasion of Poland and France, the occupation of the Balkans and Greece, and the brutal battles on the Eastern Front and the campaign in Normandy, where the division was almost destroyed. These are perhaps the most dynamic memoirs I have ever read in my entire life. Kurt Meyer was always at the forefront of the attack. His rapid attacks are simply astonishing. They accompany us throughout his story. He is an incredibly daring, brave, and unyielding man. He managed to survive in conditions that are difficult to even imagine. Don't forget to rate the video and leave your opinion on this material. Well, let's begin. Polish campaign. We all stood and waited for this moment. Our eyes, which were already beginning to blur, were fixed on the hands of the clock. At dawn, the engines of the cars roared. We increased our speed, going faster and faster, to the very border. I listened intently to the silence of the morning twilight. At any moment, clearing the way for us to the east, the first shells of our artillery were to begin their deadly flight. And suddenly, hissing, howling, and piercing screeches hung over us, creating the impression of even greater speed which we felt with every nerve. Approaching the border, we glanced at our assault groups as they rushed toward the border fences and destroyed the obstacles with high explosive charges. Machine gun fire swept down the street, and short, blinding flashes from exploding grenades illuminated the targets. Our tanks and armored vehicles burst into the village of Gola at full speed. The infantry assault units captured the bridge over the Prasna River. It had already been prepared for demolition and fell into our hands intact. In a matter of minutes, the village was occupied. Polish soldiers climbed out of their positions, stunned and bewildered, and walked toward us with their hands up. They still couldn't believe that just 10 minutes after the start of hostilities, the war was over for them. I stopped in front of the body of a Polish officer. A bullet had pierced his throat. Warm blood spurted from the wound. Yes, this was war. This first death I had seen in this war clearly imprinted its grim reality on my mind. But we had to move on. Uprooted trees and burning houses made it difficult to advance. We could barely make out the road. The fog rising from the ground mixed with the smoke from shell and bomb explosions. I could not remain with the regiment headquarters. Passing Gola, I moved forward with a reconnaissance patrol. Of course, as commander of an SS tank destroyer company, I had completely different responsibilities. An enemy tank attack was not expected, and besides, my company was divided among the separate battalions of our regiment. I was not satisfied with this type of combat, so I secretly followed the advancing tanks. Since 1934, I had been observing the development of tanks as weapons during exercises at Dobritz and later at Zossen. Now I found myself at war as a tank destroyer. Swirls of dust and fog still hung in the air when I saw two of our tanks in a motorcycle platoon. Visibility was less than 300 meters. Suddenly, the ominous silence was broken by the impact of a shell from a Polish anti-tank gun. The first tank spun around and, covered in smoke, came to a halt. Its tracks were still turning when the second tank was also hit. Both of our tanks were about 150 meters away from the anti-tank gun, whose position was well camouflaged. Shell after shell pierced the armor of our tanks, and machine gun fire sprayed the street, forcing us to seek cover. We heard the cries of the reconnaissance tank crew and were forced to watch, unable to come to their aid. Each time a new shell pierced the armor and penetrated the tank, the cries of our mortally wounded tankers inside grew louder. We tried to help our comrades who had managed to leave the damaged tanks and get out of the line of fire, but it was impossible. Enemy machine guns were firing down the street. Their fire followed the tankers who had managed to get out of their wrecked and burning vehicles. The cries of those who remained in the damaged tanks grew fainter. I lay behind a pile of gravel. I stared, spellbound, at the blood oozing from the holes in the armor of the first tank. I was paralyzed, unable to see the Polish soldiers who were firing, but my comrades were already lying dead right in front of me. Polish cavalry galloped out of the fog. They rushed straight at us, and the fire from my machine gun did not stop them. Only when the motorcycle platoon's fire mowed down several horses and riders did the furious cavalry detachment gallop back into the fog. Our artillery was shelling the hill in front of us, while the Grenadier tank battalion stormed the enemy positions. The young Grenadiers moved as if they were on maneuvers. Neither machine gun nor artillery fire could stop them. A seemingly endless stream of soldiers, supported by tanks, advanced on the enemy. I watched in amazement as the attack unfolded right in front of me. The tanks rushed forward. As the attack intensified, the Poles were swept from their positions. The offensive continued, meeting almost no resistance. Neither the enemy nor natural obstacles could stop it. Each of the advancing German soldiers was convinced of the justice of this war and, without hesitation, gave his life for the rights of his people. For these young warriors, the war with Poland was not an act of aggression, but the elimination of injustice. They wanted to eliminate the shameful legacy of Versailles, to regain the territories lost in 1919, and to end the oppression of the Germans, who had become a people divided by borders. German soldiers drew their strength from their aspirations. These young men were the elite of the nation. They were selected from thousands of volunteers and underwent intensive training for 4 years. The SS regiment, from August 1940 a brigade, and from June 1941 a division, Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler, was recruited from soldiers who had reached the age of 19 by the beginning of the war. Non-commissioned officers were about 25 years old. Obviously, these young people had no influence on the political events of 1933. In 1933, they were still school children, striving for certain ideals and wishing to devote themselves to serving those ideals. At about 10 o'clock in the morning, the town of Bolesławiec surrendered after a fierce assault and street fighting. Enemy artillery fire rained down on the town, causing casualties among the population. By nightfall, we were already near Warsaw and were preparing for an attack the next morning. The SS motorized regiment, Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler, was attached to the 17th Infantry Division and was supposed to cover its right flank from possible attacks by the Polish Cavalry Brigade. The approaching darkness hid the destruction wrought during the day. The horrific scene of the battlefield was only visible up close. The glow of burning villages rose on the horizon, and thick smoke hung over the desecrated land. We sat silently behind a half-ruined wall, trying to comprehend the first day of fighting, and listened to excerpts from Hitler's historic speech. I have decided to resolve the issue of Danzig and the Polish corridor, and to find a way to ensure that the change in relations between Germany and Poland will make peaceful coexistence between us possible. The Führer's words echoed in our ears for a long time. Our regiment rejoined the battle across the Warta River as part of the 17th Infantry Division and advanced toward Pabianice near Łódź. On September 7th at about 10 o'clock in the morning we reached the outskirts of Pabianice and received orders to take up defensive positions to the south, along the hills stretching through Rzgów Wola, Rakov, and Lodz. Significant enemy forces with anti-tank weapons occupied Pabianice. An attack by the 1st Battalion of the 23rd Tank Regiment had just been repelled by the defending Poles. Our damaged and destroyed tanks remained on the battlefield. They had been put out of action by Polish anti-tank guns. The motorized regiment, Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler, continued to carry out its combat mission and immediately launched an assault. The 1st and 2nd companies broke into the city, followed by other units. This fierce attack forced the Poles to retreat to the city center, but then powerful enemy counterattacks followed against the flanks of the regiment. The 2nd Battalion of the 46th Artillery Regiment held its firing positions with all its might, repelling persistent counterattacks by the Polish infantry. The Polish units advanced relentlessly, disregarding their losses. The regiment's command post suddenly became the main target of the attack. All the clerks and drivers also had to fight. The Poles approached the command post through a potato field, and since the foliage provided excellent camouflage and concealed the attackers, we could not see them until they were within grenade range. It seemed impossible to stop the enemy as they drew closer and closer. Then I jumped to my feet and started shooting at the potato field from a standing position. That was the only way to hit the Poles as they crawled forward. To my right, a grenadier from the 13th Company was firing at them as if he were at a shooting range, firing round after round. Our target practice did not last long. Suddenly, I found myself back at the bottom of the trench, thrown there by a bullet that had grazed my shoulder. My neighbor was killed by a bullet wound to the neck. Never again would I try to stop an attack from a standing position. The attacks continued with persistence on both sides, and only towards evening did the moment come when the Poles were broken. Hundreds of them surrendered and set off on the long journey that awaited prisoners of war. Meanwhile, the 16th Panzer Corps approached Warsaw and engaged in battle with Polish units and formations defending the city, as well as with the remnants of Polish troops breaking through to the east. The commander of the Panzer Corps, General Heppner, welcomed the advanced units of our regiment in Nadarzyń. We were attached to the 4th Tank Division of this corps. The Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler received orders to hold the Ołtarzew-Domanew line and prevent Polish units breaking out of the encirclement from advancing westward toward Warsaw. While on the march, the 1st Battalion of the SS Motorized Regiment Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler received orders to change direction and move north towards Ołtarzew. The motorized infantry followed the tank and armored vehicle units. The columns of our troops disappeared into the night. General Heppner had no doubt about the outcome of the war in Poland, but he foresaw heavy fighting for his 16th Panzer Corps. He believed that the Polish troops, still fighting in an encirclement west of Warsaw, would make every effort to break through our positions and reach the capital. After a few kilometers, it became clear that the approaching night would bring heavy fighting. We had to fight our way through the suburbs of Warsaw. Loud sounds of battle could be heard from Ołtarzew. The 1st Battalion reached the main deployment line and fought against significant enemy forces. On the road, retreating Polish columns closed in on each other and formed a complete traffic jam. During the night, they were completely destroyed. Hundreds of dead lay among the wreckage. The entire road was littered with broken artillery pieces, other weapons, and abandoned ammunition. The merciless battle continued until morning, and both sides waited for dawn to assess the situation. When dawn broke, the full horror of what had happened became apparent. Not only had many Polish soldiers been killed on and near the road, but our fire had also shot down columns of refugees who had mixed in with the troops. Dead and wounded horses hung in their harnesses from broken carts. Crying children clung to their dead mothers, or mothers to their dead children. The wounded crawled out of the rubble and cried for help. The field dressing station was soon overflowing. Poles and Germans worked together to help the victims. Not a single shot was heard. The war had been suspended. The refugees were unlucky. They had retreated from Poznan and joined the military columns, which they thought would protect them. But instead they ended up in a meat grinder. That night, for the first time, we truly saw the true face of war. Now there was no longer any difference between a soldier and a civilian. Modern weapons destroyed both. I did not see a single German soldier laughing on the road of death near Oltarzew. Horror touched them all. The September sun brightly illuminated the blood-soaked road. More than 1,000 Polish prisoners were ordered to clear the debris. 600 men were sent to the enemy positions with an offer to surrender. A single anti-tank gun destroyed the enemy's armored train. The exploding ammunition flew into the air with a terrible roar and completely destroyed the train. Over the next 2 days, powerful enemy attacks rained down on the positions held by the 2nd Battalion of the 33rd Infantry Regiment, the 2nd Battalion of the 35th Tank Regiment, and our regiment. But the Polish attacks were useless. I asked the commander in vain to allow me to expand my responsibilities and take a more active part in the battle. I had to content myself with commanding a company that was scattered throughout our regiment in platoons. I reminded the commander at every opportunity that I was a tankman and a motorcyclist, and I felt completely useless in my current position. But it was all in vain. For the time being, I remained a tank destroyer. During the night of September 12th to 13th, a strong enemy force broke through the positions of the 2nd Battalion of our regiment. A total breakthrough seemed inevitable. Early in the morning, we received a report that the 6th Company of the Leibstandarte had been crushed and the company commander killed. He had always been close to me. We had served in the same regiment since 1929. However, we found the report of an inevitable breakthrough unbelievable. We simply did not believe that the enemy could break through our defensive positions. After getting orders to check if the report was true, I jumped on the driver's seat of a motorcycle with a sidecar. SS Obersturmführer Pfeiffer came with me, and we headed towards Blone. Pfeiffer died a few years later while commanding a tank company. Once we were on our way, we sped along the road of death to get rid of the annoying flies as quickly as possible. In addition, the horse carcasses stank terribly. A few hundred meters from Świecice, I saw 2 Polish soldiers and a soldier from the 6th Company of the Leibstandarte standing behind a small bridge. The behavior of all 3 soldiers seemed so strange to me that I braked sharply, jumped off my motorcycle, and walked towards this group standing in a trench. Only when I reached the edge of the trench did I understand the reason for the German soldier's strange behavior. He had been taken prisoner by these Polish soldiers and looked at me in amazement as I walked toward them alone. Damn, I was damn lucky again. Only Pfeiffer's MP-38 submachine gun prevented the Poles from sending me to the other world. Indeed, our 6th Company had been attacked and defeated. The company commander lay dead in a trench a few hundred meters from here. Pfeiffer and I continued on to Świecice and soon found our fallen comrade. His chest had been riddled with bullets. Seppel Lange died like a true soldier. We will never forget him. The enemy units that had pushed us back were destroyed during the day. The front line was restored. The SS motorized regiment Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler and the 4th Tank Division of Gepner's 16th Tank Corps were engaged in the battle on the Bezura River to prevent scattered units and formations of the Polish army breaking out of the encirclement from crossing the river. The Poles attacked with tremendous tenacity and proved once again that they knew how to die. It would be unfair to deny them their courage. The battle on the Bezura was desperate and fierce. The blood of the best of the Poles mixed with the waters of the river. The Polish losses were terrible. All their attempts to break through were repelled by our artillery fire from prepared positions. The Polish resistance here was finally broken on September 18th, after which we were ordered to attack the fortress in Modlin. Heavy fighting with Polish troops attempting to break through to Warsaw broke out in a wooded area south of Modlin. The 1st Battalion of the Leibstandarte was attacked and surrounded by superior enemy forces. At 7 a.m. on September 19th, Lieutenant General Reinhardt ordered an attack to rescue our 1st Battalion and break through to the Vistula River. The attack was supported by the 2nd Battalion of the 35th Tank Regiment. The sticky sandy roads made movement very difficult, and wheeled vehicles could only move very slowly. Another fierce battle ensued, and although the Poles' situation was hopeless, they had no intention of surrendering and fought to the last bullet. During the attack, we found the remains of SS Obersturmführer Bruckmann and one SS Unterführer from the 1st Battalion of the Leibstandarte. Both had been wounded, taken prisoner, and severely mutilated. Bruckmann was a platoon commander in my company and had gotten married just 2 weeks before the war began. The battle for the old Modlin fortress began with artillery preparation and attacks by dive bombers. We encountered the devastating effect of our dive bombers for the first time and could not understand how the Polish garrison of this old Russian fortress could withstand such a barrage of fire for so long. Contrary to our expectations, the Polish units in Modlin put up stubborn resistance and repelled all attacks. The fortress fell only at the very end of the campaign. On September 25th, Adolf Hitler visited the front to personally observe the actions of the 15th Company of the Leibstandarte near Gusau, west of Warsaw. Infantry divisions replaced our tank and motorized units around Modlin. The freed-up mobile forces were prepared for a decisive offensive on Warsaw, which began with bombing and concentrated artillery fire and airstrikes on fortifications and key strongpoints. The main bombing of the city began only on the evening of September 26th, while the city's outer forts and supply bases were bombed a day earlier. The Poles were not yet ready to surrender. 120,000 Polish soldiers, not counting the militia, still remained to defend the capital. The Poles agreed to surrender the city only on the afternoon of September 27th. Then almost all fighting on the front ceased. The campaign in Poland was practically over, but the Modlin garrison fought until September 30th, and the garrison on the Hel Peninsula until October 2. On September 28th, General Blaskowitz, commander of the 8th German Army, signed the surrender. We listened with amazement to the generous terms offered to the Poles. The officers were allowed to keep their swords, and the non-commissioned officers and soldiers were only briefly taken prisoner of war. Very soon, on October 1st, the SS motorized regiment Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler, like many other units and formations, was ordered to move west. We were all sure that we would march to the banks of the Rhine, but we were mistaken. On October 4th, we reached Prague, where we were allowed to stay for 2 weeks. The regiment was greeted with great enthusiasm by the German population of the city. Thousands of people joyfully welcomed us when we appeared on Wenceslas Square. Konstantin von Neurath, the venerable imperial governor of the German protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia, gave a speech in our honor. I again reported to the regimental commander in Prague with my urgent request to be assigned to other duties. My experience in Poland had not been satisfying, and I feared that I would remain commander of the SS Tank Destroyer Company within the regiment for the rest of the war. At the end of October, I took command of an SS motorcycle company. This meant that I would be at the forefront of the regiment. Although I had long desired this assignment, I was sorry to part with the SS Tank Destroyer Company. I had formed my company in 1936 and had grown attached to it. Still, It was nice to know that I was allowed to take my platoon commander and several SS Unterführers with me. In addition, my loyal driver was also allowed to serve with me in the 15th Company of the Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler. Finally, I was in my element. We trained hard every day. The motorcyclists did so with enthusiasm, and I found them to be fully supportive. My slogan, "The motor is our best weapon," was fully supported by my soldiers. In just a few weeks, I had won the trust of my new company, and knew that I could rely on each individual soldier. We eagerly awaited further developments on the Western Front. The Blitzkrieg in Poland gave the soldiers hope that politicians would be able to end this ill-fated war, and that another military campaign against the Western Allied coalition might be avoided. Our illusory hope was soon dashed when we learned that the Allies had categorically rejected Adolf Hitler's peace proposals in early October. After that, it became clear to our soldiers that the war could only be ended by fire and sword. The question of how victory in the war against the Western Allies could be achieved occupied the minds of young grenadiers as much as it did the minds of the most experienced military commanders. Everyone agreed that defense alone would not achieve the result the country needed. The commanders and soldiers were united in their view. If political understanding was impossible, then only a general offensive would bring the results and peace that we all wanted. In November, our unit advanced to the Koblenz area and came under the command of General Guderian. We used the experience gained in the Polish campaign and trained the soldiers to perform new tasks. Planning, exercises, and training followed one after another without interruption. The enthusiasm of the soldiers I commanded inspired me once again. Neither the hardships of training nor the winter cold dampened the zeal of the young warriors. Combat training continued under the slogan, "Sweat saves blood." Better to dig a 10-meter trench than a 1-meter grave. My company was housed in empty houses in Bad Ems, located on the banks of the Lahn River. The rugged terrain there was very suitable for our combat training, as we knew that our advance with Guderian's 19th Panzer Corps would take us through the wooded Ardennes, and we would encounter terrain problems similar to those we had encountered in the Westerwald where we were based. Like the Ardennes, this is part of the Rhenish Slate Mountains. Guderian inspected each company. His exercises and planning were of particular interest to us. All his comments served as excellent guidance. He said that the tank's engine is your weapon just as much as its gun. Under the command of this extremely experienced commander, we prepared ourselves for the inevitable advance to the west. On December 24, 1939, Adolf Hitler visited us in Bad Ems. He spoke to the regiment and told us what hopes he had for us. He hinted that we would soon have to walk the battlefields sprinkled with the blood of our fathers in the struggle for lasting peace and a strong Europe. In February 1940, we were transferred to von Bock's Army Group B and moved north. The unexpected deployment came as a complete surprise. We would have preferred to remain with Guderian. The transfer marked a new stage in our training. We were assigned to the 227th Infantry Division. As a motorized unit, we were ordered to cross the Dutch border at the start of hostilities, break through the border posts, and reach the IJssel River. Carrying out this order required the troops to move at full speed in order to quickly capture the numerous bridges over the canals, and above all, over the IJssel River. We constantly trained in crossing rivers and canals. Soon we had worked through all possible combat situations and were confident that we could accomplish the task assigned to us. My unit was stationed in Salzburgen, and I stayed at the priest's house. It was there, on May 1st, that I met the famous Bishop Graf von Galen, who a few years later would fight for the revision of my death sentence and draw the judge's attention to the fact that justice must be based on Christian principles. Graf von Galen insisted that my company receive his blessing. with the onset of favorable weather. On May 9, 1940, the code was transmitted and operational readiness was declared. At 2 o'clock in the morning on May 10th, the next code was given, Danzig. This was the final order to attack the Dutch border fortifications. We left Salzburgen in the dead of night and moved quietly in the darkness. People stood on both sides of the road waving goodbye to us. They wished us luck and a quick return alive and well. The final preparations for the attack were completed at 4 o'clock in the morning on May 10th. I gathered my young motorcyclists again to remind them of the basic principles of combat. When dawn broke on that fateful day of May 10th, I promised my soldiers that every officer in our combat group would always be on the front line, thus confirming the principles of leadership we had adopted. In the presence of my soldiers, I shook hands with all my officers to emphasize my promise. The attack began at exactly 5 o'clock in the morning. Our assault squad attacked the outpost near De Poppy from an ambush and captured the Dutch, who were stunned by the suddenness of the attack. We captured the bridge over the Vecht River intact, and the assault squad cut the wires of the explosive devices. Above our heads, countless U-52 transport planes flew westward. Our comrades in arms from the 22nd Airborne Division and other units were flying to their landing sites. German fighter planes swooped through the air like hawks, diving toward their predetermined targets. It was as if we were seized by a fever. As soon as the border barrier was removed, the bridge behind it was immediately taken under guard, and then we raced along the smooth asphalt road like race car drivers. Max Vince, commander of the 1st Platoon, raced ahead of his soldiers and carried them forward with his enthusiasm. I followed Vince's platoon and was surprised that we encountered no resistance. Our advance towards Oldenzaal and Hengelo continued at full speed. The concrete tank barriers and bridge defenses were unprotected. Some bridges were slightly damaged by explosions, but we were able to cross them. We entered Borna without firing a single shot. The inhabitants of Holland stood by the road and watched the rapid advance of our troops. Enemy sappers blew up the bridge over the canal behind Born, but we broke this first enemy resistance and forced the canal in a matter of minutes. Doors and walls from neighboring barns were used to build bridges. Now speed was of the essence. All motorcyclists were sent ahead to pursue the enemy demolition teams and prevent them from destroying the next bridge. SS Obersturmführer Krass, commander of the 2nd Platoon, took it upon himself to pursue the enemy engineering troops. Meanwhile, the temporary bridge under construction had become strong enough to carry motorcycles with sidecars. 37mm anti-tank guns were attached to the motorcycles. The rapid pursuit continued. Unfortunately, the tanks and armored vehicles were temporarily left behind. They provided security for the engineering troops, who were quickly building a new bridge across the canal. Unfortunately, we were unable to prevent a team of Dutch saboteurs from damaging other bridges. These bridges, which had been mined in advance, were blown up. But these explosions could no longer seriously hinder our advance. We reached the city of Zwolle without any significant delays. At about 11 o'clock in the morning, the vanguard was already on the outskirts of Zwolle, which meant that we had penetrated 80 kilometers into enemy territory. The advance platoon, under the command of Ress, moved towards the railway embankment south of the city, and then, behind the embankment, decided to continue the advance on foot. What a surprise awaited our soldiers in the next minute. The beautiful chestnut trees on both sides of the road had been cut down to block the entrance to the town. But what good are the best obstacles if they are not guarded by soldiers ready for battle? To the north of the barricade, just a few hundred meters away, we saw a machine gun and long-range firing points, as well as anti-tank barriers. Most surprising of all, their defenders sat calmly and carefree on top of these fortifications, eating breakfast. They were enjoying the May sunshine, having left their combat posts in the gloomy casemates and bunkers. 3 barricades prevented us from breaking through the line of long-term fortifications and catching the Dutch by surprise. However, the fire we opened on the pillboxes, which had relaxed and missed our appearance, allowed our soldiers to quickly overcome the space covered by the pillboxes without losses. Before the Dutch could understand what was happening, our motorcyclists reached the pillboxes and disarmed their unfortunate defenders. However, it took a lot of effort to remove the trees. Our approaching tanks began to drag away the giant trees. Dismantling the barricades took too much time, which I did not like at all. We couldn't let the enemy recover. We had to take advantage of the element of surprise. Without a moment's hesitation, I jumped into the Dutch car and rushed to Zwolle with SS Obersturmführer Wünsche and an SS Grenadier. SS Obersturmbannführer Erich accompanied us on a Dutch motorcycle. I intended to take the city commander by surprise and force him to agree to a ceasefire. The Dutch soldiers stood rooted to the spot in the street when we shouted at them and pointed to the barricade of trees where they were ordered to go. They dropped their weapons and headed in the direction indicated. The further we went into the city, the more uneasy I felt about this excursion. I wanted to turn back, but it was too late, and I had to play along until the end. The sound of gunfire from the pillboxes could not be heard in the city center. Dutch families enjoying a beautiful May day scattered like frightened chickens under the shadow of a hawk hanging over them. Despite the extremely awkward situation, we couldn't help but laugh at the Dutch people's reaction. The imposing building of a civil institution in the city center and the sight of people in uniform entering and leaving it prompted us to try our luck there. We drove right into the middle of the crowd, braking sharply at the last moment. The car seemed about to overturn. In a split second, all our weapons were aimed at the astonished people in uniform. The Dutch stood rooted to the spot. A respectable gentleman in civilian clothes introduced himself to us as the Queen's representative and said he would instruct the Dutch troops in Zwolle to cease resistance. He kept his promise. Not a single shot was fired in Zwolle. With several captured Dutch officers, we hurried back to the barricade of trees. Zwolle was ours, but unfortunately, we were unable to prevent the destruction of the large bridges over the IJssel. Both bridges had been blown up early that morning. I was almost knocked off my feet when I drove up to the dismantled barricade. My soldiers and several young Dutchmen were having fun riding the carousel, with little thought for caution. Meanwhile, the 3rd Battalion of our SS Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler Regiment crossed the IJssel River 800 meters south of the destroyed railway bridge at Zutphen. The SS troops under the command of SS Sturmbannführer Trabant attacked Hohen. The village was taken at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Our losses were insignificant. The mission of the regimental combat group was accomplished. We reached the IJssel River and partially crossed it. The only casualty in my assault group was one soldier who was wounded. Motorcycle rifleman Fleischer was shot in the leg at a tree barricade. During the night, our regiment was withdrawn from the 227th Infantry Division and transferred to the operational control of the 18th Army headquarters. The commander of the 227th Infantry Division, Major General Zickwolf, praised the regiment's swift and successful offensive. As the first officer to distinguish himself in this campaign, SS Obersturmführer Cross received the Iron Cross First Class from the general. Cross and his reinforced platoon advanced about 60 kilometers beyond the IJssel and captured 7 officers and 120 soldiers. Offensive on Rotterdam and The Hague. After the fighting on the Isel River, the regiment received orders to advance to Gertruydenberg and establish contact with the 9th Panzer Division. After minor skirmishes with Dutch infantry, we reached our destination near the evening of May 13th. Contact with the 9th Panzer Division was established. The next morning at 4 o'clock, we began to advance, crossing the bridge over the Meuse. Thanks to the actions of the paratroopers, the bridge was in our hands, intact and undamaged. During the landing, the paratroopers were scattered across a large meadow on both sides of the bridge embankment. Many of the brave paratroopers were killed on the approaches to the long-term firing points defending the bridge, but the element of surprise worked here too. The enemy had no way of destroying this extremely important bridge. The way to South Holland and the coast was open. The 9th Tank Division advanced to the port of Rotterdam and made contact with the 11th Company of the 16th Airborne Regiment. The company was dropped from gliders near strategic bridges, captured these bridges, and defended them from continuous Dutch attacks until our tanks arrived. The regiment's task was as follows. The reinforced motorized SS Regiment Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler, in cooperation with the 9th Panzer Division, will pass through or past Rotterdam and continue its advance towards The Hague. The regiment was preparing to attack south of Katendrecht. Preparations were completed by noon. Rotterdam was to be attacked at 2 p.m. after artillery preparation and bombing by U-87 dive bombers and bombers. My vanguard advanced towards the port of Rotterdam and stopped near a large Dutch liner. The ship had been on fire since May 10th. Its cargo consisted of American cars. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a rumor spread that the Dutch were negotiating surrender. The negotiators were General Student, Lieutenant Colonel von Holitz of the 22nd Airborne Division, and Dutch Colonel Charo. During the negotiations, General Student was shot in the head and taken away in serious condition. Confirmation was needed as to whether the Dutch High Command had accepted our terms of surrender. I was with a group of officers on the bridge when several groups of HE-111 bombers approached Rotterdam. Dutch anti-aircraft guns opened fire on the German planes. The truce was broken. We tried in vain to attract the attention of our pilots by firing red flares to stop the bombing. We stood in the middle of the target area of the air attack and believed until the last moment that we could prevent it. But, as we later learned, the pilots did not see our signal flares because of the fog. Thick clouds of smoke from the burning ship at the pier created a smokescreen over the city. When we heard the whistling of falling bombs, we cleared the bridge and hurried to the nearest basements. That's how it turned out. The bombing could no longer be stopped. Rotterdam became a sea of fire. The last bomb fell at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We looked at the burning city and experienced the full horror of an air raid for the first time. Fire was rising everywhere like a wall. It was almost impossible to move through the streets. Our doubts about negotiations in the streets of a burning city were dispelled by the order to leave immediately. My vanguard was to make contact with units of the 22nd Airborne Division in Overschie. We approached the maze of cluttered streets and searched for the road to Overschie, going deeper and deeper into burning Rotterdam, covering our faces. People were fleeing from this hell to the port area. My motorcyclists moved through narrow streets that seemed to be in the grip of the devil. Shop windows around us shattered with a crash. Burning mannequins and decorations created an unearthly scene. Further on, we moved through the deserted streets of the city. There was not a single Dutchman in sight. They'd all been driven out by the unbearable heat of the fires. Heavy armored vehicles moved through a thick veil of smoke, and sometimes only the taillights of the tank in front or the armored car following behind showed the way. There could be no mistakes because it was impossible to stop. The heat had become unbearable. After we passed the commercial district and reached the alley, I ordered a short stop to allow the motorcyclists to catch up with us. Covered in soot, with singed hair but smiling faces, the motorcyclists of the last detachment rode out of the burning city. Behind us, everything was already blocked by a thick wall of fire. We couldn't turn back, so we had to go forward. We advanced cautiously toward Overshie under the protection of the canal embankment, and were met by fire from Dutch infantry. The drawbridge across the canal was raised. However, we quickly blew up the drive mechanism. A heavy vehicle drove onto the bridge, and it slowly lowered. Ahead of us lay a road to the northwest. But what did this straight stretch of road look like? One after another, our planes landed on this wide concrete road. Already on it were completely disabled, wrecked, or burned-out aircraft. These were transport planes of the 22nd Airborne Division, which used this road as a runway when they could not use their designated airfields. They became targets for Dutch artillery. The airborne troops steadfastly repelled all enemy attacks for 3 days. A particularly fierce battle broke out in Overshie. We continued to advance on both sides of the road. Dutch machine gun and rifle fire could not stop us. We searched Overshie in vain for survivors of the 22nd Airborne Division. But apart from traces of battle and the bodies of dead comrades, we could not find a single German soldier. Only when we advanced further in the direction of Delft did about 10 soldiers and a lieutenant run out to meet us. The young officer embraced me in exhaustion. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, we reached Delft and made contact with the surviving units of the surrounded 22nd Airborne Division. On May 14th, our regiment captured 3,536 Dutch soldiers. The disarmament of Dutch troops in The Hague was completed on May 15th without resistance from the enemy. The regiment captured 160 officers and 7,000 soldiers. With the capture of the War Ministry, the war in Holland was over for us. Invasion of France. The regiment entered northern France. After passing through Namur, Belgium, near the French-Belgian border, at Valenciennes, it clashed with French troops for the first time. The regiment's task was to prevent the French, who were cut off in Belgium and northern France, from breaking through to the south. All attempts by the enemy to do so were suppressed by our fire from quickly prepared defensive positions. The regiment then occupied a front of 30 kilometers, which is a lot. Not far from the old fortress of Le Quesnoy, 20 kilometers southwest of Valenciennes, a field from which the harvest had just been gathered gave me a feeling of unreality. A few hours earlier, thousands of French soldiers must have been camped here. Now, not a single French soldier was to be seen. But countless French helmets lay on the huge field, as if lined up for a parade. The neatly arranged helmets, it seemed to me, expressed the helplessness and weakness of the French army. It was an army without morale or self-confidence. It no longer had the soldiers who had stood their ground in the Battle of Verdun. This army fought without faith in its righteous cause and, unlike us, had no clear goals. The battles of World War I were still fresh in the minds of French soldiers. They believed in the impregnability of their Maginot Line and, therefore, in the invincibility of the defenders of this greatest fortification in the world. France not only had the Maginot Line, but also possessed the greatest tank power. The armed forces of the Allied coalition had more than 4,000 tanks at their disposal. This armored equipment opposed 2,500 German tanks at the beginning of their offensive. The reason for the rapid defeat of the French was, of course, their outdated command principles and the dispersion of their armored forces. On May 24th, the SS motorized regiment Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler was transferred to the operational command of von Kleist's tank group and attached to the 1st Panzer Division. A few days earlier, von Kleist's rapidly advancing tank group had reached the rugged battlefields of the Somme from World War I. After crossing the canals and passing through Cambrai, Péronne, Amiens, and Abbeville, Kleist was ready to take Boulogne. On May 24th, the 1st Tank Division reached the river at Holka and received orders to advance on Dunkirk. As part of this operation, our regiment attacked Wattens. During the night march, I advanced with my vanguard up the river and onto the hill of Wattens, whose height of 72 meters allowed it to dominate the surrounding terrain, a marshy lowland. This hill reinforced the enemy's defenses on the opposite bank of the river, across which the bridges had been destroyed, and where British and French troops had taken up prepared positions. Under these conditions, the hill could only be captured by a well-planned and unexpected attack. That night, the 3rd Battalion of the Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler prepared for the attack. Shortly before it began, the crossing of the river was unexpectedly prohibited by Hitler's order. The Luftwaffe was tasked with eliminating the enemy's Dunkirk bridgehead. All offensive operations of von Kleist's tank group were immediately halted. We were simply shocked by this order, as we were in open terrain on the west bank of the river, and breathed a sigh of relief when we heard of Sepp Dietrich's decision to break through despite Hitler's order. After effective fire preparation, the 10th Company of the Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler managed to cross the river and reach the outskirts of Wattens on the eastern bank of the river. Stubborn resistance from the British and French prevented the advancing troops from moving forward. It was only thanks to an attack by the 3rd Battalion of the Leibstandarte that the hill was captured. The hill, framed by the ruins of an ancient castle, gave us an excellent view to the east. We were standing on the ruins when suddenly the general commanding the 14th Panzer Corps appeared and demanded an explanation from Sepp Dietrich as to why he had advanced despite the prohibition. Sepp Dietrich replied, "The area west of the river was perfectly visible from Watten Hill. This hill was a thorn in everyone's side. That's why we decided to capture it." General Guderian approved Sepp Dietrich's decision. Moments after this conversation, we were all lying in the mud, forced to crawl for our lives, seeking cover from enemy machine gun fire. The speed with which the veteran tankers Dietrich and Guderian disappeared, taking cover in the ruins, was astonishing. As a result, Guderian ordered the offensive to continue further in the direction of Wormuberg. During this attack, our regiment was attached to the 20th Infantry Division. To our right, the 76th Infantry Regiment attacked. To our left was the reinforced Infantry Regiment, Great Germany. The start of the offensive on May 27th was delayed because the bridges across the canal had not been completed on time. At 8 o'clock in the morning, an enemy attack was launched from a small wooded area 2 kilometers east of Watten Hill, which was repelled by our artillery. At 9 o'clock in the morning, our regiment went on the offensive and advanced rapidly. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the regimental command post came under heavy enemy artillery fire, which continued until noon. In Bolzel, the 1st Battalion of the Leibstandarte encountered strong resistance and, in addition, came under intense fire from the flank in the area of the advance of the Great Germany Infantry Regiment, which lagged behind, and only after some time was able to secure the flank of our advance. The motorcycle riflemen were on standby, awaiting the outcome of the attack. After the capture of Bolzel, my vanguard was to be launched like an arrow from a tightly drawn bow, and taking the British by surprise, capture Worm. I could not waste any more time, and tried to assess the situation with my own eyes after the attack of the 1st Battalion of the Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler. A motorcycle without a sidecar seemed to me to be a suitable horse for this purpose. Artillery fire at the intersection forced me to drive at full speed. Broken telephone wires lay on the road, turning the ride into an obstacle course. Suddenly, I felt a jolt, and separated from the motorcycle, flew like a rocket toward a tree. From that moment on, I remembered nothing. Apparently, someone picked me up and took me to the regimental command post. Zepp Dietrich's not particularly friendly voice brought me back to reality. In accordance with his orders, I was immediately placed on a stretcher and received a doctor's prescription not to get up under any circumstances, as I had been concussed by the blow. Sometime later, while still bedridden, I learned that our unit had begun to move, and I saw my motorcyclists riding toward Bolzel. The dull roar of the motorcycle engines was like music to my ears. My collision with the tree was in the past. I had to lead my soldiers. Unnoticed by anyone, I jumped off the stretcher onto the road and jumped onto the courier's motorcycle, then quickly passed the company's advance units. The commander of the vanguard group, Wunsch, greeted me with a questioning look, but he had no opportunity to ask questions. With the engine roaring, I drove to the advance platoon and headed in the direction of Bolzel. My soldiers followed me. They had no idea that I had just gotten off the stretcher. On the outskirts of Bolzel, we were met with rifle and machine gun fire. We also came under mortar fire. Mines exploded on both sides of the road. Stopping in such a situation was not recommended, so we raced at full speed toward the entrance to the town. It seemed as if the motorcycles were flying over the cobblestones of the road. I knew that it would only take a few seconds to pass through the dangerous zone, and that my soldiers were following me without hesitation. To the left of the road, I saw a machine gun nest. My motorcyclists were already out of its firing range. We sped past the first houses of the town at full throttle. Around the bend in the road, we saw the French hastily erecting a barricade out of farm machinery. Without firing a single shot, Eric's group managed to disarm the barricade builders. Behind us, the motorcycle gunners fired at the gardens on the left and forced the shocked defenders of the town to cease fire and gather in the street. 15 enemy officers and 250 enlisted men and non-commissioned officers were taken prisoner. We had to report 2 casualties. During the approach, SS Untersturmführer Peters was killed, and SS Obersturmführer Erich was shot in the thigh. Our bold strike was successful, but I had to hand over command of my vanguard to my assistant for a couple of days and follow the doctor's orders. On May 28th, the regiment, the 2nd Tank Brigade, and the 11th Rifle Brigade launched an offensive on Worm. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the tanks began to move together with the Grenadiers. The enemy tried to stop our tanks with heavy artillery fire. The enemy had superiority in artillery. It also had numerous infantry units here. 2 enemy regiments were discovered in the area of the 2nd Battalion of the Leibstandarte. I was at our regiment's command post and was not allowed to leave it without permission. My motorcycle riflemen were waiting for developments in Worms. They were to be brought into the operation after the town was taken. The encirclement around Dunkirk was tightening. Sepp Dietrich and Max Wunsch went to the 1st and 2nd Battalions of the Leibstandarte to get a clear picture of the situation. At noon, a messenger returned with the bad news that they had been cut off on the eastern outskirts of Eskelberg. The 2nd Company of the Leibstandarte attempted to rescue their commander from the critical situation, but they were prevented from doing so by intense enemy machine gun and artillery fire. The attack by the 15th Company of the Leibstandarte was also repelled by the defending British. A reinforced platoon of the 6th Company of the 2nd Tank Brigade, commanded by Lieutenant Korder, lost 4 tanks and was unable to cross the open space. Lieutenant Korder and Sergeant Kramel were killed a few hundred meters from Eskelberg. Sepp Dietrich, who found himself surrounded, was clearly visible. He was 50 meters from the enemy positions. His car was parked at a roadblock. The staff car was on fire, and thick clouds of smoke rose from the ditch. Fuel spilled into the ditch and ignited the dry grass. While all this was happening, Dietrich and Wunsch, covered in mud from head to toe, took cover from the fire in a narrow pipe that ran under the road crossing. 5 of our medium T4 tanks and a platoon of light T2 tanks went on the attack towards the outskirts of Eskelberg. The tanks, moving to the left of the road, advanced through the park, which was stubbornly defended by the British. The British set fire to fuel that had been poured onto the park paths, making it impossible for the tanks to advance any further. Our entire regiment was subjected to intense artillery fire. It was only around 3 o'clock in the afternoon that the 3rd Battalion of the Leibstandarte managed to break through to the southeastern part of Worms. At 4 o'clock, our commander Sepp Dietrich was finally rescued from his predicament by an assault group from the 1st Battalion of the Leibstandarte, under the command of Ernst Meyer. Unfortunately, the commander of one of the assault units was killed. He was the first non-commissioned officer of the regiment to be awarded the Iron Cross First Class for the Polish campaign. The 2nd Battalion of the Leibstandarte steadily pushed forward despite the stubborn resistance of the enemy, who were fighting to the death. Our grenadiers took house after house, and by about 5 o'clock in the evening were able to break through to the market square in Worms. All enemy counterattacks were repelled. During a sudden attack by enemy tanks, the commander of the 2nd Battalion of the Leibstandarte, Sturmbannführer Schutzek, was wounded. 2 enemy tanks were knocked out and caught fire. The regiment captured 11 enemy officers and 320 soldiers. A huge number of artillery pieces, vehicles, and ammunition were captured in Worms. At 11 p.m., our regiment, supported by tanks, resumed the attack and forced the British to retreat. During the night, 6 more British officers and 430 enlisted men were captured. By dawn, the regiment, meeting no serious resistance, reached the most important road. The enemy troops in the regiment's sector were completely scattered and tried to escape north to Dunkirk, abandoning their military equipment and supplies. The roads leading to the coast and the port of Dunkirk were completely blocked. Endless columns of British trucks, tanks, and artillery made it impossible to move along them. The amount of military equipment abandoned by the enemy was enormous. The British retreat took on the character of a disorderly flight. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, an order was issued from the headquarters of the 16th Panzer Corps to withdraw from the battle and prepare for the march. The SS motorized regiment Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler came under the operational control of the 9th Panzer Division and was to pursue the enemy fleeing to Dunkirk. But at 6 o'clock in the evening, for unknown reasons, this order was cancelled. And again, we just watched the British remaining inactive. We were not allowed to continue the offensive. All we could do was watch as the British left Dunkirk and disappeared across the English Channel under the blows of our Air Force. One can only imagine how the war would have unfolded if von Kleist's tank group had been allowed to continue its planned operation against Dunkirk and capture the British Expeditionary Force. The battle against the British was over. We did not participate in the final phase of the Dunkirk operation. On June 4th, the regiment came under the command of the 6th Army and found itself in the Cambrai area. The Battle of the Somme began, and the French positions here were subjected to powerful blows from German troops, which quickly led to a series of breakthroughs on the front. Our regiment was nearby, ready to move towards Amiens or Péronne via the Bapaume fork in the road. The enemy brought in fresh forces. They were probably ordered to stop the deep breakthrough of German troops and buy time for the French troops fighting on the Somme to retreat and establish a new line of defense beyond the Oise. But there was also a possibility that the enemy would try to quickly retreat south during the night. Therefore, on June 8th, it was planned to attack with 4 divisions and break through in a southwesterly direction. The regiment was transferred to the operational control of the 3rd Tank Division. The attack began according to plan. The breakthrough of the French front was expanded. On June 9th, we were suddenly transferred to the 46th Army Corps sector and received orders to advance to Soissons, and then in a southeasterly direction. By the time my motorcycle riflemen crossed the Aisne River west of Soissons, they were exhausted. But there was no time to sleep. We had to cross the forest at Villers-Cotterêts during the night, and then head for La Ferté-Milon. Late at night, we entered the dark forest and moved slowly along the road, which had been badly damaged by mines and bombs. The 124th Infantry Regiment had set up camp on both sides of the main road in the forest. Soon we passed our last combat guard positions and entered no man's land. French soldiers were surrendering voluntarily. Most of them belonged to the 11th French Division. We were hampered by a dense beech forest where we expected to encounter the enemy at any moment, and every sound seemed to indicate the presence of the enemy. This advance through the forest obviously had special significance for Sepp Dietrich. It was here during the First World War that he took part in a tank operation for the first time and destroyed his first enemy tank. At around 4 o'clock, we reached Villers-Cotterêts and took a number of French soldiers prisoner. The whole situation already bore the stamp of the imminent collapse of the French army. The scattered units of the French 11th Division offered only weak resistance. At 5 o'clock in the morning, we advanced in the direction of La Ferté-Milon and captured a number of soldiers from the 11th Division in a forest 4 kilometers south of Villers-Cotterêts. A short distance from La Ferté-Milon, our advance units came under fire from enemy infantry, but the village was quickly taken. The 1st Battalion of the Leibstandarte managed to take Château Thierry on the move and advanced to the blown-up railway bridge. Château Thierry, an important town for the Germans, had been abandoned by the French. But heavy artillery fire rained down on its empty streets, turning the sleeping town into a rather uncomfortable place. On June 11th, my vanguard proceeded in the direction of Montrenil. We broke through several lines of enemy resistance on the move. I had difficulty restraining my grenadiers. The advance on the Marne began. The next day at 6 in the morning, we passed through Montreuil and took the French by surprise during their wake-up call. They willingly laid down their arms and came out onto the main street. At 9 o'clock, we reached the Marne at Saint-Ouen. Fire from large-caliber machine guns and automatic cannons scattered the enemy columns on the south bank of the river. Even before we ceded our position to the 2nd Battalion of the Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler and set out to pursue the already defeated enemy. Although we had achieved our objectives, reaching the northern bank of the Marne, the 2nd Battalion of the Leibstandarte forced the river at Saint-Ouen to create a bridgehead, thus ensuring the possibility of a subsequent attack on the railway embankment at the bend in the Marne. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Moissy was taken and the embankment was captured. With the creation of this bridgehead, further operations over the next few days went more smoothly, and the enemy was deprived of the opportunity to gain a foothold in the bend of the Marne. During the night, the regiment again came under the command of the 9th Panzer Division. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon of that unforgettable June 14th, we listened to a special broadcast. German troops are entering Paris early this morning. Soldiers from the 11th Company of the Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler stormed into the church and began ringing the bells. We stood silently and listened to the solemn ringing. No one rejoiced. No victory toasts were made. No bonfires were lit. Moved, we accepted this as a fact and watched with our eyes as squadrons of our U-87 dive bombers flew over the Marne, carrying death south of Paris. That evening, one of our best junior commanders died a brave death. He became an example for his entire platoon. We continued to advance south through Montmirail and Nevers, with orders to establish a bridgehead across the Aisne River near Moulins. The bridge on the highway was blown up by the French before our eyes. The explosion occurred just as the lieutenant of the 10th Rifle Regiment attempted to cross to the opposite bank. The officer fell with the bridge into the fast waters of the Loire. However, we managed to capture the railway bridge. It was set on fire by the French, but the fire could not destroy the metal structure of the bridge, and we were able to create a bridgehead. The enemy offered only weak resistance, although the French High Command still had 70 combat-ready divisions at its disposal. But the French army no longer wanted to fight. We encountered only isolated pockets of serious resistance. On June 19th, I received an order to reconnoiter the road. At dawn, my vanguard advanced through wooded and hilly terrain, clearing the way with cannon and machine gun fire. The retreating French units again attempted to create a defensive line to buy time. These attempts no longer bothered us much. We had only one goal: to advance further south. The flanks were no longer important. We moved along the roads like a fire-breathing dragon. We could not stop. Fire was only directed from combat vehicles and motorcycles on the move. Our advance began to resemble a wild hunt. Around 10 in the morning, we reached a small hill and looked down on Saint-Pourçain. I was moving with the advance guard and saw French soldiers struggling to erect a barricade on the road at the entrance to the town. The terrain on both sides of the road was open, and the road sloped downhill for about 800 meters in the direction of Saint-Pourçain. These unfavorable terrain conditions prevented a proper attack on the town. Therefore, I decided to take the French by surprise and capture their positions with a lightning attack. For this surprise attack, I chose the advance unit under the command of SS Obersturmführer Knittel. I ordered the rest of the attacking platoon to follow 100 meters behind and provide covering fire for the advance unit. The French still had no idea that we were already so close to Saint-Pourçain. They were calmly gathering whatever materials they could find to barricade the entrance to the town. Suddenly, our first motorcycle with a sidecar rolled down the hill and, like lightning, jumped onto the road, firing as it went. The other motorcycles followed at full speed. Armored vehicles followed on both sides of the road, firing their 20mm automatic cannons, clearing the way for the advancing motorcyclists. Mortars pounded the city. In just a few seconds, all hell broke loose. I hurried after the advance unit and saw frightened French soldiers running in panic from their houses into the street. Officers gesticulated frantically, trying in vain to get the soldiers to fight. The shock was too great, and effective defense was no longer possible. Only bullets from isolated rifle shots whistled over our heads. In a short time, a breach wide enough for us to pass through was made in the French barricade. A 75mm gun had been installed there by the French, but its crew did not have time to open fire, so quickly did our advance units act. However, the enemy's initial confusion passed, and it was no longer advisable to continue the attack with vehicles. We now advanced on both sides of the road in a combat formation, on foot. Turning onto the main street of the city, we were met with intense machine gun fire, which forced us to be cautious. But we could not delay any longer. The attack had to be carried out as quickly as possible to prevent the bridge at the far end of the city from being blown up. The advance platoon rushed toward the bridge in short bursts. The French prisoners ran back, trying to leave the danger zone. 50 meters from the bridge, the commander of the assault group, SS Obersturmführer Knittel, was wounded in the thigh and barely managed to take cover behind a large elm tree before debris from the bridge blown up by the French flew around us. As soon as the smoke cleared a little, we were met with fierce fire from the French infantry. The opposite bank of the Soule River was slightly higher, which created excellent conditions for defense. In the current situation, we remained on the occupied line, and I asked the battalion following us to bypass Saint-Pourçain and try to capture the bridge over the Soul's River about 12 kilometers to the south. Meanwhile, behind the blown-up bridge, the enemy felt safe and had no idea that their complete defeat was imminent. At 2 p.m., Jochen Peiper, commander of the vanguard company of the 3rd Battalion of the Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler, reported that the crossing over the Soule had been completed. To top it off, an enemy company was captured with all its military equipment. The 3rd Battalion of the Leibstandarte was hastily ferried across the river and launched an attack on Saint-Pourçain. The battalion attacked the French from the rear and was able to complete the battle without significant losses. My vanguard left Saint-Pourçain and pursued the enemy to Ghana. By 4 o'clock, Ghana had been taken without a fight, and we began to conduct reconnaissance in the direction of Vichy. Heavy tree barricades on the Ghana-Vichy road prevented us from completing our task before nightfall. Shortly before reaching Vichy, we took an artillery unit by surprise. Its outdated trucks were unable to climb a steep hill. The guns were obviously left over from World War I and, of course, were of little use. They had probably been in storage somewhere until then. The motorized rifle company successfully disarmed the French without suffering any losses and sent them back to Gnou on foot. A demoralized French officer stood on the road, staring gloomily at the guns. I saw tears streaming down his cheeks. He stammered, "What a shame. The soldiers of Verdun should not have allowed this to happen." We found that the bridge over the Aisne was intact and made contact with the German troops who had occupied Vichy. On June 19th, 17 officers and 933 soldiers were taken prisoner. All the prisoners looked exhausted and demoralized. On June 29th, the 2nd Battalion of the Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler reached the city of Clermont-Ferrand and captured 242 aircraft of various types at the airfield. We captured 8 tanks, numerous vehicles, and other equipment. In addition, the battalion took a major general, 300 officers, and 4,000 soldiers prisoner. A French captain, captured immediately after the start of the attack at Pont du Château, volunteered to be a negotiator. Despite his white flag, he was shot dead by French soldiers when he approached the French positions to ask for the surrender of the so-called open city. On June 23rd, our vanguard moved towards Saint-Étienne and, 2 kilometers north of La Fouilleuse, came under sporadic fire from behind barricades on the road. The advance unit drove into the undergrowth on both sides of the road and attempted to reconnoiter the approach to the far end of the barricades. I was moving along the ditch with the 2nd platoon and had barely passed the anti-tank barriers when intense fire began and a tank rolled out from behind the barricade. It moved across the open space, firing. We huddled at the bottom of the anti-tank ditch like rabbits and watched the approaching steel monster. Half dead, we watched as the tracks moved closer and closer to the edge and seemed to slip down into the concrete ditch. Finally, the tank stopped right above us, just before the slope of the ditch. The tank and our anti-tank gun engaged in a duel at a distance of only 20 meters from each other. The anti-tank gun fired first, and after a loud bang we heard the piercing whistle of a ricocheting shell. But the second shell also failed to penetrate the tank's armor. It was too thick for the shells of our 37mm gun. We saw the tank roll straight towards the anti-tank gun and fire point-blank at the gun crew. Just a few meters short of the destroyed gun, the tank turned around and returned behind the barricade. We were relieved to see that the second shell had jammed the tank's turret and the crew could no longer aim the gun properly. Unfortunately, 3 tank destroyers from the anti-tank gun crew were killed. They were the last of our soldiers to die in the French campaign. From the position of the advance unit, I could see a total of 6 enemy tanks hiding behind the barricades. They were veterans of the First World War, built for the planned and failed offensive of 1919, and had never seen combat. Half an hour later, the tanks were forced to retreat under fire from our 150mm guns. The road to Saint-Étienne was open. The next morning, the 1st Battalion of the Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler Regiment entered the city and captured several hundred more French soldiers. At 9 o'clock in the evening on June 24th, we learned that a truce had been concluded between Italy and France, although the truce between Germany and France had been signed 2 days earlier, on June 22nd. The fighting in France was over. Was this the end of the war? The armistice agreement established a demarcation line, and on July 4th we had to withdraw from the occupied territory to the north. Then our regiment was transferred to the command of the 12th Army and left for Paris early in the morning. We were to take part in the upcoming parade. Despite the defeat suffered by the French army, the French population was quite welcoming. Shortly before reaching Paris, we learned that most of the French fleet had been sunk or captured by British ships in the ports of Oran, Dakar, Alexandria, and others. This deeply shocked the French. Never before and never since have I seen so many people crying as I did then in France. Churchill's actions were seen not as military action, but as a crime. Paris was surrounded by a tight ring of von Briesen's division. The city center could only be entered with permission and a pass from headquarters. My soldiers and I took the opportunity to see the sights of Paris. Since the planned parade was first postponed and then finally canceled, the regiment left Paris and moved to Metz. I asked Sepp Dietrich for permission to leave 24 hours early to show my soldiers the blood-soaked battlefields of World War I at Verdun. The Battle of Verdun lasted from February 21st to December 18th, 1916, and cost the Germans 600,000 dead and wounded, and the French 358,000. Permission was granted, and on July 28, 1940, about 100 soldiers gathered at Fort Douaumont. Together, we made our way through the casemates that had been taken by brave Brandenburg Grenadiers 24 years earlier. We stood, deeply impressed, in front of a huge casemate, whose gates were walled up and behind which countless German soldiers found eternal rest. The ravaged earth in the area around the ruined Fort Douaumont spoke for itself. Rows of craters, a lunar landscape. The short grass could not hide the suffering of this land. Trenches crisscrossed the terrain like deep wrinkles. Between Fort Douaumont and the casemate crypt, we discovered the fresh grave of our fallen comrade, who had lost his young life just a few weeks earlier. With our heads bowed, we stood at this abandoned grave and looked at the countless graves to our left. Thousands and thousands of wooden crosses stood in neat rows. Words were powerless to express what we were feeling. Here were invisible regiments, whose former existence was marked by crosses. From the casemate crypt, we slowly climbed up to Fort Vaux and tried to imagine the incredible efforts of the German and French soldiers who lost their lives on this hill in June 1916. We climbed to the top of the hill, which had been plowed by shells, where the fort stood, and tried to trace the path of Lieutenant Kiel, who, with about 40 grenadiers, had advanced to the center of the fort through the eastern moat on July 2, 1916. We soon gave up this endeavor. Nothing could be found in the dug-up earth. In this place, man's propensity for destruction had changed the face of the earth. In our imagination, we pictured the dark shadows of the grenadiers advancing, breaking through the hurricane fire and the breach in the outer wall of the moat. We imagined German sappers using flamethrowers against the embrasures from which fire was being directed, and neutralizing the gun crew in the armored turret. Today, that armored turret lay shattered at our feet. As I told my soldiers about the situation in which the French garrison found itself, I thought I could hear the deafening roar of French artillery trying to suppress the German grenadiers who had taken the fort. In the dark corridors of the fort, we found traces of fire on the walls and ceilings of the casemates, and learned the effect of German flamethrowers. Shocked, we stood by the cistern, which was partly responsible for the fall of the fort after 3 months of fighting, and vividly felt the agony of the French soldiers dying of unbearable thirst. But the Germans who took the fort on June 7th found themselves in the same situation. Sweat and blood were on every bottle of water that made it into the fort, passing through a storm of fire and metal. Visiting this historic site turned my comrades into silent listeners. Without uttering a single word, they surrounded me as I told them about the heroic battles of June 8, 1916. On that day, the French attacked 7 times in an attempt to recapture the fort. But the exhausted Germans fought like madmen. They were not going to surrender the fortress they had taken at the cost of so many lives. At dusk, we passed a group of 21 soldiers and 2 German officers who had broken through the French barrage and reinforced the defending force. They were the remnants of 2 German companies. All the others had remained on the battlefield. Under cover of night, our vehicles moved eastward. Visiting the battlefield made us more cautious. Verdun taught us that, despite having survived 2 campaigns, we had not yet experienced the terrible hardships that our fathers had endured. Formation of the Reconnaissance Battalion in Metz. On July 29th, we settled in a fort in Metz. The fort was located west of the Moselle and offered a view of the picturesque Moselle Valley. In the fort, we discovered old batteries of German Krupp cannons from the early 20th century. There was even ammunition for them. It was stored, neatly arranged next to the cannons. The inventory list of the cannons was also of German origin. German artillerymen were forced to surrender these cannons, as well as the lands of Lorraine and Alsace, conquered by Prussia in 1871, to the French in 1919. After much hard work and effort, we managed to adapt the fort to accommodate troops. The fortress was to become a training camp for the newly created reconnaissance unit, Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler. Since August, the Leibstandarte regiment has been deployed as a brigade. I was entrusted with its formation in August. The basis of the units could be formed from the 15th Motorized Company, a platoon of armored vehicles, and a platoon of motorcycle couriers from the former regiment that were at my disposal. I was allowed to select additional personnel from the motorcycle battalion of reinforcements. I did not have to search long for volunteers. The young motorcycle riflemen wanted to join the combat units and were happy to leave their rear barracks. Excellent, strong young soldiers surrounded me as soon as I asked if there were any volunteers. These were young men who had just turned 18 and had been soldiers for only 6 weeks. Within a few days, the new battalion in Metz was complete and began an intensive training program. The young men were up to the task. They enthusiastically followed their instructors' instructions and became a team as tough as steel. The old battlefields became a training ground for motorcyclists and armored vehicle scouts. In the years since Germany's defeat in World War II, a great deal of nonsense has been written about the Waffen SS, and especially about its composition. I think you should get an idea of the origin and social composition of a typical SS unit. As an example, I will quote an excerpt from the registration log of the 2nd Motorcycle Company of the Reconnaissance Detachment, Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler. Before being drafted, the soldiers were engaged in the following professional activities: Technical professions, 42%. Trade, 22%. Individual labor activity, 14%. Agriculture, 7%. Unskilled, 15%. The average age of the soldiers was 19. The average age of the non-commissioned officers was 26. In total, the unit had 450 brothers and sisters. All regions of the Reich were represented. It is fair to say that these troops represented a cross-section of German society and were neither a unit of the offspring of important persons nor mercenaries. 48 officers, non-commissioned officers, and soldiers of this magnificent company were killed in the 6 months from July 10th to December 31st, 1941. During the same period, 122 were wounded. In the heavy defensive battles near Rostov in December 1941, the company's strength was reduced to a platoon. How dare today's public figures call these honest and self-sacrificing young men party soldiers? These guys fought for Germany, and of course did not die for the National Socialist German Workers' Party, which ruled the country in those years. In the fall of 1940, I was sent to a training course for staff officers in Alsace. The chief instructor of the course, Lieutenant General Biller, commander of the 73rd Infantry Division, was an excellent specialist. During my training, I met a couple of colleagues with whom I would later experience several serious situations in Greece and Russia. At that time, the units and divisions of the Leibstandarte were practicing Operation Sea Lion and training in amphibious landings. The Moselle River was a favorite place for training. Under conditions of secrecy, the training shifted to conducting combat operations in mountainous terrain. We rode motorcycles at breakneck speed down the steep slopes of the Moselle Hills. The area surrounding the fortress with its high walls and moats looked like a circus. We even trained in climbing and descending rocks with motorcycles and anti-tank guns. By spring, we expected to be a well-trained unit, ready for combat in any conditions. Soldiers, non-commissioned officers, and officers worked with heavy weapons as a single team, coordinated like clockwork. Colonel General Blaskowitz praised our efforts in his speech. General von Kurzfleisch expressed similar sentiments when we were inspected in Metz for the last time. The unit was ready for action and awaiting orders. The Balkans. During World War I, the Germans had a tough time on the southeastern flank. In the fall of 1916, at the very moment when we were suffering the bloodiest losses in the west, at the Somme in the east, against General Brusilov's Russian southwestern front, and in the south near Isonzo, the Allied powers completed their encirclement of Germany as a result of Romania's entry into the war on their side. For almost 3 long years, the Central Powers fought the Allied armies in the impassable mountains of Macedonia, the Salonika front. But it was only in September 1918 that the Allied coalition forces, French, Serbs, and British, under the command of General Franchet d'Espèrey, managed to break through the German and Bulgarian defenses. With 29 Allied divisions, he reached the Danube, thereby sealing the fate of our allies. Bulgaria, which signed an armistice on September 29, 1918, Turkey on September 30th, and Austria-Hungary on November 3rd. What role the Balkans would play in this war in the spring of 1941 was anyone's guess. What was clear was that Winston Churchill was once again having a decisive influence on British strategy. He had organized the landings at Gallipoli in 1915 and then at Salonika. In the spring of 1941, London kept expeditionary forces on standby in the Mediterranean and then landed them in Greece. In mid-February, British Foreign Minister Eden and General John Dill, Chief of the British General Staff, were in Athens to discuss the deployment of British troops in Greece. In January, the first units of the German regular army entered Romania. These soldiers, said to be from training units, were warmly welcomed by the population. In early February, we also received orders to march. No one knew where this campaign would lead. We crossed the Rhine near Strasbourg and then proceeded through the amazingly beautiful landscapes of southern Germany to Bohemia. Passing Prague, we headed straight south, and the next morning saw the outlines of Budapest. Continuing our journey through the Hungarian steppes, our train approached the Romanian border. We got to know the Transylvanian Germans, mainly Saxons, and their beautiful country near the Hungarian-Romanian border, and were met with extraordinary hospitality and cordiality in Brasov, Hermannstadt, and many other outstanding towns and villages in the Carpathians, which had long been inhabited by Germans. Our troops were stationed in the Kampelung area. This once quiet, narrow-gauge railway station was completely transformed. There was bustling activity everywhere. In the very first hour of our march along the road, an incident occurred that would have repercussions in the future. A Romanian lieutenant colonel, who was complaining about the poor roads, asked me to pull his small car out of the mud. A woman was sitting in the car, obviously in great pain. I quickly forgot about this incident. However, in 1943, in Dobritz-Krumpnitz, a Romanian colonel approached me and greeted me warmly. He kept telling his comrades that I was the savior of his wife and son. It took me quite a while to remember what he meant. The Romanian said that when the car got stuck, his wife was on her way to the maternity hospital and was about to give birth. They arrived at the hospital just in time, and his wife gave birth to a son. Naturally, we celebrated our meeting in Germany. After several weeks of standing in Kampelung, we marched south to Bulgaria along muddy roads with deep ruts. The tank tracks sank deeper and deeper into the ground, and repair crews worked continuously. Bare, wide spaces with almost no hills or forest areas could be seen on both sides of the road. From time to time, we passed another poor village, where there was nothing but a well and a few dirty huts deeply embedded in the ground, with several windows open to the wind. Then one morning we saw the wide, earthy brown ribbon of the slowly flowing Danube. South of the Danube, the mountains of Bulgaria rose up through the misty haze. The sun beat down mercilessly as we crossed the bridge built by our military engineers into Bulgaria. The Bulgarians welcomed us joyfully. Many memories of World War I were awakened, and Bulgarian peasants proudly showed us their German medals. The march across the infamous road to the Shipka Pass was unforgettable. The dangerous, sharp turns of the narrow road were nevertheless overcome rapidly under the supervision of repair crews. When nothing else helped on the ascents, the Bulgarians lent us their draft oxen. Long columns rolled steadily southward, past Sofia into the Strumica Valley. There was a danger of crashing into the sharp rock ledges on the road. Drivers struggled to navigate their heavy vehicles around the bends of narrow mountain roads covered with a thick layer of dust. These roads, with their potholes, steep ascents and descents, and bends that demanded the utmost from vehicles and drivers, had not seen such a huge amount of traffic for many days. A 20-kilometer traffic jam formed in the Strumica Valley, which became a particularly serious obstacle to the movement of our troops. Sappers and military engineers built a new road, constantly leveling it, blowing up rocks and erecting new bridges. The danger of delaying the advance of the troops soon passed. The columns quickly crossed the valley and dispersed into several valleys, high mountain ranges, hidden canyons, and wide valleys, effectively concealed the huge military formations. Large quantities of fuel, ammunition, and other supplies were stored along the roads. The march of convergence was complete. The assault companies were ready. Meanwhile, anti-German circles, incited by the British, seized power in Belgrade with the traditional pro-Russian sentiments in Serbia playing a special role. During the uprising on the night of March 26th to 27th, the pro-German government was overthrown, and Prince Regent Paul was forced to leave the country. As a result, the situation in the Balkans changed dramatically. The new government renounced its alliance with Germany, and on April 5, 1941, signed a treaty of friendship and non-aggression with the Soviet Union. After the coup in Belgrade, Hitler had already decided to eliminate the Yugoslav threat to our flank. In addition to General von Kleist's 1st Panzer Group, operating from Bulgaria, and General von Weichs's 2nd Army, concentrated in former Austria, which were to break through to Belgrade and occupy northern Yugoslavia, the 12th Army, under the command of Field Marshal List, also from Bulgaria, struck southern Yugoslavia, Skopje, and then advanced into Greece. The 12th Army had 16 divisions at its disposal, plus the Great Germany Infantry Regiment and our SS Leibstandarte Brigade. Hitler ordered the attack on Yugoslavia on April 6th, following the conclusion of a non-aggression and friendship pact between the Soviet Union and Yugoslavia on April 5th. The hot spring day was coming to an end. The heat in the Strumica Valley was almost unbearable. Due to the events in Yugoslavia, we advanced to the northern part of the valley. In Kustendil, located 20 kilometers from the Bulgarian-Yugoslav border, the 9th Tank Division had already reached this border town and had orders to advance on Skopje and, if possible, capture this important junction city. We were to follow the 9th Tank Division almost to Skopje itself, then turn south and proceed to the Greek border via Prilep and Bitola. My reinforced battalion assembled in the square in front of me. Darkness enveloped us as I briefed my comrades on the most important details of our upcoming operation. They listened silently as I explained the task of our advance guard and pointed out the problems we could expect. I also felt it necessary to remind them of the fierce battles our fathers had fought in World War I in the mountains of Macedonia, and during the capture of Monastir, a city for which a sea of blood had been shed, and which was now one of our first targets. We wanted to take it quickly and by surprise. As I spoke, I felt for the first time the boundless trust that bound me to my soldiers. I could have led them into hell, and they would have followed me. The night was damp and warm. There was little talk, and most of the soldiers smoked. Everyone wanted to be alone with their thoughts before the operation. The silvery moon cast a dim light on the soldiers as they walked bent over next to their motorcycles. The steep, bare slope of the mountain rose ominously, opening up before us as soon as dawn broke. The white road snaked steeply up the slope, and we knew that firing points and dragon's teeth awaited us at the Stichar Pass. The vanguard of the 9th Tank Division set out at dawn, moving westward across the natural border of a low mountain range. Beyond the Stichar Pass, it encountered Yugoslav fortifications. Our heavy artillery opened fire. 88mm anti-aircraft guns and heavy anti-tank guns destroyed the enemy's firing points. In a matter of minutes, they were reduced to smoking ruins. It all seemed somehow unreal. Far to the east, a blood-red sun was rising, and in the valleys the morning fog mixed with thick clouds of dust. Rounds of red tracer bullets from our machine guns flew down into the valley from the pass we had captured. Suddenly, enemy planes appeared. Flying low over the mountains, they circled over the road in the valley and attacked Kustendil. As bombs fell on the city, its streets and roads in the surrounding area were filled with columns of our troops. Thank God the losses were minor. But unfortunately, the commander of the 2nd Battalion of our SS Motorized Infantry Brigade, Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler, was seriously wounded. Moving in columns, we got closer and closer to the border, and finally reached it towards evening. The 9th Panzer Division had already broken through the border fortifications and was advancing deep into Yugoslavia. The leading tank unit was advancing on Skopje, firing on the move. We descended from the pass, past destroyed border and road barriers, and skillfully positioned small concrete firing points. We came across numerous prisoners, among whom were many Germans from Banat, who greeted us with loud cheers and shook our hands. The corpses of dead horses, already swollen under the southern sun, lay in the trench. Living horses galloped across the fields or stood indifferently at the edge of the road. The difficult terrain gave way to a slightly different one. There were fewer mountains. The high snow-capped peaks were left behind. We came across our first destroyed tanks and fresh graves near Kumanovo, evidence of the fierce battle for the city. Darkness fell quickly. The darkness of the southern night quickly enveloped the marching column. Soon we were to reach the fork in the road south of Skopje. From Veles and beyond, we were to take on the role of the striking vanguard in the advance south through Prilep and Monastir. We reached the last outposts of the 9th Tank Division shortly after midnight and prepared to enter no man's land. Before the advance guard platoon set out in the vanguard, I once again briefed its soldiers and commanders, informed them of the situation unfolding for us, and wished my comrades in arms all the best. I sent the platoon off into the darkness with the words, "Guys, the night belongs to the good soldier." The motorcycles set off, slowly at first, then faster and faster. It was reminiscent of the Dutch campaign. Soon I discovered that Varzhenek had personally taken command and, without further ado, rushed south. But here there were no smooth asphalt roads like in Holland and France. Our advance was hampered by narrow mountain roads and gorges. The road to Prilep climbed steeply. After a short time, the first bullets whistled over our heads. Individual enemy soldiers had taken up positions somewhere in the mountains and were trying to stop our advance. I followed the advance guard. A short command was enough to keep moving. Forward and only forward. Our goal was to capture the territory to the south and take advantage of the enemy's confusion. At the foot of a small hill behind the village, we came under fire again. Armored vehicles provided support to the attacking motorcycle riflemen and fired tracer rounds at the enemy. The motorcycle riflemen combed through the village. Our battalion's first participation in combat operations led to complete confusion among more than 100 Yugoslavs. The enemy officers cursed their guard posts in the mountains. They listened incredulously to our interpreter's explanation that the fire from their posts did not hinder us, and we simply continued moving south. Half an hour later, it was all over. The motorcycle riflemen rushed forward. They were unstoppable. We continued to move forward. In a frantic race along the mountain road and across bridges over ravines, we took the enemy battery by surprise on the march. After a couple of minutes, the excitement subsided. With a clang and a crash, the captured guns fell into the ravine. At dawn, we arrived in Prilep and made contact with the vanguard of the 73rd Infantry Division. The battalion was commanded by Major Stiefvater, with whom I had studied at retraining courses. Stiefvater, moving from the east, reached Prilep without significant losses. It looked like it was going to be a hot day. We allowed ourselves a short and much-needed rest. We had advanced far toward the strategically important city of Monastir. At dawn, a light rain began to fall. It mixed with the dust and turned it into gray, sticky mud. We gazed anxiously at the fleeing shadows of the night. The road now led to a plain, with only one high mountain visible on the right. Around the bend, we saw the Cherna River, where we noticed a solid bridge with steel arches. It had not yet been blown up. Several enemy trucks and horse-drawn carts were approaching the bridge. I saw only the bridge. Nothing else interested me. It had to fall into our hands intact and undamaged. 2 armored cars broke away from the marching column and opened fire with their 20mm automatic cannons on the distant approaches to the bridge. Our lead vehicles rushed toward the bridge as if driven by the devil himself. Yugoslavian horse-drawn carts and trucks trying to get away from us collided in their eagerness to outrun each other and created traffic jams. They were only 100 meters away from us. Bullets whistled past us. I could already see the undamaged bridge in my hands, but then, echoing across the entire river valley, there was a deafening explosion. The bridge blew up right before my eyes and collapsed into the water. The enemy's horses, soldiers, and vehicles were thrown into the air along with the bridge and swallowed up by the turbulent waters of the Cherna. A Yugoslav machine gun rattled. At first horrified, then enraged, and finally coldly assessing the situation, I approached the remains of the blown-up bridge. The commander of the 2nd Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Unit, Hauptsturmführer Krass, stood next to me. The situation was quickly assessed and a decision was made. The enemy could not be given time to rest. They had to be pursued. We were lucky. The metal structure protruded above the water and could be used as the foundation for a temporary bridge. The Grenadiers quickly prepared temporary positions on the ruins. The sapper units that had arrived built a new crossing as if they were doing it in training. Motorcyclists crossed the river and reconnoitered the road to Monastir. The bridge grew before our eyes, and soon the first heavy armored vehicles crossed the river. The offensive continued. The 2nd Company moved forward again. The railroad ran to the left of the road we were advancing on. Enemy snipers crawled behind its embankment, trying in vain to slow our rapid advance. The armored vehicles simply fired several machine gun bursts at the enemy, who were lying behind and on the embankment. Everyone else looked straight ahead. We wanted to take Monastir on the move. Nothing else mattered. The railroad embankment was getting closer and closer to the highway, crossing it a few hundred meters ahead of us. The advance guard stopped, and the Grenadiers jumped into the ditch on both sides of the road. A house was visible, which was the center of resistance. A 50mm anti-tank gun took up position under enemy fire and fired a couple of shots at the walls. The house exploded with a bang. Only then did I notice that the enemy on the embankment had become more active, emboldened by the halt of our vanguard. A machine gun fired from behind the embankment, showering us with bullets and leaving us no choice but to accept the challenge. The matter was quickly settled, thanks to fire from armored vehicles. The surviving Yugoslav soldiers fled to the marshy lowlands behind the railway embankment. I was about to jump onto SS Untersturmführer Weil's motorcycle when renewed fire from several Yugoslavs pinned us to the ground again. My tablet was riddled with bullets. Its fragments lay on the edge of the ditch. Enemy bullets pounded the grass, churning up the wet earth around us. A gurgling sound made me look at Weil. He was writhing at the bottom of the ditch, his lower jaw shattered and hanging down. We couldn't afford to get stuck here. We couldn't let the enemy pin us down on the approaches to Monastir and drive us out of these high hills, I shouted to the advance units. The motorcyclists, like acrobats, jumped onto their bikes and raced forward. The advance units drew the rest of the battalion behind them like a magnet. We raced along the slippery road, wet from the rain. It had been raining all day, but the sun was beginning to break through the veil of ragged clouds. The Yugoslavs' resistance was growing. The tracer bullets from their machine guns whistled viciously, piercing through the haystacks that served as cover, turning them into giant torches. Monastir was right in front of us. We could already see the city sprawling among the mountains. On the slope to our right, I saw an enemy battery taking up position. Forward! There was no time to put out the fires. We had to enter the city. We wanted to grab the defenders by the throat. We were mesmerized by the speed. We fired bursts from our machine guns at the enemy on both sides of the road. A half-built roadblock appeared right in front of us. Fire! Bursts from armored vehicles tore through the air, and hand grenades flew into the barricade. Completely confused, the stunned defenders rushed for cover. Contrary to the enemy's expectations, we did not attack on a broad front. Instead, we acted unconventionally, like a dagger strike. The battalion entered the city in a column. The only thing we didn't have was artillery. It took up positions and fired over our heads. I saw no churches, minarets, or other buildings, only machine gun nests defending the houses and the determination of the enemy. The battalion advanced deeper and deeper into the city. I lost my maps, but I knew where the barracks were. We wanted to get to them, because that was where we would find the command post controlling the enemy's actions. The enemy soldiers stationed in the square scattered as soon as our motorcycles roared around the corner. The enemy fired at us from all the windows, from the roofs, and from the gardens. The armored vehicles proved their reliability. Their weapons reached every suspicious-looking corner and forced the enemy shooters to seek cover. Under the cover of fire from the armored vehicles, 2 heavy 150mm guns took up position. From 200 meters away, they opened fire on the barracks. The result was impressive. Within 20 minutes, Monastir lost almost all of its defenders, with the exception of a pocket of resistance at the railway station. A sapper unit was fighting there, and the battle ended within an hour. Our offensive confirmed what we had learned during our years of study. A machine is a weapon. For several hours, prisoners who were indifferent to everything were brought in and disarmed. We captured an entire artillery battalion without firing a single shot. But the battle had to continue. We had no time to rest. Yugoslav forces were stationed at Lake Ohrid and occupied the Javate Pass, 20 kilometers west of Monastir, on the road leading to Lake Prespa and further on to Lake Ohrid. We knew that significant British forces that had landed in Greece were approaching from the south and advancing towards the city of Florina. I was under intense pressure to decide on our next course of action. We were alone in Monastir and could not count on support in the next 24 hours. I had to advance in 2 directions and also hold the city with the prisoners, artillery, and railway workers we had captured. Kras's reinforced company was ordered to cross the Javat Pass and attempt to make contact with the Italians who were in Albania, west of Lake Ohrid. Schroeder's company was ordered to reconnoiter the British positions south of the city and keep an eye on the enemy. If possible, they were to prevent the British from leaving the Klidi Pass. Both company commanders looked at me in amazement when they received these orders. Hugo Kras shook his head in disbelief. The situation for Schroeder was not so bad. He had plenty of room to maneuver, and with the roads in good condition, he had every opportunity to conduct reconnaissance. The companies set off. My motorcyclists, tank destroyers, sappers, and grenadiers rode past me with joyful laughter. They were heading into the darkness, into the unknown. The headquarters personnel prepared for defense and maintained radio contact. We maintained constant contact with the companies and received reports from armored vehicles. We knew their location at all times. Within minutes, Kras attacked a battery located in the orchards west of Monastir, which surrendered. I was still waiting for the order to open fire. By midnight, Kras had passed through several villages and was at the foot of the Javat Pass. Reconnaissance reported that the pass was occupied, and that a well-equipped defensive position had been set up along the ridge of the mountain range. Enemy reconnaissance groups were captured. The attack on the pass was to begin at dawn. Schroeder also acted successfully and soon reported from Greek territory, from Florina and Vevi. Between these 2 settlements, a curious incident occurred with the company. As the old saying goes, all cats are black at night. The next morning, Schroeder submitted the following report. I sent several reconnaissance groups from the crossroads and slowly followed the first one, which was conducting reconnaissance in the direction of Florina. Shortly thereafter, 2 reconnaissance armored vehicles emerged from the darkness, heading in our direction. Suspecting nothing, we continued to move forward. I thought they were ours. We only realized our mistake when they were 2 meters behind us. The 2 British armored cars stopped in front of us, then slowly moved on. They did not understand who was in front of them. Apparently, they mistook us for Serbs. Having calmed down, I moved the company a few hundred meters forward and waited for the British armored vehicles to return. Half an hour later, they fell victim to our ambush on the road. We were able to learn about the enemy's intentions. Australian troops, part of the British forces, occupied the high ground and blocked the valley with extensive minefields. Schroeder kept the British in sight and continued his reconnaissance by combat. Our heavy artillery and mortars apparently misled the enemy about the true strength of our forces, and the British did not venture out from behind their barricades. Cross's attack on the Javat Pass began early in the morning. The road here climbs steeply up the mountain, so a surprise attack was out of the question. Sharp turns followed, one after another. Almost vertical precipices, gorges, overhanging rocks and bare, treeless spaces completed the picture. The pass was 1,179 meters high. It was bordering on madness to risk attacking it with only 1 reinforced company. But our trump card was surprise. No one expected such a rapid advance, and it would never have occurred to anyone that a single company would risk attacking the pass. I went ahead to Cross's company before dawn. I was very anxious and wanted to participate in the attack myself. We passed the First World War Memorial just north of Monastir. There on the heights, in a foreign land, lie countless German soldiers. Suddenly, I saw 20-millimeter tracer shells from automatic cannons soar up into the mountains like pearl necklaces. Cross's attacking company could only be supported by armored vehicles. The motorcyclists turned into mountain rangers. All night long they climbed toward the pass on both sides of the road and found themselves right in front of the enemy positions on the ridge. Several Yugoslav positions were bypassed and attacked from the rear. The company commander led his soldiers into the attack quite energetically, and they quickly captured the Serbian positions on the ridge. Surprisingly, the psychological effect of using heavy artillery contributed significantly to the victory. The explosions of large-caliber shells created a hellish noise. I tagged along behind an armored vehicle and took part in the final battle for the pass. Tukocha's group eliminated the last pocket of resistance here. I found Hugo Cross behind a small chapel and congratulated him on his success. Several hundred prisoners were lying or standing in front of us. An entire battalion had surrendered. The result was simply incomprehensible. Our battalion could have withstood the attacks of more than 1 regiment at the enemy's position, but here, only 1 company on our side had attacked. The commander of the enemy battalion explained what had happened to us. He said, "When my soldiers heard yesterday that German troops had already reached Monastir and would appear in front of our positions by nightfall, their will to resist was significantly weakened. The very fact that we would have to fight German soldiers made my battalion nervous. Your bombardment, meaning the shelling from heavy infantry guns, finished the job." From the crest of the pass, we looked down at the dull glimmer of the blue Presna Lake, and from the mountain, we could see the bright lights of Florina. The city was ours, even before the enemy learned that their battalion, surrounded at the pass, had surrendered. We did not have any spare motorcycles at hand, but several armored vehicles were ready to descend into the valley and take the enemy by surprise. While we slowly made our way down, following the twists and turns of the serpentine road, Cross's company gathered and waited for their vehicles. We reached the valley without encountering the enemy and rushed towards the city of Ohrid. I was in Bugelzak's armored vehicle. This SS Obersturmbannführer was the commander of my best reconnaissance group and had an excellent grasp of the situation. The fleeing Serbs rushed away from the road and sought cover in the thickets. Others threw down their weapons and moved toward the pass. In this case, we could not stop. We had to enter the city and take advantage of the confusion. Under machine gun fire, the road became clear. The element of surprise worked perfectly. Within a few minutes, we were firing red flares into the sky. Cross's company soon broke into the city and sent reconnaissance teams into the mountains west of Lake Ohrid to establish contact with the Italians. Within a few hours, this was accomplished. The reconnaissance battalion's first task was completed quickly, successfully, and without unnecessary losses. I was proud of my soldiers and knew that I could rely on them for anything. I reported the latest success of my battalion to the commander of the Leibstandarte and went with him to Schroeder's company, where we met with the commander of the 1st Battalion of the Leibstandarte, Adolf Hitler, SS-Sturmbannführer, Witt. His battalion had been ordered to take key positions held by the British defending the Klidi Pass, thus enabling the Leibstandarte and the 9th Panzer-Division to break through. The New Zealanders and Australians had dug in well on the mountain slope of the Klidi Pass. The enemy had had time to build an impressive defense system there. Their artillery observers had a wide view of the plain, where our troops were to appear. Monastir was a kind of gateway blocking the way from the Klidi Pass, and the pass was the gateway from Yugoslavia to Greece. The enemy had all the advantages. Numerous minefields on the pass ruled out an armored attack. Our infantry had to take the heights in heavy fighting. Invasion of Greece. A sunny summer day, as is often the case in the mountains, gave way to a rainy evening, and then the icy cold of night. Snow covered the slopes. The soldiers of the 1st Battalion of the Leibstandarte, Adolf Hitler, encountered a significantly superior enemy force. It had dug in thoroughly in anticipation of our attack. It happened at dawn on the 12th. The whistle of heavy shells broke the silence. Heavy anti-aircraft guns began to destroy the detected pockets of resistance, and self-propelled guns rolled forward. I stood at the optical tube, watching the attack of the 1st Company of the SS Motorized Brigade, Leibstandarte, Adolf Hitler, under the command of SS Obersturmführer Gerd Pleiss. Shots were still raining down from the mountain. The entire summit was shrouded in smoke, and the air smelled of earth and gunpowder. Suddenly, the artillery fire ceased. The infantry rushed into the attack, making their way up the mountain. Heavy self-propelled guns climbed up the slopes from the valley. We watched in amazement as the self-propelled guns moved forward. They climbed higher and higher, and then joined the battle. No one thought they could be used here, but now they were there, at the top, providing invaluable support to the infantry. Completely shaken by the unexpected German artillery fire, the British prisoners descended from the pass. They were tall, strong men and serious opponents. Our infantry advanced deeper and deeper into the British defense system. To clear the way for armored vehicles, our sappers set to work on the minefields. But the hardest work, driving the British from their positions, still fell to the infantry. We saw SS Sturmbannführer Witt standing shocked over the remains of his fallen brother, Franzl. Franzl Witt had tried to cross the minefield and was torn to pieces by exploding mines. Pleiss's company was already fighting directly below the pass. Self-propelled guns could no longer support our infantry. We could not hear the explosions of hand grenades, only see the clouds of smoke from them. The enemy's firing points were captured by our infantry in hand-to-hand combat, and the pass was taken by storm. The brave fighters of Pleiss's company prevailed over the enemy. More than 100 prisoners were taken. 20 machine guns and other military equipment were captured. Gerd Pleiss himself was wounded, but remained with his grenadiers until the end of the battle. The gates to Greece were wide open. However, the fighting continued. The 1st Battalion of our SS Motorized Infantry Brigade, Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler, attacked the retreating enemy at a furious pace. Enemy tanks were destroyed by anti-tank and self-propelled guns. Enemy aircraft tried to hinder our advance, but their bombs did not achieve the effect desired by the British due to the difficulty of bombing in the mountains. SS Hauptsturmführer Fendt, commander of the 88mm gun battery, was taken prisoner and spent the night in a British convoy. At dawn, our infantry freed him and also captured a significant number of New Zealanders. Early in the morning, the southern descent from the pass was taken. Large British and Greek forces attempted to regain what they had lost and push the Germans back over the pass. The British had a large number of tanks at their disposal, and they posed a serious threat to our vanguard. The 1st Battalion of the SS Motorized Infantry Brigade Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler had already reached open terrain, while our self-propelled guns were still on the mountain road, which created a dangerous situation. The first enemy tanks were already halfway to the lead company when SS Obersturmführer Naumann suddenly appeared with his two 88mm guns, opened fire, and put an end to the nightmare. One after another, the British tanks flew into the air or came to a smoking halt. The tank attack was engulfed in fire, death, and debris. While the 9th Tank Division was moving south, my reconnaissance battalion rushed towards Lake Kastoria. The shadows of night were already surrounding us when we saw the dark mountains and the Klishura Pass we needed. Our goal was the city of Korcha and the headquarters of the 3rd Greek Corps. But before that, we had to cross the Klishura Pass, which was a serious obstacle for our equipment, not to mention the enemy's resistance. As we climbed to an altitude of almost 1,400 meters, the surrounding mountains seemed to press down on us. Our progress was rapid. The two ridges stretching out before us were overcome in the next half hour. Before us lay a wide mountain range, with a road winding its way up it in a series of narrow, serpentine bends. There was no turning back. It was impossible to turn around. On the left, the mountains dropped steeply into a gorge, while on the right, sheer cliffs rose up. The small mountain villages seemed deserted and abandoned. In the last village, the inhabitants looked at us with horror. Their faces expressed question and expectation. We were overcome with a terrible tension. The smell of exhaust fumes filled the clean mountain air. The next ridge appeared right in front of us in several rows. The road veered slightly to the right and then crossed a narrow but deep gorge via a small bridge. We maneuvered carefully toward the turn in the road. At any moment, we expected a hail of bullets or rocks to rain down on us from above. We felt as if we were walking on hot coals. The vanguard stopped. The soldiers hid behind cover and prepared to open fire. What was happening? No one had opened fire yet. Overcome with nervous tension, I ran forward. Suddenly, a chasm opened up in front of us on the road. The bridge across the gorge had been blown up. The massive stone span of the bridge lay in a pile of rubble at the bottom of the gorge, forming a low saddle. We were surprised that the obstacle was not guarded, and there were no signs of enemy positions. We cautiously made our way forward to the collapsed saddle. The gorge was probably 15 meters wide and could easily be crossed by soldiers on foot. However, it was impassable for motorcycles. The lead platoon was ordered to cover the far end of the bridge and ensure the safe construction of a temporary bridge. No sooner had the Grenadiers reached the bridge debris than machine gun fire whistled around us. We could make out the enemy positions to our right, at the top of the mountain. Flashes of light from machine gun barrels indicated their location. Mines whistled through the air and exploded in the ravine behind us. These were enemy mortars trying to drive us away from the obstacle. My battalion was in a very unpleasant situation. It could neither move forward nor backward. There was no alternative. We were on the only road leading through the mountains to the rear of the 3rd Greek Corps. Only mountain troops could really handle crossing such a mountain range, not a reconnaissance battalion of a motorized brigade. But these thoughts were overshadowed by current events. There were no mountain troops available, so we had to do their job. And we did. At dawn, both of our motorcycle companies attacked the enemy positions, while I continued along the road with the drivers, headquarters, and a company of armored vehicles, distracting the enemy's attention from the direction of the main attack. We would only need heavy weapons and artillery later. Meanwhile, darkness was falling on the gorge. The enemy occasionally opened harassing fire on the obstacle. Our sappers drilled holes for explosive charges to level the approaches to the old bridge with an explosion. The explosion occurred, and in a matter of seconds, masses of earth and stones collapsed into the gorge on top of the bridge debris. Now my mobile reconnaissance battalion had turned into a construction battalion. Strong grenadiers dragged boulders and threw them down onto the bridge debris, a living conveyor belt passing stone after stone. Shortly thereafter, the first anti-tank gun crossed the temporary bridge. As soon as the new bridge was completed, 2 motorcycle companies began their ascent of the mountain range. The motorcyclists became mountain rangers. The grenadiers had to climb 800 meters before attacking the enemy's pockets of resistance. Both companies went on the attack. Separated from each other by a chasm, each had to act independently. Although they took different routes, they had a common goal: the pass. Now the enemy was before us. The soldiers' fatigue vanished like the wind. Their nerves were tense, their instincts for action sharpened. Our soldiers used traditional tactics for rough terrain, supporting each other and finding ledges to hold on to as they climbed. Cross's company also moved away from the ravine to the right and climbed the mountain. They had the longest way to go. I took charge of the detachment that was to advance along the road. It consisted of 30 fighters. We had several armored vehicles, anti-tank guns, and a detachment of 88mm anti-aircraft guns at our disposal. The road wound higher and higher, and we had no communication with the other companies. It was quiet. Nothing broke the silence of the night. Not a single shot was fired. The moon disappeared behind the mountains, and the night grew darker and darker. According to the map, we had reached a large bend in the road that was supposed to go around the last rock to the enemy's rear. Their positions must have been high above us. Our plan was to outflank them and cut off their retreat. The road turned behind the mountain and stretched another 400 meters to the north before turning west again toward a group of peasant houses. Near these houses was the pass where the road crossed the ridge and then descended to Lake Castoria. I did not dare to move forward. I had a feeling that something was wrong. I had to wait until dawn. It was windy and cold at the pass. We huddled close to the rock. Naumann's platoon pulled an 88mm anti-aircraft gun into position so that it could cover the peasant houses and the ridge with its fire. It was gradually becoming unbearably cold. Since we had neither greatcoats nor blankets, we suffered greatly, shivering from the cold. Sleep was out of the question. If only we could have smoked. The radio communication vehicle slowly crawled upward. Under its cover, I smoked and studied the map again. The longer I looked at it, the more I shivered. At first, I thought my teeth were chattering because of the terrible cold, but then I realized that I was very scared. The more time passed, the more tense I became. I could no longer stay in the car. The radio transmitter with its endless beep, beep, beep was getting on my nerves. Outside, I tried not to talk to anyone. I was afraid that someone would hear my teeth chattering and realize that I was scared. We all huddled silently behind a rock, peering into the darkness. Were my comrades afraid too? I didn't know. Motorized rifleman Jan from the 1st Company of the SS Reconnaissance Unit arrived with a report. However, he did not look scared. He reported the situation to me briefly and clearly, and then they gave him a sip of alcohol from the medic's flask. It was getting lighter. Soon we could make out the outlines of the village. The attack by our 3 combat groups was to begin with fire from 88mm guns. I leaned behind the gun shield and tried to see something in the darkness through my binoculars. The closer the time to open fire came, the the stronger my confidence in the success of the attack grew. It simply had to be successful. I counted on the enemy having learned the basics of military science at the military academy, and anticipated what measures we might take in this case. From everything the Greek commander had been taught, he would expect me to advance my motorized unit along the road. That is why I am attacking him across 2 ridges, and will only launch a diversionary attack on the road. As the shadows of the night faded, the outlines of houses became visible. Crouching low to the ground, I gave Naumann the order to open fire. In a matter of seconds, we found ourselves in a witch's cauldron. An 88mm anti-aircraft gun fired shell after shell at the ridge to our right. Mortars and infantry guns also showered the defenders with mines and heavy shells. High above us, motorcyclists stormed the enemy's defensive positions. I couldn't see how the 2 motorcycle companies were attacking, but I could hear the furious machine gun fire and the explosions of their grenades. The commander of the heavy howitzer battery informed me that he could no longer provide fire support to the attacking companies without endangering his crew. The guns took up positions along the mountain road, one after another, but because the road was too narrow, they could not anchor their plows in the ground. The commander refused to take responsibility. This kind of stupidity was the last straw for me. In anger, I ordered him to open fire. We had to do it. Heavy shells thundered over the first ridge and exploded on enemy positions on either side of the small mountain village. Enemy machine gun fire rained down on the road and the rocks above us, causing a rock slide. Stones whizzed past us with a roar. There was nothing left to do but move forward. We rushed forward, jumping like frogs, to the first bend in the road and took cover a few meters ahead, behind a rock. At the next bend, we would be directly below the enemy position, 100 meters above us. After such a sprint, I collapsed, exhausted, behind a boulder and gasped for air. Our advance was hampered by the fact that we had to run from one pile of rocks to another, using them as cover so as not to become targets for enemy snipers. We heard screams and the furious sounds of battle above us. Units of the 2nd Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion broke through to the enemy's positions on the first ridge. We rushed forward. At the last big turn of the winding road, we came across several soldiers who had been separated from the rest of the company during the attack. Among them was SS Untersturmführer Vorvinek, who briefly reported to me on the operation on the ridge. From information obtained from prisoners, we learned that we were facing a reinforced infantry regiment on the left flank of the Greek defense. Its task was to hold the Klysura Pass, ensuring the retreat of the 3rd Greek Corps from the Albanian front, which was being withdrawn to avoid encirclement by German motorized units and to continue the battle for Greece in cooperation with British forces. The Greek plan could not be allowed to succeed. The retreat not only had to be prevented, but also had to be completely defeated. We had to complete our crossing of the mountains and block the valley beyond Kastoria. We continued to advance along the road. Suddenly, the ground in front of us shot up. I couldn't believe my eyes. A huge crater had formed in the very place where the road had been just a moment before. The road had fallen into an abyss. Sweat left light streaks on our faces. We were terrified. After all, in the next few seconds we could also be blown up. Another 100 meters further, the ground shook again, and when the dust settled, there was another giant crater on the road. We hid behind the rocks, not daring to move. I felt nauseous. I shouted to Emil Varbjanek that we had to attack, but good old Emil looked at me as if he doubted my sanity. Machine gun fire tore through the rocks in front of us. Our leading unit consisted of only 10 soldiers. Damn it. Of course we couldn't stay there while craters were forming on the road from the explosions, and machine gun fire was pinning us to the rocks. However, like everyone else, I hid in cover and feared for my life. How could I order Varbjanek to go first? As I continued to worry, I felt the smooth roundness of an egg-shaped grenade in my hand. I called out to the group. Everyone looked at me in amazement as I showed them the grenade, pulled the pin, and it rolled to the last grenadier. I had never seen such a united rush forward. As if bitten by a tarantula, we rushed across the rocks and jumped into the crater that had just formed. The state of stupor was broken. The grenade had done its job. We smiled together and rushed forward to a new shelter. At the top of the ridge, our attacking companies penetrated deeper and deeper into the Greek defenses. Our 88mm guns were in clouds of dust and smoke from the explosions of Greek mountain artillery shells, but Naumann's anti-aircraft guns continued to fire. The shells from the anti-aircraft guns cleared the way for us, burying the pockets of Greek resistance under piles of rubble. We were right below the ridge. Sweat blurred my vision. I watched the battle through a veil of dust and dirt. We rushed like madmen toward the ridge. The Greeks were leaving their positions, raising their hands and ceasing resistance. Their retreat was already covered by fire from the 2nd Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion, whose machine guns were firing directly at the enemy positions from their dominant height. My soldiers broke the resistance of the Greeks, supported by a battery of mountain guns, with the help of hand grenades. We made the crossing through the mountains at the limit of our strength. My grenadiers accomplished what others considered impossible, and what even today is considered madness. The Klashura Pass is ours. But there was no time to rest. Only a swift pursuit of the enemy would bring us complete victory. Our sappers used explosives to bring down rock debris into craters on the road. The artillery changed position and fired at the retreating enemy. Entire columns were moving west and then south. The resistance of the Greeks, who as a rule bravely held their positions until their last breath, was broken. We took more than 1,000 prisoners, including a regimental commander and 3 battalion commanders. Only then did the strategic importance of the position we had captured become clear to us. From the pass, we could see the Greek troops retreating from Albania, and we directed all our weapons at them. I wanted to move further ahead of the fleeing enemy, but again, on the road that descended steeply, explosions thundered, deafening us. Precious time was lost filling in the giant craters left by the high-explosive shells. The 2nd Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion drove down the road and entered a small village. All of its inhabitants had left their homes and fled. I wanted to regroup my battalion there and then move along the main Greek retreat route. I waited for the 1st Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion. Soon, young soldiers appeared. I understood everything from their faces. They were carrying the remains of their company commander on a blood-soaked raincoat. Rudolf Schroeder lay in front of me, his chest torn to pieces. He had achieved outstanding military successes, but was killed while breaking through the enemy's defense system, commanding the lead assault group. We descended from the mountains towards evening and reconnoitered the approaches to Kastoria, a town on the shore of the lake of the same name, 630 meters above sea level. I wanted to conduct reconnaissance and followed the reconnaissance group. We slowed down in front of a small bridge. Beyond it we could see a hill 800 meters high, dominating the approaches to Kastoria, as well as the retreat routes of the 3rd Greek Corps. There was no movement visible on the bridge. It had not yet been blown up. Suddenly, machine gun fire was opened on us. War correspondent Franz Roth, who was walking with the reconnaissance group, suddenly cried out in pain. A bullet had literally split his skull open. With his head covered in blood but still alive, the correspondent was sent back to his colleagues. The 2nd Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion reached the bridge at nightfall, creating a small bridgehead. The company conducted reconnaissance north of Lake Kastoria and encountered stubborn enemy resistance. The attack on the 800-meter height southwest of Kastoria began at dawn. Again, our shells roared overhead and smashed boulders, but the Greek artillery was more powerful here. The bridge collapsed from a direct hit. We lay at the bottom of the trench, pressed into the muddy ground. The intensity of the artillery fire told me that a sudden assault would not be successful. A well-planned attack was needed. Around midday, the attack was resumed with the support of heavier artillery and the 3rd Battalion of the SS Motorized Infantry Brigade, Leibstandarte, Adolf Hitler. The battalion advanced to encircle the Greek positions on the left and was supposed to reach the main Greek retreat route by evening. To suppress the strong Greek artillery and help destroy the enemy's positions at an altitude of 800 meters, U-87 dive bombers were called in to support my battalion. The operation was carried out with unmatched precision. The U-87s struck the enemy positions like birds of prey, circling widely around the mountain and then diving deep down with a roar. Flashes from the bombs dropped, lit up the heights and the mountain range, and the sound of explosions could be heard. Mushroom-shaped columns of dust and stones rose into the sky, merging with each other and drifting like a dark haze over the lake. A thick veil covered the mountain, revealing the devastating effect of our bombs and artillery shells. It was a scene of utter devastation. When the first bombs fell, the motorcyclists jumped out of their trenches and ran across the open field, gasping for breath. Excellent anti-aircraft gunfire completed the work of the U-87 and heavy artillery. It would be a long time before the Greeks recovered from the U-87 attack. By then, it would be too late. Soldiers from the 2nd Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion climbed the mountain and took up positions among the rocks. The rest of the battalion rushed to Kastoria across a hastily repaired bridge. The unsuspecting Greek companies and batteries retreating from the mountains were so stunned that they did not fire a single shot and voluntarily surrendered. However, one of the Greek batteries continued to fire and was smashed to pieces by us. Our battalion's armored vehicles roared past the Greek columns toward the center of Kastoria. The chaos was complete. In the market square, I was greeted by the local priest. I will never forget his brotherly embrace. After that, I stank of garlic for several hours. At dusk, my brave comrades took over the defense of the northern approaches to Kastoria. Greek troops marched on and on from Albania to Kastoria after fighting with Italian forces. The Greeks had given the Italians a good thrashing, but now they were forced to retreat under the threat of encirclement by the Germans. It rained constantly. The rumblings of a powerful thunderstorm alternated with the roar of shells and bombs. Our forces were running out. We fell asleep right where we were. The extent of our success became apparent only the next morning. Over the past 24 hours, my reconnaissance battalion had taken 12,000 prisoners and captured 36 guns. For the performance of my brave grenadiers, I was awarded the Knight's Cross. The fighting with the trapped Greek army continued. The SS Leibstandarte Brigade, overcoming considerable difficulties, took the Katara Pass through the Pindus Mountains and forced the 16th Greek Division to surrender. The surrender was signed on April 21st in Larissa. Towards the evening of April 24th, when I was in Ioannina, west of the Katara Pass, I was ordered to pursue the defeated British troops. My comrades in arms had just managed to get a good night's sleep for the first time since the start of the Balkan campaign. In the morning, they were roused from their dreamless sleep. The fuel tanks of our motorcycles and cars were filled to the brim from canisters taken from the Greek garage. No one bothered to collect the Greek machine guns stored at the Ali Pasha Mosque in the old Turkish fortress, as well as the countless weapons left in the city. The Greek soldiers who had retreated here across the mountain passes from Albania left their weapons leaning against the walls of houses, shaved off their dark beards, and went to the nearest bakery. They left with loaves of fresh bread, a bunch of leeks, and, if they were lucky, a few fish strung on a rod. Then they wandered south again. We intercepted them. This interception once again clearly demonstrated to us the difference between the path of the victors and the path of the vanquished. These people, who had previously been fishermen, farmers, shepherds, merchants, or professional soldiers, were apparently quite respectable before the defeat of Greece. Now they wandered chaotically through valleys and mountain passes, returning home in disgrace. The war had ended for them in hopeless confusion, even if we happened to see a lone colonel sitting upright in his saddle. It was decay. We, however, advanced further and further. We were going to corner the British sooner or later. The battalion did not stop anywhere, but along the way we asked a few questions in every village or small town. Those who managed to cut themselves a piece of bread with fat spread on it along the way until they ate it, covered it with their hands so as not to eat the quickly accumulating layer of dust and dirt along with it. Only once, at the bay, did I allow myself a short stop. I found the local orange groves simply enchanting. The soldiers filled their helmets with fragrant fruit. We wanted to taste them and make sure we were in the south. On a narrow mountain road stood an unfortunate pony of the Greek army, a white horse with blue shadows showing between its ribs. Abandoned, without harness, on its last breath. It did not move. It stood like a monument to defeat. Our armored cars and motorcycles passed by it. The horse was also a veteran of a lost war, an exhausted, pitiful creature. Further south, we crossed turbulent mountain rivers and saw unarmed soldiers enjoying the cool water. But we, covered in mud and sweat, could not enjoy a single drop. We saw thousands of people lying in the shade of olive trees. Instead, we had to keep an eye on the fuel gauge and the bends in the road. We had to avoid potholes and hold on tight to the steering wheel when our vehicles were thrown about on the bumps. Of course, we remembered the miserable Polish roads, but this road was a bloody cheese grater that seemed to want to shake our souls out of us. Evening gave way to night, and we still hadn't reached our destination. British soldiers and demolition teams who had broken away from their units scattered before us. Greek peasants told us that the British were laying spike strips on the roads to delay our advance, and this turned out to be true. The drivers cursed as they had to change yet another flat tire. We made a short stop in a small town. The battalion couldn't afford to attract attention. The pursuit of the British continued at dawn. We raced southward, up through a low mountain range, and down again into the valley. We crossed deep gorges. The ruins of classical Greece welcomed us. Someone remembered Lord Byron, who was killed here in battle with the Turks in 1824. But we had no time to think about history. The city of Messalongi appeared right in front of us. Soon, we would reach the Isthmus of Corinth, and then we would be able to intercept the British. The vanguard cautiously moved along its route towards the city and entered its narrow streets. The Greek population welcomed us. The last British troops had just left the city and were retreating along the coast, on the road leading east towards the Isthmus of Corinth. A dash across the Peloponnese. We endured a 250-kilometer march through mountainous country and stopped in front of the dark mountains towering over the Peloponnese Peninsula. We had no radio contact with the regiment. We were alone. British reconnaissance planes flew overhead and circled over the port of Patras on the other side of the bay. We could see the ships in the harbor, and we saw a British destroyer setting sail to head south. We were following in the footsteps of the British demolition teams and would soon reach the Isthmus of Corinth, but I was no longer interested in this kind of pursuit. The gaping craters in the road slowed us down. I thought I would gain more experience in road construction than I would in intercepting the British. The mountains on the other side of the Gulf of Corinth increasingly attracted my attention. Along the road, along the coast of the Peloponnese, at the far end of the Gulf, British troops were moving from Corinth to Patras to reach their ships and evacuate. I had to get there. But how could I cross the Gulf? I was standing on the pier at Nafpaktos, a small, unremarkable harbor with medieval fortress towers, when a formation of U-87 dive bombers attacked the port of Patras. Clouds of smoke and explosions rose into the air from the cluster of ships. Suddenly I noticed the telephone. It was still connected, it was working, and Patras was answering. Shuddering, I put the receiver back on the arm of the ancient device. I was tempted by the idea of crossing the bay and disrupting the British plans. I sent for an interpreter, demanded that the Greek commandant in Patras be summoned, and asked him to report on the situation. The commandant was impressed by the dive bomber attack and willingly answered all my questions. In a matter of minutes, I received accurate information about the movement of British troops between the cities of Corinth and Patras. I ordered the commandant to send liaison officers to Nafpaktos. Soon, I noticed a small motorboat heading for Nafpaktos. Then, the devil himself came into play. Another squadron of Stukas roared overhead and attacked the British ships in the harbor again. The unpleasant result was that the city commandant thought that I had ordered another attack on Patras. To top it all off, on the way back, the pilots attacked the motorboat carrying the liaison officer. The boat immediately turned 180 degrees, and the angry Greek officer reported by telephone that under such conditions, no one would want to cross the bay. Sweat dripped from my forehead onto the map. It was long out of date. Where were the British? On the left flank, after capturing Thermopylae, our troops had to either reach Athens or advance even further, to the Isthmus of Corinth. Consequently, the British had to either defend the Peloponnese or take control of the Greek ports. I imagined German paratroopers landing on the isthmus to block the narrow passage and canal near Corinth. Had the British noticed our rapid advance? Was their intelligence working well? Were destroyers and other ships standing by to prevent our attempts to cross the bay? No one could answer these questions for me. My soldiers and officers looked at me expectantly. They saw me standing on the pier, assessing the distance again and again. More than 15 kilometers of water separated us from the British retreat route. By the next day at the latest, the Corinth Isthmus would become the object of confrontation, and I wanted to participate in that battle. I wanted to cross. The moment of truth had arrived. With all responsibility resting on my shoulders, I would not act according to the traditional rules of war. I would cross the Gulf of Corinth with the forces at my disposal. Whether this would be a bold or reckless move would become clear in the next few hours. My comrades responded enthusiastically, but soon practical objections arose. The artillery would not be able to support the landing. The distance was too great. Military engineers drew my attention to the height of the waves and the condition of the pitiful fishing boats. The objections mounted, but I had already made my decision. The surprise attack had to succeed. We found 2 shabby fishing boats in the harbor. Their crews were brought to the site. The second company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion was to attempt reconnaissance. The strong arms of the SS men lifted the heavy motorcycles and placed them in the boats. The first boat took on board 2 motorcycles with sidecars and 15 men. We loaded an anti-tank gun and several motorcycles onto the next boat. The combat mission was to block the road and, in case of an emergency, retreat to the mountains. Then the motorboats left the harbor. I said goodbye to Hugo Kras and SS Sturmbannführer Gretek. Those who remained dubbed the motorcyclists the Suicide Squad. Someone jokingly said, "Watch out, there's a mine ahead." Everyone laughed. A young soldier shouted back, "What mine? A grenade is enough for this box." The boat rocked violently. The waves splashed us with salty spray. The machine gunners took up their positions at the bow. The anti-tank gun was ready to fire. All the boats from our shore were headed for Nafpaktos. Soon the rest of the company was loaded onto the boats. The first boats were already barely visible. 2 tiny dots bounced on the waves. I stood on the pier again and watched the dark dots on the water. A red rocket would signal the failure of the mission and the presence of large enemy forces. That was what I had agreed with my soldiers. My eyes began to sting. Soon I could no longer make out anything, but I couldn't tear myself away from the binoculars. By the time I lost sight of the boats, my clothes were wet with sweat. We stood waiting on the shore for an hour. The tension reached its peak. An hour and a half later, 2 dots appeared again. Were they our boats? They were getting closer and closer. Soon we could clearly make out their outlines, and we could even see movement. A circle of cigarette butts had already formed around me, and I lit another cigarette. However, I had already calmed down and began to believe in the success of our operation. Suddenly a staff car covered in dust stopped on the shore, and excited officers jumped out of it. I recognized my respected commander, Sepp Dietrich, and reported my decision and the progress of the operation to that point. As I was reporting, I noticed his usual shortness of breath and the look he gave me from head to toe. Then a storm broke out over me. "Are you crazy, making such an idiotic decision? You should be court-martialed. How can you treat my soldiers like this?" I didn't dare respond to this torrent of undoubtedly justified indignation. I stood by the old harbor wall with my tail between my legs, wishing only for it all to end. Suddenly there was an awkward pause. Only my soldiers chuckled quietly, as if to say, "Hang in there, don't pay attention to his barking. Maybe he's right, but take us across the bay now so we can do something else." Meanwhile, the boats approached, and details could be seen through binoculars. Both boats were full of soldiers. More people were returning than I had sent. I didn't dare say it out loud, but that was the case. Both boats were carrying captured British soldiers back. Sepp Dietrich looked at me, turned, and walked away. Not another word was spoken. I had no more reason to delay. The loaded motorboats sailed towards the returning boats. I waited anxiously for the report from the other side. What had happened there? SS Rottenführer reported. After half an hour of sailing, the rocky coast of the Peloponnese Peninsula appeared before the masts of these little boats. Now came the final test. Everyone looked intently at the shore through their binoculars. 800 meters, 700 meters, 600 meters, 500 meters. From there, of course, a machine gun would start firing. Some people in uniform between the houses and on the shore could be seen through binoculars and with the naked eye. We weren't thinking about anything else. We lay in the boat, rifles and machine guns at the ready, prepared to disembark. As soon as we reached land, we jumped overboard and rushed towards the houses. And just as we were running, a brown armored car turned onto the road from around a bend, about 50 meters away from us, turned its turret and aimed its guns at the shore. At first, we were paralyzed by surprise, but then we pulled ourselves together and waved "friendly" to the armored vehicle. Standing on the shore in short-sleeved shirts and without hats, we looked like bandits. The Tommy's vehicle roared, turned its turret back, and drove away. What had happened? Had these guys not recognized us as Germans? We stood by the first houses, squinting our eyes. Looking back at the other part of Greece, we saw nothing but water, and beyond it, steep, gloomy mountains. We had to act. We knew that our comrades were waiting on the other side of the bay. It was just over 100 meters from the shore to the foot of the mountains, where there was a railway and a country road. We rushed up the road and covered our eastern flank, the side from which the British had appeared. As soon as we reached the road, we heard the sound of an engine again. The platoon commander ordered us to take cover. By that time, the local residents had already come out of their houses. Seeing the foreign soldiers, who had been hiding among the boulders and bushes, they threw themselves to the ground in fear. But our hearts were also pounding with excitement. An English messenger on a motorcycle appeared from around the bend, followed by a truck. The British were moving along the road without a care in the world, as the armored car had already conducted reconnaissance. We let the British get so close that we could read their license plates, until the shield with a feather and a knight's helmet with a cross, the emblem of the 4th Hussar Regiment, was above us. Then we quickly jumped up and shouted, "Hands up!" The brakes screeched. The British raised their heads and jumped out of the truck. The leg of the messenger on the motorcycle was feeling the ground. One Tommy shouted something, and his machine gun flew into the bushes. "Hands up! Hands up!" All the British soldiers dropped their weapons and raised their hands. Suddenly, one of our men ran out from around the bend and shouted, "Another truck is coming!" In a matter of seconds, an SS man jumped into the first truck and drove it off the road. The prisoners were quickly taken behind the houses. A second car appeared, again with a messenger on a motorcycle in front. The surprise and amazement were repeated. One of the Tommies only had time to exclaim, "Germans?" And indeed, the Germans were already here. In a few minutes, we captured more than 40 people, including 3 officers. They told us that they were heading for the port of Patras. None of the British had any idea that we had already crossed the bay. Their unit was still fighting near Corinth. We gathered all the motorboats and boats in the area. The entire battalion was to be ferried across during the coming night. My faithful driver Eric had the last bottle of sparkling wine hanging in the water of the harbor. I took it under my arm and went to visit Zepp Dietrich, who was talking to the British officers. I invited the British to have a drink with us. We sat down in the shade of a thick tree. Before I could say a word, the English officer raised his glass and drank to the health of his sister, who was apparently celebrating her birthday. I'm sure we didn't look like scholars during this drinking session. I said goodbye and jumped into one of the dam boats we had captured. After half an hour of rocking on the waves, I was exhausted. I no longer believed that this shell we were in would reach the other side. But it did. Completely exhausted, I greeted Cross's company. According to orders, the company, having received the vehicles, was to conduct reconnaissance as far as Corinth. SS Sturmbannführer Gredzich contacted the commandant of the city of Patras and ordered large motorboats from him to transport our heavy equipment from Nefpaktos. At the same time, the last British troops left the Patras area and retreated south. In the afternoon, aerial reconnaissance reported enemy units advancing from Corinth to Patras. Things were taking an interesting turn. The unloading was completed quickly, and the ships could return to the far shore as soon as possible. As for heavy weapons, we had several anti-tank guns and a light armored vehicle at our disposal. We were preparing a warm welcome for the British. But the British regiment that had been reported did not arrive. Apparently, it had changed direction toward the southern coast of the Peloponnese. Through our intelligence service, we learned about the operations of our paratroopers near Corinth, and that a second parachute regiment had been deployed there. Contact with the paratroopers had to be established immediately. The second company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion received orders to clear the southern coast of the Gulf of Corinth of enemy forces and advance to join the paratroopers. The first company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion occupied Patras and conducted reconnaissance in a southerly direction. The companies set off in captured and confiscated cars and motorcycles. An elegant limousine towed an anti-tank gun, and mortars peeked out of a sports car. A platoon of company sappers boarded a bus, and they gave the impression that the whole war no longer concerned them. Although a significant part of our equipment was still on the northern shore of the bay, the battalion was nevertheless motorized and moving along the roads of the Peloponnese. But I was not satisfied with the speed. Having caught up with the second company of the 1st Reconnaissance Battalion, I rushed to Corinth as fast as I could. My intuition told me that the British had already gone south. Our limousine raced frantically along the washed-out road along the coast. Small fishing villages looked sleepy and abandoned under the scorching southern sun. After passing another small village, just around the bend, I noticed a car driving down the road at full speed toward the estate. We caught up with it. My comrades shouted, "Tommy!" and raised their weapons in a flash. I took another look at this Tommy and saw a German MP-38 submachine gun in his hands. Immediately, I noticed the helmet of a German paratrooper. The paratroopers also recognized us and lowered their weapons. They, too, had initially mistaken us for British soldiers. A few minutes later, my entire company arrived and made contact with the 2nd Parachute Company. Colonel Strum began pursuing the British in a southerly direction. We immediately turned around and rushed back to Patras. Night shadows were already falling on the ground. Meanwhile, the 3rd Battalion of the SS Leibstandarte Motorized Brigade also crossed the Patrikos Gulf and began pursuing the British, who were retreating to the south of the Peloponnese. There was a machinist in this battalion. He fired up the locomotive in Patras and took the battalion south by rail along the western coast of the peninsula. At the brigade command post that day, I met Zepp Dietrich, who was now in a friendly mood. Everyone was silent while I reported to him that I had made contact with the paratroopers. With a smile, he held out his hand and said in his Bavarian dialect, "Hey, Kurt, yesterday I thought you were crazy. Now I take back my words. That was brilliant. Tell me how you came up with this crazy idea." I saw my adjutant behind me, already marking new passages on our map and glancing at his watch. I had barely given Sepp Dietrich the information he needed when he gave me a new assignment. The battalion was to regroup and, continuing to pursue the enemy, conduct reconnaissance in the direction of Kalamata via Olympia and Tripoli. My comrades lay in ditches on both sides of the road, fast asleep. Meanwhile, new armored vehicles and other machines arrived. The battalion was ready for action again. Before dawn, we began our march south to the Peloponnese. Countless British vehicles lined the road. The British had to abandon them due to a lack of fuel. Some of the trophies came in very handy. We even found intact armored personnel carriers and small Bren machine guns on them. The Greeks in Pyrgos greeted us with wine and subtropical fruits. I interrupted our march in Olympia and took my soldiers to the famous ancient Greek stadium. The mayor of Pyrgos showed us around the classical arena and did not forget to show us the monument to Heinrich Schliemann, the German archaeologist who discovered the location of Troy and conducted excavations in Mycenae. For over an hour, we wandered around the stone-strewn ground, admiring the amazing mosaics and impressive buildings of this historic site. In Tripoli, we joined up with army units that had attacked the British in the southern ports. SS Untersturmführer Tedde, commander of the reconnaissance group in armored vehicles returning from Kalamata, reported, "The enemy, caught between a rock and a hard place, is being crushed." The battle in Greece was practically over. The road took us through Patras and Corinth to Athens. It was assumed that in Athens we would take part in a parade under the command of Field Marshal List. After so many impressions, we crossed the Corinth Canal, which cut deep into the isthmus, and that same evening stood at the Acropolis. Many of my comrades, who had never known anything about classical ancient culture before, were amazed by its technical and cultural achievements made 2,500 years ago. The classicism enthusiasts among us were inspired, and probably for the first time, were able to truly immerse themselves in classical ancient culture at the Acropolis. For them, visiting ancient Hellas was like returning to the youth of our civilization. We saw places we had never seen before, but it was here, enveloped in a mystical power, that we drew new strength from the heritage of the Hellenes and were ready to go further, making sacrifices in the name of our homeland. A Greek soldier stood guard at the monument to the unknown soldier. Here, the memory of the brave soldiers who sacrificed everything for their country was immortalized. We moved through Thermopylae and the Klidi Pass, past burned-out tanks and armored vehicles and freshly mounded graves, through Belgrade and Vienna to the area east of Prague. Here we regained our sense of reality and set about putting our weapons and military equipment in order. We had no idea what awaited us. The troops were in a feverish state of excitement. New military equipment and more sophisticated weapons arrived. The experience of the Balkan campaign was analyzed, and intensive training began again. Everything we did was subordinated to speed of execution. Experience had taught us that only those who act faster win, and only the most agile soldiers survive in battle. The camaraderie in my battalion was like that of a large family. Iron discipline was the backbone of this community. We approached each subsequent training session imbued with these fundamental values and forged an instrument on which I could play all the symphonies of battle. Company commanders and platoon commanders mastered the art of playing these keys with virtuosity, and my young comrades became soldiers whom I could command without particularly keeping them in check. They understood me with half a word. My soldiers were not ignorant fools held together by Slavic, zombie-like obedience. No, standing before me were young individuals who believed in themselves, in their own values, and in their own strengths. The war with the Soviet Union. The news of the attack on the Soviet Union struck us like a bolt of lightning. While in the Czech Republic, we listened to the radio as Adolf Hitler justified his decision with the desire to finally get rid of Bolshevism, which threatened the whole world. With a bad feeling that we might suffer the same fate as our fathers, who had been victims of war on several fronts, we prepared for the most brutal war that soldiers had ever had to fight. On the morning of June 27, 1941, our battalion marched eastward past jubilant residents. On June 30th, we crossed the Vistula River near Anapol and reached the Russian border near the village of Ustilug at 8 a.m. Meanwhile, our forces had already advanced far to the east. The Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler, which had been expanded from a brigade to a division, was assigned to Army Group South, commanded by Field Marshal von Rundstedt, whose immediate task was to break through with motorized units in the direction of Kiev, during which the Russian forces west of the Dnieper were to be destroyed. To accomplish this task, the Army Group had at its disposal 26 infantry divisions, 4 motorized infantry divisions, 4 light infantry divisions, and 5 tank divisions. The offensive of Army Group South was supported by the 4th Air Fleet under the command of Colonel General Lear. Army Group South had a total of 57 divisions and 13 brigades, including 13 Romanian divisions, 9 Romanian, and 4 Hungarian brigades. Field Marshal von Rundstedt was opposed by Marshal Budioni, with 40 infantry divisions, 14 motorized divisions, 6 mechanized corps, and 21 cavalry divisions. The Russians fought stubbornly and tenaciously for every inch of ground. Fierce fighting continued across the entire front when we reached the Sever Highway near Lutsk on July 1st. On July 2nd, we received orders to advance on Rivne via Klevan and establish contact with the 3rd Motorized Corps there. A report was received that the 3rd Motorized Corps was surrounded near Rivne. Large enemy mechanized units attacked our stretched flanks. The situation with the enemy was something completely new to us. Slightly discouraged, I looked at my maps to inform my soldiers about the situation. The old criteria were no longer applicable. Where was the clear distinction between us and the enemy? Far ahead, the tank divisions of the 3rd Motorized Corps had launched combat operations east of Rivne. German infantry units were fighting a few kilometers ahead of us, while Russian troops were fighting to the north and south of us. After unsuccessful attempts to give my comrades a clear picture of the situation, I summed up the situation with the following words: "Today, the enemy is everywhere." When I addressed my soldiers, I did not yet realize how close I was to the truth in summarizing the situation. A couple of kilometers east of Lutsk, near the railroad, we came across the last outposts of an infantry battalion. Thick clouds of smoke showed us the location of a damaged Russian tank. A dark forest stretched on both sides of the road as we moved eastward. We had to cover a distance of 60 kilometers to reach Rivne. Would we reach our destination on time and be able to provide our comrades from the 25th Motorized Division with tangible support? I gave the signal to the advance units to start moving into the approaching night. Fritz Montag was in the lead. Montag was a World War I veteran and commander of the motorcycle platoon of the 1st Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion. Slowly at first, then faster and faster, the vanguard moved forward into the dark woods. I wanted to shout, "Stop! What I've been telling you isn't true. The machine is not your friend. Move slowly, or you'll ride to your death." But my lips remained tightly closed. They were pressed together so tightly that there was no gap for air to pass through. Squinting, I followed the leading units of the column with my eyes as they moved deeper and deeper into the forest. Damaged Russian tanks stood along the sides of the road. Trucks and horse-drawn transport had been abandoned under the trees. In one place, we found 12 camouflaged Russian T-26 light tanks. They had no fuel and had also been abandoned. The battalion, ready for battle, moved across the vast wasteland stretching to the north. Suddenly, I saw the lead platoon disappear, and the 20mm gun of our armored vehicle opened fire on individual bushes. Then 4 or 5 of these bushes moved toward us and started shooting from a distance of about 150 meters. Well-camouflaged Russian tanks attacked the marching column. In the blink of an eye, everyone hid in the bushes and watched the duel between our armored vehicles and the enemy tanks. Several of our anti-tank guns joined the battle and put an end to the confusion. A few minutes later, we resumed our march. The burning tanks continued to light up the night sky behind us for a long time. So, at 7 o'clock in the evening, we exchanged the first shots with Soviet troops. To make sure we would accomplish our mission, I sent a combat reconnaissance group south and ordered them to go to Kleven via Olika and wait for the battalion in Kleven. When we reached Stovek and moved further east, we were already enveloped in complete darkness. Shortly after midnight, I spotted a truck crossing the road right in front of me, and then other vehicles on a narrow forest road. Russians. Within minutes, the motorcyclists opened machine gun fire in their direction. Several enemy trucks burst into flames, and tall columns of fire lit up the forest road intersection. The forest had an unearthly effect. The darkness was oppressive and extremely tense. I felt uneasy. Such a battle was too unpredictable for me, and, among other things, I did not have the necessary experience of fighting the Russians. Hour after hour, we moved through the darkness. More than 30 kilometers still separated us from Rivne. A couple of kilometers from Kleven, just beyond the forest, which, thank God, we had passed, we stopped and the battalion closed ranks. We could hear the sound of fierce fighting coming from Kleven. Flashing bursts of fire showed us where the battle was taking place. Just as I was about to move towards Kleven, I heard a terrible scream behind me. Amidst the explosions of grenades, the swearing of soldiers, the grinding of tank tracks, and the roar of breaking metal, I could make out the outline of a tank in the column. To my horror, I saw that the tank was plowing straight through the motorcycles. Then it turned sharply across the road to the left and disappeared into the darkness. No sooner had we recovered from this surprise than the same trick was repeated a little further away at the end of the column. Two enemy tanks drove into our marching column in the dark and only noticed their mistake when they stopped. For our part, we mistook them for our own armored vehicles and thus continued along the forest road in the company of the Russians. Other Russian tanks were spotted to the left of the road. The combat reconnaissance group I had sent to Olika made contact with part of the 3rd Battalion of the 1st SS Infantry Regiment and was under heavy pressure from large Russian forces. The 12th Company of the 1st SS Infantry Regiment requested assistance because it was surrounded by Russians. So, as soon as dawn broke, we had to rescue the units that were in a dangerous situation and continue the advance towards Rivne. We quickly rushed forward. The Russians were fighting for the road. Meanwhile, it had become completely light, and we could make out a long column of abandoned trucks. The enemy infantry was right in front of us in the fields of tall wheat, and was trying to gain the upper hand over the 12th Company of the 1st SS Infantry Regiment. So far, the enemy's attempts had been unsuccessful. The SS Company received reinforcements in the form of our armored car just in time. Without wasting any time, we returned through the forest to Kleven. The village was taken, and the offensive on Rivne continued. The road ran in a southeasterly direction. A couple of kilometers from Kleven, the road descended, then climbed steeply uphill again. I was moving behind the advance guard platoon and examining the terrain through my binoculars. Suddenly, I thought I saw an abandoned gun on the slope. Among the green cereal field, I could make out a couple of light patches. The gun was a light 75mm field gun that had been left in its firing position. It made a depressing impression on us. It was the first time we had found a German gun abandoned on the battlefield. A few steps away from the gun stood a gutted ambulance. Its doors were wide open and covered in blood. Silently, we surveyed the devastated area. No living or dead soldiers were found. We slowly moved up the road. The light patches became more and more distinct. We could distinguish large and small patches very clearly. I dropped my binoculars, rubbed my eyes, and picked them up again. My God! Was this possible? Could what I had just seen be real? We covered the last couple of 100 meters quickly. The advance guard dismounted and ran with me toward the light patches. Our steps slowed. We froze. We didn't dare go any further. We held our steel helmets in our hands as if we were praying. Not a single word was uttered to desecrate this place. Even the birds fell silent. Before us lay the naked bodies of a German company of soldiers, mercilessly mutilated. Their hands were bound with wire. Their eyes stared at us wide open. The officers of this company had met an even more brutal death. They lay a few meters away from their comrades. We found their bodies torn to pieces and trampled underfoot. Still, not a word was spoken. Here, Her Majesty Death spoke. Slowly, we walked past our slain comrades. My soldiers stood facing me. They expected me to give them an explanation or guidance on how to behave in Russia in the future. We looked at each other. I looked into the eyes of each soldier. Without saying a word, I turned, and we moved toward the unknown. Until July 7th, we repeatedly repelled Russian attacks north of Rivne. The enemy suffered heavy losses, while our losses were minimal. At 2 p.m., we received an order to cover the flank of the 11th Panzer Division and conduct reconnaissance to the northeast in the Zhytomyr direction. At noon the next day, we engaged in combat with large enemy forces in a wooded area north of the village of Romanov. The enemy artillery was firing harassing fire. From the data received from reconnaissance units and defectors, we identified a motorized battalion with several tanks and batteries. By evening, we lost an anti-aircraft gun as a result of a direct hit by a Russian shell. The wounded gun crew was evacuated. Meanwhile, the situation on the Sever Highway became critical. The tank divisions of the 3rd Motorized Corps advanced further in the direction of Zhytomyr and Kyiv, while the 25th Motorized Infantry Division, which was supposed to cover the Corps' stretched flank, was attacked from the north by large enemy forces. The motorway, north, a vital artery for the Corps, was under threat. Therefore, on July 9th, we received orders to attack the enemy from the north, advance through wooded areas to the north, and establish contact with the 25th Motorcycle Battalion near the village of Sokolova. After a massive artillery barrage, I wanted to launch an attack with motorized units in order to immediately wedge ourselves deep into the Russian defenses and take advantage of the element of surprise. The 1st Motorcycle Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion took up position for the attack behind a small hill. Fritz Montag again went to the front line. The company commander, my old and loyal comrade Gerd Bremer, repeated the battle order once more and went to his vehicle. I forbade the company from engaging the enemy or slowing down before it reached the edge of the forest. The plan was to rush at full speed through the enemy's battle lines and leave the rest to the next battalion. 2 anti-aircraft guns were set up on each side of the road. Their task was to open fire as soon as the company went on the attack, providing fire support. The anti-aircraft guns would clear the way for the attacking company. At exactly 5 o'clock in the evening, our guns opened fire, destroying the forest on both sides of the road. The engines of the motorcycles roared. The motorcycles with sidecars and the soldiers sitting on them looked like predators. Clinging to their motorcycles, my comrades rushed down the hill and raced toward the explosions of shells and the sound of enemy machine guns. In a few seconds, the company reached the edge of the forest and disappeared from view. My driver pressed the accelerator pedal, and we rushed after the company. Our artillery was still firing at the edge of the forest. However, not a single shot was fired in response. Small, dirty horses chewed their bits. The Russians were running north on both sides of the road. But what happened next? The company stopped. It opened fire on the fleeing Russians and isolated pockets of resistance. The company began to advance on foot and lost precious time. This could not be allowed. We had to reach the crossroads a few kilometers further north and prevent the Russians from retreating in an organized manner from the forest to the left flank of our offensive. Angered, I moved forward to resume the advance. Armored vehicles and self-propelled assault guns cleared the way for the motorcyclists. In a matter of minutes, we had captured Russian guns, tractors, and trucks. There was one thing we couldn't do: stop. We had to keep moving and take advantage of the enemy's confusion. Exhausted, unarmed Russians approached us, shouting something. At first, I didn't understand what they were shouting, but then I heard, "Ukrainians! Ukrainians!" They rejoiced like children and hugged each other endlessly. The war was over for them. We reached the crossroads at 6 in the evening. We overtook the Red Army columns retreating to the east and disarmed them. Now the Russians only offered resistance from time to time. They had completely lost their presence of mind from the battalion's lightning attack. Hundreds of prisoners were gathered on the road, and many small arms and other weapons were captured. The enemy found themselves in a situation that played into our hands. Their units had only just begun their retreat. Unfortunately, we lost a light armored car, which was hit by anti-tank fire during the battle, but thank God, we could only complain that during the entire operation, only one of our comrades was wounded. Although we had adapted to the Russian style of warfare and felt completely superior, I thought it wise to retreat and spend the night in the liberated area in the forest. The main forces of our division were still fighting somewhere and could only catch up with us by morning. The forest was alive. We heard Russian columns retreating eastward. They were looking for a way east between the advancing German troops, through forests, swamps, and places relatively hidden from view. We lay down with our weapons at the ready and waited for the new morning. The rustling of the tall trees mingled with the distant rumble of several of our guns firing somewhere to the east. The morning sun was truly blessed, and God gave us a wonderful summer day. I reluctantly gave the order to move north. The 1st Company of the 1st CC Reconnaissance Battalion went ahead again and waited on the road, ready to move, when I ordered Bremer to break through to the highway. Overtaking my armored car, the soldiers waved their hands, smiling at me as they finished their breakfast. What would the new day bring? I quickly and briefly instructed the commander of the 2nd Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion, Cross, and followed the Combat Escort Company. I led the way for about 5 minutes. In addition to my command vehicle, converted from a medium-armored communications vehicle, I was accompanied by 2 messengers on motorcycles. Heinz Drescher, my brilliant interpreter, and I sat on the armored vehicle as we climbed a small hill and were able to scout the route for several kilometers. From a distance, we could see the last motorcyclists disappearing around the bend. The main forces of the battalion would follow us in a few minutes. They were waiting for the artillery to join the column. We looked ahead in silence and enjoyed the beautiful sunny day. It is amazing how quickly you forget the bloody battles during a combat operation and consider even a few minutes of peace a gift from God. The deep silence was broken by an event that was perhaps the most interesting of everything that had happened to me during my years on the front lines. To my great surprise, I saw a Russian anti-tank gun in a firing position as I was driving past it. Behind the gun's shield, I could see the tense faces of several Russian soldiers. I wanted to shout, but I suppressed the cry and let my armored vehicle drive another 200 meters before stopping it. The messengers on motorcycles were briefly informed about the gun, and I headed into the forest with 2 officers and 4 soldiers to neutralize the forgotten anti-tank gun from the rear. Like redskins on the warpath, we made our way through tall heather and blueberry bushes, from tree to tree. I looked at the gun through the trees. The gun crew was no longer visible. Maybe the Russian artillerymen had run away? Had they really abandoned their gun? I clutched my MP-38 submachine gun tightly in my hands, my finger on the trigger. My eyes were still fixed on the artillery position. I could hear Drescher breathing behind me and didn't dare turn around. Step by step, we approached the gun. "Stop! Stop! Hands up!" The Russians looked at me, making funny faces. I stood surrounded by a Russian company. All this time, my comrades and I were making our way through the passage between 2 Russian platoons. My blood ran cold. Numerous rifles were pointed at us. I looked at the people surrounding me in a daze. Force was no longer an option. In a hushed voice, I commanded my comrades, "Don't shoot." The barrels were lowered. An athletic, handsome officer stood 10 meters away from me. I walked towards him. He also separated from his comrades and headed towards me. It became quiet. The Russian soldiers and my comrades watched this meeting. We stopped 2 meters apart, each took our weapons in our left hands, and almost simultaneously greeted the enemy. Then we took the last step and shook hands. All this time I felt no emotion. I felt neither defeated nor victorious. When we straightened up after a slight bow, each declared the other his prisoner. The Russian laughed as if I had told the best joke of the year. His big blue eyes sparkled mischievously as he looked at me, while I reached into my pocket and pulled out a pack of cigarettes for him. He politely waited for me to put the cigarette between my lips, then lit it with a match. We both behaved as if we were alone on the wide plain, and as if the war had long been forgotten. The Russian spoke only broken German, and I did not speak Russian. I called Drescher over and whispered to him, "We need to buy some time." Drescher and the Russian engaged in lengthy negotiations about which side should lay down its arms. While all this was going on, I walked from one Russian to another and offered them cigarettes. With a smile, the young Russian soldiers took the cigarettes and sniffed them before putting the end of the cigarette between their lips. They enjoyed the aroma of the cigarettes. I patted each Russian on the shoulder in a friendly manner, indicating that they should lay down their weapons. But in the blink of an eye, the pack was empty. Only then did I realize that I had strayed some distance from Drescher and was standing alone among the Russians. I was indescribably happy when I rejoined my group around Drescher. From the officer's tone, I could tell that his patience was running out. Very slowly, I moved closer to the edge of the forest to force Drescher and the Russian to continue their negotiations outside the forest. I waited for the battalion to approach. It could appear at any moment and end this nightmare. The three of us stood at the edge of the forest and tried once again to explain to the Russian that his unit was surrounded and that the vanguard of our first tank group had almost reached Kiev. Then the Russian shook his head vigorously and told Drescher to tell me that he was an officer, not a fool. At that moment, there was an explosion on the road, and I saw a light armored car engulfed in flames. A Russian anti-tank gun had hit it from a distance of about 20 meters. Thick clouds of smoke rose into the sky. Since I knew that all my vehicles always moved in a fairly scattered formation in order to have a sufficient firing sector, the next vehicle could appear at any moment. Its turret would appear from behind the rise at any second. The Russian insisted that I put my machine gun down on the ground. I asked Drescher to explain to the Russian officer that I did not understand the last sentence and that he had to show me. The Russian looked at me suspiciously and put his beautiful machine gun with an optical sight on the road. He shouldn't have done that. With lightning speed, I was next to the weapon, stepping on it, and stood with my shoulder pressed against my opponent's shoulder. And we both stood like statues between the Russians on one side of the road and my comrades on the other. All my soldiers moved to our side of the road. From deep within the forest, the commissar's voice fanatically called for action. More and more Russian rifles were aimed at me, and I pressed myself even closer to the officer. Even Drescher hid in the ditch. At that moment, a shadow ran past me. I didn't dare look back, but I knew it was my armored vehicles. Everything happened in a flash. The commissar's commands left no doubt that fire could be opened at any moment. I looked my opponent in the eye one last time. He sensed what was coming. He calmly looked back at me. Then I shouted, "Fire!" The explosions of the armored vehicle's automatic weapons shook the forest. My comrades threw grenades across the road, and I instantly jumped into a ditch. The Russian commander was lying on the road. The war was over for him. We tried to retreat, but it was impossible. There was a small bridge ahead. The armored vehicle had only a couple of hundred meters to go when a Russian anti-tank gun opened fire. It was becoming uncomfortable. We expected the Russians to attack across the road at any moment. At that moment, something happened that I will never forget. Our youngest messenger on a motorcycle, Heinz Schlund, who later became the German champion in the 1,500-meter run, jumped up, ran to his motorcycle with a sidecar, jumped on the seat, and disappeared. I saw him ride up to the armored vehicle, shout something to its commander, and then return to us. He waved to me. I jumped up and crouched down between the seat and the sidecar, and we sped back to our battalion. The second company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion dismounted, and Hugo Cross led the attack. Heavy artillery, mortars, and infantry with small arms quickly took up their positions. The battle was fierce. The Russians fought for every tree, but it was useless. 15 minutes later, it was all over. I looked for the Russian commander and found him with his chest riddled with bullets. He was buried in the same grave as my comrades who fell in this battle. After the battle, we reached the Sever Highway, along which units of the 25th Motorized Infantry Division and support units of the 13th and 14th Tank Divisions were moving. Among the Russians killed was Commissar Neumann. We were curious if he was German. The 25th Motorcycle Battalion engaged in fierce fighting north of Sokolov and requested our assistance. I provided them with a couple of assault self-propelled guns, which soon came to the battalion's aid. Our battalion took up a position east of Sokolov, about 20 kilometers along the front, as a covering force. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, traffic on the highway was interrupted. Enemy forces crossed it west of Sokolov, thus cutting off all supply routes to the 3rd Motorized Corps. Our battalion section came under heavy fire. Our headquarters was located under a magnificent oak tree 100 meters south of the highway. Machine gun fire pierced the thick foliage of the tree, causing the green leaves to swirl and fall to the ground. Peter got me a plate of rice pudding, which I ate with great appetite under the protection of the thick trunk. Only now, many hours after the incident with the Russian commander, did I find time to think about food. Suddenly, the rice became tasteless, and I felt goosebumps all over my body. At dawn, headquarters was within range of heavy artillery. Companies reported enemy concentrations in wooded areas north of the highway. We tried to eliminate the detected enemy concentrations with artillery and other heavy weapons. But the Russians were not going to lose their composure. I was worried about my motorcyclists because the area was unusually large and there were no reserves at hand. The company's armored vehicles scurried back and forth along the highway to cover the gaps in our defense. It looked like it was going to be a hot night. I drove back to the right flank of the sector to visit 2 motorcycle companies. The first company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion, with its right flank on the Tenya Bridge, was subjected to particularly fierce attacks. Both companies dug in well. My motorcyclists dug into the ground for the first time in this war. All along the way, my armored vehicle was fired upon with machine guns and small arms. Russian bullets pounded the armor and ricocheted, making a singing sound that filled the air. The battalion personnel dug in, and everyone, from cooks to clerks to the last driver, was in firing positions waiting for nightfall. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the expected Russian attack began. A terrible hail of metal rained down on our section. The disgusting cries of "Hurrah! Hurrah!" made our blood run cold. These nerve-wracking cries were something new to us. Flashes lit up the darkness. Tracer bullets created a colorful trail in the night. The Russians broke through to the highway, and the attack was only stifled by flanking fire from several armored vehicles. Another attack followed around midnight. Its main effort was directed at the 1st Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion. The Russians broke through to its positions and destroyed 2 machine gun nests, but were repulsed by entrenching shovels and bayonets in hand-to-hand combat. The former positions were recaptured. Enemy artillery fire became more intense for the first time. A battery of heavy rail guns fired intensively at the crossroads south of Sokolov and the battalion headquarters east of the crossroads. The motorcycle companies were running out of ammunition, and the motorcyclists requested urgent replenishment. But how could we deliver ammunition to the right flank? There were no access routes to the right flank, and the highway was the dividing line between the Russians and us. Only the road separated the opposing units engaged in combat from each other. I heard Cross's voice again in my headphones and saw the terrible fireworks on his section to my right. The 1st SS Company in mortars desperately needed ammunition. Shouts of "Hurrah! Hurrah!" were heard to my right. The Russians were attacking our headquarters. A platoon of anti-aircraft guns opened fire on the attackers, firing anti-aircraft shells that produced a mass of shrapnel when they exploded. The anti-aircraft guns concentrated their fire primarily on the thickets of bushes at the far end of the road. Then Peter removed the camouflage cover from the left headlight and drove off, lighting his way down the road. While moving, the armored vehicle was hit by bullets several times, but the ammunition was delivered to the companies. My requests for reinforcements were in vain. The arrival of other battalions could not be expected until noon at the earliest. They were still being withdrawn from the fortified line. Once again, heavy enemy artillery fire rained down on the right flank of our sector. Shells from Russian guns mounted on railway platforms shook the forest in the sector of the 1st Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion, and around 1 o'clock in the morning, a 3rd wave of Russians descended upon us. A few minutes later, the flanking company requested reinforcements. The enemy had wedged itself into its defensive positions, and hand-to-hand combat ensued. The mad creatures, Russians and Germans, fought for their lives. It was every man for himself. I couldn't take it anymore. I ripped off my headphones, jumped into an armored car, and drove off. Without looking left or right, my driver drove straight through groups of attacking Russians who were crossing the highway where there were gaps in our defenses. We were driving without headlights, so we could only see the shadows of those crossing the road. The brakes screeched as the vehicle made a left turn on the road and then disappeared behind a small rural building. The motorcyclists were just repelling the last Russian attack. It had completely stalled, having been repelled by the defenders. The attackers were completely destroyed. The cries of people, mixed with the sound of machine guns and muffled grenade explosions, made any communication impossible. Cross and I crawled behind the rubble of a wall, probably about 20 meters south of the road, and tried to see something in the morning fog. The Russians' heavy mortar fire covered the entire area. Several motorcyclists carried a seriously wounded comrade out of the battle, then tore open his shirt to administer first aid. I looked out and saw my old comrade Grecek. His eyes were closed, and his chest rose and fell weakly. He was mortally wounded. I called out to him, called his name. I wanted to bring him back to life, but it was all in vain. Death had already taken its toll. His lips moved as if Grecek wanted me to convey his last farewell words to his wife and children. His eyelids lifted so that his eyes, which could no longer see anything, became visible. Then his head slowly fell to one side. A bullet to the heart had ended his life. SS Hauptscharführer von Berg was in the first single trench. He was the platoon commander of the 1st Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion. A shell hit him in the chest and took him out of our ranks. Jupp Hansen, Berg's longtime friend, screamed for help. His cries were drowned out by the blood gushing out of him. A piece of shrapnel or a bullet had pierced his lung, and the wound was fatal. Hansen was dragged to cover and laid on a raincoat. Joop recognized me and wanted to speak, but he was no longer able to do so. He died a few hours later. The new day illuminated the gloomy landscape. The scorched earth, craters, uprooted trees, broken equipment, and blackened ruins could drive a silent, faint-hearted witness mad. In front of me was a 1-ton truck. At night, it had been a well-lit target, and now it was a smoking wreck. A faint smoke curled across the roadside. The driver sat behind the wheel. His uniform was burned to his body. Only black ash covered his charred chest in places. His blackened skull with empty eye sockets was still facing in the direction of travel. I wanted to scream, to curse all the madness of war, but I threw myself into the next trench and returned fire at the Russian lying behind a bush no more than 50 meters away on the other side of the road. Looking at the people around me, sprawled out and scratching the ground, I imagined the bloody fields of Verdun. My comrades and the Russian soldiers lay dead in the trenches. They had killed each other. The survivors threw the dead out of the shallow trenches. They wanted to live and were looking for shelter. Day broke. There was not a single Russian in sight. The battlefield was empty. Before us were meadows overgrown with flowers and swaying fields of grain. Not a single shot broke the silence of the morning. My comrades, who had been lying flat on the ground, crouched down, then stood up, at first timidly, then without fear. The first soldier stood up, lit a cigarette, and looked in the direction of the enemy. Everyone stared spellbound at the motorcyclist standing there. Nothing happened. Shouts and words of encouragement were passed from trench to trench. Life had taken us back into its embrace. It was taking its toll. I shook Hugo Cross's hand. Throughout the night, he had been the backbone of our defense. He blinked nervously. We shook hands, and there was bitterness in his words. Over the past 2 days, we had both lost more comrades than in all previous campaigns combined. We received a radio message that we would be relieved by the 3rd Battalion of the 1st SS Infantry Regiment, which was due to arrive at noon. Just as we were about to return to the battalion headquarters, SS Untersturmführer Baumhart asked me to reconnoiter the bushes 150 meters north of the road. He had recently noticed some movement there. Peter steered towards the bushes and wanted to drive around them at a distance. He circled the bushes in an ever-decreasing radius, but I didn't notice any enemy. Then Peter drove very close. I stood leaning out of the turret hatch. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a Russian officer jumped out. With a single leap, he was already standing on the slope in front of our vehicle and firing. Staggering back from his extraordinary agility, I fired my pistol and ducked. The vehicle stopped. It wasn't moving. I yelled at Peter. There was a loud bang in the gearbox. The armored vehicle jerked and started moving in fits and starts. Peter tried to throw a grenade into the bushes, but it immediately rolled under our armored vehicle, where it exploded. Peter never repeated such close combat tactics again. Upon arrival at the 1st Company of the 1st SS Infantry Regiment, we came under fire from Russian artillery, which did not dampen the battalion's fighting spirit in the least. The Grenadiers under the command of Fritz Witt never showed any hesitation. This battalion was already a strong, fearless fire brigade. In a roadside ditch, I met an old comrade with whom I had trained in Jüterbog in 1934. Kwasowski, a tall guy, had suffered a serious leg injury. A shell fragment had shattered his foot. With his folding knife, this native of East Prussia made one last cut and separated the foot from the body. The relief arrived without delay. Soon, SS Hauptsturmführer Hempel was killed. He was a good friend of Greetek. We buried the dead man to the sound of Russian artillery fire. The farewell speeches were drowned out by the roar of engines. The highway was open again. Columns of German troops rolled eastward. We advanced on Zhytomyr and fought on the approaches to Kiev, together with the 13th and 14th Panzer Divisions. Then our battalion was replaced by a reconnaissance battalion of the infantry division and released for other tasks. While Kleist's 1st Tank Group advanced through Zhytomyr towards Kiev, units of the 6th Army attacked Russian forces near Uman, having previously taken Vinnytsia. Further south, the 17th German Army was advancing. The divisions of the 3rd Motorized Corps involved in the advance on Kiev were then replaced by units of the 6th Army and turned southeast toward Kirovograd and Kremenchuk. At about 3 o'clock in the morning on July 30th, we stopped in the southern suburbs of Zibermanovka and covered the right flank of our division, which was under attack. By 5 a.m., we had reached Leshchinovka, which was defended by large enemy forces. The 2nd Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion got stuck in a swamp on the approach to the village and was pinned down by heavy Russian artillery fire. The 1st Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion was also under heavy fire. Around noon, Russian troops attempted to break through to the east. Enemy tanks raced at full speed straight at the motorcyclists and tried to crush our anti-tank weapons. It was impossible for the motorcycle company to break out of the battle due to Russian artillery fire. During this fierce battle, SS Untersturmführer Baumhart, who commanded a platoon in the 2nd Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion, was killed. Company commander SS Hauptsturmführer Krass was wounded. SS Obersturmführer Speth took temporary command of the company. A shell fragment tore off the lower jaw of one of our youngest comrades, SS motorcyclist Guzman. Risking their own lives, his comrades evacuated him. A Russian company was captured in a surprise attack by several armored vehicles. The company had orders to secure passage across the bridge. On July 31st, the battalion came under the operational control of the 48th Motorized Corps, which was tasked with advancing to Novoarkhangelsk and completing the encirclement of the Russians in the Uman pocket. We reached Novoarkhangelsk at noon without a fight. This large village was located on the left bank of the small Sinyuka River, which flowed from north to south and was impassable for tanks due to its steep banks. As soon as we reached the first houses of the village, we came under heavy artillery fire from the west. To the northwest of the town, I noticed a German battery, several armored vehicles, and motorcycles moving away to the northeast. These German troops apparently mistook us for Russians. We tried, unsuccessfully, to contact this German unit with signal flares. However, their fire could not be stopped, and then they withdrew. As we later learned, it was the 16th Reconnaissance Battalion. It had broken away from the enemy in the wrong direction and, accordingly, forced us to work extra hard. In the village, small arms fire was opened on us, and we had to fight our way to the bridge. There, we found an abandoned armored car of the 16th Reconnaissance Battalion. The bridge itself was damaged by mines. Behind us, the 1st Battalion of the 1st SS Infantry Regiment had already reached Novoarkhangelsk and captured the southeastern part of the village in battle. After that, I felt much calmer. We could rely on Fritz Witt. The 1st Battalion of the 1st SS Infantry Regiment and the 1st Reconnaissance Battalion joined forces. We always got along well with each other. By 6 o'clock in the evening, the village was entirely in our hands. However, apart from my armored vehicles, there were no other reserves available. When darkness fell, the Russians attacked the battalion's positions, advancing from the northeastern edge of the village with large infantry forces and 8 tanks. Our anti-tank guns opened fire directly. But what happened? The tanks were not bothered in the least. They continued to advance on the motorcyclists. The shells ricocheted off the armor of the Russian tanks. Thank God, the motorcyclists were among the houses and were thus able to take cover from the tanks. Russian infantry also wedged into our positions and pushed back our company. The tanks made a big impression on my soldiers. I hoped that this would not turn into a complete defeat. I thought that maybe our gun on the bridge would have better luck. I jumped into the assault gun and drove to the bridge, where I met Montag's platoon, which was about to take up position on the near bank of the river. I couldn't believe my eyes. Motorcycle companies were rushing to the bridge and wanted to cross to the opposite bank. A few words were enough to normalize the situation. The companies turned around and drove back the Russians who had already infiltrated. 4 Russian tanks fell victim to the assault gun and the 47mm anti-tank gun. At 4 o'clock in the morning, a massive infantry attack followed, which was overwhelmed by the fire of the motorcyclists. The Russian attacking troops entered the village along the stream from the south. However, the bridge guarded by my sappers was not in danger. At dawn, the Russian troops that had broken through were partly repelled and partly taken prisoner. All other attacks were also repelled with heavy losses to the enemy. The encirclement of the 6th and 12th Russian armies in the cauldron near Uman was tightening. From August 2nd, 6-barrel mortars and mortar batteries were used against them. From a small hill, I watched the movements of the enemy troops. Several columns of Russians with various weapons disappeared into the woods 5 kilometers from the positions of the 1st Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion. Obviously, the enemy wanted to make another attempt to break through to the east at nightfall. Disturbing artillery fire rained down on our entire battalion's sector. More and more columns of Russian troops disappeared into the forest. The tall trees hid thousands of people. Infantry, cavalry, and artillery sought cover from observers in the shade of the trees. Didn't they understand that we could follow all their movements? The Russian officers were leading their soldiers and themselves to their deaths. These concentrated forces could not be allowed to attack. They had to be destroyed first. Otherwise, we would not be able to withstand these masses in the dark. They would overwhelm us and break through like water through a floodgate. And a hole would form in the Uman cauldron. All of the battalion's heavy weapons, a unit of 6-barrel mortars and a battery of mortars, were deployed to carry out the combat mission, to cover the forest area with concentrated fire. I reserved the right to personally give the order to open fire. At that point, 6-barrel mortars were still an unknown weapon to us. We had no idea how effective they were. The clock was ticking. I waited patiently for the most favorable moment. The stream of Russian soldiers had not yet dried up. The cauldron was so full that it was already beginning to overflow. The critical moment had come. There were signs of night falling. The outlines of the trees were becoming barely discernible. Everyone waited tensely for the order to open fire. Fire! And all hell broke loose. A terrible howl hung over us. The smoke trails of the rocket mines described an arc above our heads and disappeared among the dark trees. These mines flew incessantly with a whistle toward the enemy and exploded, bringing death and destruction. Heavy mortar shells roared through the air, adding to the hissing of the rocket-propelled mines. The forest literally split in half, like an anthill under the feet of a prehistoric monster. People and animals fought for their lives, but still ran toward death. Horses galloped madly away with carts and artillery, dying under the fire of machine guns and automatic cannons from our armored vehicles. The fading sun set below the horizon over this field of death. People were dying or becoming crippled. The animals awaited the final, deadly blow. Thousands of people surrendered. I no longer wanted to see or hear anything. Such carnage filled me with revulsion. Russian and German doctors watched the human suffering with great pain. We saw Russian women in uniform for the first time. I admired their behavior. They often behaved with more dignity than the men. To ease the suffering of the wounded, female medical assistants worked through the night. After midnight, all hell broke loose. The cry, "Paratroopers!" echoed across the positions. And indeed, I saw large 4-engine transport planes above us, and then we heard the rustling of parachutes. All around us, parachutes were descending to the ground. The situation was extremely serious. We had no reserves. We waited for the parachutists to descend with our rifles and machine guns at the ready, but nothing happened. A few minutes later, the first report came in, and the first parachute was delivered. These were not parachutists. The enemy was dropping ammunition, food, and fuel for the surrounded troops. Towards evening, our sector was handed over to the 297th Infantry Division. The battalion was withdrawn to the center of the village. During the following night, a crowd of rear echelon personnel suddenly rushed across the bridge, ammunition carriers and carts. It was the enemy infantry that had penetrated the artillery park, where panic ensued. The battalion immediately launched a counterattack and captured several hundred Russian soldiers. The fighting for Uman was over. The 6th and 12th Russian armies were largely destroyed. Up to 140,000 prisoners, both army commanders, 317 tanks, and 858 guns fell into German hands. The first tank group was again released and sent to the southeast to cut off the retreat of the Russians, who were retreating before the front of the 11th Army. On August 9th, the battalion received orders to conduct reconnaissance in the direction of the village of Bobry. For many hours, we marched through a thick layer of dust and mud to the southeast. Russian cavalry followed us at a respectful distance, not giving us a chance to get rid of such annoying company. At dawn, on August 10th, I noticed a cloud from an explosion on the horizon, to the right of our direction of advance. It was an armored car of the 16th Reconnaissance Battalion that had hit an anti-tank mine. Soon, we captured a team of Russian miners. The team had been formed to dig up the recently laid mines. The prisoners were from the 12th Cavalry Division, which was retreating eastward under fire. I led the battalion straight east across tall grain and potato fields, then turned south. Suddenly, we found ourselves behind the enemy's rear guard. Our motorcyclists destroyed several armored vehicles, trucks, and anti-tank guns. Thick clouds of smoke rose straight into the sky. Pursuing the retreating Russians, the advance platoon stumbled upon field fortifications that were so well positioned that they were only noticed at the last moment. One of our best non-commissioned officers was killed in the battle. The always cheerful Bubi Buroze was killed while leading his platoon. The platoon commander, SS Untersturmführer Wawzinek, was wounded. The target of the 16th Panzer-Division's offensive was the port of Nikolaev. We were tasked with covering the division's left flank from possible attacks from the east. General Huba led his division across the Inhul River and then advanced south along the eastern bank of the river. In doing so, he cut off the retreat route to the east for many Russian units. Upon reaching the bridge at Kiryanovka, our battalion came under heavy artillery fire from the southwest. This meant that the enemy was behind us and was trying to prevent us from crossing the Ingul. But this fire did not prevent us from accomplishing our task. Increasing the intervals, the vehicles sped across the bridge. There were no losses in either manpower or equipment. The 16th Tank Division advanced rapidly through the retreating Russian troops and reached the approaches to Nikolaev with its vanguard. We also advanced continuously, cutting off the retreating Russian units, and reached the village of Zasaye, which stretched far along the road to Novopoltavka. During the 5-day offensive, we found ourselves in critical situations many times and fought many battles with the retreating units of the Russian army. We were used to not fearing the enemy, but of course, we were beginning to respect the endless Russian expanses. 2 lakes bordered this long village to the west, and it was easy to defend from that side. The last Russian troops left Zasaye around noon, retreating to the east. They belonged to the 162nd Rifle and 5th Cavalry Divisions. Under the Bolsheviks, the church was used as a barn and a cinema. The staircase from the bell tower had obviously been used for firewood and burned in stoves. Red banners hung from the ceiling. Suddenly, a frail, toothless man approached us, introducing himself as an Orthodox priest. He asked permission to conduct a service. Tears streamed down the priest's wrinkled face as the villagers entered the modest room, and he read his first sermon in many years with a trembling voice. The old people listened to his words with reverence. The young people stood in the square in front of the church with curiosity, but also some confusion. At night, the sound of fierce fighting came from the west. It was the 16th Tank Division advancing on Nikolaev. At dawn, I climbed the bell tower and looked out over the typical rural landscape of southern Russia. Vast fields stretched in all directions, and a network of dusty country roads, like a spider's web, stretched deep into the black soil. Dust swirled along all the roads, and enemy planes took off and landed near the neighboring village of Novopetrovka. As expected, the Russians had surrounded our battalion. There was no need to explain what would happen if Nikolaev held out for a while longer and the enemy tried to encircle the flanks of the 16th Tank Division. The thick clouds of dust in the west and east spoke for themselves. It was going to be hot. The motorcycle companies advanced to positions on the outskirts of Zasai, and they were just having their morning roll call when large enemy forces were spotted in the east. At the same time, an enemy column moved toward Zasai from the west. The Russians had no idea that we had taken Zasyelia yesterday, and so they walked straight into a trap set by our engineer platoon and several armored vehicles. The dam that separated the 2 lakes became the Russians' doom. Many enemy soldiers, who did not have time to resist or even fire a single shot, were taken prisoner. The bell tower became my command post. From there, I could observe the enemy's movements and take timely action. More and more Russians appeared from the direction of Shuvanka and disappeared into the swaying wheat field, only to turn around and launch their planned attack on Zasyelia. I calmly watched the situation unfold, because there was a strip of field at least 400 meters wide approaching the village. Under such conditions, any enemy attack would be drowned in its own blood. Russian artillery batteries were taking up positions on the horizon. Mounted couriers galloped across the black earth. There were plenty of targets for our guns, but we had to conserve ammunition. Our lines of communication were endlessly long, and ammunition was truly precious. We waited for the right moment, when each shot would successfully do its bloody work. Small black dots moved toward us across the ripening fields. From time to time, the sun reflected off the shiny metal, sparkling brightly against the more even daylight. The dots were getting closer and closer. They no longer resembled ants, they were clearly Russian infantrymen. Their battle formations were excellent. They advanced in a widely dispersed formation. Groups of soldiers pulled anti-tank guns. Horses remained behind. I carefully assessed the situation, like a chess player, and prepared the weapons that would be most deadly to the enemy. The Russians advanced stubbornly, but cautiously. Not a single German soldier was visible on the outskirts of Zasaya. The village must have looked unoccupied to the Russians, Only reinforced platoons of motorcycle companies remained in position. All my other units were waiting for orders to attack north and south of the village. I wanted not only to repel the attack, but also to destroy the Russian military unit. That moment came at 11 o'clock in the morning. The Russians were covered by fire from all types of weapons, and terrible gaps formed in their ranks. Our mortars and field guns tried to destroy the enemy's guns with accurate fire. The attacking Russian chains lay down. Then they jumped up and ran forward to their deaths. Officers and commissars tried to resume the attack, but I saw only a few Russian soldiers running forward. Most remained lying on the ground as if they were nailed down. The moment had come for the motorcyclists and armored vehicles waiting for their chance on the flanks. They moved eastward, then turned and drove the Russians toward our positions. By midday, we had captured 650 men and killed more than 200. According to the prisoner's testimony, the commander of the 962nd Rifle Regiment shot himself after shooting one of his officers. Since this regiment originally had only 900 soldiers, it was practically wiped out as a result of the losses it suffered. Over the next few hours, we were attacked several more times. In the afternoon, heavy artillery fire was directed at the village. It came from the west. Although we expected an attack from both directions, this strike still took us by surprise. In the blink of an eye, the front line changed, and we took up pre-prepared positions west of the village. Unlike the first attack, this one was carried out by motorized forces. Several light amphibious tanks, these were obsolete T-38 light tanks, and armored vehicles formed the Russian vanguard. The Russian artillery strike hit the position of our battery, where a truck carrying ammunition exploded. We let the Russians get closer again, and they again ran into our concentrated fire. The amphibious tanks were the first victims. They were blown up. Black clouds of smoke covered the battlefield, while our armored vehicles and tank destroyers moved forward. They fired at the partially scattered Russian battle formations. One of our tank destroyers stopped and started smoking. Red tongues of flame burst out from inside and engulfed the driver before he could be rescued. 2 other crew members were pulled out of the fiery hell, and the flames were extinguished. My ears were ringing from the screams of the badly wounded driver burning alive. However, I tore my gaze away from the burning tank destroyer and pointed my binoculars to the southwest. Clouds of thick dust heralded the arrival of new columns of Russian troops trying to break through to the east. Our armored cars and tank destroyers, like panthers, pounced on these columns and shot at the vehicles, turning them into burning wrecks. Russian soldiers tried to scatter in all directions, but only a few managed to escape. Most of the attackers soon had to trudge along the road leading to captivity. During the debriefing, I heard the cries of the wounded and the heart-rending screams of our burned comrade. He was lying on a stretcher and begging me to finish him off. His burned hands lay on his charred body. His hairless head, sunken lips, and blackened torso were one continuous wound. The lower part of his body was protected from the fire by his trousers, and therefore did not suffer as much. I felt disgusting and could not utter a word of comfort. In such a situation, they would have been a shameless lie. My soldiers stared at me intently. Again and again, the young soldier begged for relief from his suffering. The doctor said there was no hope. He couldn't even see where to inject the painkiller. The doctor could only shrug his shoulders helplessly. A blood-curdling scream drove me out of the field dressing station. I was unable to say goodbye. I couldn't even put my hand on his forehead. One last glance, and I ran out. With the end of the day came the end of our comrade's life. We held the village of Zasai, repelling Russian attacks until August 17th, and conducted reconnaissance far to the south, all the way to Snigirievka. At 7 o'clock in the evening, it was reported that the Snigirievka station had been cleared of the enemy. SS Untersturmführer Tede's armored car was hit by a shell from an anti-tank gun. It was reported that Tede was missing in action. Just a few hours earlier, Tede had learned of the birth of his first child. The 16th Panzer Division managed to capture the city of Nikolaev and push the Russians back to Kherson. In Nikolaev, the defeated Grenadiers discovered a battleship under construction with a displacement of 36,000 tons, which had not yet left the slipway. On August 18th, our battalion was tasked with conducting reconnaissance in the direction of Kherson. This city had developed particularly rapidly since the end of the 19th century and in the 1930s. However, on our maps, it was marked as a poor village. Long before dawn, we moved south. A few hours later, the shining red face of the sun rose above the Dnieper and warmed our stiff joints. Clouds of dust swirled behind us as we moved forward quickly. A group of motorcyclists, covered by 2 armored vehicles, rode ahead. The rest of the 1st platoon and my command armored vehicle followed behind them. The commander of the vanguard was SS Hauptsturmführer Erich, whom I could rely on. After a short time, we came across a Russian column that was looking for a ford. We disarmed them and sent them in the direction of Zasyel. The Russian trucks were taken as trophies and joined our column. The prisoners were glad that the war was over for them and willingly obeyed orders. On both sides of our route, we found huge vineyards and fields of tomatoes and cucumbers. Soon, the entire battalion was eagerly devouring tomatoes. Orchards covered the western slopes of the Dnieper Valley, but the fruit was not yet ripe. Our advance southward continued. My soldiers smiled at me as I drove past them or relayed radio messages to me. As experienced people, they had, of course, noticed that we were not conducting reconnaissance at that moment, but simply resting. In Wehrmacht reports, such actions were referred to as surprise attacks, but this surprise attack was far from the brainchild of a rash or reckless commander. No. In most cases, a surprise attack was an operation planned in advance by a responsible commander. Such a commander was in control of the situation and was eager to achieve great success through cool-headed planning, fearlessness, and courage, and quick action. In addition to military abilities, outstanding human qualities were a necessary condition for this type of combat operation. The commander must enjoy the absolute trust of his soldiers and be, in the true sense of the word, the combat leader of his unit or division. The order to launch a sudden strike cannot be given from above. The general staff does not have the ability to give orders on the actual battlefield, based on conclusions suggested by intuition. The prerogative to launch a surprise attack belongs exclusively and entirely to the combat commander himself. Often, a lightning-fast operation seems like recklessness on the part of a commander who is accompanied by luck, but there is another side to reality. Such a commander literally puts himself in the enemy's shoes. He is aware of the failures and setbacks suffered by the enemy. He is familiar with the physical and mental stress experienced by the enemy. He knows his strengths and weaknesses well. He does not rely on intelligence reports from higher authorities. They only provide a general overview of the situation and the balance of forces in the current operation, and nothing more. The combat commander develops his own assessment of the situation. From thousands of bits of information, he forms a picture of the enemy. He can read the operational situation on the ground like a book. His deeply hidden instincts as a hunter and warrior are awakened. Such a commander sees and senses the enemy. The faces of prisoners reveal more to him than the pages of interrogations. A combat commander is not only a superior officer, but a person who leads by example. His will is the will of his soldiers. He draws his strength from his grenadiers, who believe in him and will follow him even to hell. The outlines of Kherson were already visible on the horizon. Grain elevators towered over the Dnieper. The western part of the city was dotted with tall factory chimneys. Shady, inviting trees loomed before us. The scorching sun burned us. We dreamed of water and shade in the city. A few kilometers from Kherson, I stood for a long time on the armored vehicle and looked at the city stretching out before my eyes. On the Dnieper, which flowed here from east to west, there was lively ship traffic, with gunboats scurrying back and forth. Large steam ferries lazily made their way to the far shore, where they unloaded their cargo and returned to Kherson. The city seemed to be within arm's reach. It was tempting, beckoning, and seemed to be laughing at my indecision. The company officers looked at me expectantly. The artilleryman's face showed that he had already determined the positions from which he would provide fire support for the battalion's advance. At that moment, my soldiers were sitting in the tomato fields again, happily eating the wonderful fruit. I envied their carefree attitude. I lit another cigarette, blowing smoke into the shimmering air. I felt completely confident and had no bad premonitions that the huge city could swallow us up. My decision was firm. The city had to fall under a sudden attack. The Russians were expecting an attack from the northwest from Nikolaev. They had prepared their defenses in that direction. That was where the Leibstandarte division was ready to attack. We drove to the city along a country road along the Dnieper and immediately crushed a company of Red Army soldiers who were erecting a barricade in the suburbs of the city. Taken by surprise, the Red Army soldiers forgot to swap their shovels for weapons. But then, modern, multi-story buildings appeared before us. An enemy machine gun tore up the ground around us. The battle for Kherson had begun. SS Hauptsturmführer Erich touched his steel helmet with his index finger, shouted, "Go!" to the lead platoon, and rushed across the wide square at full speed. He disappeared behind the wide street leading to the center of Kherson. The platoon followed their leader. Armored vehicles fired their guns at the space in front of the houses. The muffled explosions of hand grenades indicated that close combat had begun. I followed the advance platoon and suddenly found myself back at the Dnieper. The road wound like a snake through the old fortress district. From the southeast bank of the river, Russian artillery began intense shelling of the road. Soviet sailors fought with the ferocity of wild cats. The fire forced us to leave our vehicles and continue the battle on foot. A row of houses shielded us from view from the east bank of the river. Pressing close to the walls, we fought for every house on both sides of the street. Erich fought like a lion. This blond warrior roared, jumping from passage to passage, setting the pace for the attack. Machine gun fire sent sparks flying from the sidewalk. The attack stopped. The machine gun fire was almost an insurmountable obstacle for the leading units. But for Erich, there was no stopping. He knew we had to reach the port to prevent the Soviet troops from organizing their defense. Erich lay a few steps away, clutching his machine gun tightly in his strong hands, his legs pulled up close to his body. Throwing his helmet back, he commanded, "First platoon, advance, cross the road, get ready, go!" I saw the young soldiers jump up, rush across the street, and fall to the sidewalk as if they had been mowed down by a burst of fire. Their coordinated dash fooled the enemy machine gunner. Soon he stopped firing. We reached a small square. Sailors took up positions among the decorative bushes and tried to stop our advance. As I threw myself forward, I suddenly saw Erich fall onto the pavement. His machine gun fell onto the asphalt with a metallic clang. Erich bent over, his hands searching for something to grab onto. He scraped his hands across the ground. The Grenadiers dragged their platoon commander to the wall of a house and shouted for medics. A bullet had split Eric's skull. I wanted to say a few words and shake his hand, but he could no longer hear anything. It was his last battle. 2 days later, after dictating a letter to his wife, he closed his eyes forever. In Eric, the company lost one of its best non-commissioned officers, and I lost one of my most loyal soldiers. The battle was getting fiercer. Russian artillery was firing down the street. Fuel depots were burning. Thick smoke billowed high into the air, and everything was flying up from the explosions. Wanting to find shelter on the street that was under fire, I threw my whole weight against some kind of gate, but it was bolted shut. Bullets hit the sidewalk and ricocheted with a screech. I thought the game was over and ran down the street, fired upon by sailors. I thought a kiosk would provide cover, but bullets split its thin wooden walls, and machine gun fire blew the kiosk to pieces. A chainsaw couldn't have done a better job. Pressing myself tightly to the ground, I waited for the end of the firefight between the Soviet soldiers and the soldiers of my first platoon. Once again, I was caught between two positions. After a few minutes, the situation calmed down, and the attack on the port continued. Soviet troops retreated to the port area. 2 large ferries at the pier picked up those fleeing. We were getting closer and closer. Whistling mortar shells hindered our rapid advance toward the port, but we were unstoppable. Street after street, house after house fell into our hands. Studded with wide-headed nails, our boots clattered loudly on the pavement of this strategically important city on the Dnieper. Our machine guns fired at the pier. They were not heavy weapons, but the effect of their fire was deadly. Ignoring the people still running toward them, the ships cast off and headed for the southeast shore. As the ferries moved heavily and awkwardly away from the pier, people clung to the sides of the ships, hanging like bunches of grapes. Barrels of oil and fuel flew through the air, and people engulfed in flames jumped to their deaths, disappearing in the strong current of the river. Some Russians emerged from this hell in tears, while others sought salvation by throwing themselves into the Dnieper. A tractor with an anti-aircraft gun drove through the thick smoke from the burning barrels and took up a convenient firing position. No sooner had the gun been brought into combat position than the first shell flew out of the barrel and exploded in the bow of one of the large ferries. The gun stood under a hail of fire in full view of the Russian artillerymen. The ammunition, vehicles, and fuel left behind burned and exploded, and debris whizzed around the gun, which stood alone on the pier. Abandoned horses, not knowing where to go and jumping at random, fell into the brownish, fast-flowing stream, choking. A large barge drifted uncontrolled toward the shore and ran aground. Russian soldiers tried to swim to the safety of the shore. Only a few managed to escape. Most of them were carried away by the current into the sea. I heard SS Obersturmführer Naumann shouting as he directed his platoon's second gun to a firing position. He yelled in the heat of battle and rushed to the first gun. My God! At that moment, I saw the danger. But the grenadiers at the gun obviously did not notice it, absorbed in the firefight. The gun slowly rolled down the pier and plopped into the Dnieper. Fortunately, all the soldiers survived, but our gun was lost. It was a great loss. The shooting in the port subsided. Only a few shells whistled over us and exploded somewhere in the city. The connection with the Leibstandarte division, which was attacking from the northwest, was made at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The battle for Kherson was over. With the fires in the port extinguished, work began to restore and maintain order in the city. It was cleared of debris, citizens came out of their shelters, and children were the first to start communicating with German soldiers. On August 22nd, the Hitzfeld Regiment replaced our battalion. The 73rd Infantry Division reached the Dnieper and prepared to cross it north of Kherson. Continuous fighting until the very last moment placed excessive demands on our battalion and cost it dearly. Heavy losses eloquently spoke of the need for people to rest and equipment to be repaired. Officers and soldiers did everything in their power to accomplish their tasks. The battalion had long been feeding itself and required thorough medical examination. Finally, we were in dire need of reinforcements, both in personnel and combat equipment. The Leibstandarte division was withdrawn from the front line and was to be re-equipped and replenished within a week. We were glad for this break and enjoyed the few remaining sunny days of rest as a gift from God. All our desires were satisfied. We went to bed at the end of the day and basked in relative peace. But soon, concern arose. It soon became clear to us that there would be no repairs. The repair and restoration services did try to repair the weapons and military equipment, but their efforts were a drop in the ocean. There were not enough spare parts. The battalion partially armed itself with captured equipment. We also had to wait a long time for reinforcements. Day after day passed, and the eagerly awaited reinforcements from Germany still did not arrive. The result of this re-equipment was that serious problems had to be raised with senior commanders. At the beginning of the war, we had a specific and achievable goal: the Dnieper. We were fully manned when we began our advance toward this goal and fought with absolute confidence in its achievability. But now, after so many battles and reaching this waterline, our battalion was no longer a full-fledged combat unit. We could only field a fraction of our former strength. It didn't take much effort to calculate how long it would be before our proud battalion ceased to exist as a combat-ready unit. What would happen when we crossed the Dnieper with this battered battalion and moved east? What were our goals? Would we be able to achieve them before winter set in? We talked about the Don, the Volga, and the Caucasus. The endless expanse of Russian territory overwhelmed us. We began to think like Russians. Never mind, we'll break through. I led my vanguard battalion to the Dnieper again on September 8th and crossed the river on September 9th at 5 o'clock in the evening. The bridgehead on the left bank of the river was taken by the 73rd Infantry Division under the command of General Byler. We slowly crossed the wide, muddy waters on a rickety pontoon bridge. Assault guns and tanks were transported separately on ferries. The commander of the crossing area handed me an order from the Army Corps and at the same time informed me that my battalion, after completing the river crossing, was to be attached to the 73rd Infantry Division. The division commander was waiting for me southeast of Berislav. Accompanied by 2 messengers on motorcycles, I slowly drove to the command post. Fresh graves of fallen German and Russian soldiers were visible everywhere along the road. In view of the expected night operation, I allowed my soldiers to go to the river to bathe. I found the headquarters of the 73rd Infantry Division in an orchard. I was tasked with breaking through from the bridgehead to the south, advancing on the settlement of Novaya Mayachka, aiming for the village of Kopani, and taking up a circular defense for the night. Colonel Hitzfeld's regiment was to be our neighbor on the left. Immediately after the general's first words, I signaled one of my motorcycle messengers to relay the order to the battalion to get ready to move out. He rushed back to the battalion so they could start preparing for the march. While receiving the order, I relayed the order to the battalion to start moving via another messenger. He rode off on his motorcycle and delivered the order. A few minutes later, I saw that my company commanders were already waiting for me. They were chatting with Major Stifeter. After detailed instructions, General Biller offered me a cup of coffee and asked, "When can you get going?" He followed my gaze with surprise, and I pointed to the waiting company commanders and the approaching dust cloud and replied, "General, the battalion is already on its way." I will never forget his stunned expression. The broken, dusty road slowed our progress. Soon we left the last outposts of the 73rd Infantry Division behind and moved into the darkness. Bremer was in front. Moving slowly and cautiously, we rolled into the night, our engines rumbling dully. We were enveloped in pitch darkness. At 9 o'clock in the evening, 4 kilometers north of Novaya Mayachka, we came into combat contact with the enemy. We took the Russian combat guard by surprise and captured them without a fight. The Soviet soldiers seemed completely exhausted and willingly provided us with the information we needed. According to their testimony, the village of Novaya Mayachka was held by significant forces. After 8 days of rest, I felt somewhat uncertain. I did not have a clear picture of the enemy. We found ourselves in a situation where we felt like strangers, and for this reason, we advanced uncertainly. I waited for the new day to dawn. The bright morning light would give us the security we needed. The dense defensive formation Dikobraz was our fortress. I sat in the radio communication vehicle and talked to the captured Red Army commander about what kind of actions his superiors might take. Perekop and the Tatar Trench, an ancient trench crossing the entire Perekop Isthmus up to 15 meters deep, came up again and again in our conversation. The prisoner was convinced that the Tatar Trench had been prepared for defense. The night was quiet, not a shot was fired. This calm was illusory. A couple of shots would have revealed the enemy's position, but for now, we felt as if we were completely surrounded by Soviet troops. Dew settled on the dry surface of the leaves as the first faint rays of the sun heralded the dawn of a new day. I was tense and nervous as I tried to make out Novaya Mayachka through the faint dawn light. The outlines of the town slowly emerged from the surrounding fog. The motorcyclists got on their bikes and waited for the order to attack. At 4 o'clock in the morning, peace and quiet came to an end. Hitzfeld's regiment attacked Novaya Mayachka from the north. The noise of battle filled the air and instantly dispelled fatigue. The infantrymen of the 73rd Infantry Division advanced in the still faint morning light. The Russian artillery shells sweeping away everything in their path could not stop the men who were relentlessly pushing their way toward the city. In the fading morning twilight, we could see the enemy's fortification system. It was well adapted to the terrain west of the city and built to perfection, as is always the case with the Russians. They were masters at building field defensive positions. The attacking 73rd Infantry Division occupied more and more territory, and the time came to attack the fortification system itself. Our battalion prepared to attack from behind a wide hedge of trees. The Soviet troops had not yet noticed us, and their artillery was making every effort to suppress the attack of the 73rd Infantry Division. We had to cover 2 kilometers to reach the enemy's positions, and there was no cover in the area. There was no wooded area in sight except for our forest belt. Before us lay the steppe of northern Tavria, smooth as a board, with hard, cracked soil and scattered patches of steppe grass. Together with the commander of the 1st Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion, I observed the movements of the Russians in their defensive positions and realized that a swift attack by my battalion would completely defeat the enemy. Moreover, our attack would also contribute to the division's offensive. I wondered which attacking unit would cover the no man's land without losses and at the fastest possible speed. The open spaces of the steppe reminded me of the swift cavalry attacks of times past. The devil himself must have been whispering to me at that moment, What if a swift attack by my motorcyclists would lead to success? I didn't dare voice my thoughts. I still considered such an attack madness. And yet, while common sense and intuition fought each other for the final decision, in my mind, I could already see my motorcyclists racing like devils on roaring motorcycles across the steppe and wedging themselves into the enemy's positions. My soldiers looked at me silently, and I scanned the steppe again and again, estimating the distance. I lowered my binoculars and looked searchingly into Bremer's eyes. How would he react, assessing the situation, if I ordered his motorcyclists to attack? Did he expect something unusual to happen in the near future? His gaze was open, and his face showed no surprise when I explained my intention to attack the enemy with motorcycles and armored vehicles. My greyhounds received the order with icy calm and as a matter of course. The artillery and other heavy weapons took up their designated positions. The motorcyclists spread out across a wide front, still under the cover of the forest. The armored vehicles moved forward at predetermined intervals so that they would be able to open barrage fire without hindrance. Feverish with excitement, I climbed into my armored vehicle and raised my hand vertically. There was no turning back. The die was cast. The uncertainty evaporated. Our armored vehicle slowly rolled out from behind cover. We were in the Russians' field of vision. The first enemy shells were about to rain down on us. I pulled myself up, looked out of the armored vehicle, and looked ahead. We were moving between two motorcycle companies. The motorcyclists jumped onto their bikes with the agility of monkeys. After driving 100 meters, I could no longer make anything out. Shadows flashed and fell before us. The attack turned into a race. Would it be a race with death? Russian shells whistled over us and exploded where we had been just a few seconds ago. The artillery fire spurred us on even more, and our speed increased. We had to outsmart the Russian fire control system and break through the Soviet troops' positions like devils. Caught up in the thrill of speed and intoxicated by the roar of the engines that penetrated us to the core, we squinted our eyes, looking for the enemy. Our target was where our artillery was carrying out its deadly task, where the blood of Russian soldiers was already sprinkling the ground. The picture of destruction spurred us on. We rushed toward death like madmen. Suddenly, the first Russians appeared. Faces contorted with horror stared at us. They threw down their weapons and ran westward. We advanced through the defense system, past the trenches, past the mangled bodies of dead and mortally wounded soldiers. Many Soviet soldiers fled in disorder to the west, where they were surrounded. However, Russian artillery still remained somewhere in firing position. We could not interrupt our frantic pursuit. Enemy trucks tried to escape, but were set on fire by the automatic guns of our armored vehicles. We drove past abandoned weapons and rushed on, bypassing Novaya Mayachka and heading towards Stara Mayachka. The tension gradually subsided. There were no longer any signs of life around us. The steppe lay before us as if it were dead. On the other hand, the area behind us resembled an anthill. Both our own and enemy soldiers were helping the wounded. After exchanging handshakes with Colonel Hitzfeld and receiving a brief briefing on the situation from the command of the 73rd Infantry Division, the advance south continued. 534 Soviet soldiers, mostly wounded, were taken prisoner during the attack. As for our personnel losses, 2 soldiers were killed in action, and a sergeant and 2 privates died of their wounds. The attack was a complete success, but nevertheless, I never again gave the order for such a motorcycle attack. With the onset of darkness, we advanced to Kalinchak, using the element of surprise, attacked the city, and took it. Engulfed in flames, an enemy armored vehicle exploded, and 221 Russian soldiers joined the ranks of prisoners of war. Reconnaissance groups reported that the area 10 kilometers east of Kalinchak was free of the enemy. At midnight, I received an order from the infantry division to break through the Perekop Isthmus with a surprise attack and await further instructions on the approach to Ashunia. During various campaigns, I often received orders and assignments that had nothing to do with the basics of classical military leadership, but this order surpassed them all. Did my superiors really believe that a surprise attack on the Perekop Isthmus would open the gates to Crimea? My company commanders looked at me in amazement when I relayed the order and briefly briefed them on the situation. Crimea is separated from the mainland by the Savash Bay, also known as the Rotten Sea. This so-called sea is a system of shallow bays with highly mineralized water and is almost impassable. Due to its shallow waters, it was an insurmountable obstacle even for assault boats. There were three main routes to Crimea: the Perekop Isthmus in the west, the railway crossing through the Chongar Peninsula in the center, and the narrow strait at Henichesk leading to the Arabat Spit in the east. The Perekop Isthmus, 8 kilometers wide at its narrowest point, was dug by the ancient Tatar moat to a depth of 15 meters. The terrain here is flat as a pancake and crossed by several ravines. They served as the battalion's only shelter. Right on the northern side of the Tatar moat was the ancient fortified town of Perekop. The railway ran through the Perekop Isthmus to Crimea. Given such favorable defensive opportunities, and the fact that over the past few days we had taken prisoners from 3 different enemy divisions, no one believed that the isthmus would be an easy obstacle to overcome. On September 12th, at about 4 o'clock in the morning, my battalion moved towards Perekop. We made contact with the advance battalion of the 73rd Infantry Division under the command of Major Stifeter at 5 o'clock. Stifeter joined my battalion. The distant horizon slowly emerged from the twilight of dawn. The steppe sparkled with the most amazing colors. There was not a single living soul in sight. Only my soldiers were moving forward, jumping like frogs. SS Untersturmführer Montag led the advance platoon. SS Untersturmführer Westphal was in the lead patrol. I followed behind, nervously scanning the horizon, trying to see any signs of movement. But there were no people or animals to be seen. Only the play of colors from the rising sun gave the plain a strange, fairy tale appearance. I sent Butner's platoon far ahead to reconnoiter the area along the coast of the Perekop Bay near 2nd Alexandrovka. From there, the area to the north and south of the Tatar ravine should have been clearly visible. Suddenly, I noticed several horsemen on the horizon who circled around and then disappeared in the direction of the village of Preobrazhenka. Their fleeting appearance excited us. The village of Preobrazhenka was located behind a small hill, and only a few houses were visible. Deeply alarmed, we scanned the horizon as we continued on our way. We drove, increasing the distance between the cars. We had a feeling that the peace could be broken at any moment by the howling of shells and mines from large-caliber mortars. The Soviet troops must have been using these convenient defensive positions. The eerie calm foreshadowed battle. There were no fleeing Russians, no wildly galloping cavalry units, no roar of car engines. Nothing indicated flight or even retreat. The steppe was empty. There was not a soul in sight. This fact alone indicated strict control and discipline on the part of the enemy command. My soldiers were leaning out of the vehicles again. Even the motorcyclists of the lead platoon were sitting sideways on their bikes. I was standing on the running board of a speeding armored car in the center of our battle formation. My watch showed 6 o'clock in the morning as the Westphalian detachment slowly approached the houses of Preobrazhenka. A huge herd of sheep blocked the entrance to the village. It was heading for the steppe. Suddenly, the silence was broken by an explosion, followed by another, then a third. The sheep were thrown into the air. The crazed animals rushed to safety, jumping on top of each other to get out, but they were thrown into the air. Turning aside, the sheep fell into a minefield. The plaintive bleating of the dying animals filled the air. It mingled with the dull sound of exploding anti-tank mines. Crouching on the ground, ready to dash forward and trembling with excitement, we waited for the bright flashes of shots from the Soviet troops. We ran alongside the vehicles, intending to enter the village and secure our position there. However, not a single shot had been fired yet. Only the mines were completing their deadly work. All that remained of the large flock of sheep was a twitching, bloody mass and a couple of animals that had managed to escape. But then it happened. The long-awaited voice of the front sounded. Russian shells whistled over us and exploded in Stifter's marching column. His soldiers ran back, first one by one, then in large numbers. I rushed forward, wanting to reach the first houses of the village from where Perekop should be visible. After a few jumps, I dove into the road dust under a hail of shrapnel from exploding shells. A dark monster advanced on a small rise and fired directly at us. Just a few hundred meters ahead of us was a fire-breathing dragon, sowing death and destruction in our ranks. An armored train stood in the battalion's path, bristling with gun barrels. I gave the signal to retreat. My motorcyclists turned around and rushed back in a wide front, while the armored vehicles fired at the train and retreated, covered by a smokescreen. The anti-tank gun fired shells at the armored train, and a few seconds later, it itself was blown up. The clang and roar of the crushed steel gun carriage drowned out the cries of my dying soldiers. 5 batteries of heavy guns and 2 batteries of light guns were firing at us. Behind us, only columns of dust were visible. I breathed a sigh of relief. There were no burning tanks or armored vehicles in sight. I crawled forward a few more steps and could make out deeply echeloned field fortifications with a strip of trenches and barbed wire barriers. The armored train puffed away in the direction of Perekop. I could see Russian infantrymen in their trenches only 50 meters away from us, their machine guns rattling, forcing us to lie flat on the ground. We had to get rid of them, or we would be taken prisoner. Now it was our shells' turn, whistling over our heads, forcing the Russians to seek cover, although we ourselves had to press ourselves into every fold of the terrain. Wounded soldiers lay around me. SS Untersturmführer Westphal had his arm torn off. SS Rotenführer Stoll was a few meters away from me, moaning in pain. Only Helmut Belke was uninjured. Stoll's motorcycle with sidecar was still in working order. Its engine was running against the backdrop of machine gun fire. Belke shouted something to Stoll, pointed to the motorcycle, and began to make his way toward Stoll. I bent over SS Untersturmführer Rerl. All efforts were in vain. Shrapnel had torn his back apart. As he gasped for air, I could see his lungs heaving. The roar of the engine heralded Stoll's rescue. Belke took the wounded soldiers to safety, ignoring the Russian fire. He made 3 trips, risking his life for his comrades. 3 times he returned with a load of moaning wounded. Another of our comrades was still lying in the grass of the steppe. Like us, he was in the dead zone behind a small rise. Soldier G was a reservist, married, and the happy father of 2 young sons. He crawled into a shallow depression, his shock of blonde hair spattered with blood. With a groan, he uttered the words, "Get out of here. It's useless. I'm done for." I tried to calm him down, but in vain. Several motorcycles roared up behind the remnants of the advance group. I couldn't take my eyes off G, his hand clenching the handle of his pistol. He slowly raised his weapon, pulled the trigger, jerked his whole body, and fell silent. The horrified motorcyclists threw him onto one of the motorcycles. We were lucky. We all made it to the battalion's positions, despite the fire from Russian artillery and infantry. With a tremor in my voice, I told Dr. Gattering what had happened to our comrade in arms, G, and only then did I learn that he had suffered and shot himself, having lost his manhood in the battle, torn off by a shell fragment. Rural died while the doctors were fighting to save him, but their efforts proved insufficient. Retreating, we took up a position 4 kilometers west of Preobrazhenka with Stifter's detachment, where we awaited the approach of the 73rd Infantry Division. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Butner's platoon reported that the western shore of the Perekop Bay was free of the enemy. From there, the area south of Perekop, including the Tatar ravine, was clearly visible. Von Butner reported strong field fortifications, barbed wire barriers, and guns and tanks dug into the ground. Half an hour later, I was convinced of the accuracy of his report. An attack on the isthmus could only be carried out by several divisions with the support of heavy artillery. Therefore, I was thunderstruck when, in the middle of the day, I received an order to continue the attack on the isthmus. I refused to lead my comrades to certain death, citing my first report and the unusually strong fortifications in the attack zone. The division ordered me to report this personally to the division commander. After several hours of travel, I arrived at the command post in a small village northeast of Kalanchak. I expected a severe reprimand for my refusal to carry out the order, and was quite surprised when General Biller greeted me very warmly and agreed with my assessment of the situation. In the evening, I briefly outlined the situation in our battalion's sector to Colonel Hitzfeld, and then led the battalion to Chaplinka, where new orders awaited us. We left the front, pursued by enemy dive bombers and accompanied by enemy artillery fire. In Chaplinka, I received orders from Zepp Dietrich to advance eastward to the central part of the Chongar Peninsula near Salkov and, if possible, take it by surprise. Meanwhile, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and we had to carry out the operation in the approaching night. When I arrived at the battalion, my young soldiers were already seated in their vehicles, and 5 minutes later, we set off eastward, north of Sivash, deep into the dimly glimmering steppe. At 6 o'clock in the evening, we passed Vladimirovka, where we came under fire from the Crimean Peninsula's Rhinos, 122-millimeter artillery batteries attempting to stop our advance. We continued eastward without losses. I wanted to cover as much distance as possible while it was still light and darkness had not yet fallen. We spent the night in the village of Gromovka without coming into contact with the enemy. At 4 o'clock in the morning on September 15th, the 2nd Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion was ready to move in the vanguard. Steam rose from the hot coffee in my soldiers' hands, while I, together with SS Obersturmführer Speth, weighed up the situation and evaluated the latest intelligence and prisoner statements. Air and ground reconnaissance reported well-equipped field fortifications stretching in a semicircle around a railway junction called Salkov. Breaking through the fortifications seemed impossible. We had neither the necessary forces nor the appropriate weapons at our disposal. In addition, aerial photographs taken by reconnaissance aircraft showed guns on reinforced concrete firing positions south of Salkov, which dominated the narrow isthmus. Thick fog settled over the steppe, and visibility was less than 20 meters. The latter factor gave me the idea of using the fog to appear right under the nose of the enemy battery and break through to the defense line at Salkov. I was sure that the fortifications closest to the shore were weaker, and that no one would think that a motorcycle unit could be crazy enough to storm a system of defensive fortifications 200 or 300 meters in front of artillery batteries. The fog would last at least another hour. During this time, it was necessary to capture the junction at all costs. During a long march across the Nogai steppes of northern Tavria, I felt for the first time the terrible emptiness of open spaces. We moved westward for hours without encountering a single German soldier. Left to their own devices, the rapidly advancing vanguard battalions rushed deep into Russian territory and pushed far to the east. But German troops did not take control of the region. The vast emptiness of the steppe had a depressing effect on us. How would we conduct further operations in the east? Which units and formations would be thrown against the enemy forces in Crimea? We began to look beyond the immediate battle and guess at the army's operational task in the east. No one believed anymore that the units at hand were sufficient to hold the front during the winter months. The German units and formations were battered and in urgent need of rest, replenishment, and repair. We were assigned to the 54th Army Corps, and after the brave 73rd Infantry Division managed to storm Perekop on September 26th and cross the Tatar Trench, we had to quickly cross the isthmus and wedge ourselves into the retreating enemy lines. The battalion stood ready to carry out the operation at the end of the day, 4 kilometers northwest of Perekop Bay. A battle ensued, characterized by extraordinary intensity and ferocity on both sides, and it was not until September 27th that the battalion of the 72nd Infantry Regiment was able to break into Armyansk. However, even on September 28th, conditions were not conducive to the use of motorized units. Soviet troops repeatedly counterattacked with large forces supported by tanks. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the battalion was assigned to the 46th Infantry Division and advanced to a position 3 kilometers northwest of Perekop. Positioned north of the Tatar Ravine, our battalion was withdrawn at 9 o'clock in the morning. Since there was no possibility of conducting combat operations in the operational area of the 46th Infantry Division, at 11 o'clock, the battalion returned to the command of the Leibstandarte. The Soviet defensive positions on the isthmus south of Perekop were crushed only after 10 days of heavy fighting. It was not possible to break through the isthmus until September 28th. After that, the road to Crimea was open. On September 29th, the pursuit of the defeated Soviet troops began, culminating in the final assault on Sevastopol on June 29th to July 4th, 1942. While the 54th Army Corps fought stubbornly for every inch of land south of Perekop, and the main Army Command planned to send the Leibstandarte to pursue the enemy after a successful breakthrough, events unfolded on the eastern front between the Sea of Azov, Melitopol, and the Dnieper. Events unfolded that required the immediate transfer of the division. The Russians reinforced the front line here, and, following the arrival of 2 new armies, the 18th and 9th, launched an offensive against the positions of the 30th Army Corps and the 3rd Romanian Army, with a total of 12 divisions. Their attack on the positions of the 30th Army Corps was stifled by the stubborn resistance of the German troops, but further north, in the sector of the 3rd Romanian Army, the 4th Romanian Mountain Brigade was crushed. 2 other mountain brigades suffered heavy losses, and a 15-kilometer breach was opened in the Army's front. Due to this change in the situation on September 29th, we were pushed back to the north and, together with our other units, were tasked with attacking and destroying the enemy in the area where they had broken through the Romanian defense line. In cooperation with units of the 49th German Mountain Corps, the breach in the defense of the 3rd Romanian Army was eliminated, and the Soviet troops suffered heavy losses. Undoubtedly, The unexpected appearance of two new Russian armies near Melitopol caused the German High Command to experience many hours of fear. But because of the way the Russians conducted their operation, they provided Army Group South with a unique opportunity. As a result of massive, costly attacks aimed at disrupting the German offensive on Crimea, the Russians did not have enough reserves to prevent the breakthrough of von Kleist's 1st Panzer Group from the Dnieper bridgeheads. On October 1st, von Kleist's 1st Panzer Group launched an offensive to the southeast, threatening to cut off the lines of communication of both Russian armies and, together with the 30th Army Corps and the 3rd Romanian Army, destroy them. The pursuit of the retreating Russian troops north of the Sea of Azov began. From October 2nd to 4th, von Boden's battalion, the 72nd Infantry Division's anti-tank battalion, and our battalion fought together against large enemy forces in the area of the village of Elizavetovka, northwest of Berdyansk. Soviet troops suffered heavy losses in these battles. Time and again, they fled before our superior weapons and more mobile battalions, suffering heavy losses in the process. The steppe naturally gave our vanguard battalions a huge advantage and put the enemy infantry, which had a significant numerical superiority, at a disadvantage. On October 5th, our infantry divisions attacked deeply echeloned positions between Melitopol and the Dnieper. A deep anti-tank trench stretched across the entire attack sector and was stubbornly defended by Soviet troops. Minefields and wire barriers hindered our advance. Our battalion was tasked with capturing the crossing over the Malakna River and holding the bridge, ensuring the advance of the infantry across it. Once again, we followed the attacking infantry battalion and waited for the signal to begin the operation. Our brave infantry had to make their way through numerous minefields. The Russian anti-personnel mines were enclosed in wooden casings and could not be detected by mine detectors. There were also anti-tank mines in wooden casings. Around noon, the German infantry finally crossed the anti-tank ditch, breaking through the main line of Russian defense. A crossing was immediately created across the trench in order to bring my battalion into the breach. In anxious anticipation, the 1st Company of Bremer's 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion took up position at the head of the column behind my armored car. The Soviet troops were retreating. We could see individual batteries retreating to rear positions. Our time had come. We had to wedge ourselves into the retreating enemy lines and capture a bridgehead across the Malakna River. The hunt was on. Full of enthusiasm, the advance platoon rushed forward like a greyhound released from its leash. Bremer and I followed him in a cloud of dust. Only a few mortar shells hindered our advance. The battalion advanced through the retreating enemy lines and at noon passed through Fedorovka, where the 1st artillery batteries and several hundred prisoners were captured. We saw the Russians retreating as far as the eye could see. The entire front was in motion. Our lead armored vehicle was hit by a direct shell. Motorcyclists destroyed an enemy anti-tank gun firing from a cornfield. The tractor pulling our anti-tank gun, which was moving ahead, hit a mine. The pace of the pursuit accelerated. We were walking on thin ice, as the retreating Soviet troops always made extensive use of their effective mines. Ahead of us was the village of Terpenya, which was cut in two from north to south by the Malaknaya River. The terrain sloped down to the east. Thousands of Soviet cavalrymen raced frantically on their horses parallel to us, trying to reach the crossing before us. They rushed toward the river in a wide front. We reached the first houses of the village of Terpenya. The road sloped sharply downward, prompting us to pick up speed. In search of shelter, frantic Soviet soldiers rushed into houses. At a bend in the road, artillery, vehicles, and wildly galloping horses collided in a chaotic heap. Machine gun fire broke out. I looked back at the bridge. Several Russian columns had gathered on the riverbank, trying to find salvation on the other side by wading across. Shells fired from armored vehicles whistled over the chaos and turned the river water red. With bursts from automatic cannons, we lashed out at the Soviet soldiers like a whip. Our advance platoon approached the bridge, firing on both sides of it. There was unparalleled commotion. A dense stream of running people blocked the bridge. To the left and right of the crossing, people and horses were fighting for their lives. Only about 50 meters separated us from the bridge, but the crush and commotion soon came to a violent end. As soon as the front platoon turned onto the road to the bridge, firing from a cannon that left a bloody trail in the living mass, I saw people and vehicles thrown high into the air. For a moment, they hung in a mushroom-shaped cloud of explosion along with the bridge beams, and then disappeared into the muddy slush of the river. The enemy blew up the bridge, regardless of their own losses. I stood at the side of the explosion with the bitter taste of burnt gunpowder in my mouth, desperately looking for a way across the river to prevent the retreating Soviet troops from regrouping. Although we were firing mainly at the area on the far side of the river, we noticed a small row of hills 3 kilometers away, where the Russians were setting up defensive positions. We had to break through them. We couldn't allow the front to stabilize. A few meters to the right of the bridge, we found a ford. Motorcyclists from the 1st Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion had already reached the opposite bank and captured a small bridgehead. An explosion shook our armored vehicle. Engulfed in flames, it began to smoke. The armored vehicle hit an anti-tank mine as it approached the ford. Only then did we notice that the Russians had mined the area around the shore, and that a number of Soviet soldiers had fallen victim to their own mines. I warned Bremer about the mines and instructed him to neutralize them before the rest of the troops crossed the river. Bremer, who was standing a few meters ahead of me, suddenly began gesturing excitedly, pointing at my feet and shouting, "Look there! You're standing on one of them!" He was right. I was standing on one of these hellish devices and could have triggered the explosive at any moment with a slight shift in my body weight. Meyer had apparently stepped on an anti-tank mine. It was triggered by a pressure of between 200 and 700 kilograms. We tried to get away from this inhospitable place as quickly as possible. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we were able to get the entire battalion across the temporary bridge over the Malakna River. On its eastern bank, we managed to establish a bridgehead 3 kilometers wide. Witt's battalion joined us. The pursuit was to continue early in the morning. I was relieved to learn that our losses amounted to only 4 soldiers killed, and only one of the wounded died from his injuries. Soviet troops suffered enormous losses in manpower and equipment. It was difficult to count the prisoners. During the night, the battalion's position came under disturbing fire, the nature of which indicated the continuing retreat of Soviet troops. Based on the testimony of prisoners, the course of the fighting during this time, and data from frontline intelligence during the night, I concluded that the Russians were retreating. The advance of von Kleist's 1st Tank Group, which was advancing southeast from the Dnipropetrovsk bridgehead, was obviously taken into account by the Russian command. While it was still night, I withdrew the combat guard posts and prepared the battalion for the day's offensive. My soldiers knew that we were going to wedge ourselves deep into the battle lines of the retreating enemy, and that we might be dependent on our own resources for days on end. Attacks and counterattacks would follow one another, including, probably, brutal and merciless blows from behind. We wanted to confuse the Soviet troops, disrupt their plans, and deal them a fatal blow. As dawn broke, I looked at my sleeping soldiers, huddled and curled up next to their motorcycles, guns, and tanks, which, along with their raincoats, protected them from the night cold. As always, when I was faced with the need to make a decision, and the lives and deaths of my soldiers were in my hands, my whole body trembled, and I smoked cigarette after cigarette. The time before the first exchange of fire, the first combat contact with the enemy, always weighed on me like the heaviest burden. But once the battle was underway, and I was in the thick of it, that pressure seemed to evaporate. The soldiers of the engineering and sapper units moved forward, their strong backs bent under the weight of the explosives. A few hundred meters ahead of us was a crossing over an anti-tank ditch. It had been blown up during the night. We had to knock down the walls of the ditch into the ditch itself to level the steep edges and use the masses of crumbling earth to build a crossing. The motorcyclists were nearby, ready to rush across the ditch immediately. Our mortars and artillery were also ready to open fire. The hands of my watch moved inexorably forward, and night fell again, swallowing the light of day. Green bushes and trees loomed out of the darkness. A few isolated shots rang out from the Russians toward our bridgehead. The rooster crowed its morning greeting. Morning had come. I walked to my armored car, taking long strides with my stiff legs, and climbed into it. From there, I could see the thickets far beyond the anti-tank ditch and our sappers advancing. The armored vehicles silenced several enemy machine guns. The enemy's weak barrier had been broken, securing our crossing of the ditch. As expected, the Russians had retreated during the night, so it was clear that we would not encounter their main forces, at least not for the next 2 or 3 hours. That day, the 2nd Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion was in the lead. I felt some uneasiness after the company got a new commander who had previously taught tactics at a military academy and was skeptical of my unconventional methods of warfare. I had another heart-to-heart talk with SS Hauptsturmführer L and told him not to stop without my order. He was to move forward at maximum speed in the designated direction. I moved with the front company. After a short battle near the village of Cherokee, the enemy's rearguard was crushed, and at 9 o'clock in the morning, we reached Astrakhanka. The Russian prisoners captured by that time belonged to the 35th Rifle Regiment. The regiments were hastily retreating in a southeasterly direction. We entered the offensive zone of the 30th Division. An interesting, truly impressive picture appeared before us. As far as the eye could see, Russian units were running, driving, and riding eastward. An artillery unit with horse-drawn guns was descending the slope. The guns were swaying in different directions. It was trying to take up a firing position to meet us properly and disrupt our further movement. Russian mortars were firing at us, with mines landing dangerously close to our battalion. But the retreat of the Soviet troops turned into a disorderly flight when the commanders lost control of the situation. It would have been pointless to get involved in a firefight with the Russian rear guard and lose precious time. I ordered SS Hauptsturmführer L to continue the attack without slowing down and not to worry about the threat to our flank. My order and the corresponding signals to my young soldiers added fuel to the fire. The motorcyclists descended on the Soviet troops like a tropical storm and split the mass of fleeing people in two with their machine gun fire. Heavy armored vehicles were behind the motorcyclists' flanks, providing cover. Assault guns fired shells at distant targets. Enemy trucks carrying ammunition exploded with a roar, and artillery batteries formed a disorderly cluster of horses, crews, and guns. In the background, 2 old Soviet planes flew over the wide steppe like burnt moths. They did not dare to approach within range of our anti-aircraft guns. A few seconds later, Bremer was standing next to me. I pointed to the enemy artillery advancing to their positions, and the advance units of our battalion disappearing in a cloud of dust. Words were unnecessary. What we had learned during long, grueling training sessions at training camps and on the firing range was now bearing fruit. Spreading out widely, the company rushed toward the firing guns. From the flanks, the company burst into the Russian artillery positions like a pack of wolves, silencing 6 guns. SS Obersturmführers Hess and Wolf were seriously wounded in hand-to-hand combat. Many Red Army soldiers were trudging westward with their hands raised. Everywhere the eye could see, Soviet troops were fleeing in disorder. Bremer raged like a hound let off its leash, leading his company into the thick of the crowd. Guderian's words were proven right again. The machine is a weapon. Our lightning speed literally demoralized the Soviet troops. I led the advance company and raced through the ranks of Soviet troops with my motorcycle couriers. The main forces of the battalion followed behind at 5-minute intervals. Ahead of us was a collective farm. Orchards and tall deciduous trees surrounded the peasant houses. As I approached this small group of houses, I began to have doubts. I saw no movement. There were no Soviet soldiers or civilians in sight. For some reason, I continued to have doubts, even though the 2nd Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion had just passed through the village. Dust still hung in the air. What could we expect? Peter kept his foot on the pedal and didn't worry about my doubts. But after we passed the first house, I shouted, "Step on the gas! Get out of here!" The houses on the left and right were full of Russians. In the farmyard, I noticed a Russian radio station with its antenna still up. Apparently, we had driven right through the Russian command post, which the 2nd Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion had wanted to leave for the other units of the battalion to destroy. Following my orders, the 2nd Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion roared through the collective farm without stopping. Remembering the bitter experience of the incident on the Sever Highway, I tried to catch up with the Vanguard Company at top speed. The main forces of the battalion would have no problem smoking out the Russian headquarters. We breathed a sigh of relief when our armored car drove out into the open steppe, which, it should be noted, was uneven. To our right, in the southeast direction, the Russians continued to retreat. Behind us and slightly to the right, we could hear the noise of the battle being fought by Bremer's company. The Vanguard Company was still not in sight. The new company commander quickly adapted to our style of combat. The motorcyclists seemed to be intoxicated by speed. In a small depression was the village of Inrievka. It stretched along the road. It seemed that this village was also deserted. At the fork in the road, we found an anti-aircraft gun with minor mechanical damage. Soon, it was up and running again. The artillery commander wanted to take the road to the east, even though the road to the south was actually the right one. It took some effort to get the artillerymen to take the correct road. They still tried to say something to me and continued to point east. Annoyed by the delay, I gestured for them to move where they were told, along the road to the south and at full speed. The artillery commander shrugged in agreement and followed my vehicle. The road ran parallel to a forest protection strip, which was probably no more than 5 meters wide and consisted of shrubs and scattered trees. The monotony of the landscape was broken up by small hills. In the lowlands, we came across a group of armed Soviet soldiers who were marching south and, seeing us, stopped dead in their tracks. I angrily gestured to the Soviet soldiers to drop their weapons and move north. At the same time, I began to express my dissatisfaction to my adjutant because the 2nd Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion had not even disarmed these Russians. As soon as we left the lowlands, I noticed other Russians walking briskly away to the south, carrying their rifles with them. Some of the officers still had their tablets with them. At that point, I completely lost my patience and berated the commander of the 2nd Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion. Of course, we had to move quickly, but not at the expense of not disarming the prisoners. The last platoon of the company had to be given this specific task. In front of us and to our right, we could see thousands of Soviet infantrymen and enemy artillery batteries rushing away along the slopes and ridges. We wedged ourselves into the stream of fleeing Russians for about 30 kilometers. Soon, it would be time for the battalion to close in on the village of Novospasovka and, perhaps, risk an assault. The masses of retreating Soviet troops would have to gather in front of this village. There, we would be able to reap the fruits of our operation. Hermann Weiser, my loyal adjutant, nodded in agreement when I informed him of my decision. A few hundred meters ahead of us was the Romanovka collective farm. The windbreak forest strip ended, and the terrain rose slightly here. Instead of a strip, a small river flowed to the south, forming a small swamp just in front of the collective farm. I couldn't see the left side of the village. I could only glance at a row of houses on the right, stretching from north to south. The village street was at least 20 meters wide. To the west of the collective farm, along the ridge of burial mounds, the Soviet troops continued to flee. I had never seen such a mass exodus before. Another 50 meters, and we reached the first houses of Romanovka. Meanwhile, the clock was approaching 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sun was beating down mercilessly. A stormy atmosphere hung over the countryside and the panicked masses of people fleeing from us. Hot air shimmered between the houses on the long village street. As in other villages, there were no signs of life here. Those who had fled bypassed the village. Weiser's piercing scream hit me like a whip. Peter stopped. A shadow flashed from behind the wall to our left. I saw Weiser fire his pistol at the corner of the wall and throw a grenade at the same spot with his other hand. Damn it! I noticed a Russian anti-tank gun in a firing position and a row of Red Army soldiers lying in the corner. I jumped to the right, crossed the street in leaps, flew into a manure heap, and suddenly saw the horror in the eyes of 2 Russians lying by their machine gun. They had obviously just woken up. We lay opposite each other and waited to see who would make the first move. I didn't dare look at the road. A direct hit had scattered the crew of our anti-aircraft gun in all directions. The soldiers' cries turned into howls. Peter called out to me and looked for me with his eyes. He must have been behind me and slightly to the left. On the other side of the road, the clanking of tank tracks could be heard. A second shell hit our anti-aircraft gun. I had to act quickly if I wanted to leave this dunghill alive. The 2 Russians were still staring at me in shock. They must have thought that we had attacked the village with a large force and that their last hour had come. When I gestured for them to get out of there, they bolted like a pair of rabbits. Almost simultaneously with the 2 Red Army soldiers, I jumped over our broken anti-aircraft gun and pressed myself against a small slope, where I found Dreyer and Peter's messenger. Weiser had disappeared. Drescher claimed that Weiser had jumped into the house on the left. Only then did it become clear to me why we had encountered armed Russians on the way. The advance company at Inrievka had taken the wrong direction, and I immediately overtook it, finding myself in a delicate situation. I hoped the main forces of the battalion would appear soon. I was eager for SS Hauptsturmführer Fendt to appear with his anti-aircraft gun, hoping that the Russians would not counterattack. Otherwise, it would be the end of us all. I almost opened fire on Hermann Weiser. How did he manage to climb onto the roof? He kept pointing excitedly to the left. Did he want to draw our attention to the tank? We were extremely lucky that the slope protected us from a possible Russian tank. I moved a little higher up the slope until I noticed a small plane on the edge of the village. This old banger was taking off from the collective farm airfield. Maybe we had reached headquarters again? The minutes dragged on like hours. To our right, the Russians were still retreating across the mounds. We pressed ourselves closer to the ground. The tank changed position. The sound of its tracks came closer, then receded again. Suddenly, a headquarters vehicle sped out of the first collective farmyard, making such a sharp turn that it balanced on two wheels for a while. At first, we were stunned with surprise, but then we opened fire on the vehicle with all types of weapons. However, it drove away, leaving a huge cloud of dust behind. Finally, we heard the sound of engines and the clanking of tracks behind us. An anti-aircraft gun unit was approaching. Our position and the broken anti-aircraft gun for the Grenadiers were sufficient guidance for action. With a deft turn, the driver turned the tractor so that the gun was immediately in firing position. A few seconds later, shrapnel shells exploded along the road. SS Hauptsturmführer Fendt tried to destroy the plane on the airfield, but it was not as easy to do as it seemed. The staff car drove up to the plane, and soon it took off like a tired bird. The plane made a large circle over the collective farm and disappeared over the horizon. Our anti-aircraft gun worked wonders. Our fighting spirit returned, and the paralysis of the last half hour passed. How wonderful it was that its shells whistled past us. What pleasant music for soldiers who had already counted themselves among the dead and buried. However, a heavy Russian tank broke through the orchards behind us. We couldn't fire at it because the slope blocked our view. Infantry guns were brought to the firing position, an anti-tank gun approached, and together with the anti-aircraft gun, it opened fire on the retreating enemy columns. Finally, I had a platoon of sappers at my disposal. With their help, I was able to advance further into the village. I wanted to know what was going on there. We entered the first house without a fight. An excited Weiser approached and led the team of sappers to the entrance to the cellar. To my amazement, I saw Soviet commanders climbing out of the dark cellar. Weiser led me to the building and reported, "Suddenly, to our left, I noticed a Russian tank." Its crew was having breakfast. Before I even had a chance to let you know about my discovery, an anti-tank gun was pointed at us. I didn't know what to do. Jumping up, I opened fire on the crew and threw a grenade at them. I didn't know what had happened to the Russians. I just wanted to get away to some safe place as quickly as possible. I threw open the door of the house and found myself face to face with several high-ranking Soviet commanders who were discussing the situation, huddled around a map spread out on the table. My appearance had a stunning effect. The Red commanders began jumping headfirst out the window. Terrified, I jumped up the stairs to the attic and saw you behind a manure pile. On the opposite side of the house, many Soviet soldiers and officers were fleeing. Several senior officers climbed onto a tank and drove away. We had definitely captured the command headquarters. Before examining the trophies, I gave a dressing down to the commander of the 2nd Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion, who had appeared by then. His guilty expression saved him from a thorough scolding, and he eagerly set about carrying out his new orders. Weiser's joyful exclamation prompted me to enter the house. Peter had already put on the Russian general's shirt. There were numerous maps on the table, and a radio station in the next room. We had broken into the headquarters of the 9th Russian Army, but unfortunately, the commander had fled by plane with the Air Force general, and before that, in a staff car, which we had fired upon. Among the prisoners were several staff officers and the secretary of the Air Force general. They all behaved correctly and with dignity, and only during interrogation did we learn that the headquarters of the Russian 30th Rifle Division had been captured earlier at a collective farm. The Ninth Army was retreating in panic toward Rostov. Proud of such an extraordinary success, I sent a report to the division and was thunderstruck when the radio operator relayed the division's response. "What is all this boasting?" A bucket of ice water would not have had such a stunning effect. After calming down a bit, I sent the captured staff officer and secretary to the division. Soon, my radio operators began transmitting orders in Russian. We wanted to deceive the retreating Russians and force them to go on the defensive, thereby giving Mackensen's motorized corps the opportunity to close the lid on the cauldron. But the Soviet troops could not be stopped. Their disorderly retreat continued. Bremer's company requested support. During the pursuit, it became involved in fighting. We had to wait for the next day's offensive and the infantry following behind us. For the first time, we were unable to make an inventory of the trophies. All around us were abandoned guns, tractors, and horse-drawn carts. Numerous prisoners marched westward, and many Russians were killed. We lost 3 men killed, 27 wounded, and 1 soldier missing. Just before nightfall, Witt's battalion arrived and completed the search of the village. Bremer returned to the battalion at midnight. With the 1st Battalion of the 1st SS Motorized Infantry Regiment, which was in our rear guard, we continued the offensive on October 7th, with orders to take the port city of Berdyansk. We passed the outposts in the cold autumn fog. The 1st Company of the 1st Reconnaissance Battalion was in front. We encountered damaged and abandoned Russian guns, armored vehicles, and tanks. In Berdyansk, we encountered insignificant enemy forces which were retreating as quickly as they could to the east. On the main street of Berdyansk, we found many shot Russian civilians. Some victims with severe bullet wounds crawled toward us, begging for help. Unfortunately, I never found out why Soviet troops had massacred civilians. The collective farm in Androvka was taken after a short but intense battle, and we continued our pursuit at full speed. Strong enemy artillery columns retreated across the low hills in front of us and to our right. We caught up with them and captured them so quickly that the Soviet artillerymen did not even have time to bring their guns into combat position. By 10 o'clock in the morning, we could no longer count our prisoners and trophies. The day was an exact replica of the previous one, and we were unable to increase our pace. Then we moved through hilly terrain. A few kilometers ahead was the small Burda River, which flowed south into the Sea of Azov near Berdyansk. If the Soviet troops were going to retreat in an orderly manner, they had to hold the western bank of this river and engage our forces in battle here, delaying our advance so that the retreating troops could be directed to organize defenses on the Meuse River line, or even as far as the Don. The Russians had to fight for time and space, and we had to prevent them from doing so. Their units and formations, pressed by us, had to be destroyed before they could consolidate their positions. The mobility of German units and formations was supposed to ensure their victory. The Germans could no longer be allowed to get bogged down in long, protracted battles. At the same time, if we calculated our losses, it became clear that the combat capability of our troops was already below critical levels. None of the units were fully manned, and each of them could only deploy the remnants of their former combat power. Even the most junior soldier knew that we had to use the crossing near the village of Novospasovka, rushing across it at full speed and, most importantly, preventing the bridge from being blown up. Once again, everything was decided in a matter of minutes. The vanguard platoon of the 1st Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion rounded a low hill and saw the village of Novospasovka below. The village is located in a lowland. The riverbed had washed away the banks, which were almost vertical. A modern concrete bridge was built across the river. Horses waded across the river and struggled to climb up the opposite bank. The entire lowland was swollen with retreating people, carts, and equipment. But to our right, along the heights, the defeated Soviet units were retreating eastward and further across the bridge, or trying to ford the river to ease the load on the bridge. It was assumed that the 1st Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion, taking advantage of the enemy's confusion, would take the bridge with a surprise attack. From the middle of our column, motorcyclists, armored vehicles, and tank destroyers rushed down the smooth slope in a wide front, roaring into the very center of the Russian troops. The fleeing Soviet troops did not even think of resistance. In wild panic, they rushed down the slope into the riverbed. Horse-drawn artillery, army supply vehicles, and infantry formed a chaotic throng. Horses stood in the water, unable to climb onto the opposite bank. More and more people crossed the river to avoid capture, but they were running to their deaths. Countless barrels fired shells and bullets, sowing death among the fleeing masses. It was already impossible to control the retreating troops. People ran in panic, saving their lives. The 1st Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion broke into this chaos, and firing from all barrels, rushed towards the bridge. Several armored vehicles cleared the bridge with fire from above. Only the dead and dying remained lying on it. Suddenly, I saw the 1st platoon rush forward as if bitten by a tarantula. They jumped over the barrier, leaped off their still-moving vehicles, and eliminated the crew of a Russian heavy anti-tank gun. The gun had already taken up a firing position. A few more seconds, and the crossing would have become a bloodbath for us, too. With fire support from the 2nd Company of the 1st Reconnaissance Battalion and armored vehicles on the hill, the 1st Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion attacked at speed and was soon on the eastern edge of the village. I moved forward with the company along the main street of the village and struggled with my doubts. Should we continue the offensive on Mariupol or not? In view of the rapid retreat of the Russians, the situation required us to move on to Mariupol, trying to push large forces of Russian troops to the coast of the Sea of Azov. The retreat was taking place in a southeasterly direction, i.e., towards Mariupol. Why then should we waste precious time capturing Berdyansk? The city would inevitably fall when Mariupol, located further east, fell. I stood with a few soldiers, poring over the map. We were behind the last houses, intending to go out behind the windbreak forest strip that prevented us from seeing the terrain ahead. Franz Roth, a war correspondent, was with us when he suddenly cried out as if stung. He pushed me behind the strip, and not very politely. Franz couldn't say a word and was literally beside himself. He wanted to start filming everything that was happening with his movie camera. No more than 20 paces ahead was a monstrous Russian tank which seemed ready to move or open fire at any second. The street emptied in the blink of an eye. SS Untersturmführer Bergmann grabbed the explosives and made his way under fire cover through a small orchard to blow up the tank. We followed this man, holding our breath. The tank did not move. Its engine was silent. Perhaps this monster had mechanical problems. Bergman prepared to throw, took a deep breath, and rushed toward the tank. At any moment, the explosives could fly onto the rear of the vehicle, disabling the engine in the next second. It could happen at any moment. A shot broke the silence. I saw Bergman fall and the explosive land in the sand a few meters from the tank. A pistol shot from the tank proved fatal for our comrade. There was an explosion, but the Russian tank remained intact. After that, an assault gun took up position and fired shell after shell at the steel giant from a distance of no more than 25 meters. Nothing happened. The shells did not penetrate the armor. The Russians seemed invulnerable. The gun commander, Izek, shook his head in resignation and cursed elaborately. His gun had met a worthy opponent. Previously, we had managed to destroy the first T-34s we had encountered, mainly with the help of incendiary mixtures from backpack flamethrowers or shots from heavy anti-aircraft guns. During a combat encounter with a T-34, I was standing in the garden of a small house with several soldiers and climbed onto a small hill to get a better view. The hill was obviously a potato storage cellar. We stood on the hill for a while, when suddenly my faithful dog Pat rushed furiously into a hole. The dog had discovered more than a dozen Russians in the cellar. We looked at each other in confusion, and then the Russians climbed out of their hiding place with hand grenades, automatic weapons, and other weapons. Once again, we were convinced that a soldier in war needs a lot of luck to stay alive. My intention to continue pursuing the enemy to Mariupol was impossible to carry out at that moment, as an order to capture Berdyansk was transmitted by radio. Once again, the 1st Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion went ahead and, crossing the hills, reached the Sea of Azov. Several Russian batteries were captured by surprise attack and disarmed without a single shot being fired. A cold wind whistled overhead, and a reconnaissance plane flew over the column and dropped a message attached to a smoke flare in front of the armored vehicles. The message read, "There are only insignificant forces in the city. The enemy column is 10 kilometers west of Berdyansk. Several more enemy columns are moving parallel to each other in the direction of Mariupol, east of Berdyansk." I received the message 8 kilometers north of Berdyansk. The cold, hunger, and fatigue were forgotten. The enemy had to be destroyed while they were still west of Berdyansk. They could not be allowed to reach the city before us. A few words to Peter were enough to make our light armored vehicle race past the company column like a race car. Clouds of dust hung behind us, and ahead we could already see the shimmering surface of the sea. Gerd Bremer and the advance units received the order. "Follow me." The city was indistinguishable from the north. It was located right on the shore under steep cliffs. Peter braked as soon as we spotted the airfield, from which the last plane had just taken off and flown east. We cautiously approached the first city houses. The motorcycle detachment was moving ahead. The street seemed completely deserted. There was not a soul in sight. Potholes and a broken road forced the motorcyclists to drive slowly. I signaled Peter to overtake them and cross the city as quickly as possible. At that moment, our car took the lead in the column and soon pulled ahead by more than 100 meters. We delved deeper into this ghost city. The intersections attracted us like a magnet. The nose of the armored vehicle peeked around the corner and sniffed out the situation on the street. Then our car made a quick dash and stopped at the next corner. So we moved from one street to another, setting the pace for the motorcyclists. Standing on the running board, I hid behind the tower and held my carbine with a death grip while Peter prepared to drive the vehicle to the next corner. There was no sound. All the windows were tightly closed, and there was not the slightest movement. Before the armored car disappeared around the corner, I looked back to see if the motorcyclists were following us. Suddenly, the armored car jerked backward, and I was lying on my side right on the street. Bullets whistled overhead. Horses reared up and galloped down the street. Firing indiscriminately, the Cossacks dismounted and rushed to the nearest houses. Their commander pulled out his revolver and opened fire. At that very moment, I heard Peter's voice behind me. "Sturmbannführer, I've already taken him out." He was right. The revolver fell onto the road. The horses without riders galloped west, and the wounded Cossacks leaned against the walls of the houses. Our command armored car ran into a Russian cavalry detachment. If we were going to take the column west of the city by surprise and destroy it, we needed to hurry even more. Bremer rushed to the outskirts of the city and waited there for further orders. The Soviet column was getting closer and closer, completely unaware of our presence. We could already make out every soldier and every vehicle. These were apparently the remnants of an infantry regiment that had been fighting on the shore south of Melitopol and was now trying to rejoin the main forces. Meanwhile, the battalion took up positions on both sides of the road and waited for my order to attack. I had time. I waited until the column disappeared into the lowlands and began to climb the nearest slope. The minutes dragged on in agonizing anticipation of what would happen. The motorcyclists sat on their bikes and enjoyed their last puffs of cigarettes. At that moment, the enemy's advance units were only 300 meters away and were moving along without a care in the world. I even felt a kind of pity for this Russian unit. They had covered the retreat of their comrades and were now left to fend for themselves. Before the doomed Russian unit realized what was happening, motorcycle companies and armored vehicles rushed down both sides of the Russian column and surrounded it almost without a fight. More than 2,000 Soviet soldiers were taken prisoner with their weapons and military equipment. 2 artillery batteries were captured. From October 7th, our losses amounted to only 1 killed. The brave SS Untersturmführer Bergmann died in a battle with a tank. Having captured the enemy column, we established contact with the advance guard of Boden's battalion. I personally went to the battalion and congratulated Boden on his award, the Knight's Cross. His battalion occupied Berdyansk, while we moved back to the village of Novospasovka and prepared to pursue the enemy further in the direction of Mariupol. For the first time, we were given priority for a short rest under the cover of infantry. The 3rd Battalion of the 1st Infantry Regiment covered us from the east. At midnight, mail arrived from home, delivered by our supply officer, SS Sturmbannführer Walter Evert. He always took every opportunity to help the frontline soldiers, knowing all about their needs. We were immensely grateful to him. Before we knew it, a new day had dawned. I could hear the roar of engines starting up and the clatter of field kitchen utensils, but I didn't have the strength to get up and finally wake up. However, Peter kept trying to wake me up until I finally stood up in the middle of the room, bringing a mug of hot make-fac, a substitute for coffee, to my lips. The dull roar of assault gun engines and the higher-pitched sound of motorcycles drove me out onto the village street. The noise of engines has always been music to my ears. In order to ease the burden on the units, we decided to use a rolling movement in the advance of the front units, that is, to alternate the units marching in the vanguard. The advance platoon, reinforced with armored vehicles and anti-tank guns, moved at full speed ahead of the main forces and waited for them to arrive at predetermined points. The battalion followed the advance units at a constant speed. The terrain was very hilly and treeless. Recently destroyed gardens could only be seen in built-up areas. For the first 20 minutes, we moved along a wide, dusty road without encountering the enemy. There was no abandoned equipment or Russian soldiers, which would have indicated that this was a retreat route. We moved toward the light of the approaching new day from 5 in the morning and expected fire from the defenders at any moment. But we only encountered enemy resistance around 8 o'clock near the village of Mangush. The 1st Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion attacked in marching order and broke through this village. It was difficult to understand how it had been planned. Mangush occupied a fold in the terrain on both sides of our route of advance. As we advanced through the village, I noticed enemy infantry between the houses and in the gardens, but we did not have time to defend this settlement. We had a more important goal ahead of us. We had to reach Mariupol. The infantry following us would take care of destroying the remaining enemy units. Our battalion advanced relentlessly. Fire was opened on the move. 2 kilometers east of the village of Mangush, the advance units discovered well-constructed Soviet field fortifications. This was the outer defense ring of Mariupol. Due to the rapid advance of German troops, these fortifications could not be fully utilized by the Russians. There were few troops left to defend the city. But nevertheless, all possibilities for a stubborn defense were there. The defensive positions stretched along the ridge in our path and completely dominated the terrain. We again chose an unusual form of attack, intending to drive onto the ridge under cover of our artillery and heavy infantry weapons. The vanguard company was ordered to engage the enemy only after bypassing the Russian positions and striking the defending Russians from the rear. The units following our battalion were to attack the enemy positions from the flanks with the support of assault guns. The order was given verbally and via messengers on motorcycles. I was with Bremer when he was preparing, together with my old comrades in arms, to break through the ridge into the unknown. The self-propelled guns roared forward behind the advancing company. Shells fell among the defenders and pinned them to the ground. The position on the ridge was reached in a few minutes. The advance units wedged themselves into it, and then the units following behind surrounded it on both flanks. During the attack, the commander of the advance guard platoon, SS Untersturmführer Schultz, was wounded. But the Russians recovered fairly quickly from the unexpected blow. Fierce fighting continued, especially to the right of the road. The young, enthusiastic commissar spurred his unit on again and again. But it was not only the commissar's shouts that encouraged his soldiers. His own example of personal bravery motivated them to continue their resistance. I will never forget my last impression of this man, standing at full height, throwing the last grenades in his sector. Then he threw the last grenade on the ground in front of him and fell on it with his whole body. The explosion threw his body into the air. Pieces of it fell to the ground. Such was the end of the fanatic. 2 Soviet batteries that had been firing during our advance were captured. Unfortunately, Eric, the younger brother of our fallen comrade, was killed during this operation. I transferred his body to the supply train to preserve it. More than 300 Soviet prisoners were lined up in front of the newly captured defensive position. The prisoners claimed that they had orders to retreat to Rostov. So, forward! There was no time to lose. The Soviet troops had to be struck while they were on the march. At 10 o'clock in the morning, I stood at the highest point to the right of the road and looked at Mariupol. It was a few kilometers away. The road led straight to the city. On the outskirts of the city, we could see roadblocks and armored vehicles arriving and departing. But what else was happening? A long column was marching into the city from the northeast. This column of Soviet troops stretched for several kilometers. Artillery separated from the column and took up firing positions opposite us. We also saw a group of Soviet troops marching west of the city. The Russian troops were retreating along the Berdyansk-Mariupol road. Judging by the map, both columns would have to use the only bridge in Mariupol if they wanted to continue their retreat to the east. I stared intently at the columns of Soviet troops for several minutes and could not make up my mind. The huge city with its gigantic steel mills, shipyards, and airfields, and the soldiers that the city constantly absorbed, made an impression on me. The eastern column of Soviet troops stretched to the horizon. Dark as a cloud, it rolled inexorably toward the city. Was it even conceivable to consider attacking such a mass with less than 1,000 soldiers? A Soviet plane took off and flew east. Wasn't this a direct challenge to us to take a risk and attack, despite our bad feelings? Didn't the departure of the planes mean that the city was being abandoned? As always, when making decisions, I went to the front line and listened to what my young soldiers were saying. If the plan was bad, if it didn't look promising, my guys would become a kind of litmus test, looking at me with indifference or wandering aimlessly with their weapons. However, if there was the slightest chance of success, I could feel their readiness to attack, their silent trust, which prompted me to give the order to attack. The vanguard units were commanded by Sepp Mahl, my comrade in arms from the 15th Company of the 1st SS Infantry Regiment. Sepp took command of the platoon after its commander was wounded. He nodded to me, saluted in farewell, and nervously lit a cigarette. Company Commander Gerd Bremer looked at me calmly. I could always see in his eyes that he would follow me to the ends of the earth. I never noticed any doubt, or even a hint of doubt in him. My soldiers were waiting for the order to continue the pursuit. Intuition and experience gained in numerous battles made them believe in our success. Their confidence, their belief in brotherhood in arms and in their own strength drove me forward. The fear of my own cowardice also spurred me on. The clock showed 10 o'clock in the morning when our advance units went on the attack, and the first Russian shells exploded dangerously close to them. Infantry guns and an anti-aircraft battery engaged the enemy batteries and fired on the airfield. During the offensive, I noticed field fortifications on both sides of the road. They were right on the outskirts of Mariupol. Fountains of machine gun fire ran across the ground in the distance, and mortar explosions shook the black earth far behind us. Our advance was now unstoppable. Motorcyclists raced toward the city on both sides of the road. The roadblock was incomplete. The defenders fell under fire from assault guns. Just a few hundred meters to the left of the road, enemy planes took off and disappeared, flying low over the flat roofs. They were flying eastward. But none of the planes attacked us. Perhaps the enemy air force did not have enough time to load ammunition and bombs. Unlike other Soviet cities, there were tall, multi-story buildings on the outskirts of Mariupol. Since there was not a single tree or small house there, the sudden change in scenery was depressing, even oppressive. The advanced units stopped after the first steep climbs and began to advance on foot. I also wanted to jump out of my armored car and use it as a shelter. High walls loomed menacingly over us. I was only distracted from my thoughts when Peter drove into a round square. SS Hauptsturmführer Fritz Bugelsack suddenly appeared to our left. Trams were moving in our direction. Trucks, tractors, horse-drawn carts, and hundreds of people made this large, round square bustling with activity. Our armored car suddenly found itself in front of a fire truck, whose driver stopped it in confusion. Shrapnel from Bugelsack's armored car literally tore the vehicle in half. The machine gun fire from our motorcyclists echoed eerily among the houses behind the square. Enemy soldiers engulfed in flames ran across the square like living torches. Dozens of people were set alight by the explosion of the fire truck's fuel tank. The panicked crowd rushed into the alleys, trampling everything in their path. Barely catching our breath, we continued to move forward and block the streets. We shouted and yelled. The shells from our assault guns began to fall on the crowded streets. The columns of Soviet troops entering the city were broken up. All semblance of order was lost. We, like locusts, swarmed through the streets and tried to find our way to Rostov. The square was littered with smoking debris. Only the seriously wounded or dead soldiers remained. The bulk of the Soviet troops had disappeared. The corner building was turned into a command post from which further combat operations could be directed. Bremer advanced in the direction of Taganrog. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the 1st Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion was in Sartana, 2 kilometers northeast of Mariupol. A large column of enemy troops was retreating eastward along the main road. When we reported the fall of Mariupol, we received the following reply from the division. "This must be a mistake. You must have meant Mangush." However, it was not a mistake. The city was taken by a daring assault by a handful of German grenadiers, whose speed prevailed over the inertia and indecision of the defenders. The success of the day came at the cost of a wounded officer, a non-commissioned officer, and the lives of 4 soldiers who left us forever. The infantry that followed took over the mopping-up operations in the city and established guard posts outside it and further east. We were amazed when we saw the huge Azovstal plant. It stretched for several kilometers along the seashore and was equipped with modern production facilities. The plant fell into our hands intact and undamaged. The battle on the Sea of Azov ended with the fall of Mariupol. In total, more than 100,000 Soviet soldiers were taken prisoner in this battle. 212 tanks and armored vehicles and 672 guns were captured. From October 10th to 12th, the battalion fought in the area between Mariupol and the Meuse River, a few kilometers west of Taganrog. At 5 o'clock in the morning on October 12th, the battalion attempted to capture a bridgehead on the eastern bank of the Meuse and take the bridge across the river with a surprise attack. As we advanced, we came under heavy fire from enemy artillery on the eastern bank of the Meuse. The 1st Company of the 1st Reconnaissance Battalion was thrown back 700 meters from the bridge and was forced to hold its ground under enemy fire until dark. The main forces of the battalion were able to withdraw from the battle at the Meuse without losses, but the advance units were badly battered by Soviet troops. More than 20 soldiers and 5 officers were wounded. Among the wounded were also 2 battalion doctors. At dusk, I took the body of my loyal Peter, SS Untersturmführer Erich Petersil. He was killed by shrapnel. It was the first time a driver had been killed next to me. I could not even imagine that during this war, 7 more of my drivers would be doomed to death. In the gray morning twilight of the dawning new day, we stood at the graves of our fallen comrades. We lowered 4 bodies wrapped in raincoats into foreign soil. My soldiers stood silently at the edge of the grave, saying goodbye to their comrades in arms. The rumble of Soviet heavy artillery firing from Taganrog could be heard, and their shells whistled over our heads, searching for our artillery. The communications unit on motorcycles, Peter's close friends, Visor, and other staff officers waited for my farewell speech. I was overcome with emotion and couldn't utter a word. Tears streamed down my face. A few wildflowers fell into the dark grave. I saluted Peter and turned away. Later, I would write to his mother. The battalion fought to clear the western bank of the Meuse River of enemy forces until October 16th. Then followed Witt's battalion, which had secured a position at Kozelkin. On October 17th, during the offensive on Taganrog, our battalion advanced south. Witt's battalion advanced to our left, and Frey's battalion followed to storm the city. Our infantry attacked the northern suburbs of Taganrog with incredible determination and broke into the city. Unfortunately, Frey's battalion came under fire from 2 Soviet armored trains. Their fire tore huge gaps in our battle formations until the armored trains were destroyed by our anti-aircraft guns. More than 80 soldiers were killed by the fire of these steel monsters bristling with numerous barrels. During the assault on Taganrog, we had our first opportunity to observe the organized destruction of the city by Soviet troops. Factories and institutions were blown up, one after another. Thick clouds of smoke marked the retreat of the Soviet troops. When we broke into the city, we saw huge piles of burned grain. In Taganrog, we saw the scorched earth policy in action. Those who fled on ships were sunk by artillery fire. None of the Russians on the shore even thought of rescuing people from the sinking ships. Only on Drescher's orders did they begin to rescue the survivors and bring them ashore. A monument to Peter the Great stood on the steep bank. The Russian emperor, who had fought for access to the southern seas, looked at the sinking ships. It was cold. An icy wind blew from the sea, heralding the imminent onset of winter. To the south, the snow-capped peaks of the greater Caucasus Mountains were visible. The giants sparkled, mesmerizing, untouched by the frenzy of humanity. We were freezing. Our uniforms hung in tatters. We had no winter clothes. Our unit's plan of attack had not yet been thwarted, but a new target had not been identified. A huge territory, truly unoccupied by our troops and without any communication system, lay behind us. The railway lines ran mainly from north to south. For the first time, we thought about defense. Under the cold rain and along the broken roads of October 20th, we moved in the direction of Rostov-on-Don. The main blow was delivered by the 14th Tank Division and the Leibstandarte Motorized Division, which were part of Mackinson's 3rd Motorized Corps. I looked indifferently at the remnants of the Russian battalion on the opposite slope of the hill near Sambek. I could no longer read the map. The letters blurred before my eyes. Weakness and nausea tormented me to such an extent that I had to ask the divisional commander to replace me. 4 months of fighting in Russia were enough to confine me to bed. I was no longer fit for combat. SS Hauptsturmführer Krass took temporary command of the battalion and threw it into extremely heavy fighting. I returned to Taganrog after dark. I was admitted to a field hospital with jaundice and dysentery, accompanied by nausea. At that time, a dysentery epidemic was raging, and it dangerously weakened the front. There were no longer any full-fledged German regiments and divisions. The Eastern Front was held by the weak remnants of once powerful combat units. German Grenadiers were entering the most difficult battle of their existence. They were bloodied and unprepared for it. They saw the impending disaster with wide-open eyes, did their duty, and did not doubt it for a second. They believed in the necessity of self-sacrifice. I left the field hospital after almost 2 weeks. I was still quite weak on my feet, but I reported my arrival to the unit, after which I was unceremoniously transferred by the commander to the officer reserve and was to remain at the division headquarters. By this time, the Leibstandarte division had moved to the defense west of Rostov. It worked closely with the 13th and 14th Panzer Divisions and repelled all Soviet attacks. The 3rd Corps' area of operations stretched across bare fields, and the bitter cold had frozen the ground, making it as hard as rock. It was impossible to dig a trench or even set up a decent position. The weather became our most formidable enemy. My battalion took up defensive positions and fought against the 253rd Russian Division under the command of Colonel Okatsky, which had only been formed in August in the North Caucasus. The division was made up of Kuban Cossacks, who were not particularly fond of Soviet rule. In my absence, the battalion became even weaker. The lack of officers was particularly noticeable. The 2nd Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion was commanded by SS Obersturmführer Olbutter. He was wounded, but refused to leave his company. The 3rd Company of the 1st Reconnaissance Battalion was struck by a severe outbreak of diphtheria, which further weakened the battalion's combat capability. On November 1st, near the village of Alexandrovsky, SS Obersturmführer von Büttner was wounded. Together with the division commander, I visited my old comrades in Alexandrovsky on November 2nd and attended the presentation of the Knight's Cross to Gerd Bremer. I noted with satisfaction the genuine joy of the motorcyclists at Bremer's award. The company deserved this recognition of its achievements. Frost gave way to rain. Water accumulated in the trenches and deep ruts in the roads and constantly flooded our uniforms. Cars, guns, and tanks got stuck in the mud. The Grenadiers waded through it knee-deep. Supplies became almost impossible to deliver and could only be transported by horse-drawn vehicles. The cars crawled along like turtles. Fuel consumption and losses of military equipment were disproportionate to the results. The army was sinking in the mud. Losses due to disease were increasing endlessly. The frost period began in mid-November. We had to dig frozen vehicles out of the mud one by one and warm up the engines using additional means. We became a crippled army. At that very moment, I was attending a very important meeting at the command post in the village of Lahanove. It concerned the important role of oil. Colonel General von Kleist, General von Mackensen, Sepp Dietrich, and several oil experts were present. They were convinced of the need to capture the Russian oil fields in Baku in order to continue the war. In this regard, the capture of Rostov became an absolute necessity. Lower-ranking military personnel listened silently as figures on oil production and consumption were cited, and the needs of the economy and the army were discussed. We did not have the necessary data and experience to evaluate these presentations. However, from a military point of view, the situation was different. Everyone warned against an attack on Rostov, pointing to heavy losses in the units and the fact that the army was simply not ready for such an operation. The divisions were depleted, there was a lack of military equipment, and the situation with winter uniforms, necessary for conducting a winter campaign, was extremely poor. Fur coats and hats were delivered from Mariupol with great difficulty. German soldiers could not be distinguished from Russian soldiers even at a distance of 100 meters. The health of the soldiers also left much to be desired. The commanders of units, divisions, and formations assessed the situation with absolute accuracy when they said, "We will attack, we will take Rostov and pursue the Soviet troops beyond the Don, but we will not be able to reliably defend the captured city." In mid-November, 11 soldiers of the 2nd Battalion of the 1st SS Infantry Regiment were found in a sewer pit of the NKVD building in Taganrog. They had been captured in September and, according to civilian testimony, had been thrown into the pit alive. The decision to attack Rostov was made on November 14th. The main strike was to be delivered from the west by the Leibstandarte Motorized Division and the 13th Panzer Division, and from the north by the 16th Panzer Division. The attack was supposed to begin on November 16th. However, it had to be postponed for a day because, due to severe frosts, there were not enough tanks and armored vehicles ready for the operation. My battalion advanced along the road and immediately came under heavy barrage fire in a heavily mined and fortified area. Every piece of land had to be fought for with unprecedented effort at a temperature of -30 degrees Celsius. The road to Rostov was captured only thanks to the exceptional tenacity of the SS troops. My soldiers fought without me for the first time and engaged in what were perhaps the heaviest battles they had ever fought. Fierce fighting broke out across the entire front around Rostov. The attacking divisions suffered heavy losses fighting in heavily fortified and mined terrain. Gerd Plays, the brave commander of the 1st Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion, lost both legs and died on the way to the field hospital. Fritz Witt fought side by side with his grenadiers. Colonel General von Mackensen demonstrated a brilliant example of true Prussian valor. Patiently, summoning all their willpower, the troops of the 3rd Motorized Corps under his command continued to march through the snowdrifts and went on the attack together with the Leibstandarte. Grenadiers and generals stormed shoulder to shoulder across the icy fields near Rostov. The counterattacking T-34s crushed the light anti-tank guns of the 61st Motorized Division and threatened to break through, but then stood engulfed in flames under anti-aircraft fire. Tears of rage ran down the faces of the light anti-tank gunners. They were powerless against the steel monsters. The German 37mm anti-tank gun became a museum exhibit. Its caliber was no longer sufficient to destroy medium and heavy enemy tanks. The grenadiers and tankers continued to attack with remarkable tenacity and fortitude, and on November 21st, they stormed the desperately defended Rostov. The 1st Company of the 1st SS Infantry Regiment managed to capture the bridge across the Don and occupy a small bridgehead. The commander of this company, Heinz Springer, was wounded 6 times during this operation, and only 12 soldiers remained in the company. The outcome of the battle for Rostov was summed up in the following order. Commander of the 3rd Motorized Corps. Corps Headquarters, November 21st, 1941. Corps Order. Soldiers of the 3rd Motorized Corps. The battle for Rostov has been won. On November 17th, before noon, the Corps began an offensive, carrying out the task of capturing Rostov and the bridge across the Don River. The task was successfully completed by November 20th. We captured more than 10,000 prisoners. According to the latest estimates, we also captured 160 guns, 56 armored vehicles, 2 armored trains, and a large number of other military equipment. Soldiers of my corps, we can all be proud of this great, new, and successful demonstration of the actions of our units, to which each individual soldier made an invaluable contribution. Neither the icy wind, nor the severe frost, nor the lack of winter clothing and military equipment, nor the darkness of moonless nights, nor the enemy's tanks, rocket artillery, and thousands of mines, nor the field fortifications, which took more than a week to build, and whose enormous size we all saw, nor even the Red Army soldiers themselves, nothing could stop our triumphant advance. As a result of a carefully and skillfully prepared surprise frontal attack to the east by the energetic Leibstandarte Division, with the active support of tanks from the 13th Panzer Division, the enemy's defenses were swept from their positions. The enemy was no longer successful, despite its fierce counterattacks, especially against the 14th Panzer Division, in an attempt to prevent the bold breakthrough of our 2 formations into the northern suburbs of the large city of Rostov, into the Don River and the bridges across it. The remnants of the retreating enemy troops tried to escape by crossing the Don. Thanks to its determination, the 1st Battalion of the 1st Infantry Regiment of the SS Division Leibstandarte, a unit accustomed to victory, even managed to capture the Rostov railway bridge intact. At the same time, with a decisive offensive carried out far to the east and southeast, the 60th Motorized Division successfully covered the exposed flanks of the Corps and took the village of Oksayskaya, while units and subunits of the 13th Tank Division quickly and decisively pursued the enemy retreating to the east. In addition, all Corps units, as well as Air Force units, especially our wonderful, flawlessly operating air reconnaissance pilots, made a significant contribution to our overall success. We have cut off the Russians' only effective link with the Caucasus once and for all. Now, we must hold on to what we have conquered in order to open the door to new victories as soon as the Führer orders them to be won. We also salute him with our Sieg Heil. Signed, von Metzkinsen, General of the Cavalry. Victory was achieved, but, as it turned out, disaster was already brewing. The corps was stretched thin and too weakened to carry out a prolonged defense of the captured objects. Our units, which were battered and bloodied, were subjected to continuous attacks by superior Soviet forces. My battalion, under the command of SS Hauptsturmführer Krass, fought on the Dead Donets River. This river branched off from the Don River near Rostov and formed the northernmost, rightmost arm of the Don Delta. The battalion held a position 8 kilometers along the front line. There were fewer than 300 soldiers on this defensive line. This included drivers, signalmen, staff workers, and all officers. There were no more supply trains. Everyone who could fight was at the front. As Soviet troops repeatedly attacked the German front northeast of Rostov, they threw newly formed divisions across the icebound Don, trying to crush the German forces weakened by heavy losses. The resilience shown by German soldiers in these fierce battles almost reached the limits of human endurance. The widely dispersed positions were located on the steep, icy northern bank of the river and faced south towards the frozen floodplains of the Delta and the main channel of the Don. Only with great difficulty and with the help of explosives was it possible to dig shallow trenches in the hard ground. To protect themselves from the severe cold, they stripped warm clothes from dead German soldiers and even from dead Soviet soldiers. For 3 days, the Russians conducted active reconnaissance on our weak defensive front, indicating an impending offensive. My comrades watched all this without fear or excitement. They performed their duties almost fatalistically. The few officers were in their sectors, like sheepdogs, watching over the soldiers entrusted to them. I found Hugo Krass and Hermann Weiser in a small house, where they were evaluating the testimony of a deserter from the Russian Cavalry Division and preparing their units for the upcoming defensive battles. The position of the 1st Reconnaissance Battalion, weakly held but defended by battle-hardened soldiers, was subjected to Russian artillery fire of all calibers at 5 o'clock in the morning on November 25th, and then attacked. The losses from this barrage were almost zero. Where there is nothing, nothing can be destroyed. But then my soldiers' blood almost froze in their veins. In the dim light of dawn, large masses of Russian infantry appeared, singing and shouting as they rushed to attack our positions. The front ranks joined hands, forming a continuous chain that marched across the ice in time with their wild singing. Our mortar shells made large holes in the ice, forcing the Soviet troops to break their chain. But the shells could not stop the mass that had set itself in motion, advancing on my comrades like a well-oiled machine. In the middle of the river, Soviet soldiers came under our fire and fell onto the ice like ripe wheat under a scythe. My soldiers lost faith in God and humanity when the advancing Russian soldiers attacked, climbing over the fallen and continuing their assault. The attack was led by 2 rifle divisions and 1 cavalry division. 3 newly formed divisions attacked several hundred men spread out over 8,000 meters and practically alone. Each was left to his own devices and had to cope with such a mass. 2 battalions of the Russian Rifle Regiment broke through the section of the 2nd Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion and were already at our defensive positions, threatening to break through the entire front. 2 Russian rifle regiments attacked the central part of the battalion's defenses and were also close to breaking through. A counterattack on the section of the 2nd Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion had to be carried out immediately. But at that moment, there was no one on hand to carry out this urgent task. Soviet troops attacked across the entire front with fierce intensity, threatening to overwhelm the handful of soldiers lying behind their machine guns. The Russian assault was like a tidal wave rushing from the Caucasus and crashing against the steep banks of the Don, losing its force there. The first rays of sunlight breaking through the thick clouds illuminated a terrible scene. As far as the eye could see, the Don and its tributaries were dotted with dark spots, some of which moved with great difficulty, while others were gradually covered by snow. The Soviet attack was repelled with heavy losses across the entire front. However, thousands of Soviet soldiers lay down and waited for nightfall. Horses without riders galloped south, their piercing neighs sounding like a death knell. The enemy forces that broke through the section of the 2nd Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion were swept away by our immediate counterattack. 6 officers and 396 soldiers of the Red Army were taken prisoner. In this sector alone, 310 Russian soldiers were killed. According to the prisoners' testimony, the attack was intended to cut off Rostov from the west. The attacks continued unabated on November 26th and 27th, despite heavy losses. It was a mystery to us how people could so willingly allow themselves to be led to slaughter like lambs to the slaughter. Despite the masses of dead and mutilated bodies lying motionless on the ice, new Russian formations joined the battle and rushed toward death. The Russian attack on November 27th began at 4 o'clock in the afternoon with artillery preparation and a barrage of fire from guns of all calibers, especially rocket artillery. But even this last attack in the area of operations of the 1st Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion was repelled by 8 o'clock in the evening. Individual enemy units broke through to the company's positions and were blocked. A counterattack was planned for November 28th. The battalion's losses were heavy and affected both non-commissioned officers and officers. Battalion Adjutant SS Obersturmführer Weiser took command of the 2nd Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion. SS Obersturmführer Olbutter was wounded again. The last attack against the 2nd Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion fell mostly on the left flank and was repelled with terrible losses for the Russians. The attacking Russian unit was formed in June in Krasnodar as an infantry division and was first deployed in battle here. The battalion that attacked our left flank had more than 500 personnel at the start of the assault. In the attack across the Don, 135 soldiers from this battalion were killed, and more than 100 wounded were taken prisoner. Another 37 who were captured by us were unharmed. The enormous merits of our unit can only be truly appreciated by those who have experienced the paralyzing effect of the severe cold and the psychological strain of endless fighting. I saw soldiers lying behind their machine guns, with tears of despair rolling down their faces as their hands flashed, changing one machine gun belt after another, and again, bullets rained down on the attacking masses. Olbuter, acting as company commander, led his motorcyclists into a counterattack without boots. They had been cut off their feet shortly before the attack. Both of his legs were severely frostbitten. In this battle, every fighter was a winner. Relying entirely on their own strength, every second soldier was lying behind a machine gun, fighting the hardest battle of their lives without guidance, orders, or other actions from their superiors. The wounded were bandaged, as best they could in such severe cold, and transported by truck to Taganrog. The heart-wrenching cries of our wounded soldiers, who were in unbearable pain, were harder to bear than the most terrible attack. Since we understood that our daily losses would not allow us to defend ourselves successfully for long, we could only guess where our front would collapse. The fighting continued even after dark. The area in front of the positions of the 1st Company of the 1st SS Battalion was cleared of the enemy with the help of several assault guns, and by 9 o'clock in the morning, the breakthrough had been eliminated. More than 300 dead remained lying on the approaches to the positions. The prisoners dragged their wounded comrades with them. But even after this costly battle for the Soviet troops, they continued to attack. Only at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon did the enemy retreat 3 kilometers, but they constantly intensified their artillery fire. The fighting on other sections of the front took place under similar conditions and seriously weakened the German defenses. The danger of a breakthrough anywhere on the front around Rostov could not be ignored, and the command headquarters of the 1st Tank Army understood this perfectly well. We were all unanimous that the front line should be shortened if we wanted to prevent a catastrophe that, under the circumstances, could lead to the collapse of the entire front. We had no reserves left. The steppe was empty. Only deep snowdrifts and telegraph poles broke the monotony of the snowy expanses. The best option for defense would be the line along the Meuse River to the west of us. Only there could we hope to stop the vastly superior Russian forces and prevent a breakthrough of the front. Some time ago, advance guard posts were sent out to establish points of departure in the rear. Any retreat had to have the defensive positions on the Meuse River as its final destination. They had to be occupied by all personnel, down to the last soldier. A further retreat across the snow-covered steppe would have resulted in unimaginable losses in manpower and equipment. While the heavy fighting on the Don had subsided somewhat, and the Soviet attacks had been repelled with heavy losses, the superior Russian forces resumed their attacks on the 60th Motorized Division and broke through the weak German front northeast of Rostov. The Russians also broke through on a broad front, crushing the left flank of the 1st Tank Army. The front faltered. At this time, heavy, stubborn fighting continued along almost the entire Soviet-German front, all the way to Leningrad. The German army in the east could no longer successfully resist such an enormous, superior force as the Red Army. The freezing cold, completely unsuitable clothing, and terrible losses, as well as insufficient replenishment of personnel and combat equipment, made successful operations simply impossible. We were fighting for our own lives. In the afternoon, the 3rd Motorized Corps was ordered to leave Rostov and retreat to a pre-prepared defensive line on the Meuse River. In fierce fighting, the Leibstandarte Division managed to leave Rostov on November 29th, retreat without heavy losses, and, with the support of the 13th Panzer Division, by the end of December 2nd, secure prepared defensive positions on the Meuse River. I participated in the retreat together with the division headquarters. We were delighted with the order to withdraw from the city and reduce the front. This decision prevented a possible catastrophe. Therefore, the order from the Führer's headquarters not to evacuate Rostov under any circumstances and to defend the captured positions to the last bullet came as a bolt from the blue for us. It was impossible to carry out this order. It showed in the most terrible way that the seriousness of the situation at the front had not been properly assessed. At that very moment, our troops were marching in the darkness of the night, barely able to stand on their feet from the cold. Deep snowdrifts, a bitter east wind, and a feeling of utter isolation made the German soldiers' lives a torture. How could such an order have been issued? It was a mystery to me. The order was ignored, and the retreat to the Meuse continued. Field Marshal von Rundstedt, General von Mackensen, and others deserved the gratitude of the military units. With their decision to continue the retreat, they saved the lives of many soldiers and prevented the collapse of the Army Group South front. It should also be mentioned that Sepp Dietrich condemned the Führer's fanatical order in the strongest terms and defended the decision of the Army Group South Command to retreat the 3rd Motorized Corps as the only possible option. I think I am right in saying that he clearly sided with Field Marshal von Hundstedt in that difficult hour. However, Field Marshal von Hundstedt was nevertheless removed from command of Army Group South and replaced by Field Marshal von Reichenau. Russian divisions attacked our defensive positions with relentless force. The breakthroughs could only be eliminated by making extraordinary efforts. My battalion was on the left flank of the Leibstandarte division and maintained contact with the 60th Motorized Division. The units managed to hold their positions, interacting with each other during the battle, and create strong points with the help of Russian volunteers. The combat effectiveness of our units had weakened so much that commanders even began to use anti-Bolshevik Russians in frontline units. Therefore, I was not surprised when, visiting my soldiers at their positions, I sometimes encountered almost more Russians than Germans. The volunteers were mainly from either the North Caucasus or Ukraine. Their enthusiasm was boundless at the time, and it was for this reason that they were accepted by our soldiers. In December, during a hurricane of artillery fire, I lost one of my best comrades. Our wonderful interpreter, the brave Heinz Drescher, was one of the most gifted officers in the battalion. He was always an example to others, both in life and in battle. He found his final resting place on a railway embankment in Taganrog. Shortly before Christmas, I was incredibly lucky. I received permission to fly home. I flew out of Taganrog with several comrades on a transport plane. We flew via Uman to Lviv, where I boarded a train. 18 hours later, I was standing, miserable and bedraggled, at the Friedrichstrasse railway station, talking to my family on the phone for the first time in so long. It is a pity that this happy time passed too quickly, and the moment of parting came very quickly. On December 30th, I received an order to report to Hitler on January 1st. The invitation was delivered to me from the Reich Chancellery. A piercing cold prevailed in Germany at that time. I said goodbye to my wife at the Zoo railway station in Berlin and climbed into the freezing cold train carriage. My traveling companion was the Japanese ambassador, who was also going to East Prussia, and who, based on previous experience traveling on special trains, had stocked up on cognac. It wasn't long before we were trying to warm ourselves with the hot drink. There, I was met by comrades who escorted me through a thick forest to the Führer's headquarters. We were checked at several posts and reported by telephone at the last post. Security duties here were performed by personnel from the SS Motorized Grenadier Division, Great Germany. The headquarters consisted of several reinforced concrete bunkers and ordinary wooden barracks, excellently camouflaged. They were hidden behind tall trees. The accommodation and food were appropriate for the circumstances. Undoubtedly, practicality and simplicity were the guiding principles in the construction of the Führer's headquarters. SS Hauptsturmführer Pfeiffer received me and informed me of the reason for my summons here. From his words, I concluded that Adolf Hitler was concerned about the situation at the front and would like to receive information, so to speak, firsthand. Adolf Hitler struck me as a simple and energetic man. I was surprised that he was well versed in weapons and was accurately informed about the advantages and disadvantages of various types of tanks and armored vehicles. However, what struck me most was that he was familiar with my battalion's combat operations and wanted answers to questions about tactics. Given the battalion's previous successes, it was reinforced with a grenadier company of light armored vehicles and a fire platoon of heavy infantry guns. I did not mince words when talking about the combat operations near Rostov, and reported on the excessive demands that were placed on the units and formations. I particularly emphasized the inadequacy of reinforcements. General Jodl supported me and referred to reports from other units. From the conversation, I got the impression that the situation with the troops in the east was very troubling to Adolf Hitler, and that he was concerned about how to help the cause. On January 3rd, together with Colonel Zeitzler, I flew back to Mariupol. In Mariupol, I transferred to another plane that was to take me to Taganrog. Soon we flew over the smoking wreckage of a downed transport plane. To shorten my journey to division headquarters, the pilot landed the light aircraft within sight of the command post, and I boarded a horse-drawn sleigh that was passing by. Frozen through, I arrived back at my unit after a 16-day absence. That same night, I replaced Hugo Cross, who had been temporarily acting as battalion commander, and in the gray morning twilight, for the first time after such a long break, I trudged through the positions of my unit. From the beginning of the Russian campaign until December 15, 1941, my battalion suffered the following losses. Killed: 6 officers, 9 non-commissioned officers, 79 enlisted men. Wounded: 20 officers, 33 non-commissioned officers, 308 enlisted men. Missing in action: 1 officer, 2 non-commissioned officers, 7 enlisted men. Reinforcements received: 11 officers, 1 non-commissioned officer, 180 enlisted men. During the same period, the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion captured 112 commanders and 10,102 Red Army soldiers. Our defensive position ran right through the village, located on the front slope of a long ridge. Flooded meadows stretched out before us, their icy cover interrupted only here and there by small thickets of willow. The Russians occupied their positions opposite us. In some places, they were only 100 meters away. The front had calmed down. Apart from reconnaissance and artillery fire, there was no other combat activity. In the current situation, I considered patrolling unnecessary, and as a result, I had no casualties for weeks. The positions continued to be thoroughly equipped. Particular importance was attached to the installation of deeply echeloned minefields. Earthworks were carried out with the help of the local population. The troops provided the local residents with food and medical assistance. I refused to forcibly remove people from their homes and hunt them down across the snowy expanses. This could have resulted in inevitable losses. The respect we showed led to the population helping us, for the sake of good relations between them and the military. So it was no surprise that, after a short time, our battalion had the best equipped defensive positions, and we were visited by officers from neighboring units and divisions. Our dugouts and bunkers were almost as comfortable as home. At the beginning of the year, I learned something that I don't want to hide from the reader. One day, my driver, Max Bornheft, placed a plate of small pieces of meat in front of me, explaining that they were pigeon thighs, which he had obtained thanks to his good connections in Taganrog. When I started eating this delicacy, I had my doubts. I told Max that, although it was all very tasty, none of the thighs had ever flown through the air like a pigeon. But Max didn't keep me guessing for long. He said rather dryly, "No, they didn't fly, they jumped. You're eating frog legs." After the frosts ended, a period of impassable mud set in, which made supplying the troops almost impossible and hindered offensive operations. How should the war continue? This question aroused our keen interest. A defensive option was unthinkable, but the German troops on the Eastern Front lacked the strength for a large-scale offensive. The divisions that could be used for an offensive were still in their positions, although the personnel were only sufficient for rest and replenishment. We feared that one day we would be driven from our positions and forced to attack with hastily assembled units. After the 1st Tank Army and part of the 17th Army destroyed the Russian troops that had broken through south of Kharkov, we were withdrawn from our winter positions and transferred to the Donetsk area at the end of May. It was there that new units formed over the winter reinforced our division, and new recruits joined the ranks of the veterans. Exercises at the shooting range quickly restored my battalion to excellent combat form. It was better armed than in 1941, and with the experience of previous battles behind it, it once again became a worthy opponent for any enemy. The morale of the unit was high. Servicemen of all ranks firmly believed in their own strength and in their officers, above all thanks to their superhuman abilities demonstrated in combat operations both in attack and in defense, and their ability to withstand superior enemy forces. Quite unexpectedly, in early June 1942, the Leibstandarte division was withdrawn from the forces preparing for a major offensive in the south of the Eastern Front, and transferred to France in anticipation of a possible landing by Allied forces. My battalion was transferred to the area around the city of Caen, and the headquarters was stationed in Bretteville-sur-Lay. A short time passed, and Normandy held no more secrets for us. All possible situations were rehearsed, both with and without troops, and as a result, we achieved a level of preparedness that could confidently rival the best peacetime military units. In the fall, we were preparing to be sent to North Africa, but fate decided otherwise. The tragedy of the 6th Army at Stalingrad called us back to Russia. Only luck saved our division from defeat at Stalingrad. The divisions that fought alongside us went into their last battle here. Others were waiting for our help. We left France at top speed and headed east again. Our destination was the front east of Kharkov. On November 19, 1942, the largest offensive since the beginning of the war, organized by the Soviet High Command, began. The offensive at Stalingrad. The overall situation was as follows. The enemy deployed a large number of troops and equipment, especially tanks, which had not been seen before. Judging by the data from the German command, and based on a general analysis of the situation based on intelligence reports, the offensive was massive and systematic. In terms of its precision and phased deployment, the Soviet offensive resembled the work of a clockwork mechanism. A breakthrough to the Don River near the village of Serafimovich, a simultaneous breakthrough near the village of Krasnoarmeysk, south of Stalingrad. As a result, 2 Romanian armies were destroyed, and the 6th Army near Stalingrad was completely surrounded in a short time and subsequently eliminated. This was followed by an offensive to the west by 2 army groups concentrated to the west and northwest of Stalingrad. As a result, Soviet troops of the Southern Front advanced from both sides of the Don, advancing in the direction of the Rostov area. Along the way, communication lines through Rostov to German troops in the North Caucasus were cut off. The Soviet Southwestern Front then began to develop an offensive between the railway lines. It was aimed at the Seversky Donets. The 8th Italian and 2nd Hungarian armies northwest of the first breakthrough point on the Don were threatened by Russian attacks from the flank and rear. As a result of these threats, both armies abandoned their fortified positions without offering any significant resistance. Their avoidance of combat contact with the enemy was ultimately tantamount to flight. Units of the Soviet Southwestern Front crossed the Don River northwest of Stalingrad on a broad front. After the troops of the Soviet Southern Front reached the lower reaches of the Don, and the Southwestern Front group reached the Oskol, the southern wing of the Voronezh Front also joined the offensive to the west. The defensive sector of the 7th and 13th Army Corps, which protruded far to the east, was caught in an attacking pincer movement on the northern and southern flanks after the Hungarian army withdrew. 2 German corps were surrounded after 2 Soviet offensive groups joined forces near the town of Kastorno. As a result, the entire Soviet Voronezh front went on the offensive to the west. Its troops broke through the positions on the Tim River, which had been hastily established by the command of the 2nd German Army. In the course of further offensive operations in the western direction, Soviet troops captured Kursk and Rilsk. The southern wing of the Bryansk front advanced from the Livny area, threatening the right flank of the 2nd Tank Army, which was retreating. The central group of the front advanced from the area southeast of Orel, attacking Orel itself. The strategic goal of the Russian winter offensive and its phased nature were quite obvious. The advance of the strike groups was synchronized so that the German line of defense, which stretched mainly from south to northwest, was attacked from the flanks, broken, and cut off in parts by each of the strike groups. In accordance with the plan, the operation was carried out in the territory south of Stalingrad to the highlands near Orel. The results were not long in coming. Following the defeat of the 6th German, 3rd and 4th Romanian, 8th Italian, and 2nd Hungarian armies, the German front to the northwest, more than 500 kilometers wide, between Slavyansk and the area north of Kursk, was also broken. The armies of 2 Soviet army groups advanced steadily westward. The objective of the operation, the collapse of the German Eastern Front, seemed to have been achieved in its southern sector. The Russian High Command announced that the next target of the offensive would be the Dnieper. They did not take into account the exhaustion of the troops, the growing supply problems, or the losses suffered during the offensive. It seemed that the Russian command was not particularly concerned that only part of their artillery was able to keep up with the rapid advance, and that the rifle units consisted almost entirely of newly mobilized civilians. Artillery was hardly used, and the units were manned by mobilized conscripts who were untrained and poorly armed. On the other hand, the Red Army's significant numerical superiority was achieved as a result of the German command's loss of 5 German and Allied armies. It was assumed that the large mass of advancing Soviet troops would prevail over the much smaller remnants of German troops defending the southern section of the Soviet-German front. However, the decisive factor was that the Soviet command missed the climax of its offensive, and it apparently came on the Seversky Donets. The rear support units and ground services of the Red Army's Air Force were forced to give way in the face of the enormous distances involved in the winter campaign. The combat power of the strike groups was squandered in offensive battles several hundred kilometers deep. The superiority of the German command and control system, as well as the superiority of the German combat units, could therefore be decisive, despite the enemy's large numerical superiority. The SS Motorized Corps, consisting of the 1st SS Motorized Grenadier Division, Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler, the 2nd SS Motorized Grenadier Division, Reich, and the 3rd SS Motorized Division, Totenkopf, played a major role at this decisive moment. By the end of January 1943, the Russians had reached the line of the Seversky Donets and its tributaries. They were pulling up their units for a further advance to the west. As for our forces, the 320th Infantry Division was in Svatovo. The 292nd Infantry Division, after being severely battered during the retreat, was being replenished in Kupiansk. Units of the Great Germany Motorized Grenadier Division were defending west of the village of Valuyek, and in the area of the village of Korochi, Kramer's Special Purpose Corps was gathering the remnants of the battered German and Hungarian troops retreating from the Upper Don. Huge gaps had formed between the German units, A German general was appointed to command the remnants of the 8th Italian Army. By this time, the SS Motorized Corps with its units, the main forces of the SS Reich Motorized Grenadier Division, and the assault units of the 1st Motorized Grenadier Division, Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler, had already arrived in the Kharkov area. The Leibstandarte Division was positioned on both sides of Chugev on the Seversky Donets River. The decision of the High Command of the Armed Forces to deploy the SS Motorized Corps in a massive counterattack after its regrouping was thwarted by the rapid advance of Soviet troops. First, it was necessary to prevent a breakthrough in the Corps' area of deployment. Units of the Reich Motorized Grenadier Division were moved forward to cover the area west of Valuiki. Deep snowdrifts and severe frost hindered the advance of the units. We disembarked east of Kharkov, and the battalion was ordered to establish a bridgehead near the village of Chugev and make contact with the 298th Infantry Division. Over many years, we had developed a habit of not discussing orders that seemed impossible to carry out and not taking into account the superior forces of the enemy. The usual standards for waging this war were no longer applicable. German soldiers were expected to display truly phenomenal abilities. We were not surprised when it was assumed that the Leibstandarte would have to defend a 90-kilometer-wide front and repel the offensive of the 6th Russian Army. Thick planks creaked under the weight of armored vehicles moving cautiously across a long wooden bridge over the Seversky Donets River near Chugev. I led my battalion to the old Russian positions of the winter battles of 1941. They stretched along the river, and I thus spared my soldiers the need to dig new trenches in the frozen ground. Groups of remnants of defeated Italian units periodically approached us across the snowy expanses. From the direction of Kupiansk, separate units of the German supply train came out to the river with wounded German soldiers and half-starved horses. The retreating soldiers silently dragged themselves across the bridge. They were no longer fit for combat. The battalion was supposed to cover a front about 10 kilometers wide, and in addition, 2 companies were supposed to help the 298th Infantry Division in Kupiansk withdraw from the battle. This infantry division fought desperately against the superior Russian forces and retreated through the city. The 2nd Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion, commanded by SS Obersturmführer Weiser, was fighting north of Kupiansk and was currently breaking through to Kupiansk. The continuous line of the German front no longer existed. The situation continued to deteriorate inexorably. The strongholds created by the Germans were surrounded on the flanks and cut off from communications by the superior forces of the Russians. Snowdrifts on the rugged terrain made combat operations almost impossible and forced German troops to move along the few passable roads. Artillery got stuck on the slopes. It was impossible to pull them with tractors or horses. The icy roads were as slippery as glass. After studying the situation on the map and visiting the units of the 298th Infantry Division on site, I came to the conclusion that the division's position had become unprotected and would be crushed in 24 hours at the latest. And in a few days, the Russians would attack my battalion and try to capture the crossing at Chugev. Knittel's company remained with the infantry division. It was to conduct rear-guard actions using its armored vehicles on the road and then return to its battalion at positions east of the Seversky Donets. I returned to the battalion at dusk and found many German soldiers who had fallen behind their units. They were extremely pleased to be able to join the German unit. The situation became even more threatening. Soviet troops were pushing forward toward the Seversky Donets, threatening to cut off the units that were fighting east of the river. I was very concerned about Knittel's company, which was still with the infantry division. In the meantime, We used all the means at our disposal to improve our positions and equip them for circular defense. By a stroke of luck, our arsenal was also replenished with new systems. A dozen anti-tank guns and 6 heavy infantry guns were delivered to us from the railway access roads. The shortage of personnel was made up for by soldiers who had fallen behind their units. The 3rd Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion managed to break away from the Soviet troops on the Kupiansk-Chugev road and arrive at the battalion without serious losses. The 298th Infantry Division continued to fight, pushing westward through snowdrifts and icy winds on rough terrain south of the road, having lost all its artillery in the open, snow-covered spaces. At that moment, all communication with the division was lost. I was moving towards Kupiansk with 2 armored escort vehicles to assess the situation with regard to the enemy. A fierce snowstorm was blowing in our faces when I saw a sleigh pulled by oxen a few kilometers ahead. We slowly approached them. The 2 armored vehicles stopped and provided cover. Was the sleigh a trap? It turned out to be SS Untersturmführer Krüger, who, despite his injury, had managed to limp to the sleigh and escape from the Russians. I learned from Krüger that there were still soldiers from the infantry division in the vicinity. Half an hour later, on the vast, snow-covered plains on both sides of the road, we found about 20 soldiers from this division. I have rarely seen such gratitude as that of these soldiers. After all, they had almost lost their lives. Overnight, endless snowdrifts would have buried them here forever. We watched the vague outlines of Russian tanks slowly making their way westward on the left and right sides of the road. The tanks avoided driving on the road, maneuvering across the rugged terrain, obviously trying to encircle our bridgehead and crush it with their armored jaws. As a result of my observations, our anti-tank defenses were appropriately echeloned, and the tank destroyers prepared to meet the enemy. The clash was to take place within the next 24 hours. Would we be able to withstand the onslaught of the Soviet troops, or would we succumb to the superior forces of the enemy? Intoxicated by their victories, the Red Army soldiers were preparing to deliver a death sentence to us. My soldiers studied the situation in minute detail and learned how to conduct combat operations. I intended to deliver a crushing blow to the Soviet troops without exposing my own to great risk. While anti-tank guns took up positions on both sides of the road, nimble tank destroyers and assault guns were positioned on the flanks of the battalion. I maintained contact with all units either by radio or by telephone. The units responded in a split second and were confident in their abilities. They were not afraid of the advancing Russians. At dawn the next day, the white, snowy expanses still lay sparkling before our positions, and the sun promised a wonderful winter day. The terrain rose gently in front of us for about 1,500 meters, which made it impossible for the attackers to take cover or camouflage themselves. Woe to the attackers if they acted as I expected and sent their infantry down both sides of the road. In that case, the long slope would be fatal for the advancing Russian soldiers. We were positioned under tall trees and could only be seen at the last moment. To ensure complete success, I gave the order not to rush into opening fire, and to do so only on my command. Well prepared, we awaited the start of the battle. From an observation point high above the western right bank of the river, I had already been informed of the approach of the Russian vanguard. Our artillery remained silent. It was assumed that the Soviet troops would believe that they had destroyed the last German combat-ready unit east of the Donets, and that only weak forces of this division were in the area of the bridge. Around noon, the Russians moved towards our bridgehead, advancing to the left of the road. At first, they stopped on the ridge, looking down on the Seversky Donets and its wooded banks. Then they moved on again and advanced in attack formation. On the far right flank of the Soviet troops, I saw 2 KV tanks, which, if they did not change direction, would fall straight into the net of anti-tank guns. Their fate was already sealed. The leading attacking unit hesitantly approached our positions. At this point, we had not fired a single shot. Everything was calm. I was unable to observe Bremer's section, but I was kept constantly informed of what was happening in his company. More and more Russians were crossing the ridge and walking down the slope. The entire slope was covered with small black dots. Every now and then, the leading unit would stop and listen carefully. Hearing nothing and seeing no movement at our positions, the advancing Russian soldiers resumed their march westward. And how were things with us? My soldiers crouched in their trenches and waited for the order to fire, which would force them to act. They were freezing. They had been in the cold for a long time, lying on the ice and snow, clutching their weapons with numb fingers. In the next few seconds, they would engage in battle with Soviet troops. I heard the distance countdown from the left flank in my telephone receiver. The telephone was working all the time. The artillery reported the coordinates of the targets. Bohr radioed, "Another 500 meters!" In a few minutes, only 200 meters separated the Russians from the 1st Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion. The company requested permission to open fire. I forbade it. Both Russian tanks were moving down the slope to catch up with the lead attacking unit. Bohr's voice, acting as commander of the 1st Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion, was heard on the receiver. "Another 100 meters!" His voice became anxious because I still did not respond. The tanks advanced to a point about 150 meters from our positions when, after my command, "Fire!" death fell upon the chain of Soviet soldiers, and one of the tanks was hit by an assault gun. The death toll was horrific. The rearguard units of the Russian troops soon ceased all movement. They had fallen into a deadly trap. The slope became fatal for them. However, what was the point of our successful defensive actions east of Chuguev when the front was unstable for several hundred kilometers? On February 8th, the crisis was already developing on both flanks of our defensive front near Kharkov. 2 Russian armies were closing the encirclement from the flanks. South of the 320th Infantry Division, the order to retreat came too late, and from February 5th, it had to slowly fight its way westward. The Russians probed the Leibstandarte from the front and bypassed the southern flank. There was a 40-kilometer gap between our flank and the flank of the 320th Infantry Division. The Russian advance west of Zmiv threatened the southern defensive line near Kharkiv. Task Force Kempf, with tanks from the Leibstandarte, was sent to block the Russians' road to Kharkiv. Our northern flank was also under threat. German troops were fighting northeast of Belgorod and had already been outflanked. The Russian operation to encircle and storm Kharkov had already begun, and there were no forces that could prevent it. At the same time, the Soviet High Command was preparing an offensive on the Donets Basin. In addition to an offensive across the entire front from Belgorod to Kharkov, our enemy intended to launch a surprise attack to cut off the Germans defending the Donbass, striking from Slavyansk to the Sea of Azov. The Russians then hoped to destroy the Germans surrounded in Donbass. This deadly blow was to be delivered in the direction of Lozova, Pavlograd, Dnipropetrovsk, Zaporizhia. 5 tank and 3 rifle corps were concentrated north of Slavyansk to carry out this operation. After taking Izum, the 1st Soviet Guards Army would move southwest without encountering any resistance. The 6th Soviet Guards Army would join the offensive on the right flank after the 320th Infantry Division was cut off. If this operation is successful, Army Group South will be cut off from its lines of communication. The Russians will reach the Dnieper, and the road to western Ukraine will be open to them. After repelling the Russian attack, we managed to establish contact with the remnants of the 298th Infantry Division, and the survivors were ferried across the river. The mood among the troops on the bridgehead was gloomy. It was obvious that our position was threatened by the enemy's penetration into our rear, and that we would have to retreat beyond the Seversky Donets. The enemy had reached the Seversky Donets on a broad front. It was advancing between the right flank of the Leibstandarte and the 320th Infantry Division, with such overwhelming forces that desperate action was required. The situation forced us either to attack the enemy forces that were preparing to encircle Kharkov from the south, which would have led to the evacuation of our troops, or to concentrate all our forces around the city for a circular defense, which would have been tantamount to encirclement. On February 9th, the battalion received orders to withdraw from the Seversky Donets and prepare for an attack south of Kharkov. The withdrawal from the battle went without losses or difficulties. We were glad to be on the march again and to hear the sound of engines running. We moved westward along carefully cleared forest roads, through deep snow, and over half-destroyed bridges, reaching the Merefa area at midnight. Only there did I learn of the seriousness of the situation, and that the SS Motorized Corps was in danger of being completely surrounded if it carried out Hitler's order to defend Kharkov to the last bullet. Carrying out the order would mean the destruction of the corps, and moreover, would allow the Russians to reach the Dnieper. There was no other unit like the SS Motorized Corps that could be thrown into battle against the rapidly advancing Russians. To eliminate the threat to our right flank and prevent Kharkov from being surrounded from the south, Corps Commander General Hauser decided to move south, attacking with 3 combat groups. Deep snow hampered the advance to the line of attack, but by the early morning hours, everything was ready. My combat group was positioned on the right flank and had orders to advance in the direction of Alexeyevka. This task meant that we had to break through 70 kilometers of enemy-held territory and launch a counterattack against one of the main advancing groups of Russian troops. I said goodbye to the division headquarters, caught up with our leading units, and quickly briefed the battalion on its task. Every soldier knew what was expected of us, and that we had difficult days ahead. My soldiers listened intently to my every word as I outlined the extremely critical situation and told them about the dangerous counterattack we were about to launch. I expected to see worried faces, but no one seemed particularly surprised by the assignment. My young soldiers stood before me with flushed faces and their hands deep in their pockets. I knew all the officers, including those from the units assigned to us, most of them for more than a year. The non-commissioned officers and enlisted men of the young soldiers were loyal to me, and the young recruits formed a close-knit community. With such a combat group, I could go on such a raid through the Russian hordes without hesitation. Our strongest weapon was our combat brotherhood and absolute trust, which bound us together and at the same time made us confident. The combat group positioned itself for attack on the snow-covered road south of Merefa. The road in front of us gradually sloped down and disappeared after a few hundred meters between the houses of the village. There, 2 damaged amphibious vehicles from the SS Reich's 2nd Motorized Grenadier Division were visible. Obviously, they were left behind by the division's reconnaissance patrol, which had been destroyed by the Russians. There was no movement to be seen. A strip of forest stretched along the road, disappearing to the right behind the village. There was no sign of anyone there either. Next to me was the commander of the vanguard, SS Obersturmführer Schultz, who had participated with me in the attack on Rostov. SS Obersturmführer von Ribbentrop was the commander of the first armored vehicle. We did not dare to advance in scattered formations. The deep snow cover made any maneuvers on rough terrain almost impossible and time-consuming, and fuel consumption would have skyrocketed to unimaginable levels. We had to stay on the road, maintain our pace, and use the element of surprise. Schultz received orders to move through the village under the cover of armored vehicle fire and wait for the battalion at a small forest. Under no circumstances was he to wait for us in the village or, even less, engage in combat there. I wanted to confuse the enemy with a quick attack by the vanguard platoon and lead my combat group south at breakneck speed. Schultz climbed into the sidecar of a motorcycle and raised his hand. He waved to me and shouted to the driver, "Let's go!" In a matter of seconds, the first section disappeared between the houses, and the rest of the platoon rushed behind the lead section. Max Wertinger, my new driver, had heard about our latest operations and burst into the village. The entire combat group followed right behind us. At that moment, everything came to life. Soviet soldiers ran out of their houses in panic and fell under our marching column, but only a few opened fire. The bulk of the Red Army soldiers tried to reach a small forest. To our left was a Soviet anti-tank gun with a crew ready to open fire. It came under fire from our column. Around the next bend, we saw SS Obersturmführer Schultz lying in the snow. Despite my warning, he jumped off his motorcycle and returned fire at the Soviet soldiers. A bullet to the chest ended his life. SS Obersturmbannführer Zander picked up the body of his fallen platoon commander. Later, a grave was dug for him in the frozen ground with the help of an explosion. Our dive bombers circled above us and flew off in a westerly direction. They had taken off from the airfield in Kharkov. They waved their wings in solidarity and fired at enemy columns with their onboard weapons. We learned from a prisoner's testimony that we had wedged ourselves into the vanguard of the 6th Guards Cavalry Corps and were moving straight through the Corps' position. We plunged like a dagger into its leading columns advancing westward. In the afternoon of February 11th, a heavy snowstorm began. Snowdrifts made any forward movement impossible. We had to clear the way with shovels. The blizzard held us in its grip with terrible force. Our vehicles were literally bumper to bumper. Overtaking was impossible. The road became a deep trench in the snow. The armored vehicles plowed through the snow like snowplows. Meter by meter, we advanced through the sparkling white wall. The enemy appeared only in vague outlines. Both sides fought against the almighty weather. At dusk, we found ourselves in front of a wide lowland. I wondered whether we should risk leading the combat group into the snow-covered valley. According to the map, the valley was supposed to be 1,000 meters wide and 50 meters lower than the surrounding terrain. On the other side of this barrier was a village. We had to get there if we didn't want to be completely snowed in. Several men on skis were sent out on reconnaissance. Wünsche and I waited for the reconnaissance team to return with our advance guard. When they returned, we would know whether we could move through the snowy valley. Hiding behind snowdrifts, we moved forward when a sentry suddenly pointed straight ahead excitedly and whispered, "Tank!" He was right. Then we heard the dull roar of an engine. The tank had to climb several hundred meters up the slope right in front of us. Our lead tank was immediately alerted. The gunner kept his hand on the trigger, ready to fire. We waited silently for the Soviet tank. There it was. I could see it. It was slowly crawling up the slope. Max Wünsche whispered, "Jesus Christ, he's turning his turret right at us. Can't you see the gun?" Suddenly, the guard laughed loudly. In front of us was a huge bull, whose head we mistook for a tank turret, and whose horns we mistook for a gun barrel. The blizzard had played a funny joke on us. Despite the bitter cold, we laughed heartily. An hour later, we drove the Red Army soldiers out of their warm dwellings and occupied the village. It was only 6 o'clock in the evening, but a very dark night had fallen upon us, preventing us from distinguishing friend from foe. The vehicles and tanks advanced slowly. The darkness made it impossible to get our bearings. We were stuck among units of the 6th Russian Guards Cavalry Corps. Our artillery and supply train were cut off from the main forces of the combat group. The enemy, which had wedged itself in between us, split the marching column into 2 halves. The artillery took up a circular defensive position. I learned via radio communication that the attacking enemy units were already 25 kilometers west of us and were advancing on Krasnograd. Troops from the SS Tule motorized Grenadier regiment of the SS Death's Head Division were already in Krasnograd. They had been hastily thrown into the breach to prevent the enemy's advance. The main forces of this division were still traveling in echelons by rail between France and the Dnieper. 2 reinforced regimental combat groups were engaged in heavy fighting east of Kharkov. The German forces defending the village of Zmiv could not compete with the large masses of attacking Russians, who were supported by heavy artillery. Our own shallowly echeloned defense at Rogani, east of Kharkov, held back the extraordinarily powerful Russian attacks, supported by ever-new forces constantly being brought to the battlefield. There was nothing human left in this battle. It was brutal, and the most inhuman methods were used. Soviet troops committed horrific acts of violence against captured soldiers at the Rogani airfield. After the German counterattack, 50 dead SS men were found here. 10 of them had their eyes gouged out, and 1 had his genitals cut off. With rare exceptions, their bodies were covered with terrible burns. 10 people were completely burned and charred. Following the capture of Belgorod, the enemy army also advanced into the area northwest of Kharkov. By February 13th, the left flank of Kharkov's defenses stretched from Ruski Tishki to the northern part of Ruskaya Lozovaya to the Yemtsov-Fesky railway station. The motorized infantry battalion on armored personnel carriers, SPW, of the Leibstandarte under the command of Johann Piper managed to establish contact with the 320th Infantry Division east of Zmiv and destroy the enemy groups that had broken through to the south. The remnants of the 320th Infantry Division were completely exhausted and left a pitiful impression. More than 1,500 wounded soldiers survived the grueling march through a terrible blizzard and were immediately transported to the rear, where they were cared for. The long-starved division, or rather what was left of it, was fed at Leibstandarte. The avalanche of advancing Soviet troops rolled further and further west and approached Dnipropetrovsk. The entire front of the German Army Group South was under threat. As a result of these developments, I received an order to move in the direction of Alexeyevka and block the path of the enemy advancing westward. The blizzard on the Kharkov front was still raging, covering the optical devices of our tanks with snow. Russian troops in my combat group were moving past each other. In the middle of the day, a reconnaissance plane circled above us and dropped a message attached to a smoke flare. We were surrounded by advancing Soviet troops. 24 hours later, we reached Alexeyevka and switched to a circular defense. At that moment, we were the easternmost unit on the Kharkov front. Would the combat group be able to accomplish its mission? It was left to its own devices, with almost no artillery, tanks, or supply trains. The village was quite large, stretching out on both sides of the road. Meanwhile, while reconnoitering the area, we stumbled upon a Russian patrol and opened fire from a distance of no more than 5 meters. The blizzard made visibility 0. SS Obersturmführer von Ribbentrop collapsed a few steps to my right. A bullet that pierced his lung knocked him to the ground. But the next morning, Ribbentrop was in good condition. He refused to be evacuated to safety on the Storch until there was at least one wounded soldier left in the cauldron. Soviet troops poured past us on both sides of the village. I was glad to hear Max Wünsch's report on the situation. He was making his way to us with armored vehicles, artillery, and a supply train. We hoped he would arrive in time. We urgently needed fuel and ammunition. On the morning of February 13th, the SS Motorized Corps received orders from the Führer to hold Kharkov at all costs. Following this, during the night of February 13th, in order to free up at least some reserves, the defensive front around the city was further reduced. The new line of defense for Kharkov ran along the Lizogubovka-Bolshaya-Danilovka line. However, by the evening of February 13th, the Corps headquarters reported that the new line could only be held until February 14th, as the city was already surrounded. At midnight, orders were given to blow up all warehouses, military facilities, and anything else that could be used for military purposes. In the morning, Soviet troops managed to break through our shallowly echeloned line of defense north of Zatisha. An attack by 40 enemy tanks near Rogani also led to a breakthrough. There were also fears of an attack on the tractor factory area. We also lost Olshany northwest of Kharkiv. This allowed the Russians to keep the main supply line, the railway and highway from Poltava to Kharkov, under fire. Soviet troops continuously attacked the southern and easternmost points of the Kharkov defense line and threatened to overrun us in Alexievka. We knocked out several anti-tank guns and inflicted heavy losses on the enemy infantry during a counterattack in the direction of the village of Bereka, north of Alexievka. But our ranks were also depleted. SS Hauptsturmführer Nittel, commander of a mobile patrol company, was wounded for the fourth time in these battles. The Russians' night attacks were especially dangerous because we couldn't see the enemy sneaking up on us and had to save our ammo. The enemy broke through to Alexievka on the night of February 13th to 14th and pushed us back to the center of the village. The battle reached its climax. The soldiers fought with a courage born of desperation, but it soon became clear that there was nowhere to retreat. In this hopeless situation, events unfolded rapidly. Positioned close to each other, our armored vehicles opened heavy fire, shelling the attacking Soviet troops with explosive shells. Houses with thatched roofs burst into flames. We were in the middle of a ring of fire and fired in the darkness at the brightly lit rows of Russians. Their attack was thwarted. With our counterattack, we pushed them back from Alexievka and returned to our previous positions. At about the same time, Witt's regiment attempted to make contact with our combat group by breaking through from the north. However, north of Bereki, Witt encountered such strong resistance from Soviet troops that he was unable to break through to Alexievka. At dawn, we saw new preparations by the Red Army to the east and west of the village. If both attacks were launched simultaneously, our fate would be sealed. I walked around the position and talked to almost every soldier. Everyone huddled together, forming a stronghold. Machine guns surrounded the anti-tank guns in a ring. My young soldiers responded jokingly to my greeting. We did not feel defeated in any way. The superiority of the Russians hardly bothered us, but the lack of fuel, the loss of mobility, and the noticeable shortage of ammunition brought us to the brink of despair. We had been promised a supply drop within the past 48 hours, but I had not yet seen a single one of our planes. Weather conditions made such supplies impossible. I sent another report on the situation and demanded urgent delivery of ammunition. At the same time, Wünsch's group was getting closer and closer to Alexievka. Would Wünsch make it in time? I was shocked as I stood in the classroom of the local school among my wounded soldiers. They knew what was happening and begged me not to let them fall into Russian hands. We remembered the terrible end of the German field hospital in Feodosia in Crimea. It had fallen into the hands of Soviet soldiers who landed in the city from the sea in January 1942. The wounded were thrown out of windows naked and then doused with water. More than 300 frozen bodies were found in the hospital courtyard after it was recaptured during the German counteroffensive. This is the consequence. The author does not mention the cause. In the summer and autumn of 1941, most of the Red Army soldiers who were taken prisoner at that time were starved to death, died of epidemics, or were shot by the Germans. More than 1 million people died. Only a year later did the Germans begin to treat prisoners more tolerantly, so to speak, using them for hard labor and later in rear services. Dr. Gattering shrugged, shook his head, and turned away. The voices of my soldiers tore at my heart. What was I to do? The young soldiers looked at me with relief when I ordered that the wounded be given pistols. I was ready to stand in the fire of the burning building rather than have another conversation of this kind. The clouds hung low in the sky. We heard the roar of engines. From the sound of the engines, we could guess that they were looking for us. Suddenly, we noticed the shadow of a Heinkel 111. Would it bring us salvation? A few minutes later, the shadow was above us again. The plane was flying directly over Alexeyevka. Soon, containers of ammunition and fuel were falling from the sky, but unfortunately, only a few remained intact. Most of them exploded on impact with the ground. At that moment, I lost all hope. The fuel that remained intact was immediately distributed among self-propelled guns, tanks, and armored vehicles. If we were doomed to die, we wanted to die in battle, breaking through the steppe in our combat vehicles, so that the Russians would have a hard time. We would not surrender to them without a fight. Having finished writing a report on the situation, in which I reported on the imminent destruction of the combat group, I said goodbye to the soldiers who were walking with me toward our fate. I looked at the faces of my soldiers with some amazement. Their relaxed expressions seemed to reveal curiosity. There was not a single face distorted by fanaticism. They listened seriously to my words. I determined the target of the attack and climbed into my armored vehicle. Were we all going together on our last attack? We slowly moved out of the center of the village, past the ruins and graves of our comrades, toward the outskirts of the village. A few hundred meters ahead of us, Red Army soldiers were scurrying back and forth. They could afford such freedom of movement because we had almost no artillery at our disposal and were short of ammunition. It seemed that the Soviet troops did not believe in the possibility of our counterattack. Meanwhile, noon had arrived. The blizzard had subsided. A few timid rays of sunlight slipped overhead. What would the Russians do in our rear when we attacked in the eastern direction? Our armored vehicles were on the road that led straight through the middle of the Russian troop concentration. I intended to race along this stretch of road at full speed and strike the Soviet troops, directing our armored vehicles straight into the center of the enemy's positions. We could only succeed if we delivered a lightning strike against the Soviet troops and gained at least a day for ourselves. I hoped that during that day I would be able to deal with the Russians west of Alexeyevka, and I believed that Vunsha would be able to break through by then. My little Cossack, a Russian volunteer who had accompanied me from Rostov and was loyal to me, pointed to a group of Soviet soldiers behind us. Dark spots were visible everywhere. We were, figuratively speaking, up to our ears in shit. Only a few seconds separated us from the start of our journey into the unknown. My driver pressed the accelerator lightly, released the clutch, and the armored car slowly started moving. Assault guns rushed forward on both sides of the road, leaving behind the ruins of village houses. Our speed increased. Armored personnel carriers with motorized infantry and armored vehicles raced ahead of self-propelled guns, which covered them with fire. Our armored vehicle was in the lead. Speed was our weapon against the Russians. Bullets fired from machine guns pelted the armor like hail. I saw only an endless road ahead and tried to increase our speed. The tracks of the armored personnel carriers and self-propelled guns kicked up columns of snow dust that resembled the spray from the bow of a destroyer cutting through the waves. Forming a wedge, we crashed into the waves of attacking Russians, deeply wedging ourselves into their ranks. Fire from Russian heavy mortars covered the road ahead of us. Forward, and only forward. There could be no stopping at this moment. We had to destroy the attacking formations, or we would all meet the devil. A particularly strong blow to the armor forced me to tense the muscles in my entire body. The smell of burning hit my nostrils. A second blow, which struck the armored car with incredible force, brought it to a halt. Our driver, SS Rotenführer Nebelung, was screaming wildly. Flames rose around my body. I jumped out of the turret and lay down in a deep track rut with Cossack Michel. The screams from the armored car were driving me crazy. I crawled along the track, intending to help our driver. He must have gotten caught on something inside the vehicle with his thick winter clothes, because his hatch was open. Suddenly, I was grabbed tightly by the leg. Michel pulled me back and shouted, "Back! The commander is more important to the unit! Back! I'll get my comrade." The Cossack jumped into the burning vehicle, pulled out the driver, and rolled him in the snow. At that moment, we came under mortar and machine gun fire. Pressing ourselves tightly to the ground, we crawled back along the track. We were picked up by advancing soldiers. Only then did I realize that we had broken the attacking lines of the Soviet troops and that the Soviet infantry was scattering in all directions. Unfortunately, we were unable to build on this success because we were running out of fuel, and another assault group of Soviet troops had taken up positions to attack from the opposite side. After we returned to Alexeyevka, we discovered that Michel had been hit in the back of the neck by shrapnel, while our driver had not been seriously injured, only suffering minor burns. The noise of battle west of Alexeyevka filled us with joyful excitement. This noise could only mean that Max Vinch's offensive had been successful. And so it was. The tank battalion broke through the dense enemy lines, delivering a large amount of ammunition and fuel to us. We were once again a fully combat-ready unit, and on orders from the division, we broke out of the encirclement the next morning. As we fought our way west, we encountered a new phase of this inhuman war. It was impossible to distinguish Soviet soldiers from harmless civilians. For the first time, enemy soldiers were setting up ambushes in cities and rural areas where it was impossible to identify regular military units. We became nervous. Local residents did not dare to betray Red Army soldiers disguised as civilians. The enthusiasm of the advancing Soviet troops and the attitude, towards them and towards us, of the population required special vigilance on our part. My old comrade Fritz Montag, who had been assigned to perform the duties of a staff company commander, stepped on a mine and had both legs blown off below the knee. When he was brought to me on a motorcycle with a sidecar, he was still fully conscious. A few days later, he died and was buried in Poltava next to General von Britzen. The fighting became treacherous. Meanwhile, the situation around Kharkov became catastrophic. Contrary to all common sense, the city was ordered to be held. Since the requests of the SS Motorized Corps to leave the city were rejected, with reference to the Führer's order of February 13th, the commander of the Corps, General Hauser, decided to issue his own order to withdraw the troops in order to prevent them from being surrounded and to give them freedom of maneuver for the necessary counteroffensive. Enemy units that had broken through the eastern sector of the front from the southeast reached the northeastern outskirts of Kharkov on February 14th. Piper's Motorized Infantry Battalion, which launched an immediate counterattack, engaged in fierce night fighting with the Russians, unable to clear the area of the constantly reinforcing enemy forces. In the city itself, residents began to assist the advancing Russians. As our columns moved forward, they came under fire from houses. In this situation, the strike group of the SS Motorized Corps was ordered to halt the attack in the southern direction and hold the occupied territory. The Corps was to withdraw the troops defending Kharkov and send a tank unit to the northwest to recapture Olshany, which had been occupied by the enemy. This order could not be carried out because, given the condition of the roads, it would have taken 2 days just to concentrate and advance the troops. That evening, Corps Commander General Hauser once again outlined the situation in order to obtain an order to leave Kharkov. On the night of February 14th to 15th, the enemy broke through our battle lines in the northwestern and southeastern parts of the city. The tank battalion of the 2nd SS Motorized Grenadier Division, Reich, was able to inflict heavy losses on the attackers during a counterattack in the northwestern direction. The enemy's advance was temporarily halted. The command of the SS Motorized Corps once again reported to the Army Command on the seriousness of the situation. By noon on February 15th, no decision had yet been made. Seizing his last chance, at 12:50 p.m. on February 15th, Corps Commander General Hauser ordered the 2nd Reich Motorized Grenadier Division to abandon its positions and fight its way to the northern part of the city in order to prevent the encirclement of 1.5 German divisions there. With the support of the Reich Division's armored vehicles, these units managed to break out of the encirclement and fight their way through the city and further south. This decision was reported to the headquarters of Army Group South and the Army headquarters at 1 p.m. General Hauser joined the fighting units. At 16:30, another order came, demanding that the defense be held at all costs. General Hauser's response was as follows: "The matter is settled. The troops are being evacuated from Kharkov." Thanks to General Hauser's decision, thousands of people remained alive or avoided years of captivity. Moreover, it allowed for the creation of a more or less solid front line of defense southwest of Kharkov. The rear guard of the 2nd Company of the SS Motorized Grenadier Division Reich fought its way through the city on February 16th. Counteroffensive. The operation could be considered successful if only because the encirclement of 1.5 divisions was prevented by leaving Kharkov, and we could now hold our defenses along a much shorter front line. The decisive significance of our retreat from Kharkov was that most of the SS Motorized Corps could now be freed up for an attack in the southern direction to join the counterattacking troops of Army Group South, to which we now belonged. The situation on the northern edge of the Donbass developed as follows. The enemy flanked Army Group South near Slavyansk with large forces of General Popov's tank and rifle units, and steadily advanced toward the Dnieper through Pavlograd and Novomoskovsk. The enemy's advanced units had already advanced almost to Dnipropetrovsk and Zaporizhia, and on the left flank of the offensive to Krasnoarmysk. We had almost no combat-ready units left on the Dnieper. Steinbauer's group, whose personnel consisted of vacationers and the remnants of defeated combat units, was transferred from Dnipropetrovsk to Novomoskovsk and covered the western outskirts of the latter. The enemy had already occupied the eastern part of the city. The 15th Infantry Division was unloaded in Dnipropetrovsk and sent a regimental task force to cover Sinelnikov. the left wing of the Russian Sixth Army, whose strong units had taken up positions opposite the front line of the Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler Division, had already begun to encircle the SS Motorized Corps. The Russian vanguard had already crossed the Krasnograd-Novomoskovsk road leading south. The troops of this group were pushing westward. Other Russian forces were targeting the Dnipropetrovsk. Immediate countermeasures were a matter of life and death for Army Group South. Following the retreat from Kharkov, 2 SS divisions were able to be redeployed. The 2nd SS Motorized Grenadier Division, Reich, concentrated on the right flank of the Corps in the Krasnograd area, and on February 19th moved northeast to counter the enemy's advance. During the gradual withdrawal of its left flank, the 1st SS Motorized Grenadier Division, Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler, remained on the previously established front line, supporting Raus's Army Corps. It provided indirect support to the Reich in its offensive, conducting local attacks on its section of the front and drawing Russian forces toward itself. Our troops found a second wind. Finally, the days of retreat were over, and the time for a counteroffensive had come. The seriousness of the situation and the importance of the upcoming battle were clear to every soldier. My combat group received orders to replace the motorized infantry battalion on Piper armored personnel carriers near Yedayevka and to prevent any further advance of Soviet troops there. We advanced through positions held by Kras's battalion. It had entrenched itself in strong points widely scattered along the front line. The battalion was to hold a defensive strip at least 5 kilometers wide. We solved the problem by destroying the Soviet units that had broken through these strong points during the day, and in the evening we set up wire barriers between the strong points, covered by fire. Together with Joachim Piper, I occupied 10 kilometers of the actual front line. Piper captured the village of Yedayevka after a fierce battle and was supposed to hand over to me the forward bastion of our defense that had been formed as a result of his attack. Several damaged T-34 tanks served as protection from the wind in the cold blizzard that constantly swept in from the east onto our forward posts. Joachim Piper briefly outlined the situation to me and drew my attention to the active movement of troops east of Yedayevka. It seemed that the Soviet troops were preparing for an attack. In the freezing cold, we turned Yedayevka into a real stronghold. From here, I was going to lead units of tanks and armored vehicles from the combat group in lightning raids against the advancing Soviet troops. We discovered strong Russian units and formations moving south of our position in the direction of Krasnograd, leaving only weak defenses against us. From our forward observation posts, we could follow the route of the Russian columns in detail. A reinforced Russian regiment passed us and rushed towards Krasnograd. It left only a weak guard against us. This was a direct challenge to us. We had to attack. The next day, as soon as dawn broke, the combat group moved south, leaving only artillery, supply troops, and tank destroyers at the strong point. We left the stronghold unnoticed by the enemy. The cloudy weather favored our intentions. Our artillery covered the known positions east of Yedayevka with diversionary fire to mislead the enemy about our true intentions. Our column was barely visible in the snowy expanse. Each vehicle was covered with white camouflage paint, and the soldiers wore white camouflage coats or white winter uniforms. We moved quickly, like a snake, across the rough terrain. The combat group stopped at a small hill. Enemy columns were moving steadily westward. The village stretching along the road swallowed up another column of Soviet troops, and it disappeared from view. About 1,000 meters still separated us from the Soviet troops. Should we take advantage of this and launch an attack on this slightly sloping road? The Red Army soldiers had been marching westward for almost 24 hours. Would their superiority be too great? Would we run for cover behind our anti-tank guns? I stood at the forefront of the combat group with Wünsche, the tank battalion commander, and the company commanders of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion, choosing the best way to attack. Considering speed to be our best weapon, as I had done in other situations before, I intended to wedge the company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion into the thick of the Soviet forces. Several tanks would cover the company with fire. The company would cut off half of the Soviet column and drive it westward. The amphibious vehicle unit volunteered to act as the lead unit. The young soldiers knew what they were getting into. It was almost certain that the flanks of the enemy column were covered by mines. In a few minutes, everyone was ready to attack. The wheels and tracks spun in the snow, caught hold of the ground, and the vehicles roared at full speed toward the edge of the village. They had to cross the open space at such a speed that the enemy would not have time to take countermeasures. The combat vehicles rushed down the slope like an avalanche from the mountains. Tanks moved to the left and right of the road and fired at Soviet troops. Heavy mortar fire reinforced the effect of the tanks. I was in the lead company when the first amphibious vehicle was blown up, and the soldiers in it fell to the ground with their limbs torn off and shattered. The second amphibious vehicle took the lead in the column without hesitation or delay. It, too, was literally blown to pieces almost immediately. The company flew through the explosion sites. Our comrades literally paved the way for us, and we broke through the minefield. Both amphibious vehicle drivers, with their limbs torn off, lay in the snow along with less seriously wounded machine gunners. Their platoon commander also lost both legs. We couldn't help the wounded, but the company following behind took care of them. Soviet troops left the village street in great haste and rushed into houses or sought refuge in flight. Our machine guns mowed them down in the white, snow-covered fields. Their supporting artillery was crushed by our tanks, thrown aside or knocked into a heap. The defeat was indescribable. Several tanks fired shell after shell at the column marching westward. They turned its soldiers into a disorderly retreat. The column was crushed by the attacking tanks like a giant fist. Once again, speed proved to be a terrible force. There were almost no Russian anti-tank guns left that could retreat and change position. Most of them were crushed by the crushing tracks of heavy tanks. We raced through the long village in a matter of minutes, and the path of the enemy's advance turned into a road of suffering. Broken steel mixed with the flesh of the oxen that served as draft animals for the anti-tank guns. The pursuit continued beyond the outskirts of the village. The Soviet troops were taken by surprise. They did not understand how a deadly blow could have been dealt to them from behind. The column of Soviet troops fell victim to our unexpected, frenzied attack. A damaged German tank stood between the last few houses in the village. It had been hit by a Russian anti-tank gun located no more than 150 meters away in an orchard. The infantry was already busy destroying the gun when a burst of machine gun fire swept between us. In the blink of an eye, we took cover behind the tank. However, Franz Roth, the ubiquitous war correspondent, did not have time to do so. A bullet hit him in the chest. We dragged him to cover and took him to a small hut, where Dr. Gattering immediately began treating him. Roth died a few days later in a field hospital. He was one of our best correspondents. The next village was set ablaze by our tracer shells. The Red Army soldiers fled for their lives and were killed by machine gun fire. The pursuit continued to the next village, where we also put the Soviet troops to flight. The combat equipment and weapons of the defeated columns were reduced to a pile of rubble. The danger to our southern flank was temporarily eliminated. As darkness fell, we returned, exhausted, to our base. The destruction of the Russian marching column cost us 2 dead and several wounded soldiers. The speed of the operation, the use of maneuverability and firepower, brought us complete success. However, observers informed us that new enemy forces had taken up positions east of Yureyevka. We had to believe that they would attack very soon. Meanwhile, the 2nd SS Motorized Grenadier Division, Reich, struck in a southerly direction. It inflicted heavy losses on enemy troops south of Krasnograd. The division's advanced tank units continued to advance southward during the night. The units and formations pursuing the retreating enemy replaced each other until the division's advance units reached Novomoskovsk at 1400 hours on February 20th. There, they made contact with the guard units of Steinbauer's group. The Luftwaffe supported the attacking groups with dive bomber raids on pockets of enemy resistance, inflicting heavy losses on the Russian troops. They had already advanced west of the Krasnograd-Novomoskovsk road, but, sensing the threat of encirclement, began to retreat. Pavlograd became the next target of the 2nd Reich Motorized Grenadier Division. The reason for this was the advance of large Soviet forces in the direction of the Dnieper Bend, south of Dnepropetrovsk, through Sinelnikovo. After heavy fighting, the division joined forces with the 47th Tank Corps, 4th Tank Army, which was advancing on the Russian wedge from the south, east of Pavlograd. Regardless of what was happening south of Yeremeevka, the time had come to advance to the areas where Soviet troops were concentrated near Orelka and launch a preemptive strike against them. I had some comments when I briefed the unit commanders. I intended to move the Vunsha Tank Battalion northward, together with a mobile patrol company and 2 motorized infantry companies. These units would then turn east and break through to the areas where Soviet troops were concentrated from the rear. A reconnaissance platoon was already conducting reconnaissance and mapping out the route. The movement was to be organized in such a way that we would appear behind enemy lines at dawn. At that time, all the drivers of the supply vehicles and the infantry, supported by artillery, would launch a feint attack and distract the Russians' attention to the west. Late at night, vehicle after vehicle lined up behind each other, waiting for the lead units to start moving. We slowly drove off, moving in complete darkness. Armored vehicles stopped at turns, indicating the direction to the main column and providing cover at the same time. Due to the high snowdrifts, the roar of the tank engines was barely audible. The column, like a giant snake, crept forward toward its goal, as if on 1,000 cat's paws. We were moving too fast, so fast that between 2 villages we had to wait for the right moment. The tanks stopped. Parking the combat vehicles close together, we waited for dawn to break. Had we chosen the right position? What if we had made a mistake somewhere and got lost? Had the enemy spotted us? A multitude of what-ifs tormented me all this time. Finally, I thought I could make out the outline of a tank following us. The tank was 100 meters behind the front units. This meant that there was already enough light to launch a surprise attack. So, the moment had come. The radio communication was turned on. I ordered the artillerymen in Yeremeevka to open fire, and everyone waited tensely for the first shots. The explosions of the shells would indicate whether we had reached the right place. Yes, that's right. Our howitzer covered the Russian positions to our right. Dazzling flashes flickered over the snow. 20-millimeter tracer shells from the automatic cannons of our armored vehicles marked the targets. Machine guns rattled, and rifle shots rang out across the front, and mortars boomed dully in the village. The forward artillery observer monitored the concentration of fire and directed it to the site of the planned breakthrough. We aimed at the area where the shells were exploding and could clearly see the effect they were having. We determined the location of the enemy artillery by the flashes from its barrels. The batteries were no more than 400 meters away. The Soviet troops had not yet noticed us. And then the moment came. The tanks wedged themselves deep into the flanks of our enemy across a wide front and opened fire from very close range. The enemy's anti-tank guns were unable to return fire. They were deeply echeloned and directed towards Yedeyevka. Why were they turned in this direction? The Soviet commander who was in charge of setting up the anti-tank gun positions did not think about the rear and flanks and did not equip reserve positions. German infantry jumped out of their vehicles and rushed into houses, dragging out Soviet soldiers who had been caught off guard. Several trucks carrying Stalin's organs, Katyushas, were destroyed by tank fire at point-blank range. Dangerous fireworks demonstrators flew up into the sky. The trucks literally blew to pieces. Small pieces of them rained down on us. A tank company was conducting reconnaissance in the eastern direction and stumbled upon the enemy's heavy artillery. Sappers blew up the guns. Street fighting and house-to-house fighting were short and painless. The Soviet troops seemed paralyzed. They did not expect our attack. The Soviet division commander was killed while fleeing. His remains were found in an orchard. We fought our way forward from house to house. Suddenly, Obersturmführer Bohr, Bremer's chief of staff, collapsed a few meters in front of me. A Russian bullet had hit him in the stomach and knocked him to the ground. A soldier who had broken into a larger house warned us about snipers who were shooting at us from attics through thatched roofs. A loyal soldier who dived through the door collapsed with a bullet through his head. The house caught fire. We immediately captured a staff officer. He was the chief of staff of a Soviet division. Within half an hour, the village was ours. Our artillery performed remarkably well. A wall of fire crashed down in front of us like a crushing fist. Not surprisingly, we were grateful to the forward artillery observer for this, but as a result, he found himself in the thick of the retreating enemy. We broke through about 2 kilometers into enemy positions and completely scattered the enemy. Black dots scattered in disorder across the vast, snow-covered fields. The anti-tank guns were crushed by our tanks. All Soviet guns were aimed west, towards Yedemeyevka, and the deadly blow fell on them from the east. Thick, suffocating smoke hung over the village as the last shells whistled through the air, ending the battle. The field hospital vehicles rolled westward. Our comrades who had fallen in battle lay before me on raincoats. We said goodbye to them. Then they were placed on tanks. None of them were left behind. Their peace will not be disturbed. We had already discovered that after our departure, the Russians had ransacked and destroyed German graves. The Russian staff officer made a good impression on us. We had to leave the house in a hurry because the thatched roof had caught fire and was burning like a torch. The lieutenant colonel willingly answered all questions that were not directly related to the current operation. He had been sent to the front just a few days ago after graduating from the Frunze Academy in Moscow. Before sending the captured Russian officer to the division, each of us said goodbye to him, and he said, "We will win the war against Germany with American help. You are losing the war now, but one day we will be friends. Together we will continue the fight and achieve ultimate victory." Around 3 p.m., the last tank returned to Yedeyevka. Deeply shaken, I said goodbye to the mortally wounded SS Obersturmführer Bohr. The mark of death was already on his face when he asked me, "Can I return to the battalion?" On the way to the field hospital, Bohr left us forever. The bitter cold forced us to huddle together in the few remaining houses, and only the sentries had to endure the harsh conditions of the Russian winter outside. My soldiers suddenly gave vent to their jubilation and surrounded me, shouting like savages. My hand ached from their handshakes. To my utter amazement, I learned that I had been awarded the Knight's Cross with oak leaves. After my initial astonishment, I left the house and began to search for my fallen comrades. There was not a sound to be heard. The front was quiet. Only in the distance were bright flashes visible. I could barely make out the fresh graves. There were no crosses or stones marking their final resting places. The snow was tightly packed and barely stood out against the surrounding landscape. Our comrades should not be disturbed. We wanted to protect them from vandals. Snowflakes fell from the sky and covered the graves, which looked like deep wounds. The gloomy place disappeared. The merciful Lord covered the scars. I did not feel relieved by this transformation. The soldier who had warned me about the Russian snipers that morning was also buried here. Without his warning, I would probably be lying next to him now. I was summoned to the Führer's headquarters, and 24 hours later, I was already flying from Poltava to Vinica. The headquarters was distinguished by its simplicity. The first thing I did was ask to call my wife in Berlin. The call was made in a few minutes, and I felt immense joy at being able to talk to my wife and our children. After the phone call, I was taken to Adolf Hitler, who welcomed me warmly, presented me with an award, and invited me to sit down. For over an hour, I listened to him talk about the efforts being made behind the lines and on the battlefields. The tragedy of Stalingrad, it seemed to me, weighed heavily on the Führer, but I noted with relief that, returning to the events surrounding the destruction of the Sixth Army, Hitler did not condemn a single officer who fought at Stalingrad. The Führer was seriously concerned about the incessant air raids on Germany, and I had the feeling that he was particularly distressed by the suffering of the German civilian population. Hitler gave the impression of being a physically strong man. His voice was calm, and his assessments of the situation at the front were realistic and very pertinent. He made no predictions, but he knew that the war would last a long time. He considered Churchill his most bitter enemy. For an hour, no one disturbed us, and I had the opportunity to give him unvarnished information from the front. At the same time, I pointed out the shortage of weapons and military equipment. Adolf Hitler did not interrupt me. He listened patiently, occasionally taking notes. After a communal meal, I sat with General Stiff and several other officers, discussing the course of the war and how to proceed. A few weeks later, Stiff asked me to visit him, apparently to discuss certain issues. I was unable to comply with his request at that time, as I had already been assigned to tank school. General Stiff was later hanged in connection with the conspiracy of July 20th, 1944. I returned to Poltava after only 48 hours and boarded the Storch, which took me directly to division headquarters. Meanwhile, the fighting took a more favorable turn for us. During the advance of the 2nd SS Motorized Grenadier Division, Reich, from Krasnograd south to Pavlograd, we defeated large enemy forces, especially the leading units. However, significant Russian forces remained in positions east of the Krasnograd-Novomoskovsk road. To eliminate this enemy threat and establish contact with the Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler Division northeast of Krasnograd, we needed fresh forces. For this purpose, the SS Motorized Corps was reinforced with the long-awaited 3rd SS Motorized Division, Totenkopf, which was being unloaded from trains in the Poltava area. The Russians were also bringing fresh forces to the area in front of the Leibstandarte. The units and formations of Popov's group, General MM. Popov's mobile group, consisting of 4 tank corps, the 3rd and 4th Guards, 10th and 18th, had only 137 tanks at the beginning of February, had already been cut off by the First Army, which was operating to our right. However, 5 Russian tank corps were still advancing westward on the front of the 4th Tank Army. The mild weather that set in by February 20th was favorable for offensive operations. Most of the roads were cleared of snow, which significantly increased the mobility of German tank and motorized units in formations. It was important not to allow the enemy forces retreating to the northeast to escape encirclement. They had to be stopped and defeated. The attacking German divisions took advantage of the narrow front and provided strong flank cover for the advancing groups. These attacks were carried out with the active support of the Luftwaffe. The enemy's main route of advance, to the southwest, was cut off, and its units and formations that had broken through found themselves in a difficult position. Our units took Lozovaya at 1400 hours. Despite this, our lines of communication and, accordingly, the left flank of the army remained under threat from those battered enemy forces that had been cut off from their own supply lines in the areas of the Samara and Oral rivers. These enemy units received orders to retreat and regroup in the area of Orelka, Lozovaya, and Panyutino, and were now breaking through to the east and northeast in small groups reinforced with armored vehicles. Other enemy units and formations from the area south of Pavlograd began to break through to the north the next day. One of these formations, supported by armored vehicles, struck the corps command post near Yurievka on February 28th. Shortly thereafter, another large formation attacked the command post of the 15th Infantry Division near Orelka. On February 27th, we achieved our first goal. Popov's attacking mobile group was thwarted and prevented from achieving its objectives. Meanwhile, the Leibstandarte division fulfilled its defensive mission. Despite the large width of the division's defensive sector, its assault groups inflicted heavy damage on the enemy with constant attacks, first on one flank, then on the other. The division stopped the enemy's advance on Poltava. From February 28th, the enemy regrouped its forces in front of the right flank of the Leibstandarte division. The Russians brought up 2 tank corps and 3 rifle divisions of their 3rd Tank Army from the area between the towns of Lubotin and Valky in order to throw them against the SS Motorized Corps, and we have not yet established the area of their concentration. Now we were faced with offensive tasks. The main strike was directed to the northeast, with the first target being the line of hills between Bereka and Efremovka. The Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler Division advanced together with units of the Kempf Operational Group. The 2nd SS Motorized Division Reich advanced on March 1st along the road north of Krasnograd. The division continued its advance on March 2nd in the direction of the high ground near Staroverovka. To the right, the 38 Tank Corps advanced, taking Bereka on March 2nd. The 3rd SS Motorized Division, Totenkopf, moved north despite the great difficulties caused by the condition of the roads. Then, on March 2nd, it turned northeast to destroy enemy units reported to be located there. Baum's combat group encountered fierce resistance from the Russians here. Reports from March 2nd and 3rd indicated that the division's left flank east of Yedeyevka had encountered enemy forces advancing into the area from the north. It became clear that the enemy had failed to determine the direction of our advance. He directed his regrouped units directly between the formations of the attacking SS Motorized Corps and the front of the Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler Division. As a result, the right flank of the 3rd SS Motorized Division, Totenkopf, was turned inward. The division attacked the enemy while it was still concentrating its forces. The enemy attempted to avoid being caught in a pincer movement by launching powerful counterattacks to the southeast and northeast. This was unsuccessful. The main enemy forces were defeated by the 3rd SS Motorized Division, Totenkopf, the southern wing of the Leibstandarte, which attacked in an easterly direction. and units of the 2nd Grenadier Motorized Division, Reich. 3 divisions carried out concentric attacks during 3 days of heavy fighting. U-82 Stuka dive bombers provided us with air support and inflicted heavy damage on the enemy. The retreating enemy columns were destroyed during the pursuit. They continued to pose a certain threat to our rear for several more days. The Soviet general, commanding the 16th Guards Corps, was found dead just a few hundred meters from the command post of the SS Motorized Corps. Taranovka and Okhotskoye were taken by the 2nd SS Motorized Grenadier Division, Reich, by the evening of March 4th after a fierce battle. The Leibstandarte Division joined the offensive from its positions northwest of Staroverovka and linked up with the 2nd SS Motorized Grenadier Division, Reich. The 3rd SS Motorized Division, Totenkopf, completed the destruction of the encircled enemy on March 5th. The enemy's personnel losses were high, and the cauldron was filled with a large number of weapons and vehicles. Overall, 2 tank corps and 3 rifle divisions could be considered destroyed. As a result of this battle, the Russian 3rd Tank Army was significantly weakened. The 1st SS Motorized Grenadier Division, Leibstandarte, which was again attached to the SS Motorized Corps, closed its battle lines at the achieved line after capturing the village of Stanice and regrouped for the offensive. By March 5th, it had taken up positions near the 2nd SS Motorized Grenadier Division, Reich, at Karavansky. It secured its position on the Stanice-Vinnikov-Nikolskoye-Krutaya-Balka line. On the same day, the 3rd SS Motorized Division, Totenkopf, was also released and reassigned to the Corps. The road conditions, which had been favorable for the attack, had deteriorated significantly, and the snow cover in the northern part of the area we had reached was still deep, hindering the rapid conduct of the operation. Should the offensive continue? Should Kharkov be recaptured? Or should the destruction of enemy forces in front of Kemp's operational group continue? The next target was to be the Mizar River line. On March 6th, the SS Motorized Corps began its advance towards the Mizar, with the 2nd SS Motorized Grenadier Division, Reich, on the right, the 1st SS Motorized Grenadier Division, Leibstandarte, on the left, and the 3rd SS Motorized Division, Totenkopf, behind the left flank. After heavy fighting, the 2nd SS Motorized Grenadier Division, Reich, drove the enemy out of Novaya Vodolaga. The SS Leibstandarte Motorized Grenadier Division reached the Moskaltsovo-Lyakov-Gavrilovka line, and one of its battalions broke through to the northern bank of the Mizar River. The rugged terrain delayed our neighbor on the right, who nevertheless secured his right flank behind Taranovka and captured Borki. On the night of March 7th, the 2nd Motorized Grenadier Division, Reich, reached the Mizar River line, and the Motorized Grenadier Division, Leibstandarte, expanded its bridgehead on the northern bank. The weather warmed up, and the night frosts were no longer strong enough to keep the ground frozen. The condition of the roads became even more critical as a result of the mixture of snow and mud. Soldiers and military equipment were forced to operate at the limit of their capabilities. On the other hand, the Russians showed signs of weakness. They suffered heavy losses in the battles between the Donets and Dnieper rivers. They tried to counterattack the advancing SS Motorized Corps, but they did not have enough strength to do so. Our command faced a dilemma. Should we attack in a northwesterly direction, helping the advance of Kemp's task force, or should we attack Kharkov? It was decided to continue the attacks to the north. On the morning of March 6th, I was with my combat group on the left flank of the Leibstandarte Division, where I received an order to attack in a northeasterly direction and at the same time cover the left flank of the division. Deep snow made any advance difficult. The road was not visible because of the snow, and sometimes we could only guess where it was. We slowly crawled up a small hill, from which there should have been a good view to the northeast. A wide, snowy field stretched out before us. A small village defended by Soviet troops was 500 meters to the right. We could see Red Army soldiers going about their business there, unaware of our location. In the distance, we saw the low-lying houses of another village, and I decided to make this village the first target of our attack. It was about 10 kilometers away. I ordered a group of tanks from the Wünsche battalion to destroy the first village. They were accompanied by motorized infantry. The tanks would rush toward the village under cover of artillery fire and eliminate the threat to the flank of the task force. With my main forces, I wanted to attack the distant village, thus breaking through to the rear of the Soviet troops. The unit commanders informed the soldiers about the situation and our intentions. The artillery and mortar battalions reported that they were ready to open fire. My soldiers scanned the horizon with and without binoculars for enemy troop movements. I leaned over to the radiator and warmed my hands on the engine. The hands of my watch moved slowly forward. We put out our cigarette butts. The tank hatches slammed shut, and I heard, "Ready," in my ears. Only seconds separated us from the start of the artillery preparation. I raised my hand and glanced at the companies once more, then lowered my hand, and the first shots rang out. Our tank company moved slowly, heavily, and clankingly toward the village and attacked the enemy to the howling of our dive bombers. One after another, the planes struck their targets from low altitude. Under a hail of bombs and fire from cannons and machine guns, the enemy was forced into open terrain. When the last bomb fell, our first tank was already entering the village. Meanwhile, the combat group also began to move, trying to reach the target at full speed. However, the snow proved to be a much more serious obstacle than the enemy defending the distant village. Huge snowdrifts towered in front of the tank tracks. The tanks struggled to move forward. After a short time, when the self-propelled artillery units and amphibious vehicles got stuck in the snow, I realized that we were without infantry support. The vehicles climbed up the compacted snow and sat on the bottom, which threatened to disrupt our attack plan. My armored car was wedged between two Tigers, and we were advancing very slowly. For a while, we had to stop in a small depression and wait for the infantry to catch up. The soldiers climbed onto the tanks because the light reconnaissance vehicles couldn't handle the snowdrifts. And then we started again. To our left and behind us, the Russians defending the first village were retreating, coming under deadly fire from our weapons. When we got close to the second village, our leading units were stopped by anti-tank fire, but the Tigers, with their powerful 88mm guns, quickly dealt with the enemy's anti-tank guns. The tank company, under Jurgensen's command, covered by several orchards, approached the village from the right flank. Our armored car was hit by a 45mm gun, which, however, missed. Unfortunately, we were unable to locate its firing position. We were now 200 meters from the village and looking for a place to cross. Machine gun fire rattled the armor of my armored car. The lead Tiger tank hit an anti-tank mine and came to a halt with a broken track. A Russian T-34 tank appeared and entered the battle. But we had to enter the village. Suddenly, there was a terrible explosion in my armored vehicle, and when I came to, I found myself lying in the snow in a rut, looking at my driver, who was sitting behind the wheel without his head. A direct hit had blown a huge hole in the armor. SS Untersturmführer Albert Andres, stunned, staggered away to take cover. I was horrified to see that he had only one arm. In place of his other arm was a mess of torn flesh and broken bones. Bremer's company entered the village and fought its way down the street. Suddenly, we came across a Russian tank. It was set on fire with a backpack flamethrower. Only now did I notice that I had taken SS Obersturmführer Zander's submachine gun. My own was left in the armored vehicle, which had been torn apart by a Russian shell. Zander gratefully took back his weapon, and I used the Soviet rifle. The village became ours within an hour, and we immediately set up portable wire barriers around the entire perimeter. The short day inclined me to spend the night here. At dusk, we buried my driver, Ernst Nebelung. Liaison officers from the Great Germany Motorized Grenadier Division reported to me on the actions of their division to our left. I was glad that a battle-hardened unit was operating north of us. Something remarkable happened that night with SS Obersturmbannführer Bügelsack. Good old Fritz felt the call of nature and accordingly looked for a suitable place. Satisfied that he had found a corner of the house sheltered from the wind, he set about his important business. But man proposes, and Fritz was not alone. Opposite him sat a Russian lieutenant who silently pointed his machine gun at him and watched the matter of state importance for some time. Suddenly we heard a scream of horror and, in the beams of our flashlights, was Fritz with his trousers down to his ankles. Excitedly, but silently, he pointed at his opponent. We rarely laughed so hard. It is also possible that the Russian had never tried a cigarette as delicious as the one Fritz Bügelsack had offered him. The next morning, we attacked the village of Valky, which was 10 kilometers from where we had spent the night. Russian tanks and anti-tank guns tried to hold back our advance, but we flanked these pockets of resistance and destroyed them with an attack from the rear. During the attack on the last stronghold in Valky, SS Obersturmführer Reimling's combat vehicle was hit directly. Reimling had been awarded the Knight's Cross just a few days earlier. We lost brave comrades in his crew. After several fierce battles, I reached the Mza River near Valky while serving in Weiser's company. The bridge across the river was intact, but I did not trust the Russians and ordered an attack across the ice. The bridge was surely mined. The company took up position behind small houses and barns and held close to the riverbank, preparing for the attack. From time to time, I noticed the head of a Russian soldier on the other side of the river. Our tanks were behind us and were supposed to cover our advance across the ice with fire. Bremer's company lagged behind and trailed behind. I feverishly thought about how best to get to the other side and take Valky without bringing artillery and mortars into the battle. The clanking of tank tracks could be heard from the other side. The Russians were pulling up their T-34s. My young soldiers looked at me as if to say, "Listen, buddy, you're getting us into trouble again. Then you'd better think about how to get us out of it again." I think they found it amusing that I was lying there like a big dog on a chain, unable to reach the bone, and licking my lips helplessly. But then I knew what to do. The company moved across the river on the ice as fast as lightning, as if fired from a cannon, and took the other bank. I rushed forward across the ice with the headquarters company. The crossing was almost effortless. The Russians didn't fire a shot, but sat frozen with their weapons and gave way. What prompted us to make such a rapid dash? Well, something like this. "Attention! The first to reach the other side will get 3 weeks' leave. Forward!" Never before or since have I seen such a united start. Then everything happened with lightning speed. Our tanks crossed the bridge, which by then was safe to cross. They advanced through the streets and, with the support of the infantry, drove out the remaining Russians. We overthrew the enemy's artillery battalion while it was still in firing position and captured several hundred men. A few kilometers east of Valky, we encountered Piper's motorized, armored personnel carrier battalion. Company Reconnaissance discovered the mangled bodies of 4 of our comrades. They had been laid out in a row and deliberately crushed by tank tracks. While my battalion rushed north, Piper reached the Schliach railway junction, where we reunited on March 8th. On the same day, the Leibstandarte division advanced to the western outskirts of Kharkov. Despite the enemy's anti-tank defenses and counterattacks, our advance was unstoppable. We wanted to recapture Kharkov. The 3rd Motorized Division, Totenkopf, which was advancing to our left, took Stary Merchik, and its reconnaissance unit reached Olszyn. The advance of the 2nd Grenadier Motorized Division, Reich, on the right, was seriously hampered by the rugged terrain. In addition, the threat to its flank from large enemy forces east of the Rakitno-Lubotin line forced it to withdraw significant forces of the division to the east. On March 9th, we reached the Udi River and took Olszany. Task Force Kempf also advanced rapidly on its right flank. The final decision was dictated by the development of the situation. There was only one goal: Kharkov. That evening, the vanguard of the Leibstandarte division had already reached the settlements of Pedesechnaya on the Udi River and Polovaya on the Lopan River. It was decided to attack the city on March 10th with the forces of the SS Motorized Corps. The final orders were given on the evening of March 9th. The attack was to be carried out in 3 directions, with Leibstandarte attacking from the north and northeast, while the Reich Division would strike from the west at the same time. The Leibstandarte was tasked with blocking the road to Chugev. The 3rd Motorized Division, Totenkopf, was to cover us from enemy attacks from the northwest, from the front of the Kempf operational group, while simultaneously advancing north and preventing the approach of enemy reserves. During the offensive, Witt's regiment reached the Kharkov-Belgorod road and advanced to the northern passage to Kharkov, where it encountered fierce resistance at the airfield. The enemy used the civilian population to build defensive structures. I contacted Fritz Witt on the road and learned that he intended to attack the airfield and then move on to the central square of the city. To the right of Witt, the 2nd SS Motorized Infantry Regiment of the Leibstandarte Division, commanded by SS Standartenführer Wisch, was advancing. He was also successful. I suggested, in cooperation with Witt, to send a combat group through the forests north of Kharkov and block the Kharkov-Lipsy road. Bremer's company was again in the lead. We drove several kilometers in the direction of Belgorod and turned east into the forests, which were buried in deep snow. The country road ended at a collective farm, and we noticed a Russian patrol heading east. There was no question of turning back. I wanted to go through the forest and thus penetrate the eastern part of the city unexpectedly for the enemy. The forest road ran through a forest of tall, slender trees. It ran past a small lake and then turned east. The scouts soon discovered several sleds pulled by draft oxen, which were pulling anti-tank and other weapons. We no longer had any doubts. If sleds could pass here, then tanks and other combat vehicles must be able to pass as well. I ordered Bremer to move east and await further orders at the edge of the forest. The advance guard, commanded by SS Untersturmführer Stoll, disappeared among the fir trees, leaving behind a trail of snow dust. 2 self-propelled guns followed, but soon got stuck on the slope. They slid from side to side and could have slid onto the ice of the frozen lake. With the help of the company's soldiers, they managed to get past this dangerous spot with great difficulty. To avoid such risks in the future, The forest road had to be repaired as quickly as possible. Within a few minutes, hundreds of motorcyclists, infantrymen, and tankers were already clearing a path around the dangerous section. They broke through the frozen, hardened ground with shovels, crowbars, and axes. And we succeeded. Soon, the marching column was on its way again. Bremer followed the advance guard. Enemy cavalrymen watched us from behind snow-covered trees. The forest road was getting narrower and narrower. My armored vehicle made its way straight through young fir and birch trees. An 8-wheeled armored vehicle followed us. The deeper we went into the forest, the more doubts I had. Maybe I was putting the combat group in a hopeless situation again. We could only move east. None of the vehicles could turn around. We were surrounded by thick forest on all sides. I remembered Greece and the crossing to Patras, the attacks on the southern section of the Eastern Front, and the fierce battles we had fought over the past few weeks. Despite the almost hopeless situations, we continued to fight, which ultimately allowed us to win, no matter what. And so it was on that day. No one would seriously consider that a motorized unit should advance through snow-covered forests. An academy student who proposed such a solution in peacetime would be expelled and sent back to serve. The decision seemed absurd. Despite this, I believed in our victory. As it turned out, I was able to literally grab the Soviet troops by the throat when they were completely unprepared to repel the attack. Frederick the Great used to say in such cases, "The more tricks and ruses you use, the greater your advantage over the enemy will be." Max Verdinger could only slowly drive our armored car forward along the narrow passage. Snow fell into the car even after the slightest touch of the branches. It was not the most pleasant ride. It was beginning to get light ahead. We passed through the forest and reached an open space, which allowed us to leave the narrow forest road. To my amazement, I saw that Bremer had turned his vehicles around and gone into the forest. I crept up to Bremer and instinctively pressed myself to the ground as soon as I glanced at the slope in front of us. Infantry, artillery, and several tanks were moving in the direction of Belgorod. What I saw before me was not a unit in panic. On the contrary, it was a well-organized unit performing a tactical maneuver. It would be more than an hour before our entire task force passed through the forest and was ready for combat. We should be satisfied that we had not yet been discovered. An attack by Soviet troops in such a situation would have resulted in the destruction of our combat group. Our advantage in offensive and firepower could not be realized. However, as already mentioned, there could be no question of turning back. Our unit had to lie low and wait for a favorable moment to enter the battle. Perhaps the next day would bring a better opportunity for this. In any case, it would be dark in an hour. At that moment, our forces consisted of 4 amphibious vehicles, a light armored car, and an 8-wheeled armored vehicle. We had a total of 23 soldiers with 4 machine guns and personal pistols and rifles. This group of German soldiers observed the Russian marching column from a distance of about 800 meters. The column consisted of hundreds, if not more, Soviet soldiers with all kinds of weapons. The terrain sloped slightly down toward the road and then gradually rose on the other side. While the slope on our side was covered with forest, the far slope was a snowy expanse stretching eastward where there was no cover. We stood motionless in our positions. Suddenly, we heard the growing roar of diving U-87 Stuka bombers. We couldn't see the planes yet, but they were approaching from the west, which meant they were carrying a full bomb load. Would they attack the Russian column moving in front of us? To our left was the village of Bolshaya Danilovka. The roar of engines was now above us. Shadows ran across the snowy expanse. We emerged from behind the trees and stood like spectators in a theater who had been offered a particularly interesting performance. The Stukas flew over the column, described a large arc to gain altitude, and then dove from the south. Their bombs rained down, sowing death and destruction. Horse-drawn sleds raced up the slope, and tanks exploded when bombs hit them directly. Any semblance of order disappeared in a matter of seconds. Horse-drawn sleds disappeared into the wilderness, and the entire distant slope was dotted with countless black dots, infantry fleeing for their lives. The Soviet military unit was no longer under the control of its commanders. As if electrified, I stared at the disorderly crowd, took out a flare gun, and fired a red flare into the air. Bremer immediately understood everything. Stoll's unit jumped into their vehicles and raced down the slope. The machine guns of the armored communication vehicles fired at the Soviet troops and covered us with their fire. We raced down the dirt road with shouts and screams, contrary to all the accepted rules of warfare. Our horns and sirens created a hellish noise. We attacked the demoralized column. Red flashes still soared high into the sky. The dive bombers recognized us. They waved their wings and swooped down on the fleeing crowd, clearing the way for us with their guns. We reached the road. The Red Army soldiers threw down their weapons. U-87s flew a few meters above our heads and circled around us in a continuous chain. They took us under their protection, covering us with fire. They roared along the road again and again, preventing the Russians from bringing up their troops. But then, our armored vehicle appeared at the edge of the forest, and its shells flew north with a whistle. Now, Stoll's platoon was moving forward with the first tank. 3 more tanks and Max Wünsche reached the road. At that moment, we were advancing on both sides. The Russians must have thought that this was a planned, well-thought-out attack. We couldn't let them recover. Soon, hundreds of captured Soviet soldiers were gathered in the garden. We couldn't stop there. On the contrary, we had to take advantage of the effect of the dive bombers' attacks and continue the offensive in the direction of Kharkov. Stoll's detachment, armored communication vehicles, and several liaison officers on motorcycles roared south toward the location of the Soviet units. The offensive was covered by 2 tanks, one on each side of the road. Our friends, the U-87s, had withdrawn. They had run out of ammunition. Now the full consequences of our wild raid were apparent. The sky was calm again, and the nerve-wracking roar of aircraft no longer hung over us. We broke through the Soviet column in a couple of ridiculous armored vehicles. Shells fired from our tanks whistled overhead and exploded to the south. The Russians, who were trying to regroup on the road after the bombers had flown away, came under our machine gun fire. The Soviet troops fled again. The enemy's radio station remained on the road, and the radio operators came under our fire. The officers fled to the cover of a peasant's house, and we destroyed their communications vehicle with hand grenades. Fire and smoke showed us the way. Forward, and only forward. I was afraid to stop. All our strength was in motion. Our extremely high speed, the lethal power of our machine guns, grenades thrown on the run, and the roar of our tank guns caused the Soviet troops to hastily clear the road, retreating south toward the city. Our advancing columns stopped at a brick wall on the northern outskirts of Kharkov. I noticed at least 5 or 6 tanks in the gardens on both sides of the road. To our left, the crew of a Russian tank was busy removing the camouflage cover from their T-34. Machine gun fire forced the tankers to lie down. The shooting drove the other tank crews out of their houses. No one expected the Germans to attack at this location. Despite this, the situation was becoming dangerous for us. Stoll barely had time to jump into another vehicle when his vehicle stopped. I saw Stoll's driver disappear into a haystack. The first Russian tanks were moving into firing positions. We had to retreat. We had to get out of there as quickly as possible, otherwise we would have come under fire from the Soviet tanks. Before that, we had driven more than 7 kilometers to the south. Behind me sat a Russian major who had been wounded in the stomach. I admired this man. During the entire return trip, I did not hear a single word of complaint from him about his pain. Dr. Gattering gave him his first bandage. When we returned to Bolshaya Danilovka, we found many prisoners who were being guarded by only a few of our soldiers. None of the prisoners attempted to escape. It seemed to me that they were happy with their lot. By midnight, a significant part of the combat group was still missing, but within a few hours of darkness, it had caught up in small, separate units. The entire unit was assembled by 5 a.m., and the combat group was once again ready for action. As soon as the first faint light of the new day dawned, we were already advancing south again in the direction of Kharkov. However, this time the advance was not so rapid. We rolled south, carefully examining the surrounding area. In the distance to the right, we saw Soviet troops attacking the airfield. They were acting against Witt's regiment. Ahead of us, we noticed attacking Soviet infantry who were lying flat on the ground, pinned down by machine gun fire. Soon we approached the brick wall again and found Stoll's driver unharmed. Bruno Prager had slept all night in a haystack. The enemy tanks were still in firing position. 5 T-34s fell victim to our tanks and soon burst into flames. A T-4 was hit directly and exploded, flying into pieces. The enemy tank that destroyed it fired a direct shot at my vehicle from a distance of less than 50 meters. My driver, Max Werdinger, was instantly killed by a Russian shell. The commander of our communications platoon, Heinz Westphal, was also killed by a shell. Helmut Belka was wounded, and I lay unharmed under Max Werdinger's body. The Russian tank disappeared. We fought our way forward, taking house after house. The crew of the Russian anti-tank gun was killed by a fallen lamppost. Our tanks dominated the battlefield. Towards evening on March 11th, we were in the eastern part of Kharkov, having reached the road to Stary Saltov. At the moment of our victory, a dangerous crisis arose. Our tanks had only a small amount of fuel left, and they could no longer be thrown into battle. The tanks were gathered in a large cemetery, where they took up a circular defensive position, forming a kind of bastion in the center of Kharkov. From there, we sent our scouts along the Kharkov-Chuguev road and tried to block this main route of retreat for the Russians from Kharkov. For several hours, I had no report from the 2nd Company of the 1st SS Reconnaissance Battalion. It was cut off by the enemy in the area of the river port in Kharkov. Bremer's company fought for its life, while Olbuter repelled enemy attacks from the east. At the cemetery, we had to defend ourselves against Soviet troops trying to break through. As darkness fell, SS Hauptsturmführer Bruchmann managed to deliver fuel for tanks and armored vehicles, but at the same time, he reported that the road was blocked by enemy troops. A few days later, they were destroyed by units of the 3rd Motorized Division, Totenkopf. Witt's regiment broke through into the city with a surprise attack from the north. During heavy street fighting, it made its way to the central square of the city and took up defensive positions there for the night. On March 12th, the task force bypassed several blocks and then blocked the road to Chuguev. Then it was the Soviet troops' turn to attack us. They wanted to overrun us. We concentrated in a small area. 2 platoons of Weiser's company, located on the 2nd floor of the school, were cut off and defended themselves desperately, holding back the onslaught of the attacking Russian troops who had broken through to the 1st floor. An immediate counterattack under the command of Wünsche destroyed the Russians who were advancing. Once again, the entire combat group was surrounded and engaged in a desperate battle. The circle of burning buildings clearly indicated our location in this sector of the city. As night fell, I no longer had much hope that we would be able to hold out until the next morning. The enemy was within throwing distance of a hand grenade. Passing through our positions, we suddenly noticed a Russian tank approaching and stopping in front of the school building. We were less than 20 meters away from it when the tank commander leaned out of the hatch, trying to make contact with the Russian infantrymen. He was killed by a shot from Weiser's pistol. The tank drove away, its tracks clanking, with the dead commander's body hanging limply from the turret, half sticking out of it. On the night of March 12th, the 2nd Reich Motorized Grenadier Division broke through the anti-tank ditch on the western outskirts of Kharkov, thus paving the way into the city. During the day, the division made its way to the railway station. The enemy tried to break out of the encirclement. They put up stubborn resistance everywhere and attacked us from the northeast of the city. Jochen Peiper made his way to us in 2 motorized infantry armored personnel carriers to establish contact with the main forces of the division. One of the armored personnel carriers was hit by a shot from a T-34 tank, but Peiper managed to get the men out. We fought fiercely and stubbornly for every house until March 14th. At about 6 p.m., we captured the last 2 sectors of the city in the east and southeast. The tractor factory was captured on March 15th. That same morning, the 3rd SS Motorized Division, Totenkopf, reached the narrow passes near Chugev and blocked them after successful tank battles north of Rogani. The cordon had to be held for several more days, holding back enemy attempts to break through and counterattack from the east. We managed to destroy most of the manpower and equipment of the encircled enemy. Thus, the decisive counteroffensive in response to the Russian winter offensive was completed. The front in the Army Group South sector stabilized. Russian offensive power was significantly undermined, and the remnants of their forces were severely depleted. In pursuit of the enemy retreating to the east and north, German troops reached the Seversky Donets River in the following days, and, completing the offensive of the SS Motorized Corps, Jochen Peiper took Belgorod on March 18th. Near Belgorod, they joined forces with units of the Great Germany Motorized Division advancing to the west. Over the past few days, in a fierce tank battle near Gryvoron, it destroyed up to 150 Soviet tanks. The battle for Kharkov was victoriously completed, despite significant losses. In a major battle between the Donets and Dnieper rivers, German grenadiers emerged victorious over the eastern hordes. Shortly before the summer offensive, Operation Citadel, I had to say goodbye forever to the loyal grenadiers I had commanded for many years. I will never forget parting with my comrades. I was seconded to a tank school and then transferred to the 12th SS Panzer-Division, Hitlerjugend. The 12th SS Panzer-Division, Hitler Youth. It was destined to become a unique phenomenon in the history of warfare, when a division, especially one as complex as a modern tank division, was to consist entirely of young men aged 17 and 18, with the exception of officers and non-commissioned officers. Anyone in Germany who knew anything about military affairs, trained young people, or commanded them, believed that the use of such a unit in combat could only lead to disaster in the first few days. It was believed that such young soldiers would not be able to withstand the physical and moral stresses of modern warfare for long. This opinion was even more strongly shared by our enemies at the time. And this was not just wartime enemy propaganda, when leaflets and radio broadcasts spoke of a children's division, whose emblem was to be a bottle of baby food. But the way these young people proved themselves in battle, and the way the 12th Tank Division operated, debunked the critics. Therefore, I think it is important to briefly touch on how the division was created. This is necessary to satisfy the reader's interest both in general terms and in terms of specific historical details. When, after the disaster at Stalingrad, Goebbels declared total war, a plan was put forward to create a volunteer division of young men fit for military service. They were to become a symbol of the German youth's willingness to make sacrifices and an expression of their will to do so. These 17 and 18-year-old boys were ready for service thanks to accelerated military training. Proving its worth, such a division would, among other things, help attract young people of this age to other German divisions in order to compensate for the huge losses in personnel suffered in the Russian campaign, as well as to significantly increase German military power. The former commanders of these young people, who had carried out their military training in the Hitler Youth, believed that the usual methods used in training soldiers were not suitable for them. Therefore, they wanted to try out their new methods in this special division. Following discussions on this issue between Reichsjugendführer Axmann and Adolf Hitler, the relevant orders were issued by Hitler in June 1943. The Hitler Youth Organization was to appeal for volunteers and train them in military training camps. They were then to be transferred to the newly created Waffen SS Division. The first motorized, actually a tank division, called the Tank Division from October 1943 onwards, Division Leibstandarte, was tasked with supplying command personnel for the new division. Together with the Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler Division, this new division, which came to be called the Hitler Youth Grenadier Tank Division, was to form the first SS Tank Corps. The formation of the Hitler Youth Division was to begin immediately. While recruitment for the Hitler Youth was underway and training of its personnel had begun, the Leibstandarte Division was selecting command personnel for the new division. The Leibstandarte Division suffered heavy losses in the battles during the retreat from Kharkov and the subsequent recapture of the city. It was preparing for Operation Citadel, the aim of which was to destroy Russian troops on the front line near Kursk. Command of the new division was entrusted to the commander of the 1st SS-Panzer-Grenadier Regiment, 35-year-old SS-Standartenführer Witt, who had been awarded the Knight's Cross with oak leaves. He took several officers from his regiment with him. Their places were taken by officers from the 2nd SS Panzer-Grenadier Regiment. Other units of the Leibstandarte Division were to provide personnel from their own ranks for transfer to the new division in a similar manner. The transferred servicemen, the core of the Hitler Youth Division, formed only an incomplete framework. The new division was desperately short of company commanders, platoon commanders, and squad commanders. Young platoon commanders often had to be entrusted with commanding companies. Later, about 50 officers from the regular army, who had once been leaders of the Hitler Youth Organization, were transferred to the division of the same name. In order to make up for the shortage of squad leaders, the selected young men were sent to the non-commissioned officer school in Lauenburg immediately after completing their training in military camps. A few weeks after the start of basic training, suitable young men were selected to undergo a 3-month training course for non-commissioned officers in the division itself. When the first 10,000 young men arrived at the camp of the newly formed division in Belgium in July and August, not everything was ready for them yet. In particular, they could not be issued uniforms immediately. Nevertheless, combat training began immediately. Gradually, separate units were formed in accordance with the schedule for their organization and equipping with combat equipment. All appointments to officer and non-commissioned officer positions were completed during September. As a result of great efforts, the training unit was transformed into a tank division. By this time, the 12th SS Tank Regiment, the core of the 12th SS Panzer-Division, Hitlerjugend, which was being formed in Mail-Can near Reims, had 4 T4 and 4 T-F Panther tanks for training purposes. Half of them were secretly obtained from the Eastern Front. The 12th SS Artillery Regiment, part of the division, had only a few light field howitzers at its disposal. There were almost no transport vehicles. In November and December 1943, Italian vehicles appeared. The vehicle fleet then made up 80% of the officially approved number. At the same time, the first tractors and armored vehicles arrived. Cooperation between the division's command and control was difficult. In terms of training, the division was under the jurisdiction of General Geyer von Schweppenberg, commander of the tank forces in the West. Tactically, it was subordinate to the 15th Army. After the basic military training of the personnel was largely completed, combat training began in early 1944 under conditions close to combat. After the 12th SS Panzer Regiment was transferred to the Hasselt area in Belgium, larger exercises involving tanks took place there. The emphasis was on operations involving various branches of the armed forces. In February 1944, the 1st Battalion of the 25th SS Panzer Grenadier Regiment took part in exercises with live ammunition in the presence of the Chief Inspector of Armored Forces, Colonel General Guderian. In March, Field Marshal von Rundstedt, Commander-in-Chief of the forces in the West, attended exercises involving various branches of the armed forces. In both cases, the level of training in the division was approved. The coordination of the staff's work was tested in numerous radio communication sessions. One of them was conducted under the leadership of the Corps Command in the Dieppe area. During the exercises, there were so many difficulties with Italian vehicles, which were completely unsuitable for us, that in the end, the High Command gave instructions to replace them with German military vehicles. Most of the young men came to our division with all the enthusiasm characteristic of youth. They were eager to prove themselves in action. Enthusiasm and inspiration had to be maintained as core values, and where they were lacking, they had to be awakened. Since young people were still developing, the principles and forms of training had to be somewhat different from those used in the training and education of other recruits. Many of the generally accepted principles of military training were replaced by new ones, which, when all was said and done, were born out of the German youth movement that emerged at the turn of the 19th and 20th centuries. There was no obvious superior-subordinate relationship that recognized only orders and unconditional obedience. The relationships between officers, sergeants, and other ranks developed as relationships between older, more experienced soldiers and green recruits. An officer's authority lay in being a role model and mentor for young soldiers. Officers tried to recreate relationships similar to those found in a family, as far as possible in wartime conditions. Young people were taught to take responsibility, be ready to sacrifice themselves, not be afraid to make decisions, be disciplined, and instilled with a sense of collectivism and comradely mutual assistance. If officers saw that their young subordinates already possessed these qualities, they were taught further. The division's leadership was convinced that young soldiers would achieve more if they understood the importance of completing the task at hand and correctly understood their role in it. Thus, it became standard operating procedure to analyze orders received based on a comprehensive assessment of the situation. During the training of personnel, drills and ceremonies were avoided. Everything was focused on teaching combat operations, and this process took place in conditions as close as possible to those of real combat. Physical training was achieved through sports activities, Forced marches were not approved and were considered unnecessary and harmful. Based on the instructions of General of Tank Forces Gehr von Schweppenberg, the art of accurate shooting was perfected. These classes were held exclusively in field conditions. No training shooting was conducted at regular garrison shooting ranges. On the instructions of Chief Inspector of Tank Forces Guderian, representatives of our division participated together with officers from the Tank Forces School in Bergen in the development of new techniques for artillery fire by grenadiers of motorized units, which appeared in the spring of 1944. The Infantry Inspectorate rejected them. Based on the instructions of General von Schweppenberg of the Tank Forces, special emphasis was placed on camouflage and silent movement, as well as ensuring secure communications and maintaining secrecy. Most importantly, combat training was to be conducted day and night in conditions close to combat, and included, in particular, the practice of close combat techniques. To intercept enemy radio communications, the division received a reconnaissance communications platoon. Later, this platoon proved itself during combat operations. Based on the guidelines of General von Schweppenberg of the Armored Forces, tactical exercises on troop command were used to practice actions in a wide variety of situations involving offensive operations and actions against enemy airborne troops. Since the young men were still growing and were not eating well at home due to the war, they were given extra rations in addition to the standard Army food ration. As a result, they developed well physically in the division. Those under the age of 18 were not allowed to smoke cigarettes. Instead, they were given candy. There is no reason to believe that the division had any privileges in terms of its armament and combat equipment. This should already be clear from the above. Everything had to be fought for with great difficulty. The organization of the division, like all Waffen SS tank divisions, differed from Army tank divisions only in that our tank regiment had 3 tank battalions instead of 2. Unlike the tank training division, it had only 1 motorized infantry battalion on armored personnel carriers. Based on the training and instructions they received, in accordance with the fundamental principles outlined here, of course, the book does not go into all the details. Our soldiers went into battle inspired by the idea that their participation in the fighting would be decisive for the defense of Germany and its ultimate victory. They were imbued with the belief that Germany's cause was just and that justice was on its side. The young soldiers went to war excellently prepared. Few divisions were trained to such a high standard. Thus, their participation in the fighting was entirely justified. The Allied invasion. On June 6th, at around 7 a.m., the Hitler Youth Division received an order from the SS Tank Corps headquarters to participate in combat operations. It was transferred to the operational control of Army Group B under the command of Field Marshal Rommel. We were instructed to concentrate in the Lisieux area east of Caen. Before that, the division was to report directly to the 81st Army Corps in Rouen. This order had a disastrous effect. The approach routes that had been prepared beforehand were not used. The only thing that mattered now was to get the division closer to the coast as quickly as possible. It was also unclear how to integrate the division into combat operations. All this required a great deal of time compared to the previously planned rapid advance from the division's concentration areas to the combat zone. We failed in our attempt to change the new orders at the primary level, in the corps to which our division was attached. There was no telephone communication with Army Group B. The order to march, including the assembly areas, was prepared immediately at the division headquarters and reached the units between 9:30 and 10 o'clock. The reinforced 25th SS Grenadier Regiment set out at around 10 a.m. the reinforced 26th SS Grenadier Regiment set out at around 11 a.m. Both of them, as well as the 25th SS Grenadier Regiment, which operated together with the 2nd Battalion of the 12th SS Panzer Regiment, and the 26th SS Grenadier Regiment, which operated together with the 1st Battalion of the 12th SS Panzer Regiment, were to be redeployed to the area east of Lisieux. At that time, the divisional headquarters was located east of Thiers-sur-Orge, where radio communication had been established. Only the reporting point was set up in Lisieux. At around 1500 hours, the division received an order by telephone from Army Group B, via the 1st SS Panzer Corps, to concentrate in the area east of Caen and prepare for an attack. The division was first transferred to the operational control of the 84th Army Corps in Saint-Lô, western Normandy, and later to the SS-1 Tank Corps. At 1600 hours, 16 hours after the first report of the enemy, the reinforced 25th SS Grenadier Regiment received orders to engage in combat. The regiment was to attack the area west of the Carpiquet-Verson-Louviers line. On its left flank, the reinforced 26th Grenadier Regiment was to concentrate in the area of Saint-Maurice-Christofontenil-Pesnel-Chaux. The 12th SS Tank Engineer Battalion was to attack in the Esk area, and the 12th SS Reconnaissance Battalion in Thiers-sur-Seine. Support units were to remain east of the Orne River in the area of Forêt de Grimbos and Forêt de Quiby, moving west only after nightfall. The division headquarters was relocated to the northern edge of Forêt de Grimbos. The time had come. The soldiers got into their vehicles. Messengers on motorcycles roared down the streets. The engines of combat vehicles roared. How often had we experienced such moments of departure? In Poland, Central Europe, the Balkans, Russia, and now again in Central Europe. We, the old soldiers, looked to the future with concern. We knew what lay ahead of us. In contrast, our wonderful young soldiers looked at us with smiling eyes. They felt no fear. They were confident in us. They believed in their strength and their will to win. How would these young people prove themselves? Enemy attack aircraft flew overhead. They dove at the marching column, tearing the flowers of life to pieces. Tanks raced through treacherous intersections. Von Büttner's reconnaissance company was far ahead. I waited for his reports. So far, everything was shrouded in fog. My experienced driver drove the car forward, as always, cautiously. Clouds were rising in the west. Caen, the city from which William the Conqueror began his victorious march across the English Channel in 1066, was destroyed. More than 10,000 men and women were buried under the smoldering rubble. The city had been turned into a giant cemetery. On the road from Caen to Falaise, we came across French refugees. The bus was engulfed in flames. Heart-rending cries greeted us. We couldn't help. The door was jammed, and the exit to freedom was blocked. Mutilated bodies hung out of broken windows, blocking the exit for those still inside. What horror! Why were civilians on fire? But we couldn't afford to mess up our schedule. We couldn't stop. We had to push forward, continuing the offensive. The forest drew us in like a magnet. More and more Allied attack aircraft flew overhead. We were being relentlessly pursued, but we couldn't afford to take cover. The march had to continue. A string of Spitfire aircraft attacked the last platoon of the 15th Company of the 25th SS Grenadier Regiment. Rockets and other weapons reaped a harvest of death here. The platoon was moving through a narrow pass. It was impossible to deviate from the route. An old Frenchwoman ran towards us shouting, "Murderers!" "Murderers!" Our soldier lay on the road, blood gushing from his throat. A shrapnel fragment had severed his artery, and he died in our arms. With a terrible roar, the ammunition in the amphibious vehicle exploded, sending fire high into the sky and tearing the vehicle apart. But after a couple of minutes, the debris had been pushed aside. We couldn't stop. We had to keep moving. Darkness fell. The 15th Company of the 25th SS Grenadier Regiment crossed the Canvillers-Bocage Road. I eagerly awaited the 1st Battalion of the 25th SS Grenadier Regiment. Continuous air attacks slowed our progress considerably. Finally, Waldmüller reported the battalion's arrival, and I was informed that the air raids had not resulted in significant losses. Around 11 p.m., I was contacted by a liaison officer from the 21st Panzer-Division. This division was fighting near Troarn, east of Caen, and north of Caen. The division commander, Lieutenant General Feuchtinger, was waiting for me at the command post of the 716th Infantry Division. I set off immediately. German bombers were flying low across the road. As soon as they reached the area of the expected Allied invasion, they were met with intense barrage fire. Several of our trucks were burning on the road. It was a hellishly difficult journey. The city of Caen was a sea of fire. Agitated people wandered among the ruins. The streets were blocked, and smoke billowed over the burning city. Beautiful old churches were reduced to piles of rubble, and the work of many generations was turned into a sea of ashes and ruins. All this happened despite the fact that there was not a single German military unit in the city. Allied coalition bombers killed French citizens and irretrievably destroyed cultural sites. From a military point of view, the destruction of Caen was a gross mistake. The bunker was located in a quarry. It went deep into the ground. The moans of wounded soldiers from the 716th Infantry Division and the 21st Tank Division could be heard in the passageway. Doctors and medics worked feverishly, loading the wounded into ambulances to send them to the rear. At midnight, I stood before the commander of the 716th Infantry Division, Lieutenant General Richter. This division had experienced the fiery onslaught of the attacking forces of the Allied coalition, and, within 24 hours, had effectively ceased to exist as a combat unit. Although the division was still holding its defensive positions, communication between the regimental, battalion, and divisional command posts no longer existed. Nothing was known about which positions had been captured by the enemy. The division commander briefly informed me of the situation. The pause was interrupted by a phone call. One of the regimental commanders, Colonel Krug, reported from his bunker, asking for further instructions. He reported, "The enemy is above the bunker. I have no means of resisting him, nor do I have any communication with my units. What should I do?" A deathly silence fell over our bunker. Everyone looked at the division commander. His response was shocking. "I cannot give you further orders. Do what you must do. Goodbye." The 716th Infantry Division was destroyed in the full sense of the word. It no longer existed. It fought bravely, but the enemy's superiority in manpower and equipment was too great. The 716th Infantry Division was attacked by British aircraft on the night of June 5th to 6th, from 11 p.m. until dawn. Following this, the entire 8th U.S. Air Force, based at an airfield in England, was thrown into the division's sector. More than 1,000 American aircraft attacked defensive positions on the coast half an hour before the Allied landing. After the British and Americans had finished bombing, the Navy began shelling the coast. 5 battleships, 2 monitors, 19 cruisers, 77 destroyers, and 2 gunboats fired with all their guns. As soon as the invasion forces landed, Their artillery joined in the bombardment of our positions. Finally, missile ships added their volleys to this hell. Despite the monstrous destructive fire of the ship's guns and the bombing, many pillboxes held out until evening. But the human spirit was powerless against such an avalanche of steel and lead. The soldiers had to yield under the onslaught of such frenzied shelling, bombing, and attacks. The section of the 716th Infantry Division turned into a lunar landscape, with only a few defenders of the line of defense escaping death in the fiery whirlwind. After the dramatic dialogue we heard in the bunker of the 716th Infantry Division, the commander of the 21st Panzer Division briefly reported on its deployment. He noted, "I did not know about the invasion until I heard a report shortly after midnight on June 6th that Allied airborne and amphibious troops had engaged in combat in the vicinity of Troarn. Since I had received orders not to advance, I had no choice but to order the division to remain in place. I waited impatiently for orders all night, but not a single order was received from higher headquarters. Since I was sure that my tank division was closest to the enemy's combat zone, I finally came to the conclusion at 6 a.m. that I had to do something. I ordered my tanks to attack the 6th British Airborne Division, which had established a bridgehead behind the Orne. I believed that this was the most immediate threat to the German positions. Immediately after I made my decision, I was informed by Army Group B that I was being assigned to the 7th Army. Finally, at 10 a.m., I received my combat orders. I had to parry the attack of the tanks assigned to the 6th British Airborne Division and turn west to support the German troops defending Caen. After crossing the Orne, I moved north towards the coast. By that time, the enemy, consisting of 3 British and 3 Canadian divisions, had successfully advanced and captured a strip of coastline about 10 kilometers deep. 11 of my tanks were put out of action by Allied anti-tank guns immediately after I set out. My task force managed to destroy these guns and reach the coast at Lyon-sur-Mer by 7 p.m. The combat capability of the 21st Tank Division, the only tank unit ready for immediate deployment that could have had a decisive impact on the course of the invasion, was undermined at the very beginning of the battle. Instead of rushing like lightning at the concentration of enemy forces that had landed, the division was doomed to be smashed to smithereens. It remained passive in the Caen area until 6:30 a.m., attacking only the division that had landed at Troarn. However, the enemy's main efforts were directed not at Troarn, but north of Caen. Units and formations of the 21st Panzer Division were not engaged north of Caen until the second half of the day. In the hands of an experienced tank commander, such as Rommel in 1940, and many commanders after him, the 21st Panzer Division could have created a difficult situation for the Allied coalition if the commander had gone on a frontal attack, advancing in his tank. Guderian's golden rule, "Strike while the iron is hot," was blatantly disregarded. The command post of the 21st Panzer Division was still in Saint-Pierre-sur-Dive, about 30 kilometers from the coast. On the night of June 6th to 7th, the division commander had no contact with his units. Shortly after midnight, he informed us that the Allies had probably already reached the airfield in Karpik. However, he did not have any specific information. The 25th SS Grenadier Regiment immediately conducted a reconnaissance in force. At 1300, it was reported that there were no enemy forces in Karpik, Rho, or Buron. Born was held by scattered units of the 716th Infantry Division. Le Bisson was occupied by Allied troops. The left flank of the 21st Panzer Division stretched along the railway to Éperon. There were no German units west of Éperon at that moment. The western suburbs of Caen and the airfield at Carpiquet were unprotected. The unit that was supposed to defend the airfield abandoned its well-equipped position in panic on June 6th. It consisted of Luftwaffe ground crew. The reinforced 25th Grenadier Regiment was moving along the Villers-Bocage-Caen road. The regiment was aware of the situation from reports by liaison officers. Battalion commanders were ordered to report to the temporary regimental command post just west of Caen at the intersection of the railway and highway. The mood in the divisional bunker was pessimistic. It was time to leave. I was about to leave the bunker when I was called to the phone. Our division commander, Waffen SS Major General, Brigadier General Witt, was at the command post of the 21st Panzer Division near Saint-Pierre-sur-Dive and asked me to report on the situation. I explained the situation as I had been informed by the commanders of the 716th Infantry Division and the 21st Panzer Division. The division commander did not interrupt me, but at the end he said, "The situation urgently requires swift action. First of all, the enemy must not be allowed to reach Caen and the airfield at Carpiquet. It can be assumed that the enemy units and formations are currently preparing for defense, as they are not yet ready for a further offensive. Therefore, it would be a mistake to engage our division's units in battle as they arrive. The only possible option is to launch an attack in cooperation with the 21st Tank Division. In this way, the division will attack the enemy together with the 21st Tank Division and drive them into the sea. The attack will be launched tomorrow at 12 noon. I quickly said goodbye to the two commanders and left the bunker with my escort. There were still a number of wounded in the passageway, but most had been evacuated. There was not a soul on the streets of Caen, no soldiers or civilians in sight. Only sappers could be seen, and places where rubble blocked the roads. Apart from the sappers at work, we saw no other signs of life. Caen was a dead city. The suffocating smell of burning filled the streets. Burning houses lit our way. We were calm. No one said a word. We were thinking about the fires in our rear, in Germany. Above us, individual planes flew by, carrying parachute-mounted illumination bombs dropped by the Allies for aerial photography, filling the deserted streets with bright light. My God, where was our Luftwaffe? Our command post was located behind the motorway. It was housed in a small village house surrounded by tall, old trees, which provided camouflage during air raids. This was a necessary condition if you wanted to live to see the next day. The house was in disarray. The Luftwaffe troops must have left it in a matter of minutes. They probably belonged to the unit defending the airfield, which had left the area so quickly. The commander of the 1st Battalion of the 25th Grenadier Regiment arrived and was briefly informed of the situation. A brief handshake spoke volumes. We had a long journey ahead of us. The battalion dismounted, and their vehicles disappeared into the darkness. None of the vehicles went through the city. They all turned south. Battalion after battalion arrived. Meanwhile, day broke. The sky came alive again. There was no point in hiding from the planes that were constantly hovering overhead. The soldiers waved to me. They marched forward calmly to their baptism of fire. They showed no pity for themselves. They were determined to prove themselves. Our route was fiercely attacked by fighter bombers and shelled by naval guns. Nevertheless, we reached the assembly areas on time. I set up our forward command post in a monastery in Ardennes. My driver, Eric, had already exchanged our KFZ-15 all-terrain vehicle, based on a Mercedes-Benz 340 chassis, ED, for a lighter Volkswagen, so as not to make it too conspicuous a target. But this precaution was of little use. As soon as we started moving, we ended up in a ditch. Machine gun fire from fighter planes acting as attack aircraft tore up the ground around us. We got back in the car, and after a couple of 100 meters, we were back in the ditch. It was driving us crazy, but Eric soon figured out what to do. He would take off like lightning, and as soon as an Allied fighter began to dive, my driver would slam on the brakes so hard that the car almost overturned. That's how Eric got me to the monastery. I was glad to be surrounded by thick walls now. The monastery was an old ruin with a large garden, surrounded by high walls of solid stone. 2 monastery towers dominated the area, providing a magnificent view. One of the towers had already become an observation point for a heavy artillery battalion. Bartling reported that the artillery was ready to open fire. Soldiers from motorized infantry units took up their positions. Directly in front of me was the 2nd Battalion of the 25th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment. I saw the combat reconnaissance group disappear into the thickets. Heavy infantry weapons were set up in firing positions, while machine guns and 20mm anti-aircraft guns fired at enemy bombers, fighters, and attack aircraft. Everything was ready. But where were the tanks? Would they be able to reach the front? Was it crazy to expect tanks when the Allied Air Force completely dominated the skies? However, instead of the much-needed tanks we were expecting, I heard a report from the mortar battalion commander. I was glad to hear that he had quite a lot of ammunition. The battalion took up positions on the northern outskirts of Kana. Meanwhile, it was 10 a.m. and the first tanks appeared. Relentless attacks by Allied ground attack aircraft and bombers greatly hindered their approach. The tank battalion commander reported that 50 T-4 tanks were ready for battle. The rest were on their way and would arrive during the night. Now I felt much better. Without tank support, our attack was inevitably doomed to failure. If only it were possible to suppress that damn naval gunfire. Heavy shells, up to 380 millimeters, the main caliber of British battleships, whizzed over our heads like express trains, plunging into the ruins of the city. Stormtroopers and bombers hardly bothered us anymore. We knew that this junk would hang over us constantly in the future. I climbed the tower to survey the surroundings. I thought I would be able to see the shore. What a surprise. The area all the way to the shore lay before me like a sandbox at a military exercise. There was lively activity on the shore. Bobbing on the waves one after another, more and more Allied ships and countless barrage balloons protected this armada from air attacks. The latter was unnecessary, as the Luftwaffe in northern France seemed to no longer exist. To the west of the town of Douvres-de-Livron, enemy tank units were lining up. The whole area resembled an anthill. And what was behind us? Smoking ruins, empty roads, and burning cars. The Caen-Falaise road was straight as an arrow for many kilometers, but there was no sign of German combat units on it. They waited out the daylight hours somewhere in shelters or camouflaged, daring to move forward only at night. The attack aircraft bombed the monastery without causing us any harm. The soldiers cursed these locusts of Allied fighter planes, which, due to the absence of our own air force, were bombing everything on the ground. But what was that? Was I imagining things? An enemy tank was breaking through the Conti Gardens. Then it stopped. The tank commander opened the hatch and began to survey the area. Was he blind? Didn't he understand that he was only 200 meters away from the 2nd Battalion of the 25th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment, and that the barrels of our anti-tank guns were aimed at him? Obviously not. He calmly lit a cigarette and watched the smoke. We didn't fire a single shot. The battalion maintained perfect fire discipline. Then I understood what was happening. Everything became clear. The tank had been sent forward to provide flank cover. The enemy tanks were moving towards Odi from Buren. My God, what an opportunity! The tanks were moving right across the front of the 2nd Battalion of the 25th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment. The enemy unit was exposing its unprotected flank to us. I gave the order to all battalions, artillery, and tanks. Do not open fire. Fire only on my command. The commander of the 12th SS Tank Regiment positioned his command vehicle in the monastery garden. Contact was immediately established with the tank, and the enemy's position was relayed from the command tank's turret to all the other tanks. One company of the tank regiment was located on the monastery grounds, and another on the opposite slope, south of Franville. The enemy commander seemed to be concerned only with the airfield, which was directly in front of him. In principle, the enemy tanks could already cover the airfield with their fire. But their commander did not realize that defeat awaited him on the opposite slope of the hill. As soon as the enemy tanks crossed the Cambayou Road, they would encounter the 2nd Battalion of the 12th SS Tank Regiment. Only a few meters separated the iron monsters from each other. We watched this spectacle as if spellbound. The commander of the 12th SS Panzer Regiment, Wünsche, calmly reported on the enemy tanks' maneuvers. No one dared to speak loudly. I remembered Guderian's principle: if you're going to strike, strike hard. And the divisional attack plan, but in this situation, I had to show my own initiative. The 26th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment was still east of Orne, and the 1st Battalion of the 12th SS Panzer Regiment could not move due to a lack of fuel. It was 30 kilometers from Orne. Fuel could not be delivered due to intense air raids. My decision? As soon as the first enemy tanks pass Franquille, the 3rd Battalion of the 25th SS Grenadier Regiment will attack them with the support of our tanks on the opposite slope. As soon as the battalion reaches OT, the other battalions will join the battle. The goal? The coast. The commander of the 21st Panzer Division was briefly informed of the situation. An unbearable burden fell on our shoulders at that moment. The enemy's leading units had already passed Franville and were crossing the road. I gave Wünsche the signal to begin the attack. The last thing I heard was, "Attention! Tanks! Forward!" The tension evaporated. There were reports of flashes of gunfire near Franville. An enemy tank ahead caught fire, and I watched as the crew climbed out. New enemy tanks were blown to pieces with loud explosions. Suddenly, our T4 tank caught fire. Flames burst out of the hatches. The Canadian infantry tried to reach OT and continue the battle from there, but to no avail. The soldiers of the 3rd Battalion of the 25th SS Grenadier Regiment tried with all their might to prevent the enemy tanks from gaining the upper hand. Supported by infantry, the enemy tanks attempted to break into OT. No sooner had they succeeded than the 1st and 2nd Battalions of the 25th SS Motorized Regiment launched their attack. With energetic offensive actions, we took Franville and OT. Conte and Bureau were to follow. The enemy seemed completely discouraged. By this point, neither side had opened artillery fire. The attack proceeded quickly. Prisoners were rounded up and sent to the rear with their hands raised. The 3rd Battalion of the 25th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment advanced on Bureau. The 2nd Battalion of this regiment had already passed through Conte and was fighting enemy tanks. I jumped on a motorcycle and rode to the 3rd Battalion of the 25th Regiment. On the way, I encountered the first wounded. They were being taken to the infirmary in the monastery. About 50 Canadians were standing with their hands up in the garden of Coucy, guarded by several of our soldiers. I allowed them to lower their hands and ordered them to be taken to the monastery immediately. The shadow of death hung over the village of Coucy, but just beyond the last farm, it was livelier than I would have liked. As soon as I reached the open space, Canadian Greetings began to fly over my head. Enemy tanks on the southern outskirts of Buren had opened fire, but it wasn't easy to hit me. I was racing across the field at lightning speed. And yet they got me. I don't remember how I ended up lying next to a Canadian soldier. Smoke and explosions surrounded me, and there was no end to it. We stayed close to the edge of the crater, keeping an eye on each other. We were in the very center of the place that had already come under artillery fire from the sea, and we crouched down especially low when heavy shells from ship guns whistled over our heads. My motorcycle lay in the field, reduced to a pile of wreckage. I don't remember how long I lay in that damn crater. However, I noticed that soldiers from our motorized units were just about to enter Buren. Tanks were burning on both sides of the village. I couldn't stay in that hole forever. I climbed out and raced to the 3rd Battalion of the 25th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment. The Canadian disappeared in the direction of Cuse. At that moment, Buren was under enemy artillery fire. A liaison officer rode up on a roaring motorcycle. He recognized me, stopped, and we both took off. Between Buren and Oddi, I met Milius. He proudly reported that his battalion had shown high morale. At that moment, his losses were insignificant. Then Buren came under heavy fire. The village was unrecognizable. Only smoke, explosions, and fire marked its location. The enemy artillery concentrated all its firepower on Buren, unleashing a monstrous avalanche of steel and fire upon it. Never before had I encountered such concentrated artillery fire. I remembered what I had read about Verdun and what I had seen there with my own eyes, 24 years after the battles of 1916. One company of the 3rd Battalion of the 25th SS Grenadier Regiment found itself in the very center of this concentrated artillery fire. The remnants of the other companies advanced in the direction of Bisson. Milius followed his lead company. I rode to the 2nd Battalion of the 25th SS Grenadier Regiment on another motorcycle. Only light weapons were firing at Conte. The barrage of enemy artillery fire remained behind the battalion, and the battalion continued to attack in a northerly direction. Battalion Commander Scapini, who was leading his soldiers in the attack, was killed. A direct hit from a shell cut short the life of a true warrior. When I was already in the 1st Battalion of the 25th SS-Panzer-Grenadier Regiment, I noticed with some concern that the 21st Panzer Division was not supporting our attack, and that its tanks were standing idle. As a result, the right flank of the 25th Grenadier Regiment was exposed, and enemy tanks were already probing the flank of the regiment's 1st Battalion. This battalion found itself at the epicenter of a dangerous crisis in the battle. After hesitating for a moment, the soldiers of the battalion remained lying down. Suddenly, I noticed one, then several, running back to Melon. Giving orders would not save the situation. Something else had to be done. I ran after the young soldiers and pointed in the direction of the enemy. They stopped, looked at me, and then returned to their previous positions. A T-4 tank drove into an anti-tank ditch and got stuck. Enemy tanks were approaching us, coming within range of the anti-tank platoon. The first Sherman stood up, shrouded in smoke. The next one spun around and was smashed to pieces in a matter of seconds. Then our tanks appeared and finished the job. Back to the regimental command post. 150 prisoners gathered in the monastery courtyard. They belonged to the 9th Canadian Brigade, which was part of the 3rd Infantry Division. The prisoners were either natives of northern Nova Scotia or from the crews of the 27th Tank Regiment, Sherbrooke Rifles. I spoke with several officers and then climbed the monastery tower again. Forward observers were constantly calling in fire on various targets, and adjusting the battery's fire. I saw no movement on the left flank. Only a reconnaissance company from the 26th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment had arrived in the combat zone. The battalions were so delayed by air raids that we could not count on the 26th Grenadier Regiment being brought into the battle. The 12th Reconnaissance Battalion had still not made contact with the enemy on the left flank of the division. It was conducting reconnaissance in the direction of Bayeux. While the Chief of Artillery, SS Obersturmführer Meitzel, was briefing me, we noticed a lot of activity west of the Meuse River. Enemy tanks were advancing towards Bretteville. The Meuse is a small river with thickets along its banks. Near the town of Raux, its banks become higher, especially on the right, which creates obstacles for tanks attacking from west to east. This section was covered by a battery of 88mm anti-aircraft guns in the Franville area. I watched anxiously at the clouds of dust west of the Meuse. Enemy tanks rolled one after another across the hill towards Bretteville. There were no German troops in this sector who could stop the enemy's advance. The enemy tank forces, if they continued along the Caen-Bayeux road, would thus come directly into the approach area of the 26th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment. In Bretteville itself, there were only scattered infantry units of the 716th Infantry Division. The way was practically open for the enemy to penetrate deep into our flanks. As we later established, the units we observed were the 7th Canadian Brigade, advancing together with infantry units of the Regina Rifles and Canadian regiments from Nova Scotia. Under the circumstances, the attack of the 25th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment had to be stopped immediately. It would have been irresponsible to continue the attack with exposed flanks and against the monstrous fire of field and naval artillery. The attack was cancelled, and the 1st Battalion of the 25th SS Grenadier Regiment was withdrawn to the positions of the 21st Panzer Division. The division received orders to hold their positions and switch to defense until reinforcements arrived. In the monastery garden, medical personnel cared for the wounded. Our young soldiers lay side by side and encouraged each other. Canadians lay next to German soldiers. Doctors and medics did not look at whose uniform was whose. There was no difference between them here. The only thing that mattered was saving lives. It became impossible to evacuate the wounded. Allied fighters attacked every ambulance. The regimental doctors reported to me that the medical company attached to the regiment was no longer fully operational. Fighters attacked the medical company on the march and destroyed several vehicles carrying medical equipment. Unfortunately, several medics were killed. The Red Cross no longer provided protection. To make the ambulances even more visible, they were all painted snow white. But even this measure proved useless. With the help of French doctors, a temporary military hospital was set up. The French paid special attention to the seriously wounded Canadians. Under cover of night, the wounded and prisoners were finally sent to the rear. The losses on the first day of fighting were severe. In addition to the commander of the 2nd Battalion of the 25th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment, several company commanders were killed or wounded. The 3rd Battalion of the 25th Regiment suffered heavy losses from fierce artillery fire at Buran. The Tank Battalion lost 6 T4 tanks, 2 of which were completely destroyed, burned, or exploded. The enemy's losses were significantly greater. According to Colonel General Mel Gordon, the 27th Canadian Tank Regiment lost 28 Shermans, and the Highlanders of northern Nova Scotia lost a total of 245 men, killed, wounded, and captured. The attack by the 25th SS Grenadier Motorized Regiment stopped the enemy's advance on Caen. Unfortunately, it was not possible to continue our offensive on June 7th. A well-planned joint attack by the 12th and 21st Tank Divisions on June 7th would certainly have been successful, and the bridgehead north of Caen would have been destroyed if the attack had been entrusted to skilled unit commanders. However, These divisions were held in reserve and could only be deployed after approval by the Wehrmacht High Command. Both divisions could have operated together north of Cannes as early as June 6th. During the night, the 26th Motorized Grenadier Regiment arrived at its sector. The threat to our flanks was finally over. The 1st Battalion of the 26th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment was stopped when it attacked Nor and was unable to advance further. The attack by the 1st Company of this regiment on the right bank of the Meuse River, which was supposed to establish contact with the 25th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment, was stifled by flanking fire from Nor. The attack by the 2nd Battalion of the 26th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment led to the encirclement and destruction of 3 companies of the Royal Winnipeg Rifles in Poutouin-Besson. The Canadian Regiment from Nova Scotia received orders to counterattack from the 9th Canadian Brigade. Suffering heavy losses, it pushed the 2nd Battalion of the 26th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment back to a position south of Poutouin-Besson. The 3rd Battalion of the 26th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment occupied defensive positions along the railway embankment at Bronay. The Training Tank Division, under the command of Lieutenant General Bayerlin, arrived at the front near Thiers on June 8th. The division had already suffered heavy losses during the approach march. More than 40 armored vehicles carrying fuel and 90 trucks were destroyed. 5 tanks, 4 tractors, and 4 self-propelled artillery units were also destroyed. These were serious losses for a unit that had not yet entered combat. Shortly after midnight, SS Obersturmführer von Ribbentrop arrived at the command post with a report. Von Ribbentrop had been wounded in the shoulder by a burst of fire from a low-flying aircraft 2 weeks before the Allied landings. He stood before me with his arm in a sling. Von Ribbentrop had left the military hospital and was looking for his tank company. Since I knew this officer well from previous combat operations, I did nothing to send him back to the hospital. During the night, I visited the battalions and checked the individual positions of the companies. I was stunned by the positive attitude and fighting spirit of my young soldiers. We, the old soldiers, were, frankly, deeply impressed by what had happened during the day. The enemy's artillery fire and air raids had an effect on us, but not on the young soldiers. For them, it was the baptism of fire they had been waiting for. They knew that many difficult days and weeks lay ahead. Their attitude commanded respect. During their inspection of the battlefield, Oti and Franville discovered important enemy documents. Communications instructions were retrieved from the first enemy tank that had been knocked out. By the evening of June 8th, Canadian vehicles coming from Puteaux were crossing a mined bridge on the outskirts of Branche, right in front of the barrels of our anti-tank guns deployed there. As a result, one of the vehicles burned down with its passengers and crew, while the other remained intact, but the senior lieutenant and his driver sitting in it were dead. An important map was found in this vehicle. It accurately marked all enemy positions on both sides of the Orne River, with all the details, down to the individual positions of mortars and machine guns. Instead of the actual names of settlements and landmarks, the map used the names of animals that began with the same letter. For example, the Orne River was named Orinoco. The map marked areas that were impassable for tanks. A notebook was found on the dead captain with notes concerning orders for combat operations after landing. The notebook also contained information on combat operations and rules concerning the use of the civilian population. The call sign codes found among the captured documents were used by the enemy for more than 2 days, which allowed our radio intelligence platoon to intercept and evaluate the incoming signals. On the afternoon of June 8th, I accompanied the division commander on a tour of the 25th Regiment's sector, and then visited the 1st Battalion of the 26th Regiment. Low-flying aircraft were constantly on our tail. I was glad to bring my commander back to the command post, safe and sound. Then, the 25th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment received orders to support the 1st Battalion of the 26th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment by striking Bretteville-le-Haut-Jeux from the east. The attack was to be joined by the newly arrived tank company of the 1st Battalion of the 12th SS Panzer Regiment and the 15th Reconnaissance Company of the 25th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment. The attack was planned for the following night. Daytime attacks were impossible due to Allied air superiority. Our TV Panther tanks advanced from Caen to Franville to the front line shortly before nightfall. Because of this, they moved slowly toward their assembly point. The tank commanders were briefed concisely but thoroughly. The company and platoon commanders had studied the terrain before nightfall and knew every contour. The tank company took up position for a wedge-shaped attack. The reconnaissance unit got into their armored vehicles. I went around the combat vehicles one by one to say a few words of encouragement to the young soldiers. Company Commander von Büttner, my adjutant for many years, suddenly reminded me of a promise I had made to the 15th Reconnaissance Company of the 25th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment during combat training in Belgium. At that time, I had said to the company, "Guys, the Reconnaissance Company always goes ahead of the regiment. You have a huge responsibility. I promise you that I will be with you to witness your baptism of fire." That time had come. The company was going into battle for the first time. Therefore, I had to accompany them. My old friend and comrade Helmut Belke arrived on a motorcycle with a sidecar. He had been with me as an orderly, squad leader, and platoon leader since 1939. He had accompanied me on all the battlefields. Dr. Stiff was in the sidecar. I jumped into the back seat and told Helmut to drive to the Conbay Road. To our right, tank engines roared. The tankers climbed into their combat vehicles and disappeared into the turrets of their tanks. The young soldiers were waiting for me. They slapped each other on the back and probably remembered my promise. They pointed at my motorcycle and shook their heads. My transport seemed to cause them some concern. The commander of the 12th Tank Regiment, Max Wünsche, wanted to accompany the Panther Company. He had also fought side by side with me since 1939. We knew each other. There was no need for explanations. A glance, a signal, and the tanks rolled into the night. To the left of the road, a battery of 88mm guns took up firing positions. A few minutes later, we left the last outposts behind. The tanks rolled forward at full speed along the right side of the road. There were no obstacles, and the tank drivers could use the 700-horsepower engine of the TV Panther tank to its full potential. A detachment of motorcyclists and the vehicle of the forward artillery observer followed a few hundred meters behind me. It was time to race. The speed increased, and only silhouettes were visible. I wanted to drive through the town of Rho before it got completely dark. This had been agreed with Wünsche. The first houses of Rho appeared. The tanks were moving behind us, to the right. It felt like sitting on a volcano, but Helmut tirelessly continued to drive forward. We just held on tight to the motorcycle so that, if necessary, we could get off the road as quickly as possible. At the edge of the village, we waited for the tanks. They arrived a few minutes later. The first platoon of the Reconnaissance Company dismounted and surveyed the area. There were no enemies in the town, and we quickly drove through Rho and onward. The Panthers also had to pass through the town, one after another. As soon as it was behind us, they returned to their wedge formation. The Panthers roared toward Bretteville, moving on both sides of the road. In the darkness, I could only see the red-hot exhausts of the tanks. Nor was already behind us on the left. In the next few minutes, we were bound to encounter Canadian combat patrols. Bretteville was only a few hundred meters ahead of us. Bang! Bang! The shots echoed, and I could see fire bursting from the barrels of the tank guns. The two leading Panthers fired shell after shell from their guns. They cleared the road with their fire and roared into the town at full speed. This was how we fought on the Eastern Front. But would such a surprise attack tactic achieve the same result in Normandy? Now, all the tanks were firing at the town. An enemy machine gun rattled in response. We took up position directly behind the 2nd Panther. I felt that the road was becoming unsafe. We veered to the right and pushed forward along the ditch. I stumbled over the body of a dead Canadian. A small armored vehicle was smoking on the road embankment. As we moved on, I heard someone moaning. There was a wounded man lying on the road to our left. Machine gun fire was rattling down the street. New Panthers with soldiers on board were storming into the town. We advanced along the ditch in short bursts. I reached the wounded man. He was lying on his side, moaning in pain. My God, it was von Büttner. The commander of the Reconnaissance Company had been shot in the stomach. I felt the wound and found that it was serious. Büttner recognized me and shook my hand. As an old frontline soldier, he knew that this was his last battle. "Tell my wife that I loved her very much." His lips moved slowly but clearly. I knelt beside him while the doctor bandaged Büttner. Helmut Belke covered us, kneeling a few meters away. I heard a sound from the other side of the road, and a shadow ran across it. Friend or foe? Belke fired as he fell and hit the Canadian in the head. Belke himself also fell on the side of the road. My companion of so many years did not get up again. Like Büttner, he too had fought his last battle and was mortally wounded by a shot to the stomach. I tried to cheer him up, but he would not listen. "No, no, I know what this means. It's the end. Please, tell my parents." Grenadier soldiers rushed past us. SS Obersturmbannführer Zander, Major Dessau's son, shook Helmut's hand. Zander was also killed in action a few hours later. Tears rolled down my face. My old comrades were leaving one after another. I jumped on my motorcycle to catch up with our troops. A few seconds later, I was engulfed in flames. The fuel tank had been punctured, and the motorcycle was burning like a torch. The soldiers pulled me off the motorcycle and extinguished the fire with mud. Fire was coming from all sides in the village. We reached the center, but our lead tank was hit. Nevertheless, we captured the Ridgeway Rifles command post. The surprise attack was successful, but where were the soldiers of the 26th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment? We couldn't hold our positions for long, and we didn't have enough forces to capture the whole of Bretteville. With a heavy heart, I decided to withdraw my units to the high ground east of Roe at dawn. The result of the fighting at that point was that the British general, later Field Marshal Montgomery, commander of the Allied forces that landed in Normandy on June 6, 1944, had not achieved his objective. According to the operational plan, Caen was to be taken by the Allies on June 6th. Around noon, the 1st Battalion of the 26th Motorized Grenadier Regiment took up positions at Roe. SS Obersturmbannführer Wünsche was wounded during a night attack, and SS Obersturmführer Fuss, platoon commander in the Reconnaissance Company, went missing. Von Büttner's successor was killed later that evening. Thus, the 15th Reconnaissance Company of the 25th SS Motorized Regiment lost 2 company commanders in the last 24 hours. I met with a divisional intelligence officer at regimental headquarters. We both knew that the German High Command had to act much faster in order to destroy the coalition's bridgehead. Until now, tank divisions had been thrown into battle as soon as they reached the combat zone. None of them could carry out a well-planned attack. Virtually all tank units and formations had already been forced to go on the defensive, while the infantry divisions urgently needed here were located east of the Seine and remained unused. Day by day, we were getting weaker and weaker, while the Allies were getting stronger and stronger. In the afternoon, General Geyer von Schweppenberg, commander of Tank Group West, arrived at the command post. The general knew our division quite well. He often inspected it during training exercises. He was aware of our shortcomings and saw our strengths. The general spoke highly of everything we had done. We climbed up to the observation post in the monastery. The general asked me to give my opinion on the situation. I briefly outlined the situation in my regiment's sector and expressed my concern that the outcome of the war could be decided within the next few days. Von Schweppenberg glanced at me and said, "My dear Mr. Meyer, only politicians can win this war now." Von Schweppenberg told me that he had decided to launch an attack with several tank divisions, the 21st, 12th Hitler Youth Division, and the Training Tank Division. With these divisions, he wanted to break through to the coast. It was assumed that the Training Tank Division would take the Seine-Mouvier-Putois-Brognier sector, and the 26th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment, which would be freed up in the process, would have to wedge itself into the section east of Meaux. The attack was planned for the night of June 10th to 11th. I believed that a night attack with such forces promised to be successful. In any case, the attack had to be launched very early so that by dawn we would already be in enemy positions, thereby nullifying the fire of heavy naval guns. A daytime attack seemed hopeless to me because of the superiority of the Allied coalition in artillery and aviation. Preparations for the planned attack began immediately, but the difficulties were incredible. Ammunition and fuel could only be delivered at night. For example, ammunition had to be delivered from forests north of Paris. The sector in front of the 25th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment was quiet. The enemy was obviously too shaken by what had happened on June 7th and 8th and was not ready to launch new attacks on Caen. In the sector to our left, offensive and defensive combat operations continued unabated. The Training Tank Division took Melun and held that section. I had already been informed at the beginning of the invasion that the Allies did not particularly adhere to the Geneva Convention, and that the divisions that had already landed were taking few prisoners. On the morning of June 9th, I discovered a group of German soldiers on the railroad south of Rho. It was obvious that they had not been killed in battle, as they were lying next to the road, and all had been shot in the head. They were soldiers from the 21st Panzer Division and the 12th SS Panzer-Division Hitlerjugend. This incident was immediately reported to the division, whose headquarters in turn reported it to the Corps. The commander of the 135th Tank Artillery Regiment of the Luxembourg Training Tank Division was captured by the British, along with battalion commander Major Seitzler, Hauptmann Graf von Klaren und Oldring, and 6 other non-commissioned officers and privates on June 8th. They were captured by units of the British tank regiment Inns of Court, which had penetrated the rear of the German positions. After the German officers refused to voluntarily become human shields, the seriously wounded Colonel Luxembourg was tied up by 2 British officers, beaten unconscious, and, covered in blood, tied to a British tank as a human shield. On orders from their superiors, the British tankers opened fire on Major Seitzler, Hauptmann Graf von Klare und Oldringen, and other soldiers, who were ordered to flee. Hauptmann Graf Klare und Oldringen was found alive by the SS Zibken battalion and taken to the command post. The British tank, to which Colonel Luxemburg had been tied as a human shield, was hit by a German anti-tank gun. The colonel died in a military hospital 2 days later. Hauptmann Graf Clary und Oldringen was given first aid by SS medic Kloden. On June 7th, we found a notebook with notes on the orders given before the invasion in the possession of a Canadian captain. In addition to tactical instructions, there were also instructions on how to fight. They stated, "Take no prisoners." This notebook was handed over on June 8th by the operations officer of the 12th SS-Panzer-Division to the commander of the 7th Army, Colonel General Dolman. Officers and soldiers of the 3rd Canadian Division who were interrogated in the 12th SS Panzer-Division confirmed that they had received orders from their superiors not to take prisoners. One of the soldiers testified during interrogation that they had been instructed not to take prisoners if they interfered with combat operations. During the trial of Bernhard Ziebken, who was accused of war crimes in November 1948, Colonel Meyer Dietering of the General Staff, an intelligence officer with the Commander-in-Chief of German forces in the West, Field Marshal von Rundstedt, noted, "Immediately after the invasion began, I was twice handed documents captured in the Canadian Army sector on the eastern flank of the invasion front, which indicated that there was no intention of taking prisoners." At the same trial, Lieutenant Colonel von Zastrow of the General Staff, who was an intelligence officer with General Geyer von Schweppenburg's Tank Group West, testified that at that time he had received information about crimes committed by Allied troops in violation of the Hague Declaration on the Conduct of War on Land and the Geneva Convention. He then recounted one instance in which a number of captured German soldiers were shot by Canadian soldiers. Furthermore, Lieutenant Colonel von Zastrow testified about a Canadian captain. This captain had been taken prisoner during fighting in the Somme area. Since he belonged to the same unit where records of orders, not to take prisoners, had been found at the beginning of the invasion, and where specific crimes had already been committed, von Zastrow accused the Canadian captain of these violations of international law. When the Canadian was asked directly if he had heard about the shootings of German prisoners, the captain replied, "I did not participate in the invasion. I arrived in this unit with reinforcements and did not serve there for long. However, I heard about the atrocities. But then very strict orders were issued that if such cases were repeated, the perpetrators would be punished." I mention these cases here because they illustrate how the Allies conducted their military operations, and also because they had a decisive influence on my own fate. I would like to briefly touch on the issue of war crimes here before discussing them further. Preparations for a systematic attack were in full swing. We had only a couple of hours left to deliver a single crushing blow to the bridgehead. If this blow failed, there would be no other chance to throw the Allies into the sea. After the attack, all 3 tank divisions would be bled dry and would no longer be able to repeat such an operation. After the Tank Group West received combat orders in the presence of Field Marshal Rommel, commander of Army Group B, the Training Tank Division reported an enemy breakthrough from the west. Shortly after this report, the headquarters of the Tank Group West was virtually destroyed by carpet bombing. Tank Group West lost its Chief of Staff, General Ritter, and Operations Officer Edler von Davens, as well as several other officers. During the attack, we also lost our communications officer, SS Hauptsturmführer Wilhelm Beck, who commanded a tank company. He had participated in all battles since 1939 and was awarded the Knight's Cross for his participation in the battles for the recapture of Kharkov. The communications battalion was put out of action. The general who commanded it, who was slightly wounded, fled with several men. As a result, control of Tank Group West was disrupted until June 26th. A coordinated counterattack in the following days was unsuccessful. Under pressure from the British tank divisions, which were growing stronger by the day, the German tank units were forced to go on the defensive. On June 11th, the front came to life on the left flank of the 25th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment. I immediately went to the 1st Battalion of the 26th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment and found Bernhard Kraus at his battalion observation post. Together, we watched the attack on the positions of the 12th SS Engineer Battalion, located on a hill north of Schoo. The battalion's positions were shelled by guns of all calibers, and within a couple of minutes turned into a smoldering, smoking mass. We saw all this through binoculars, and, no matter how hard we looked, could not discern any movement. Then the fire was transferred to the opposite slope of the hill, and gradually to the village of Schoo. Canadian infantrymen jumped out of their trenches and bushes and, with the support of tanks, attacked the sappers' positions. Bernhard Kraus reacted immediately. In a short time, he aimed his heavy infantry guns at the selected targets, and the fire hit the thickest of the attackers. This flanking fire had the desired effect. The enemy infantry got stuck on the front slope of the hill and suffered heavy losses. Some of the attacking tanks hit the battalion's minefields and were knocked out. Her Majesty's Royal Rifles of Canada and the 1st Hussar Tank Regiment were forced to retreat to their previous positions. They did not attack again. On my way to the command post of the 25th Motorized Grenadier Regiment, I walked through Le Bourget Row to take a look at Bretteville and Nord, and meet with SS Hauptsturmführer Pfeiffer. Pfeiffer had long been Hitler's adjutant and commanded a company of TV Panther tanks. His successor in Hitler's headquarters was then SS Hauptsturmführer Gunsche, who had previously commanded the 3rd Battalion of the 25th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment. Between Saint-Marais and Rowe, I came under fire from Nord. They tried to hit me with machine guns and anti-tank guns, but my good old BMW was a difficult target. I continued to drive quickly towards Rowe, but what was that moving towards me? Was it a dream? It was enemy tanks only 50 meters away from me. Indeed, it was them. 2 Shermans slowly crawled out of the city and stopped on the left side of the road. Their gun barrels were aimed straight at my motorcycle. Turning back was useless. I couldn't do it. So there was nothing left to do but keep going and squeeze between them. I picked up speed. Maybe I could slip away and hide in the woods on the right. Suddenly, there was a bang to my right and behind me. I saw the first tank spin around and one of the tankers jump out of the hatch as if he had been bitten by a tarantula. Following my instincts, I turned right into a ditch and hid in it. Before I realized what was happening, the second tank exploded. My companion and I immediately rushed back and took cover again. Only then did we realize what was really happening. We had passed the last advance guard posts just as they were about to open fire on 2 enemy tanks. Our troops did not have time to warn us. Good old Pfeiffer was in his TV Panther about 100 meters from the first enemy tank. He shot both Shermans, sending their crews to the other world. A day later, SS Hauptsturmführer Pfeiffer died a hero's death, receiving a fatal shrapnel wound. At the dressing station of the 25th Motorized Grenadier Regiment, I again found many wounded soldiers. The constant influx of wounded in the absence of actual combat made us all think. The fighting was mainly going on in such a way that our tank divisions were doomed to destruction under the fire of naval guns, bombs, and attack aircraft of the Allied Air Force, which prevented us from carrying out offensive operations. This could not go on. Our tank divisions had to gain freedom of maneuver. On June 11th, the 2nd Battalion of the 26th Motorized Grenadier Regiment was attacked by Her Majesty's Royal Rifle Regiment, reinforced by the 1st Hussar Tank Regiment and with powerful artillery support. The attack was repelled. Our battalion held its positions. The enemy lost 12 tanks, while we lost 3 during these combat operations. Units of the 8th Canadian Brigade, supported by the 46th Commando and tanks, attacked RO. Several enemy tanks were destroyed. The village was abandoned under pressure from superior enemy forces. A threatening situation developed near Thiers-sur-Selle on the right flank of the Training Tank Division. On orders from the ISS Panzer Corps, the Training Tank Division was urgently reinforced with the last reserve of the 12th SS Panzer-Division, a divisional escort company, which was thrown onto the right flank of the Training Tank Division, where the situation then stabilized. The situation on the front near Kana became more threatening with each passing day. The center of gravity of the fighting shifted to the positions of our neighbors on the left, the Training Tank Division. The enemy managed to break through Balrois to Caumont-Levant. The enemy's 7th Tank Division was pushing forward towards Livry. The encirclement of the 1st SS Panzer Corps was becoming increasingly threatening. I was ordered to report to the division. There I met the commander of the 1st SS Panzer Corps, Waffen SS Colonel General Sepp Dietrich. Dietrich outlined the situation on the invasion front as a whole, frankly admitting to us that there were no reserves left and that he no longer believed in the possibility of a systematic attack. He complained, "They want to defend everything. But with what? Those who defend everything defend nothing." This axiom was first formulated by Frederick II the Great as follows: "Short-sighted people want to defend everything. Smart people focus on the main goal." As night fell, I walked around the battalions of the regiment. Waldmüller settled down by the anti-tank ditch and gloated that all the British volleys were hitting the village behind his command post. There were no troops there. The soldiers smiled at me as I made my way through the positions. The forward posts were set up in damaged enemy tanks. The boys were unlucky. They could only be relieved at dawn. Reconnaissance groups were sent out from both sides all the time. In front of the 1st Battalion of the 25th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment was the left flank of the 3rd British Division, with the 3rd Canadian Division taking up positions nearby. By the morning of June 13th, the vanguard of the enemy's 7th Panzer Division had reached Hill 213, east of Villers-Bocage. The commander of the 2nd Company of the 101st SS Heavy Tank Battalion, SS Obersturmbannführer Michael Wittmann, who had already destroyed 119 tanks in Russia and was awarded the Knight's Cross with oak leaves, moved ahead of his company to reconnoiter the area. Near Hill 213, he came across a column of enemy tanks. This was a complete surprise to the enemy. For a few moments, Wittmann hesitated. Should he retreat or attack the superior enemy forces? His unit had suffered heavy losses as a result of the bombing of the last few days, and Wittmann understood how valuable each individual tank was now, and that he could not act rashly. But in this case, he had to attack. Otherwise, the vanguard of the enemy's 7th Panzer Division would get behind the Training Tank Division. This would result in a breakthrough of the German front and disrupt the defense of Caen. Wittmann remained in place when the enemy's 22nd Tank Brigade, commanded by Hind, entered Villers-Bocage without encountering any resistance. Due to this unexpected turn of events, the Allied tank unit carelessly continued along the road to Caen toward its objective, Hill 213. The motorized infantry company following behind stopped on the road. At that moment, the roar of an 88mm tank gun shattered the morning silence. The lead Sherman stood engulfed in flames, and from the forest 100 meters away, the tiger that had shot the Sherman rolled out with a roar. In a few seconds, it knocked out 3 more Shermans, then turned onto the road, drove along the line of half-track armored vehicles, and set them all on fire, one after another. They were followed by about a dozen armored vehicles from the regiment headquarters, artillery observers, and a reconnaissance platoon that was behind a row of vehicles. A 75mm shell fired at point-blank range from a Cromwell tank ricocheted off the Tiger without causing any damage. The Cromwell was immediately knocked out. Within a few minutes, the road was hell. 25 tanks and armored vehicles were engulfed in flames, all of them victims of a single Tiger commanded by Whitman. Meanwhile, the enemy tanks covering Hill 213 were attacked and destroyed by Whitman's other Tigers. Whitman's tank had its tracks knocked off and was immobilized. The crew dismounted and made their way back to the company. The Liers Bocage was abandoned by the enemy, who retreated to Livry. Whitman was awarded swords in addition to oak leaves to the Knight's Cross. By June 14th, Whitman had destroyed a total of 138 tanks and 132 enemy guns. Units of the British 49th Division attacked positions on the left flank of the 12th SS-Panzer-Division. The attack was repelled and the positions held. The division asked the Corps for permission to withdraw from the salient south of Puteaux and Bronay to the line from Saint-Mautois through Fontenay to Thiers. Radio intelligence determined that the enemy intended to eliminate this salient by attacking it. However, the Corps headquarters refused to give permission to withdraw. Allied forces on the bridgehead were growing by the hour. By June 18th, 500,000 soldiers and 77,000 vehicles had landed in France. We were still waiting for reinforcements and the promised support from the Luftwaffe, but we waited in vain. Our tank divisions were being bled dry in battles at defensive positions. No fundamental decisions were made. Everything was limited to tactical patching up holes. On June 16th, I was asked to urgently report to the division command post. On the line was Divisional Operations Officer Hubert Meyer, who said that the matter could not be delayed. I couldn't get any details out of him and immediately rushed to headquarters. Tall trees, felled by bombs and shells, still blocked the road. The roofs of houses torn off on both sides of the road testified to the intensity of the enemy's naval artillery fire, which had ceased only about half an hour earlier. I had a bad feeling. The headquarters greeted me with a cacophony of voices. The faces of the military men told me everything. The Chief of Staff stepped forward and reported, "The division commander was killed half an hour ago. By order of the Corps, you have been appointed acting division commander." We stood without saying a word, but our handshakes conveyed a commitment and a promise. We would fight with even greater determination in the name of our comrade Fritz Witt and our common cause. I found a patch of grass where Fritz Witt had been laid to rest. I stood before what had been our comrade. I could not look at his face. It no longer existed. Fritz Witt was killed because he was convinced that soldiers should be the first to take their places in the trenches. When he decided to do so, an enemy shell struck the ground just in front of the trench and killed Witt instantly. This loss shook us to the core. Fritz Witt was respected by everyone in the division, regardless of rank. He had close friendships with most of the officers, both in peacetime and in wartime. The death of the commander perhaps unites the division even more and further increases its will to fight the enemy. SS Obersturmbannführer Milius took command of my regiment. Prior to that, he had commanded the 3rd Battalion of the 25th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment. I handed over his battalion to SS Hauptsturmführer Fritz Steger. The division command post was moved to Warsaw. Late in the evening, the Chief of Staff reported to me in detail on the situation in the division. The division's losses were significant and, in some cases, irreplaceable. First and foremost, there were heavy losses among the officers and non-commissioned officers. Their numbers had fallen to a dangerous level. Most of the company and platoon commanders had already been killed or wounded in battle. Each motorized battalion had an average combat strength of 2 companies. There was no prospect of replenishing these losses with reinforcements arriving in the near future. In such a situation, it was even possible to calculate the day when the division would finally cease to exist. Continuous enemy artillery fire, along with constant raids by attack aircraft and bombers, shook our 12th SS Panzer-Division, which was fighting against the 3rd and 49th British, 3rd Canadian Infantry Divisions, and several tank brigades on its section of the front. The division's staff officers had no doubt that in the next day or two, the enemy would try to pincer the front on the division's left flank in order to secure a convenient springboard for a subsequent offensive. At dawn, I inspected the positions of the 2nd and 3rd Battalions of the 26th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment and the 12th SS Reconnaissance Battalion. I assigned them new positions. The soldiers were in good spirits. The commander of the 2nd Battalion, Bernhard Zibkin, who had lost a finger, accompanied me on his section. He did not want to leave the battalion and did not take the loss of his finger seriously. Burning enemy tanks were visible near Puto and Bro. Bremer's Reconnaissance Battalion captured several enemy tanks and adapted them to strengthen their defensive positions. The battalion suffered heavy losses and had to be withdrawn from its positions as soon as possible. The Corps gave the go-ahead for the division to withdraw to positions south of Mu. The 12th SS Reconnaissance Battalion was withdrawn to the divisional reserve. The British launched an active offensive in the Training Tank Division sector. The 50th British Infantry Division and several tank brigades fiercely attacked positions north of Thiers-sur-Seine. Early in the morning of June 18th, the ground shook on both sides of Christos. The 49th British Infantry Division had been thrown at the positions we had abandoned on the left flank of the 26th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment. I stood next to the commander of the 3rd Battalion of the 26th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment and watched as heavy shells pounded the area we had left the day before. We congratulated ourselves on our timely withdrawal. The 49th Infantry Division's forces took Christo fairly quickly. Soon, the attack on Fontenay continued. The ground shook. An avalanche of metal rained down on the 10th Company of the 26th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment, which was fighting in front of us. In a very short time, more than 3,000 artillery shells exploded on its positions. The company fought desperately on the northern edge of Parc de Boilan. Tall trees were uprooted and fell on the defensive positions. An armada of tanks followed the wall of fire. The tanks fired rapidly, sending shells into the thicket. The enemy infantry advanced behind the tanks, and the company's positions were captured. Some of the company's strong points continued to fight, but they too were soon overwhelmed. Our artillery was not in firing positions that would have allowed it to stop the attack. Units of the British 49th Infantry Division broke through to the southern edge of the forest, but were stopped there by the 9th Company of the 26th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment. Using short fire support from our artillery, the 9th Company of the 26th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment, led by the battalion commander, attacked the British. The company advanced to the northern edge of the forest, breaking through to its old positions. In hand-to-hand combat, it pushed the British back to the north. This section of the forest was once again firmly held by the 3rd Battalion of the 26th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment. But the victory was short-lived. Concentrated heavy artillery fire and targeted tank fire inflicted heavy damage on the company. The remnants of the company were pushed back to the northern edge of Fontenay. The division's front line was stable, but losses had reached a critical level. There was no question of any divisional reserves. Based on radio intercepts, we concluded that a new attack by large enemy forces was brewing on the left flank of our division. The brave training tank division lost Tilly-sur-Selle in its sector of defense. The division had fought for Tilly for more than a day. On the morning of June 21st, I left the division command post and moved to the sector of the 26th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment. At the command post of the 3rd Battalion of the 26th Regiment on a farm north of Fontenay, I met its commander, SS-Standartenführer Munke. The ruins of the farm were surrounded by a high fence, and behind the earthen rampart lay the wounded, awaiting evacuation. Their fallen comrades were buried in the garden. A thick fog covered the ground and enveloped the ruined buildings. Tanks and anti-tank guns took up firing positions behind the fence, while the crews were busy camouflaging their weapons. The enemy was firing harassing shots across the entire regiment's sector, but especially along the Rohe-Fontaine road. After a brief consultation, accompanied by Dr. Stiff, I cautiously approached Fontenay. The outskirts of the village were littered with debris, and the acrid smoke from the fires mingled with the fog. Suddenly, 2 soldiers from the 2nd Battalion of the 26th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment appeared in front of us. They were holding their mess tins and looking for their unit. We crossed the main street of the village and made our way north. In front of us was a small forest, behind which a fierce battle was raging. Stepping over the bodies of dead British soldiers, I reached the positions of the 15th Company of the 26th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment. Soldiers with exhausted faces were defending their positions in trenches and craters. There were no officers at all. They had all been either killed or wounded. At night, scouts took the body of the killed company commander to the rear. What wonderful relations must have existed between the company commander and his soldiers if even his remains were not allowed to fall into enemy hands. The mood of the young soldiers was incomprehensible to us. They briefly told me about the last battle and their participation in the fighting. Their heroism in battle was obvious to them. They spoke of the enemy without hatred. On the contrary, they constantly emphasized the enemy's high morale. There was also a sense of bitterness in our soldiers' assessments when they spoke of the advantages of the enemy's military equipment. Again and again I heard, "Damn it! Where would we be now if we had the same military equipment as the enemy?" We still hadn't seen a single German plane in the sky. The young soldiers said it was time for me to leave, as dawn was breaking, and the enemy's artillery fire would grow stronger by the minute. The barrage caught us in the center of the village. I jumped behind a stone staircase and waited for this morning greeting to end. One of my companions lay in the street, torn to pieces by a direct hit. We ran rapidly through the village, pursued by the hurricane of artillery fire that had fallen on Fontenay, and were glad to leave these ruins behind us. The section of the 3rd Battalion of the 26th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment was also subjected to heavy artillery fire. Was this the overture to the expected offensive? The battalion command post was only 100 meters away, but the distance seemed endless. Finally, running from cover to cover, we reached it. Meanwhile, day broke, and the first reports came in. Fontenay was under attack from the enemy from Saint-Pierre and Christo. Enemy tanks were moving along the low eastern bank of the river and began to break through to Fontenay. A tank battle began. Our spotted Panthers, with their guns far superior to those of the enemy tanks, had the advantage. The 75mm long-barreled gun of the TV Panther tank even surpassed the 88mm gun of the T6 Tiger tank in terms of armor penetration. The entire battlefield was littered with burning enemy tanks. If only we still had enough ammunition. Our artillery had to fire sparingly. Resupply had become almost impossible. Telephone communication with division headquarters was not interrupted, so the operations officer was able to inform me that all was quiet on the division's right flank. I remained with the battalion until almost evening and saw for myself the remarkably high morale of the unit. All attacks on Fontenay were repulsed in fierce fighting. The 49th British Division was unable to shake our defenses on the left flank. I returned to division headquarters at nightfall. The burning front line presented a ghostly picture. On the road between Caen and Villers-Bocage, the wreckage of several vehicles was still burning. These vehicles were supposed to deliver ammunition to the front. Enemy fighters relieved them of this responsibility. The ammunition exploded a few kilometers from the front line. I saw the worried faces of my officers. Without saying it openly, we knew that disaster was looming. The static nature of the fighting on the deadly bridgehead northwest of the Orne River inevitably led to the destruction of the tank division deployed there. Faced with the overwhelming superiority of the enemy, supported by fire from the sea, land, and air, we could predict where the front would collapse. The tactical consolidation cost us bloody battles and irreplaceable losses of our best soldiers and the destruction of valuable military equipment. To date, we have not received any replacements for our wounded or killed soldiers, nor a single new tank or artillery piece. After a few hours of sleep, the noise of the front brought us back to reality. Alarm signals came to the division headquarters. The British 49th Division, supported by heavy artillery fire, attacked the right flank of the training tank division. The forest west of the Texel-Bretteville line had already been lost, and the onslaught of the British 49th Division had still not been stopped. With a sense of foreboding, I went to the 3rd Battalion of the 26th Motorized Grenadier Regiment in Fontenay. Danger loomed over the left flank of the division. The entire battalion sector was under heavy fire. Fontenay was unrecognizable. Howling shells tore the last remaining houses to pieces. Every British attack on the village had been repelled so far. Communication with the companies had been cut off. The smoke from the shell explosions obscured everything from view. It was impossible to determine where the main line of defense was. The enemy artillery laid down one barrage after another. The village resembled a boiling cauldron. Heavy shells dug deep into the ground and exploded, leaving behind huge, smoking craters. Taking the old soldier's saying as a basis, a shell never hits the same crater twice, I jumped into a crater and watched from there as enemy tanks attacked Fontenay. Firing incessantly, feeling safe, the steel monsters slowly moved toward the ruins of Fontenay. Our anti-tank guns were destroyed by fierce enemy artillery fire. Our soldiers clutched their Faustpatronen, disposable anti-tank grenade launchers. Armor penetration, up to 200 millimeters. Firing range, 30 meters. Tightly. Man against tank. What a contrast. And what a heroic spirit was manifested in this contrast. At that moment, the first tank began to smoke. I saw soldiers jumping into the vehicles. Enemy artillery shells flew over our heads. The commander of the 1st Battalion of the 12th SS Tank Regiment jumped into my crater and reported on the counterattack by our tank company. Its tanks were about 100 meters behind us and were moving forward. Tank shells whistled over our heads. The enemy's front tanks were fighting the Grenadiers in the ruins, while the tanks following them had not yet noticed our tanks. The counter-attacking company had to cross the Fontenay-Chaux road to take up better firing positions. The tank battle began. There were casualties on both sides. Thick, black smoke from burning tanks covered the battlefield. I wanted to see the soldiers in Fontenay, so I ran after the company commander's tank. The battle-weary soldiers waved at me. They shouted joking remarks, their eyes shining. It was a mystery to me where these young, 17- and 18-year-old soldiers found the strength to survive in this storm of fire and metal. They assured me again and again that they would defend the ruins to the last bullet and hold their positions against anyone. The company commander's tank was hit. It turned a few meters to the left, the hatch opened, smoke poured out of the turret, and the company commander struggled out of the hatch. He staggered and stumbled toward us, then collapsed to the ground. The soldiers dragged him behind a half-ruined wall. Only then did we realize that SS Obersturmführer Rückdeschel had lost his arm. The bloody stump was bandaged, and a medic was called. So, this enemy attack was also repelled. The 3rd Battalion of the 26th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment held its ground and prepared for a new British assault. The battle was also heating up on the section to our left. By the afternoon, the enemy's advance guard was already in Juvigny and had therefore penetrated deep into our positions on the division's flank. No sooner had I arrived in Rotterdam with the commander of the 26th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment, SS-Standartenführer Münke, than the Chief of Staff informed me of the situation in the Training Tank Division sector and pointed out the danger of a British breakthrough. At around 2 p.m., an order came from Corps Headquarters to send one of the division's tank battalions into battle to eliminate the breakthrough on the right flank of the Training Tank Division. The Panther Battalion and part of the Reconnaissance Battalion immediately launched a counterattack. After a short artillery barrage, the offensive was launched through Texel and Bretteville towards a forest area 1.5 kilometers to the west. By nightfall, we had driven the enemy out of the forest, but had not reached our previous main line of defense. The enemy lost several tanks. The valiant 3rd Battalion of the 26th Motorized Grenadier Regiment suffered heavy losses during the day's fighting and was withdrawn to positions north of Rotterdam. That same evening, an order was received from the Corps to deploy our last tank battalion the next morning to restore the situation in this sector. The Training Tank Division was to be supported at all costs. I asked in vain for this order to be cancelled. The Chief of Staff's report with a topographical map of the situation, according to which our reconnaissance had detected a large concentration of enemy forces, especially armored vehicles, in the sector of the 26th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment, did not influence the Corps commander's decision, and he did not cancel the order. My remark that an enemy tank attack was expected at any moment, and that the 2nd Battalion of the 12th SS Tank Regiment had taken up a very advantageous defensive position, was also ignored. As a result, on June 26th, there was not a single tank left in our division's sector. The soldiers of the 26th Motorized Grenadier Regiment, exhausted by the recent intense defensive battles, languished in their trenches all night, waiting for the next attack. A thick, damp fog settled over the barricades and fields. Dawn broke. All was still quiet. Max Vinsche and I were in Rohr, watching the last tank move into its springboard position. It was getting lighter and lighter. It wouldn't be long before the dance of death resumed. Then, the German batteries opened their barrage fire. British planes roared overhead at low altitude and fired their rockets at Rohr. The devilish war of extermination had begun. Our first tanks moved forward with a roar, their tracks clanking. The attack initially allowed us to occupy the area, but was stopped by a British counterattack. A fierce tank duel began. Rows of impenetrable anti-tank barriers prevented our tanks from using the long-range advantage of their guns. The lack of infantry proved to be a particularly serious disadvantage. The enemy's intense artillery fire made coordination extremely difficult, making effective command and control virtually impossible. No sounds reached us from the area east of Ruhr. The entire battle had shifted to the west, where tanks stubbornly fought each other. Eloquent columns of smoke from burning fuel and oil hung in the sky again. Each column marked another tank grave. But I was particularly uneasy about the situation in the sector of the 26th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment. Not a single artillery strike was delivered to the right of Ruhr. Thank God, it started to rain. This meant that we were protected from air raids. But then, what happened? The earth seemed to split open and swallow us all. All hell broke loose. All that remained of Ruhr were the ruins of shattered trees and houses. I lay down in a ditch at the side of the road, listening to the noise of the battle. The enemy artillery's barrage of fire continued unabated. Everything was covered in fog mixed with smoke from exploding shells. I couldn't see anything. All telephone lines were down, and communication with the division headquarters and units on the front line was lost. A messenger from the 2nd Battalion of the 26th Motorized Grenadier Regiment ran up to me and shouted, "Tanks on the right flank of the battalion!" His words were drowned out by the roar of exploding shells. I listened intently to make out the sounds of battle, but all I could hear was a continuous whistling, crackling, and cannonade of exploding shells, accompanied by the clanking of tank tracks. This was the attack I had been expecting. The cornerstone of the German front in Normandy was shaking. Caen, as the target of the attack, would be suffocated by the encirclement. Caen was to be Montgomery's prize for organizing the collapse of the German front. We all watched the deadly spectacle as if spellbound. The hot metal of large caliber shells whizzed noisily over us and plunged into the ground. I called Wünsche. The messengers ran across the road and disappeared behind the green hedge. Wünsche stayed with me for a while longer. I didn't need to give long explanations to this experienced soldier. We had been side by side too often. He knew me and knew what I wanted. I briefly outlined my assessment of the situation to Wünsche. The enemy is attempting to break through the 26th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment's sector with a large tank force in order to capture Caen. The attack on Jouvigny must be called off immediately. Ruhr must be held at all costs, as it is also a cornerstone of the defense. Wünsche is responsible for Ruhr. I moved again in the direction of Fontenay, and after a few hundred meters came across units of the 3rd Battalion of the 26th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment. The road was being fired upon by enemy tanks. It was impossible to move further north, but I had no need to advance any further. The battlefield stretched out before me like the palm of my hand. Everything was clear to me, and I found confirmation of my assessments. It was the expected offensive. Enemy tanks and half-track armored personnel carriers were advancing on the 26th Motorized Grenadier Regiment. The enemy artillery's barrage of fire leveled our positions, like a giant steel roller crushing all living things. Only occasionally did I see the brave grenadier soldiers moving. They stubbornly held their positions, fighting with desperate courage. Dazzling flashes from explosions and roar were visible. These were the advancing tanks firing. British tanks were burning north of Ruhr. Right in front of us, 2 Tommy soldiers lay on the ground, having run too far during their attack. They were disarmed and ordered to get into my vehicle quickly. The wounded Tommy was taken to a dressing station in Ruhr. I raced like mad in the direction of Versailles. My place was at the divisional command post. Concentrated enemy artillery fire was shifting southward with increasing intensity. The Colville area was already under fire. Our artillery was pounding the attackers fiercely. I reached the division headquarters in a few minutes. The chief of staff was still holding the telephone receiver and reported, "That was our last conversation with the commander of the engineer battalion." The commander of the engineer battalion reported, "The enemy artillery destroyed my anti-tank defenses. British tanks are breaking through the battalion's positions. Individual positions are still being held in and around Show. Enemy tanks are trying to crush my dugout. Where are our tanks? I need a counterattack from Ro—" At that moment, the connection was lost. Radio communication was also disrupted. There was also an urgent report from the 1st Battalion of the 26th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment. The battalion was under attack by large forces. All attacks on Saint-Maurice had been repelled by that time. New reports came in one after another. The entire front line was in turmoil. At that moment, there was nothing we could do but concentrate our artillery fire on the enemy units that had broken through. The only combat-ready units in the division were the Divisional Escort Company and the depleted Reconnaissance Company of the 25th Motorized Grenadier Regiment. I concentrated all my forces and resources on the defense of Verdun. From intercepted radio communications and prisoner testimony, we learned that a tank division and 2 enemy infantry divisions, each reinforced by a tank brigade, had launched an attack 5 kilometers from the front. These units had not yet been engaged in combat and were completely fresh. These 3 fresh divisions, with approximately 600 tanks, attacked 3 of our battalions with limited combat capability. The enemy's main strength lay in its enormous artillery reserves and mass of armored vehicles. The danger of a breakthrough was obvious. My chief of staff was in despair, pointing out the hopelessness of the situation. The Corps gave only one answer. The positions must be defended to the last bullet. We need to buy time. The 2nd SS Panzer Corps is on its way to the front. As had often been the case in the past, command and control were exercised from a tactical perspective rather than strategic considerations. No important decisions were made. Mobile defense was forgotten. We had no choice but to sell our lives dearly. The skies seemed to have adapted to what was happening on the ground. Torrential rain accompanied our every step. Northeast of Versailles, I saw many British tanks passing the positions of the Divisional Escort Company. They were advancing in the direction of Grenville. The front had been broken, and only isolated pockets of resistance were hindering the enemy's advance. My God! The division had to stop the attack. Now it had to prevent the British tanks from breaking through and buy time for the German High Command. I rushed back to the divisional command post and tried to get through to Vincha. It worked. Our brave signalman had just restored the line. How often these guys went through hell. What nameless heroism is hidden behind the expression, "the dog's work of a signalman." Max Vincha reported large enemy tank units on both sides of Rohre. Every attack on Rohre had so far been repelled with heavy losses for the enemy. The backbone of the division remained unbroken. A few minutes later, I returned to the escort company. All command and control had become impossible. At that moment, I could only be a soldier among soldiers. The grenadiers' eyes lit up when they saw me walking from platoon to platoon. These soldiers could not be broken. They were unshakable and would not yield to the enemy. Soon, there was not a single patch of ground left untouched by enemy artillery shells. Shells from attacking enemy tanks were already exploding at our positions. Our defense area was fortified with only 2 tanks and an anti-tank gun. We clutched the few remaining Faustpatronen tightly to ourselves. Then, our T4 tank exploded, and 2 Shermans were burning right in front of us. The masses of enemy armored vehicles made me nervous. Wasn't it bordering on madness to try to stop this avalanche of steel with a handful of soldiers and a couple of guns? It was too late to think about it. There was only one thing left to do: fight. 2 Shermans approached, following a narrow passage. Several soldiers with bazookas lay nervously waiting behind blackberry bushes. They seemed to blend in with the ground. I held my breath, and the explosions of enemy shells suddenly ceased to inspire fear. Mesmerized, we watched the soldiers preparing to jump. The lead tank moved further and further forward along the sunken road, with the second tank slowly following behind. They drove past this spot, the second tank already level with our soldiers. The barrels of the tank guns were aimed at Verdun, but they would no longer fire. The soldier jumped onto the second tank like an arrow shot from a well-strung bow. While still in midair, he fired his Faustpatrone, which struck the side of the Sherman. The tank rolled a few more meters and stopped, smoking. The front tank also came to a halt. It had lost its tracks after hitting mines. 2 tankers surrendered. We breathed a sigh of relief for a moment. We were elated at the sight of these steel giants being destroyed thanks to the personal courage of one soldier. However, a few seconds later, the incident with the 2 tanks was forgotten. The reconnaissance company was fighting for its life to my right. I could no longer determine its location. Fierce artillery fire sent dirty earth flying high into the air. The anti-tank gun was still in position, firing shell after shell at the tank column of the British 11th Armored Division. Another barrage of fire turned the gun into a pile of metal. We had no more serviceable anti-tank guns. Tank shells crushed the company. The first line of trenches was taken. Here and there, soldiers tried unsuccessfully to destroy the tanks with bazookas, but to no avail. The British infantry accompanying the tanks thwarted all attempts to do so. I tried in vain to get artillery support. The specter of ammunition shortages had been haunting us for a long time. A few shells from the German artillery were not enough to stop the frenzied attack. The British tanks continued their assault. For the first time, I felt a burning emptiness in my heart and cursed this endless slaughter. What was happening at that moment had nothing to do with war. It was outright murder. I knew each of these young soldiers. The oldest was barely 18. These boys had not yet learned how to live, but, my God, they already knew how to die. The clanking tracks of British tanks cut short their young lives. Tears streamed down my face. I began to hate war. The rain lashed down incessantly. Heavy clouds raced across the ravaged land. Meanwhile, British tanks rolled toward our positions. It was useless to run. We had to stay. We clutched our bazookas in our hands. We did not want to die without putting up a fight. Suddenly, a new sound joined the infernal concert. A lone Tiger tank gave us some respite. Its 88mm shells gave the Shermans an eloquent command to stop. The British turned back. They called off their attack on Mouan. Upon returning to the division command post, we discovered 2 British tanks. Our liaison officers had destroyed them with their bazookas. The burned-out tanks were less than 200 meters from the command post. The personnel dug in, forming a circular defense. The heavy fighting led to irreplaceable losses. The breakthrough could not be prevented without fresh troops. The Corps gave us hope that reinforcements from the 2nd SS Panzer Corps were expected the next day. The Corps insisted that the command post be moved further to the rear. I objected. Hubert Meyer supported me. In such a critical situation, the commander's place is on the front line. I was informed that the 1st Battalion of the 26th Motorized Grenadier Regiment had been under continuous attack since morning, and that the battalion's combat power was almost completely destroyed. Under cover of night, the remnants of the battalion fought their way back to the Karpik airfield. Young SS Untersturmführer Emil Dürr destroyed 2 enemy tanks with cumulative charges during the night. The tanks were standing in the garden of the chateau. When the cumulative charge rebounded from the second tank, he returned to the tank and held the charge with the detonator in place with his hands. The tank was destroyed, and Emil Dürr himself was fatally wounded. He was posthumously awarded the Knight's Cross. Dürr's actions cleared the way for the retreating battalion. The British continued to advance. I heard our tanks firing from Grenville's side. A company of T-4 tanks under the command of SS Hauptsturmführer Siegel covered the 2nd Battalion of the 12th SS Artillery Regiment as it changed position. The British broke through to the battery positions. Artillery Battalion Commander Müller was killed in hand-to-hand combat. Time lost its meaning for us. We worked with an operational map by the flickering light of a candle and prepared new defensive positions. I eagerly awaited reinforcements. At midnight, a pleasant surprise awaited me. Michel, my faithful Cossack, suddenly appeared before me, smiling broadly. I had given him a few days' leave. He brought me a letter from my wife, who wrote that we were expecting our 5th child. Michel had been stopped at the checkpoint. They suspected he was Russian, but who could stop my wonderful Michel? When I asked him how he got here, he replied that he had run away. At dawn, the enemy resumed its attack with infantry and armored vehicles in the direction of Grenville. By 9 a.m., Siegel's company had repelled 4 attacks. Several burning enemy tanks littered the area. Unfortunately, Siegel's tank was hit, and he suffered severe burns to his face and hands. The advance of our tanks towards Chaux failed due to the enemy's powerful anti-tank barrier. Although the attack was unsuccessful, a group of 20 men from the 12th SS Engineer Battalion, under the command of SS Sturmbannführer Müller, was pulled out by our forward units and saved from certain capture. That was all that remained of the battalion. A few minutes later, Müller was standing in front of me. His tired, sunken eyes said it all. There was not a single piece of undamaged fabric on his uniform. His knees were bloody and scraped. His face was almost unrecognizable under a layer of dust. One arm was in a makeshift bandage. He recounted the drama of his battalion in a few short words. After a barrage of artillery fire from 600 guns on the left flank of the division, the battalion was crushed by tanks of the 2nd British Tank Division. The battalion fought until it was destroyed. Only a handful of men survived the deadly battle. Müller personally defended his command post from all infantry attacks, but he was powerless against the massive tank attack. By noon, Müller and a few other soldiers were surrounded at the command post. Some tanks fired at his dugout, while others tried to crush it, but without success. Military engineers had built an excellent bunker that resisted all attempts to destroy it. Finally, a captured German sapper was sent to the dugout to persuade his comrades to surrender. The sapper chose to remain there and share the fate of his comrades. The attackers continued to advance and bypassed the command post after attempting to blow it up. The dugout was severely shaken by the explosions and now looked like a mass grave. The soldiers who survived in the dugout finally fought their way to our positions around midnight. They were found completely exhausted at Le Haut-du-Bois, where they had decided to take a short rest. During the day, Roret was surrendered. The 2nd Battalion of the 12th SS Artillery Regiment had used up its ammunition. In the afternoon, the enemy managed to establish a bridgehead across the Odon River at Bouron. Our radio intelligence intercepted a message. "Do you still insist on conducting a quick operation against Versailles?" Obviously, the enemy was well informed about the location of the division's command post. We did not hear a response. Everyone from our division headquarters who was able to participate in the fighting at Fontenay did so. When I entered the divisional command post, a stranger approached me. He introduced himself as an employee of the Imperial Ministry of Foreign Affairs and asked me to provide detailed information about the situation. Minister Ribbentrop cannot understand why troops are constantly being withdrawn. Before I could briefly describe the situation, tank shells shook our ruins. Enemy tanks were again in front of our command post. Our command post was instantly emptied. Everyone crawled into the trenches with their bazookas, waiting for further surprises. I never saw the so-called envoy from the Imperial Foreign Ministry again. What could he have reported to his superiors? The situation was becoming more critical with every passing hour. The British managed to establish another bridgehead at Garris. The enemy was slowly but surely advancing south. By this point, we had only managed to bring the advanced units of the 12th SS Panzer Regiment and reconnaissance groups of the 12th SS Panzer-Divisions Reconnaissance Battalion into the fight. 2 enemy tanks were destroyed at close range by a battery of 6-barrel rocket mortars when they attempted to break through the positions of the Rocket Artillery Division assigned to us. It was obvious that Montgomery intended to force the Orne River at Saint-André and then, probably, advance towards the Falaise-Caen road. The city of Caen, which was the scene of fierce fighting, would fall into his hands like a ripe plum thanks to this maneuver. We hoped to thwart his plan. We had to hold out for a few more days. The 2nd SS Panzer Corps was on its way. It had been withdrawn from the Eastern Front. The 12th SS Panzer Regiment received orders to occupy Hill 112 and prevent a breakthrough to the bridges across the Orne. A battered tank company was all that was available to carry out this task. Several tanks and the remnants of the 15th Reconnaissance Company of the 25th SS Motorized Regiment secured the area near Fontenay. The division's command post was moved from Versailles to Caen. The sector facing Versailles, Hill 112, and Evry was taken over by the 2nd SS Panzer Corps on June 28th. At this point, we had 4 SS tank divisions at our disposal. However, they were only called divisions. None of them had the combat power of a division. The 9th and 10th SS Panzer Divisions received orders to transfer to Normandy on June 11th, while in Poland as a reserve to repel a possible Russian offensive. This offensive, which began on June 23rd, led to the defeat of Army Group Center. From June 23rd to August 29th, our troops advanced from Orsha and Mogilev to the Vistula River, reaching Warsaw. The 1st SS Panzer Division Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler reached the front on June 28th. This division was also a shadow of its former power. It had been withdrawn from Russia 2 weeks earlier and was supposed to rest and replenish its ranks in Belgium. The Leibstandarte division was not fully equipped with either combat vehicles or personnel. The commander of the 2nd SS Panzer Corps, SS Obergruppenführer Paul Hauser, was supposed to launch a counterattack with these forces on June 29th. During the night, the divisions advanced to their assembly areas. The sector of the 12th SS Panzer Division was quiet. The positions around Karpike were reinforced by the surviving soldiers of the 1st Battalion of the 26th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment. We were awakened by heavy artillery fire from the battleships on the morning of June 29th. Caen was under fire again. Fighters buzzed like hornets in the clear sky and dove down on every vehicle. Around 7 a.m., when I was stuck on the road to Versoix, a fighter attacked a self-propelled artillery unit, and exploding shells flew in all directions. The street was too narrow to drive around, and we had to wait for the combat vehicle to burn out. If only we could get out of this backwater. We sat like rats in a trap, trapped by the ancient walls of the town. An ambulance caught fire. We were unable to save the wounded inside. They burned alive before our eyes. Enemy artillery shelled the area between Verdun and Hill 112. Shortly thereafter, heavy fire also hit Hill 112. Would the British figure out our plans and attack us before we attacked them? With a heavy heart, I watched as the tanks of the British 11th Armored Division climbed the slope south of the Odon River and surrounded Hill 112. The top of Hill 112 was already indistinguishable. The Normandy soil rose meter by meter from the blows of heavy artillery. Now there was no doubt. The British had launched a preemptive attack. Our tank divisions in the concentration areas were subjected to heavy artillery fire and aerial bombardment from the enemy. The 2nd SS Panzer Corps left Hill 112. The tanks of the 11th British Tank Division took up a key position for further operations against the bridges over the Orne River. The entire area was clearly visible from Hill 112. No movement could now be hidden from the British. A short time later, we spotted a fire control center at the top of the hill. A heavy artillery battalion of the 12th SS Artillery Regiment was firing at British forward positions on the hill. We also had an excellent view. We were north of Hill 112 and could see the entire slope from the Odon River to the top. The area in front of the 12th SS Panzer Division was remarkably quiet. Only the naval guns were firing at the crossroads as usual. A shell hit the tank accompanying me. The explosion of a second 380mm shell killed the military doctor. As evening approached, it became clear that the planned attack by the 2nd SS Panzer Corps was failing. It was impossible to capture the territory under superior artillery fire, not to mention the absolute superiority of the Allies in the air. The attack was doomed to failure because it was impossible to meet the requirements with the means at our disposal. During the night, we prepared for a circular defense to protect Caen. We anticipated a British breakthrough in the western part of the city. In the midst of these preparations, an order was received from the 2nd SS Panzer Corps to resume the attack on Hill 112 and the 7th British Armored Division. Nothing surprised us anymore. Max Wünsche immediately joined me and received the order to attack. His tanks and the remnants of the 12th SS Motorized Reconnaissance Battalion had to carry out the attack. We began to treat our tanks as if they were made of crystal. We still had not received any tank reinforcements, and our forces were dwindling by the day. The constant use of incremental tactics infuriated me. Had this ever happened in the days of major tank offensives? Concentrated fire hit Hill 112 at dawn. In the morning mist, our tanks approached the hill and took cover before the final assault. It would begin in a few minutes. Wünsche and I smoked our last cigarettes, a handshake, and the dance began. In accordance with standard practice, the tanks advanced on the once tree-covered hill, firing fragmentation shells. The enemy artillery tried to suppress our assault with intense fire, but they failed, and the hill was once again in our hands. Soon we reached the top and cut off the British company's retreat in their machine-gun armored personnel carriers. They were taken prisoner. Burning tanks stood on both sides of Hill 112. Not a single square meter of land on this hill remained untouched by shells and bombs. The capture of Hill 112 gave the 2nd SS Panzer Corps some breathing space. Most importantly, it eliminated the possibility of adjusting and directing artillery fire from this height. During the final battles with the troops of the British 8th Corps, consisting of the 15th Scottish, 43rd and 49th British Infantry Divisions, and the 11th Tank Division, the 12th SS Panzer Division suffered enormous losses. The combat power of the 26th Motorized Grenadier Regiment was reduced to that of a weak battalion. The 12th Tank Regiment also suffered heavy losses. The 12th Reconnaissance Motorized Battalion had only a mixed company left at its disposal, and the 12th Motorized Engineer Battalion ceased to exist altogether. As a result of heavy naval gunfire and constant attacks by ground attack aircraft, the division lost 1 battalion of its artillery regiment. Our 12th SS Panzer-Division could no longer be considered fully combat-ready. At best, what remained of it was comparable to a task force. However, despite the tremendous strain and heavy losses of the recent battles, the unit was considered a fully combat-ready Panzer Division, which was tasked with defending Caen. The British 7th Corps concentrated its forces on the flank of the 12th SS Panzer Division. Montgomery's plan to take our troops in a pincer movement was clear. Even to an amateur, it was obvious that Caen would be the next target of the Allied attack. To avoid the risk of being cut off from the division, the divisional command post was moved to the center of the city. I wanted to share the fate of my soldiers. The Chief of Staff and I had no illusions. We knew that carrying out the Führer's order, Caen must be defended to the last bullet, meant the end of the division. We wanted to fight. We were prepared to give our lives, but the battle had to have a purpose. I was enraged at the thought of my young soldiers bleeding to death in the ruins of the city. The division had to be preserved for a more flexible way of conducting operations. There was only minor activity in the division's sector, but Canadian tactical reconnaissance was very noticeable. Enemy reconnaissance groups were constantly probing Carpiquet and the western edge of the airfield. The division had the impression that the Canadians were planning to attack Carpiquet in order to break through the front north of Caen. Carpiquet was an old Norman peasant village with houses made of hewn stone. The village blended into the surrounding countryside and formed a long passageway bounded by the Caen-Bayeux Railway on one side and the airfield on the other. The entire village was visible from the observation post at the monastery in Ardennes. I went to the defenders of Carpiquet. The streets and houses were deserted. The roads were still passable, with only a few debris blocking the passage. The empty village looked ominous. I found the defenders on the western outskirts. About 50 soldiers from motorized units had taken cover in several trenches and crevices dug by the former defenders of the airfield. These 50 men were all that remained of the 1st Battalion of the 26th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment. The remnants of this battalion occupied the far end of the airfield. In total, 150 to 200 soldiers held the defense here. Those defending Carpiquet now had no anti-tank weapons at their disposal. The battalion's anti-tank guns had been destroyed a few days earlier. However, there were minefields in front of Carpiquet. The Grenadier soldiers knew their task. The platoon commander and his soldiers were to withdraw and conduct diversionary combat operations on the eastern outskirts of Carpiquet, forcing the attacking Canadians to enter the village. To the east of Carpiquet, 88mm guns were placed in ambush. In addition, the outskirts of the village were within the firing range of tanks deployed in firing positions. After the previous battles and losses, there was nothing to replenish the infantry in this area. The only option for defense was to concentrate all remaining heavy weapons. Our artillery and mortars had already targeted the village. After returning to the command post, I was informed of lively radio communications from the enemy. Their assessment led to the conclusion that the enemy had concentrated its forces in Nord and Saint-Mouvy. Radio communications increased significantly on July 3rd. Taking advantage of this favorable opportunity to disrupt the enemy's preparations for an attack, or at least inflict heavy losses on their units, which were clearly concentrated in a limited area, at 6 a.m., the area was covered with concentrated fire from our artillery. Our strike on the concentration area proved to be very effective. While the rocket mines from our 6-barrel mortars flew over the airfield with a whistle, leaving behind a long, spectacular trail, I made my way through the ruins of the airfield buildings to find Bernhard Krauss, Kraus had chosen a bomb shelter as his command post. From here, he could survey the airfield and Karpik. In the bomb shelter bunker, I met the artillery's forward observer. At a distance of 75 to 100 meters in front of us were several Grenadier soldiers. 5 tanks had taken up positions among the ruins of the destroyed airfield buildings. They were well camouflaged. Enemy attack aircraft were very active in this area. No sooner had Bernhard Kraus begun to report to me on the progress of the fighting for St. Moray than there was a loud roar and piercing screams around us. When 380mm and 406mm shells from battleships exploded nearby, the bunker shook violently. The 3rd Canadian Infantry Division advanced to attack. Its targets were Karpik and the airfield. What an enormous expenditure of force and resources the enemy needed to destroy a handful of our soldiers. The enemy's concentrated artillery fire suppressed all efforts of the defenders. Several artillery regiments were probably involved. Entire hangars were blown into the air by heavy shells from naval guns. The village was unrecognizable at that moment. Thick clouds of smoke spread out and drifted westward. Above our heads, enemy Hawker Typhoon fighter bombers searched for their victims. The explosions of their rockets were barely audible amid the bursts of heavy artillery shells. The forward observers, who were directing the artillery fire, seemed unaffected by this and remained at their binoculars. They requested the last covering fire. The 8th Canadian Brigade, reinforced by the Winnipeg Rifles and supported by the Fort Garry Horse Tank Regiment, rushed at the remnants of Kraus's battalion. The enemy's artillery fire was directed deep into our defenses. My comrades looked at me. Their faces were pale. No one said a word. Only the voices of the artillery spotters could be heard. Enemy tanks rolled forward from Marseille. The fog was very thick. Our artillery shells fell between the advancing tanks, but it seemed that our artillery fire hardly bothered them. The tanks slowly crept in our direction. The Grenadiers in their bomb shelters waited for the order to take up their firing positions, as everyone was in cover during the heavy shelling. The first enemy infantrymen appeared from the forest. Our artillery covered the edge of the forest with fire, inflicting heavy damage on the Winnipeg Rifles. We were still crouching in our shelters, and only our tanks returned fire. They were almost indistinguishable among the ruins and airfield buildings. The tension that gripped us became almost unbearable when we heard the noise of battle and waited for the first bursts of machine gun fire from our forward machine gun nests. I noticed enemy flamethrowers joining the offensive on the western edge of the village. Climbing onto light tanks, they advanced under the cover of Sherman tanks. One of them hit a minefield and burst into flames. 50 of our soldiers at Karpik were attacked by 3 enemy infantry battalions supported by tanks. The battle in the village was fierce. The advance of enemy tanks was hampered by the debris of houses. The tank attack across the airfield failed because our well-camouflaged tanks and a battery of 88mm guns were there. Only a few minutes passed. The Winnipeg Rifles advanced hesitantly, clearly distrustful of the deceptive emptiness of the battlefield. They slowly moved toward the first airfield building. At that moment, they were still about 150 meters away from it. The Canadians emerged from the cover of the forest and found themselves in the open space of the airfield. Then we heard the long-awaited voice. Tra-ta-ta-ta-ta! It was our MG-42 machine gun mowing down the enemy. I jumped into a corner. Soldiers were jumping out of the bunker. Not a word was spoken. They all rushed to take up their former positions. Now it was time for the infantry to fight. With their sleeves rolled up and their eyes fixed on the enemy, the young soldiers loaded their weapons and fired automatically. The attackers had obviously suffered heavy losses. Their attack had been disrupted, and their tanks were now seeking cover. Krauss's battalion had also suffered casualties. The wounded were dragged into the bunkers and cared for. Not everything was going well at the far end of the airfield. The Canadians had advanced here, and the battle was already raging in the center of the village. Our artillery fire was concentrated on the western part of the village. I contacted the chief of staff by telephone and prepared him for the fact that Karpik was lost, but that I had no concerns about the southern part of the airfield. The remnants of the 1st Battalion of the 26th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment would be able to hold their positions here. The battalion commander was once again, as had often been the case in the past, the backbone of the defense. Bernhard Krauss was the chief grenadier of his battalion. With a low, calm voice, he gave orders to his soldiers and was like a father to them. No unpleasant surprises were expected on this section of the front line. I said goodbye and began to make my way to the blown-up hangars on the eastern edge of the airfield. Eric Holston was waiting for me there. A few minutes later, we were back at the division command post and breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't very pleasant to drive a Volkswagen under enemy artillery fire. Our radio reconnaissance unit worked excellently. These guys deserved praise. As a result of their radio interceptions, we were well informed about the enemy's movements. This was especially true in the battle for Karpik. The commander of the De La Chaudière regiment reported by radio to his brigade headquarters that he had taken the village while still there. He was ordered to return, but artillery and mortar fire hampered his movements. Every time he announced his departure, we would open fire again. Only about 20 of the grenadiers who had so stubbornly defended Karpik were still combat ready. All of the non-commissioned officers were killed. The surviving soldiers took on the duties of guarding the 88mm battery deployed directly east of Karpik. The SS Weidenhaupt battalion attempted to counterattack the enemy in Karpik on the night of July 4th to 5th, but was unsuccessful. The enemy in Karpik suffered heavy losses as a result of several of our hurricane barrages with high explosive and incendiary shells. Even during the offensive launched on July 8th on Cannes, the enemy in Karpik remained on the defensive. We held the airfield until July 8th. After the enemy failed to expand its bridgehead on the Odon River and break through to the Orne River, its attack from the west to capture the airfield also failed. Therefore, we decided that it would now try to break the cornerstone of the German defense with a frontal attack, after which it would break through deep into Normandy. We prepared for a decisive battle for Cannes. After visiting all units at their positions over the past few days and having detailed conversations with enlisted men, non-commissioned officers, and officers about the ongoing defense of Cannes, I became convinced that the city would become a tomb for our brave division. It was impossible to continue defending the town. The balance of forces was too uneven. The weakened German forces were unable to hold a deep defense here, and there were no reserves ready for battle at hand. An alarming and unambiguous message was sent from the division to the Corps headquarters. It stated that the exhausted forces of the division were insufficient to hold the territory and repel the attacks of the vastly superior enemy forces. However, the Corps could not allocate any additional forces to us. We made all the necessary preparations to meet the expected enemy attack as effectively as possible, but we had no answer to the question of what would happen if airborne troops were dropped behind the division and entered the unprotected part of the city. The division was confident that the attack on Cannes would begin with an airborne operation south of the city, accompanied by a simultaneous attack from the Odon bridgehead across the Orne towards the Cannes-Falaise road. It would be impossible to prevent a breakthrough of the German front line to its full depth, and then the road to Paris would be open. On the evening of July 7th, we realized that the next 24 hours would decide the fate of Cannes. Late in the evening, about 500 British Lancaster and Halifax bombers dropped 2,500 tons of bombs on the northern outskirts of the city. A small number of aircraft were shot down by our anti-aircraft fire, but no losses were reported on our side. Combat units were almost unaffected by the bombing. However, the streets of Cannes were blocked, and once again, as terrible as it was, the civilian population was sacrificed. Hospitals were overflowing. It should be noted here that friendly relations and mutual assistance had been established between the German troops and the local French population. Until then, there had been no signs of hostility or malice on the part of the French. They looked in confusion at the ruins of their homes and shook their heads, unable to comprehend the fact that their city had been destroyed. They knew that on that day, as on June 6th, there was not a single German military unit within the city limits. During all the fighting, our military units did not need to assign a single soldier to maintain security in the city. The French themselves took care of maintaining discipline and order here. The British air raid seemed like a prelude to the main assault. Everyone, down to the last soldier, was on alert. The artillery was waiting for the order to open barrage fire to cover our positions. The phones were silent. We stared intently into the darkness of the night, waiting for the enemy infantry and tanks to appear so we could open fire. Minutes passed, and nothing broke the silence. It was incomprehensible, but that was how it was. The Allies made no attempt to capitalize on the results of their devastating bombing raids. I met with the commanders again to personally assess the effect of the Lancaster and Halifax air raids, and was surprised to discover that I had greatly overestimated their impact on the morale of our soldiers. The troops hated fighter attacks more than the massive bombing by clumsy monsters. In fact, the front line was so sparsely populated by our troops that the area bombing could not cause them much harm. 2,500 tons of bombs could only knock over a few self-propelled artillery installations. The troops were expecting a major attack and were preparing for the inevitable. We had no false hopes for the outcome of the battle. As dawn broke, I, overcome with foreboding, waited for the onset of a difficult day. Hubert Meyer fell asleep at the table with a map spread out on it. What a wonderful chief of staff my comrade turned out to be. Artillery fire of incredible intensity, both from land and sea forces, rained down on the front line of the 12th SS Panzer-Division. Our underground bunker shook in every corner. Plaster and dust covered the map lit by candlelight. Our artillery and 6-barreled rocket mortars opened barrage fire for the last time. Day after day, we struggled to get ammunition, trying to provide as much tangible assistance as possible to our infantry, which was engaged in heavy fighting. Enemy fighters attacked our artillery positions from the air and attacked every vehicle on the roads. The bridges over the Orne River were also under constant attack from the air. The first reports came in. All our battalions were engaged in heavy defensive fighting. The enemy attacked across the entire front with strong tank support. Our neighbor on the right, the 16th Airfield Division, these divisions were organizationally part of the Air Force until October 31, 1943. On November 1, 1943, they were transferred to the ground forces, was not suited to the task assigned to it. It had been battered by renewed bombing, and the division's will to resist was broken under the weight of the enemy's offensive power. The 3rd British Infantry Division broke through the positions of the 16th Airfield Division and soon threatened a deep breakthrough and encirclement of our division's flank. Our division's sector of defense was held by 4 half-depleted battalions, while the enemy attacked here with units of the 59th British and 3rd Canadian Divisions, reinforced by tank brigades. The main attack seemed to be directed at the sector of the 1st Battalion of the 25th Motorized Grenadier Regiment by forces of the 59th Infantry Division. Moreover, this battalion was also attacked by units of the 3rd Canadian Infantry Division. Within the first hour of the battle, the battalion lost almost all of its company commanders. SS Sturmbannführer Waldmüller, the battalion commander, was among the soldiers of his unit and was the heart of its resistance. The 1st Company of the 25th Motorized Grenadier Regiment covered the right flank, and its fire prevented any possibility of a relatively easy advance by the 3rd Canadian Infantry Division on the section of the doomed 16th Airfield Division. The valiant 1st Battalion of the 25th Motorized Grenadier Regiment stood on the battlefield like a breakwater in a raging sea. Remaining unshakable despite the enemy's enormous superiority in manpower and equipment, it repelled all attacks. The enemy was unable to crush the battalion during this first assault. The 2nd Battalion of the 25th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment also put up heroic resistance. Its anti-tank guns had long since been destroyed by enemy artillery fire. The soldiers had only Faustpatronen at their disposal. All company commanders were also killed. SS Hauptsturmführer Dr. Thiere personally destroyed 3 Sherman tanks and was killed while trying to destroy the crew of a 4th. The 3rd Battalion of the 25th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment was attacked by the 3rd Canadian Infantry Division. It fought among the ruins of Buron and Oti, where the battle became particularly fierce and bloody. The Canadians had not forgotten that their offensive at Buron and Oti had already been stopped on July 7th, and that they had paid dearly for it with blood. The grenadiers of our battalion held their ground in the ruins, fighting fiercely for every inch of land. I did not understand why the Canadians did not continue their attack from Carpiquet. Opposite Carpiquet, which had been captured by the enemy, we had only a battery of 88mm guns and the remnants of the 1st Battalion of the 26th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment. This battalion had been practically wiped out in previous battles. An energetic enemy attack from Carpike towards the bridge over the Orne and Caen would have decided the fate of the 12th SS Panzer-Division within a few hours. Our only combat-ready reserve was a newly arrived tank company with 15 Panthers. Urgent reports from the front line began to arrive one after another. It seemed that the 16th Airfield Division had been wiped off the face of the earth. Our division immediately sent part of the 2nd Battalion of the 12th Tank Regiment and a divisional escort company to cover the area northeast of Caen, near Cabaret. The 1st Battalion of the 12th Tank Regiment fought on the northern outskirts of the city. Enemy fighters continuously attacked the bridges over the Orne and the access roads south of Caen. All movement in the direction of Caen became impossible. We could not evacuate our wounded or obtain the necessary supplies. The roads had become deadly dangerous. Bombers from the north roared across the sky again, targeting the city. We could hardly believe that this long-suffering city was to experience the horrors of bombing once more. The number of enemy troops and equipment involved in the assault on the city was almost beyond imagination. Only God knows why this city, which had not yet been occupied by enemy troops, was razed to the ground by massive bombing. With the exception of the headquarters of the 12th SS Panzer-Division, which had only been there for the last couple of days, there were no military formations in the city. The first wave of bombers attacking the bridges caused fires south of the Orne River. The city center was again subjected to carpet bombing. Caen was engulfed in fire, smoke, and ash. Suddenly, we saw the last wave of bombers heading for the garrison church and dropping their bombs. I jumped through the entrance to the basement, which served as our command post, and hid in the farthest corner. A terrible roar shook the basement, and the candles went out. I was suffocating. I could hardly see my hand in front of my eyes because of the thick cloud of dust. Hubert Meyer called out to me, and I heard the voices of others. Suddenly, a soldier shouted, "We're buried alive!" The young soldier was difficult to calm down. He had been thrown into the open basement door by the blast wave. The garrison church, just 50 meters from the command post, was completely destroyed. All we saw in its place was a huge crater. The explosion had thrown chunks of stone into the air, and they fell on the camouflage net under which our mobile radio stations were located, thus depriving us of all radio communication. We soon overcame this problem by restoring the interrupted communication system. Once again, there were many casualties among the civilian population. A few minutes after the bombing, the commander of the 5th Panzer Army, General Eberbach, arrived at the division command post. General Eberbach was the successor to General Gehr von Schweppenberg. Eberbach managed to take advantage of the lull between bomber raids on the bridges across the Orne. The commander appreciated the actions of the division. He was not yet aware of the disaster that had befallen the 16th Airfield Division. General Eberbach immediately understood the seriousness of the situation and ordered the 21st Tank Division to be sent to the section of the front occupied by the 16th Airfield Division. However, only a reinforced battalion of the 21st Tank Division managed to cross the Aisne that day. While the commander was still with us, alarming reports came in. The enemy had broken through at the junction of the 2nd and 3rd Battalions of the 25th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment, namely between Galmanche and Bure. They had taken Conte and controlled the approaches to the monastery in Ardennes. The 2nd Battalion of the 12th Tank Regiment, with the exception of units fighting east of the railway on the former 16th Airfield Division sector, was immediately thrown into a counterattack. It pushed back the enemy, but was unable to recapture Conte. Thanks to its superiority in tanks, the enemy stopped our counterattack. General Eberbach of the tank forces said goodbye to us. I was sure that he would do everything possible to prevent further loss of life in the ruins of Caen. The battle continued with the same intensity. It was a mystery to me why the Canadians and British were advancing so hesitantly. Their overwhelming superiority in tanks was hardly being used. Instead of quickly and deeply wedging their tank formations into our defenses and creating a bridgehead behind the Orne, they used tanks only to support their infantry. With the exception of extremely mobile and well-controlled artillery, the attackers lacked control and initiative on the battlefield, and the enemy stormed the Canes, guided by tactical principles used in World War I. It was possible to conduct combat operations in this manner if you were facing an already weakened enemy. Lieutenant General Sievers, commander of the 16th Airfield Division, appeared at the command post of the 12th SS Panzer-Division and asked for a brief update on the situation. He had been out of contact with his units for several hours. The report came as a heavy blow to him. He immediately went to the northeastern outskirts of Caen to assess the situation personally. He tried to reassemble the remnants of his division, which had been scattered by the enemy, and restore a stable front. However, the morale of his troops had fallen so low that this was impossible. The overwhelming force continued to advance. Slowly but surely, the battlefield was turning into a lunar landscape. In the afternoon, the enemy took Grouchy. After a long and bloody battle, the 16th Sapper Company of the 25th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment defending it was completely destroyed. The brave Engineer Company, under the command of SS Obersturmführer Werner, was wiped out. The only one I saw later from that company was the liaison officer. The engineers died at their positions. After battles with varying success, Oti and Frankil were lost. During the counterattack, the commander of the 3rd Battalion of the 1st SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment, Obersturmführer Weidenhaupt, was wounded. The battalion still managed to stop the enemy attack north of Ardennes. The division's situation was extremely serious. 3 battalions of the 25th Motorized Grenadier Regiment were left to their own devices, almost surrounded, and fought fierce battles in Melun, Galmantia, and Buro. Wire communications were disrupted. The only means of communication left was radio. The division's front was stretched to the limit, and there were no reserves left. Only 15 Panthers from von Ribbentrop's company were standing on the reverse slope of the hill north of the city. I couldn't take it anymore. I wanted to see the situation for myself and make the necessary decisions in the heat of battle. The Führer's order not to surrender Cologne was impossible to carry out. We could hold out for another couple of hours, perhaps, but then there would be no one left alive in the division. I was opposed to sacrificing the division. Hubert Meyer supported my intention to leave the ruined city to the Allies without a fight and withdraw the division to the eastern bank of the Orne. Erich Holsten mounted his fast horse. Our trusty Volkswagen was ready to go. Michel, my faithful Cossack, was already sitting in it when I approached. We knew that a wild race awaited us ahead. In a few minutes, we reached von Ribbentrop's Panther Company. Its front tanks were already engaged against the Shermans in Conte. In front of us was a monastery in Ardennes. The entire complex had been subjected to artillery fire, and the tall towers no longer existed. Their ruins stared reproachfully at the sky. On the opposite slope of the hill, I suddenly felt uneasy and took the wheel. In this situation, it was impossible to stop or turn. Craters from bombs and shells covered the entire battlefield. As soon as we left the last hill behind us, shells began to fall and explode around us. Enemy tanks in Conte covered us with their fire. Cold sweat ran down my back as the car sped through this area. If only there weren't that wild chirping of enemy machine guns. Only a few meters separated us from the ruins. We did it. Direct fire could no longer reach us. The monastery garden looked like a garden in hell. Shells exploded one after another in front of the regimental command post. We hesitated for a few seconds before making our final dash. Taking advantage of a pause in the artillery fire, we rushed towards the building. The bodies of dead soldiers lay all around the headquarters. Jumping out of the vehicle, I recognized one of the dead as the commander of the headquarters company. He had been killed by shrapnel. Stumbling and catching our breath, we rushed into the old building and found the commander of the 25th SS Motorized Grenadier Regiment in the basement. He was wounded and talking to the commander of the 3rd Battalion of his regiment, SS Hauptsturmführer Steger. The radio was the only means of communication with the battalions. The ceiling above us seemed to be moving, even though the monastery basement was deep underground and supported by huge arches. We heard a continuous rumbling. I spoke with Hauptsturmführer Steger in Büren. He reported that most of his battalion had been killed in battle and that enemy tanks were already outside the village. He requested immediate support. All available tanks were sent to Büren to break through the encirclement of the remnants of Steger's battalion. The attack failed. From the church tower, I watched the tank battle, which was going with varying success. Both sides suffered heavy losses. Enemy tanks from Oti rushed towards Ardennes. Von Ribbentrop's tank company destroyed 3 tanks while defending the regimental command post. The burning tanks were located 100 meters west of Ardennes. That's all for today. If you liked the video, Please support it with a like and subscribe to the channel. See you all soon.